Hold on, hold on. I haven't even put hand lotion on. This is why I say that I've always been spiritually a part of the African American community. People in chat who are confused are white. Everyone make fun of them, suckers. Okay, now I'm putting lotion on my face. Sorry, I've been falling asleep at like 6 to 8 a.m. lately for a variety of reasons. That's why I haven't done any morning streams. So me doing a morning stream today is basically like the physiological equivalent of me doing a U-turn on a two-way highway without taking my foot off the accelerator. At least that's what it feels like. Hold on. Gotta have a well moisturized face. That's how I look so youthful and vibrant. I didn't even make a bagel. I'm out of bagels. I made coffee. But I haven't drank the coffee yet. How can a man's sleep schedule be this much of a fucking wreck when he has the easiest job in the universe? That's the real question. There we go. No, I'm not saying that I have it worse. Never mind. I'm cutting this joke off here. Hello. I'm cutting the joke off right there. Sorry, Twisted Opinion. You're just gonna have to go digging for that one. Putin killed the horses? Yeah. Thoughts on politics? Distinctly negative. How you guys doing? Yeah, Putin did what? Oh, God. Hey, Annie. Hey, Thana. How are you doing? Well, I'm tired. Before debates in Ring Ukraine watch? What? We don't have any debates today. And I didn't say I was playing Elden Ring today. What are you talking about? Shut up. Shut up. What tweet, Inkablu? Link it. Shut up. Is it possible you have sleep apnea? Shut up. All right, hold on. How did Vosh drop so fucking many subs to that drama? What's a fucking sub? That's what I want to know. I nearly just accidentally fucking blocked this person. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it seems about on par. I want to blacklist the drama now. Oh, but there's always so much to engage with. There's so much discourse. Here's Vadim weighing in. Somebody linked this earlier. Whoop. There we go. Now I'm nice and big. Because we're not playing Elden Ring. I love that shit. That's what I like. Lil Vadim's shit tweet was great. I don't understand. Here, I'm not even going to engage, okay? But I just... Hey, Vosh, seen you circulating, but had no clue you retweeted them twice? You make Cat Black's reply sound deliberately brutal, but anyone who takes a second to read her explanation would realize that's way off. What is this, dude? Were you not just aware of the explanation? If so, fine. Just make it right. Otherwise, you're just participating in the deceptive brand of cancel culture that a-holes have used against you countless times. Bad blood with KB shouldn't factor in for you too. Okay. Take the high road here. And it's that time she told a trans kid to kill themselves. Which I did retweet twice because it's very funny. And then she's like, oops, my bad. I don't know. Honestly, I think people just don't get it. I don't know. Whatever. There is context there, though. Who cares? Well, wait, first of all, obviously. Yeah, no shit. The point is that, like, it's still really fucking bad behavior with or without the context, right? Like, it's like, oh, she thought it was a troll. Like, okay, right? Like, okay, so there's the context. Like, okay. So now we know. It's additionally, I love going low. I love going down low. It's my favorite thing in the world. As far as I'm concerned, every engagement that I've had with other leftists has been me being far too kind and charitable. This is the consistent problem with my channel. It's that I've never gone hard enough against the people that I dislike when they're on the left. That's the real problem, okay? That's the real concern, all right? The critical distinction here is that I never, ever, ever lie about other leftists, but they all feel like they get the right to do it to me. So I feel like that's a line that I never, ever cross. You know what I mean? Like people say that I freak out other lefties or whatever, but they like I get lied about so often from them, and I just don't. You know, I'm not dishonest about them. Like, I can be mean, but I'm not dishonest, which means that at the very least, my being mean is, like, rooted in reality, you know? You did it once, then Flowers bitched about it? What did I lie about with Flowers? As a meme, I could see history repeating. Vosh goes anti-left, cuts off his clone DM just like Destiny before him. Destiny fans are so desperate to, like, post hoc validate Destiny's weird fucking behavior by seeing it happen in me. But they don't understand. I've never changed any of my positions as a result of spite towards the left, and I never will. Because I am the left, okay? Listen, alright? If there are 1 million leftists, I am one of them. If there is one leftist, that one leftist is me. If there are 0 leftists, it's because I am dead. It doesn't matter how they behave. That only pushes them from me. It's like somebody worrying about pushing a building away, you know? Like, you can knock yourself back, but my foundations are sturdy. My axioms, grounded. My principles, first. Ain't gonna happen. Bosch saying Flowers is not very, very smart is spot on. Oh god, when I started reading that, I thought you were going to say me saying Flowers isn't very smart was the dishonesty of which I was accused earlier. Okay. Okay. Shh. All right, we're fine. We're fine. What if one turns out to be wrong? Me? Wrong? What are you talking about? A lot of the time when leftists show up and stream, they'll lie in your face and switch the moment they're off the stream. I think I just make a lot of them, like, really fucking nervous, you know? I guess this is one of the problems with having a reputation as a debate bro. It's that there are so many preconceptions they have about talking with me that when they get on here, they're like fucking terrified, and they have to play it so close to the vest that they end up like not disagreeing with me. But the moment they walk away from stream, they're like, "Wait, wait, hold on, wait, wait, hold on," and then they realize like, "Oh God," and they have to like, roll it back out, all the fucking disagreements they had or whatever. Yeah, Noah Samson did that. Noah Samson liked that Vadim tweet, by the way. Yeah, it's like they wake up from their blackout. It's the Vosh retard field, the Geller field, the warp that I bend around me, They 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 walk out of the fucking stupefaction ray and they're like, "Holy shit." My opinions were halfway sensible for a second. Jesus Christ. Hey, hey, hey. The only people who could know that was a 40K reference are people who are familiar with 40K. Y'all are telling on yourselves there. Like an average person would hear Gellerfield and go like, "Oh, 40K? 40K." You're telling on yourself, okay? Fuck, coffee is so good. Holy shit. I'm developing a caffeine addiction. I used to drink 1 cup every morning, and now I'm going like 3 a day. This developed over the course of a month. What's the healthy limit? It's like 4 a day, I think. Like 4 cups of coffee a day is like that's what they say is like the upper limit before it's like a problem, I think. That's a consequence of almost being 30. Yeah. What happened with the Hakeem debate? Hakeem will never debate me again. Oh, don't get me wrong, I like 40K. I've said it before, though, that my interest in 40K has definitely dampened a little bit since watching Dune, because it reminds me that there are so many interesting creative directions that 40K is limited in. Um, to avoid a really long departure, like a really fucking long stun lock, I guess I'll just say that I feel like people, including myself, talk about 40K as though it's exclusively like a big, like, cinematic satire of space conquest and fascism. But we obviously don't think that because people who like 40K, like, there are hundreds of books on 40K. Like, we obviously don't just think it's like a satire. Like, it's not like we're reading a fucking Mad Magazine article and just like laughing at the caricatures of the political figures, right? Like, clearly we read pathos and like narrative into it. Like, we care a lot about like the development of the universe. People who like 40K follow the development of the story. Cadia stands, the warp rift, blah de blah. It's not like it's just satire. It's an ongoing universe. And the issue is, I feel like the depth of that universe is really fucking limited by its satirical origins. Does that make any sense? Like, I feel like it's very difficult to simultaneously have 40K be the wacky universe where the big hulking space marines are all screaming ooh rah as they like dive into the planet that's made out of like pimples to go fight like the chaos god Nurgle or whatever, while like the side story is that a ship that's powered by the blood of 1 billion sacrificed Imperial Guard every nanosecond, like, keeps on functioning as intended, and it's so grim and horrifying and grimdark and horrifying and grimdark. It's like really difficult to balance that with like the legit character writing and like genuine story stakes. You can really tell how, like, where the writer is too, because I feel like the Grimhorn books, like the earlier ones with Eisenhorn, or not Grimhorn, sorry, the Eisenhorn books, like early on, they're all kind of oorah, and then later on with the Beckwin books, they're not, and I feel like there's just kind of a disconnect there. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Like the climax in like some of the earlier books in that series, it's like no. Okay, in the same series written by the same author, in the earlier books, the climax is like our daring, enormous, muscular human protagonist fights against a Chaos Space Marine in a cool, epic battle on a planet that's being shattered as like an exterminatus protocol has been issued by the fleet commander, and the bomb is about to go off, but he heroically saves the day and runs and destroys the Necronomicon, and and that's like the first book. And then the most recent books are like about like an orphaned child with no sense of purpose, suffering from abuse and trying to understand her place in the world as like multiple powers that be try to like compete for the powers that she has innately as the person she is. And it's like That's great. I think this book is better, but this is in the same fucking cinematic. This is in the same series. Like like is this all canon? Could at any point in time these conflicts be resolved by somebody doing like a quadruple backflip and blowing up like the planet beneath them? Like there's I don't have anything against having like tone shifts and different like media from the same series, but there's like a fundamental disconnect from between some elements of the. Never mind. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm tired and I'm prone to stun locking. Just I'm so sorry. Just don't worry about it. Quick question, you like Spelunky, Vosh? Oh, did I accidentally add something to the stream playlist? I'm so sorry. I probably literally just fell asleep. Sometimes I fall asleep with my business account logged in. Yes, lol. Oh, god damn it. Hold on. Sometimes I fall asleep with my business account logged in on my phone, and I fall asleep listening to Lethal Frag, and I don't know, I just roll over it. Yeah. Hold on. Playlists. Excuse me. Oh, Tempest, since you're there. Tempest, Ryan, don't release any videos after stream. We got to get our shit in order. And by we got to get our shit in order, I mean I have to talk to you both. And by I have to talk to you both, what I mean is I'm not going to, because like always, after I end stream, I'm going to ignore your DMs. So what I actually mean is just hold off on releasing videos for a while, and I'll get around to it when I get around to it. There we go. Nailed it. And by a while, I mean a very short length of time. Just thank you. Stream VODs. How did I add this to my Stream VODs playlist? Splunky 2 Daily. You know what? I don't regret. Are we fired? You're not fired. Jesus. Remove from Stream VODs. There we go. Okay, there we go. Jesus. Oh, speaking of editors and like content managers, Cherry, who works for Zan and Demon Mama and a bunch of other people, it's her birthday today. So you should go say hi to her on Twitter sometime. Editor's scared of the purge. Yeah, as if I could ever manage all this shit. I'll try Queen Marcy. Want to see GOP racism? You mean GOP? Damn, that's good. Damn, they're really packing it in there. Look, it's a GIF. Hold on. Play the GIF. It's like freezing. So yeah, there you go. Yeah, get it? Because she's black. I also, okay, this could be me totally reaching here as well, but I also feel like the font that they used for the cross, the strike through, and the CRT just reminds me of graffiti. Like, am I reaching with this one? I feel like often when I see this type of animation or like graphic design done, like there are a million ways you can do it, and this one just feels a little more like, I don't know. Nah, maybe a little, little reach, maybe a little, maybe a little, maybe a little. We already know the GOP is racist, so it's not like we're overstepping in our accusation in that respect. It's just, you know, it's CRT thing is definitely racist though. The white lettering on red background looks like KFC. Okay, that's reaching. That I wouldn't even suggest that. What, dude, what if that was also deliberate and there's just like the 10,000 IQ racist working for the GOP, you know? What if they're just like, all right, calculating image width to and calculating image ratio 13 to 50, multiply. Calculating font choice. Let's see. Hood font, putting a gangbang slider to 9. You know, like it's like it's a fucking choosing red, KFC red, and white highlights. Perfect. You know, just dropping, just optimizing. Got like hacker glasses on. uh, thank fuck racists are all retards. It reminds me of when Cernovich, the Nazi guy, is that Cernovich or is that another guy? Remember back in 2016 when he just kept spamming 1488? Um what was Cernovich 1488. I'm talking right now about like the CEO of racism being like 10,000 IQ, but this is in reality this is the oh no, Posobiec, not Cernovich. Posobiec, that's the Nazi. I don't think Cernovich is a Nazi. I think Cernovich's just like far right. Posobiec's a Nazi though. Yeah, this. I talk about being like 10,000 IQ racist, but this is what racists trying to do like codes actually looks like. New York Times, page 14. 88 military leaders endorse Trump. I just tried, and if you make a video that's 14 minutes and 88 seconds long, it won't get blocked. For every 14 days, spend 88 hours outside at least. It's amazing for your body. This is the IQ of your average like deliberate dog whistler, you know? Prediction: Hillary will noticeably cough at least 14 times through the entire 88-minute debate. This is like, yeah. That fucking black guy works for this dude. Um the black, what's his name? The guy with the frosted tips? I don't know if he still has them. Fuck. What's the oh, come on. Nico House. Nico House works for him. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then when confronted on Twitter about working for an actual neo-Nazi, uh, I think by me, Nico House said at least he never called me the N-word. In response to me, as though I had called Nico House the N-word. Which I gotta say, appropriating Muhammad Ali's, like no fucking Vietnamese guy never called me the N-word, in it to defend working for a neo-Nazi is a very impressive invocation of that particular line of logic. You know what I mean? It's like, like a black guy's working for the Nazi party and you're like, "What? Why?" And he's like, "Well, this one guy specifically never called me specifically the N-word. No, no Nazi never called me." It's, uh, you know, uh, yeah. Amazing brains. Amazing brains. No Vashite ever called me the N-word. Yeah, I'd hope not. What the fuck is being tactical? Don't worry about it. It's an old meme. It's a well established meme at this point. Oh god, excuse me. I'm so tired. We got content to go over. Graham went on a baby rage about locking up and brutalizing prisoners during the Ken Jackson hearing. What? Oh my god, I'm so tired. When you said Lindsey Graham, I for some reason I was thinking of that turf from England who lost his whole career. The guy who went on Mumsnet to bitch about trans women, and then the cis women there were like, "Hey, fuck off! You also have a cock." Yeah, Glinner. Yeah, Grant Lynham. I don't know why I thought that. Don't they look a little bit similar? Him and Lindsey Graham. I don't know. Whatever. Oh, I never turned on the audio. I'm sorry. Holy. Okay, maybe we should look at all these. Judge Kentani Brown Jackson begins day 2 of her SCOTUS confirmation hearing by speaking on her judicial philosophy. I'm acutely aware that as a judge in our system, I have limited power, and I'm trying in every case to stay in my lane. I have not been paying attention to this at all. I have no idea who this is. I don't know what the Supreme Court is. I don't know what the criminal justice system is. I don't know anything.
In order to...
Would you like to comment at the outset of those who are looking for a label, what your position is on judicial philosophy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over the course of
who's she even replacing?
Almost decade on the bench, I have developed a methodology that I use
Okay.
in order to ensure that I am ruling impartially and that I am adhering to the limits on my judicial authority.
Holy shit. Does she not sound like a sitcom character? That does her intonation not sound like she would be on like Parks and Rec or something? Does anyone know what I'm talking about?
Methodology that I use in order to ensure that I am ruling impartially and that I am adhering to the limits on my judicial authority.
The way she's
the
way she's like the way she's enunciating in like a very like an actor would. I don't know. Like it just comes across like very it's charismatic isn't the word I'm looking for, but it is a kind of charisma. It's like a very deliberate way. It could be she's nervous. Well yeah, sure. That could cause that. Like a crafted speech, if that makes any sense.
Acutely aware that as a judge in our system, I have limited power, and I am trying in every case to stay in my lane. And so what I do is I essentially follow 3 steps. The first step is when I get a case, I ensure that I am proceeding from a position of neutrality. This means that, you get a case and it's about something and it's submitted by certain parties. I am clearing my mind of any preconceived notions about how the case might come out.
Jesus Christ, she's so defensive here. I understand, like, so when Supreme Court justices are getting their confirmation hearing, they are being subjected to literally the world's most pressing job interview. Like intel agencies are running background checks on you. It's like a whole thing, right? She's probably doing everything that she can to avoid coming across like a radical or an activist judge here, which makes a lot of sense.
Setting aside any personal views, it's very important that judges rule without fear or favor. The second step is once I've cleared the deck.
Would it be that much to ask that our federal agencies get a fucking mic guard? Like anything? Like what I have? They cost like 50 cents. Okay.
So to speak, in this way, I am able to receive all of the appropriate inputs for the case. That is the parties' arguments. They've written briefs.
Hey, it's me. I'm applying for the most important job ever. Hey, this is in the congressional record. Sorry. You didn't deserve that.
Sometimes we have a hearing. Sometimes we hear from other parties, amici in a case. And then there's the factual record. I am evaluating all of the facts from various perspectives. I think my experience, all of the various experiences that I've had, really helps me at this stage to see the perspectives of all of the parties and to understand their arguments.
All right. Literally, I'm just only getting into this now. Instant feelings, vibe check. I kind of like her. I get an honest vibe from her. Her nervousness and her compensating for, I guess, the perception that others will rule her an activist judge. That's what I'm assuming. Seems to me like I don't know. The way she's handling it doesn't come across like an extremely like calculated, disingenuous. Like, you know how Kamala Harris, okay, not just Kamala Harris, Hillary Clinton's the best example of this. You know how even when Hillary Clinton says something objectively correct, like you feel like there's
Would you
slime
like to
dripping,
comment?
there's slime dripping off your like eardrums after you've heard it, you know? Like, I don't know. Sometimes it's just a vibe check, and that stuff can matter. Okay, let's take a look at selected rulings, huh? Ketanji Brown Jackson. Selected rulings. Okay, so wait, here, hold on. Federal judge, U.S. State Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit since 2021. Young judge. I mean, we can tell that by looking at her. You know, she's clearly not like 70 years old. Let's see. How old is she? 51 years old. My God. 51. Damn. That is pretty goddamn young for a Supreme Court judge. Okay. Attended Harvard Law. Legal career with 3 clerkships. She was a clerk for Stephen Breyer. Oh. Well, there we go, don't we? Okay. So we have an in. Let's see. Member of the Harvard Board of Overseers. President Joe Biden nominated. Retirement. First black woman to sit on the Supreme Court. Huh. Okay. Well, let's see. Selected rulings. In American Meat Institute versus U.S. Department of Agriculture, Jackson rejected the meatpacking industry's request for a preliminary injunction to block a Department of Agriculture rule requiring them to identify animals' country of origins. Jackson found the rule likely did not violate the First Amendment. Nice. That's a ruling that I agree with. So she rejected the meat industry's attempt to block the Department of Agriculture's attempt to get them to identify animals' country of origin. They were arguing that violates the First Amendment? What a reach. Jesus. Corporations, man. In Depot Med versus Department of Health and Human Services, Jackson ruled the FDA had violated the Administrative Procedure Act when it failed to grant pharmaceutical company Depot Med market exclusivity for its orphan drug, Graylease. Jackson concluded the Orphan Drug Act required the FDA to grant Graylease exclusivity. I don't know about the Orphan Drug Act. Let's see. A law passed to facilitate the development of orphan drugs, drugs for rare diseases such as Huntington's, myoclonus, ALS, Tourette syndrome, muscular dystrophy, which affect small numbers of individuals residing in the U.S. Orphan drug designation does not indicate the therapeutic is either safe or effective or legal to manufacture. The process is handled through the FDA. The designation only means that the sponsor qualifies for certain benefits from the federal government, such as market exclusivity and reduced taxes. Okay, I think I understand. So the idea is that there are some diseases that are so rare that there's not really a strong market incentive to develop medicine for them normally, you know? Like Huntington's disease is very rare. So like, you know, a company's not going to invest billions in R&D to produce a medication that's like as reliable as you would get for medication on like diseases that affect a ton of people. So I think the Orphan Drug Act is basically saying, hey, listen, okay? We get there's like no way you can afford to develop medication that will address these problems. So we'll give you tax benefits. We'll give you exclusivity over the drugs you produce. And you don't have to make them as safe as the other drugs because we know you literally can't afford to. We're basically lowering the bar. We're making it so you can do like something instead of not being able to do anything. I know that sounds bad, but I genuinely think the alternative to this, as I understand it, would be no medication coming out at all for those conditions. It's basically like there's just no market incentive at all to meet the incredibly high bar for regular medicine production. So instead it's like, you know, okay, we'll let you get away with a lower bar if it means getting anything out there. Not a perfect solution, but I do understand why it's there. So it seems like in line with that law, Jackson ruled the FDA has violated that law when it failed to grant Depot-Med market exclusivity for its orphan drug Graylease. I want to know what condition this was meant to cure. Treat pain from damaged nerves that follow shingles. How common are shingles? I don't know if I've ever heard of a person having shingles. I've just heard the term. Oh, geez. Common. More than 200,000 cases per year. But this isn't just treating shingles. It's treating nerve damage following shingles. Which I suppose meets the definition for orphan drug. Interesting. Well, I'm not a doctor, but I'm just interested. In Pierce versus District of Columbia, Jackson ruled the D.C. Department of Corrections violated the rights of a deaf inmate under the American with Disabilities Act. Oh, based. Because jail officials failed to provide the inmate with reasonable accommodations or to assess his need for reasonable accommodations during his detention in 2012. Jackson held that the district's willful blindness regarding Pierce's need for accommodation and its half-hearted attempt to provide Pierce with a random assortment of auxiliary aids, and only after he specifically requested them, fell far short of what the law requires. Based. No notes. No notes. In April and June 2018, Jackson presided over 2 cases challenging the Department of Health and Human Services decision to terminate grants for teen pregnancy prevention programs 2 years early. Jackson ruled that the decision to terminate the grants early, without any explanation for doing so, was arbitrary and capricious. Based. No notes. This is like the court judge version of saying fuck you, I think. I don't know if she can stop them from doing that, but, you know, it's still something. Where's my... Oh. Forgive me. Now, we're only looking at selected cases here. Let's see. In American Federation of Government Employees, AFL-CIO versus Trump, Jackson invalidated provisions of 3 executive orders that would have limited the time federal employee labor union officials could spend with union members, the issues that unions could bargain over in negotiations, and the rights of disciplined workers to appeal disciplinary actions. Based. Jackson concluded that the executive orders violated the right of federal employees to collectively bargain as guaranteed by the Federal Service Labor Management Relations Statute. In 2019, the D.C. Circuit, ruling that Judge Jackson had wrongly asserted jurisdiction, reversed and vacated her decision. Ooh, the D.C. Circuit said that she had wrongly asserted jurisdiction over this versus Trump? The question as to whether or not she would have jurisdiction over this case is one which I do not have any legal knowledge of. I can't make any comments on that. In 2018, Jackson dismissed that 40 wrongful death and product liability lawsuits stemming from the disappearance of Malaysia Airlines Flight 370, which had been combined into a single multi-district litigation. Jackson held that under the doctrine of forum non-convenience, the suit should be brought in Malaysia, not the U.S. The D.C. Circuit affirmed this ruling in 2020. Again, this requires legal knowledge that I don't have. I don't know, like, how you would make that determination. Center for Biological Diversity versus... Okay, I'm just going to skim over these a little bit. Jackson held that Congress had, through the Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act, stripped federal courts of jurisdiction to hear non-constitutional challenges to the U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security's decision to waive. Okay, based. Preliminary injunction. Trump about immigration court hearings from Dr. Based. Based. Rolling here. Let's just say this one's based too. Okay, I like her. All right, what are these clips? Sorry, now we know.
I thought about his charges as I watched you and your family listening carefully yesterday, and what impact it might have had on you personally to know that your daughter's husband...
When they decide...
Wait, what? Durbin asked Jackson what was going through her mind, especially with her kids being there, as Hawley made his meritless attacks on her for being soft on child porn. Wait, does anyone have a clip of that? Was that from the first day of the hearing? Wait, does somebody have a clip of that? Vosh, it's so bad. Oh God, I missed... Context? Wait, was that it right there? Majority Report did a segment on it. Being baselessly accused of liking CP? She's just like me. Here, wait, let me just... If I just look up, Holly... Let me see. Where's that damn clip? Video? This is from his YouTube? Holly's YouTube? Okay, whatever, sure.
Senator Hawley of Missouri.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Judge, congratulations on your nomination. It's nice to see you again. Congratulations to all of your family. I know that this is a big moment for you and for them, and rightly so. I enjoyed our meeting a couple of weeks ago. You know, as I've said to folks who've asked about it, one of the things I particularly appreciated about our meeting...
Very curious, considering that Holly has the physiognomy of a child rapist. Anyone who disagrees with me has never seen American Psycho.
Besides how much time you gave me, was how candid and forthcoming you were, which I really respected. And I look forward to a candid conversation again in the days that come. And by the way, I'm admiring how you're sitting so stoically through all this senator talk. But I'm looking forward to visiting with you again. You did me the honor when we sat down of being very candid. And I hope I was candid with you. I've been candid since. I want to be candid with you today so you know exactly what it is I want to talk about. And so you know exactly where my head is at. So let me...
There's rape of children in American Psycho? I don't think so, but, like, they all would, right? Like, the movie didn't have that, but all the characters in the movie totally would, right?
Say a few things that I'm concerned about, aspects of your record that trouble me. This will come as no surprise. I've said it in public already, but I want to be, again, very candid in the interest of an open and honest discussion and specifics. So here are, I hope, in the next couple of days, some of the cases from your time on the court, the district court, the federal district court, that I hope that we can talk about. Let me just run through a few of them so you know exactly which ones I mean. United States versus Hawkins. This was a child pornography case where the defendant distributed multiple images of child porn, possessed dozens more, including videos.
That's bad.
The federal sentencing guidelines recommended a sentence of 97 to 121 months in prison. Prosecutors recommended 24 months in prison. Judge Jackson gave the defendant 3 months in prison. United States versus Chazen. That case, the defendant possessed 48 files of child pornography. The federal guidelines recommended 78 to 97 months in prison. The prosecutor recommended the same. Judge Jackson sentenced him to 28 months. United States versus Cooper. There, the defendant possessed dozens of images of child pornography.
Wait, how many cases of child pornography possession has she presided over? Is that common? As a circuit court judge? Wait, what? How often does this come up? 7+? Jesus Christ.
And distributed dozens of images of child pornography.
They should have sent those cases off to Judge Judy. Who agrees? Okay? Listen, all right? The public spectacle and the shame that comes from it will be worse than any fucking jail sentence or prison sentence, okay? Send them off. I want to see the Judge Judy treatment for those ones. Just imagine her incredulously reading through the document. Or no, getting the fucking pedo to say it, like, out loud. Like, how many pictures? And the pedo's like, I don't know, like, 2,376. And Judge Judy's just, like, fuming over there.
Possessed over 600. The federal guidelines recommended 151 to 188 months in prison. That's a long time. The prosecutor recommended 72 months. Judge Jackson gave the defendant 60 months, which was the lowest sentence permitted by the law. United States versus Down, that's a case where the defendant distributed 33 graphic images and videos of child sexual assault to an anonymous messaging app, unfortunately a practice that's becoming more common. The federal guidelines recommended...
Okay, one thing that's missing from this, again, this is hardly my area of expertise, despite what people might claim, but one thing that's missing from this is So if does she typically sentence people to lower than the prosecutor's recommendation? You know, like if she has a habit of doing this in pretty much all cases, then it seems like you could like go like, all right, well, you're just choosing these because these are like the optically bad ones, but she does this for like all of them, you know? A liberal judge, I imagine, will be less likely to sentence people for longer periods of time. I don't know if that's the case. I'd just be interested in seeing if that's the case. Is there data on that? Like is there like a math plot for like, okay, here's the judge sentencing time relative to the prosecutor's recommendation across the average of their career or something? I don't know if there's like a chart for that, but that'd be interesting.
70 to 87 months in prison. The prosecutor recommended 70 months in prison. Judge Jackson sentenced him to only 60 months. Again, that's the lowest level that was permitted by law in that case. United States versus Stewart, the defendant there distributed scores of images of children suffering sexual abuse. The guidelines recommended 97 to 121 months in prison. The prosecutor recommended 97.
Wait, I'm sorry. This is so off topic, but I just realized, like, if you're the jury on a case like that, do you have to fucking watch the sentencing material or the evidence? There's no way, right? That would be fucked. No? Sometimes yes? Okay, hopefully not. Jesus Christ. That'd be fucked beyond belief. Like, I guess you just have to take the court's word for it. Like it's verified. Like the court is like, hey, listen, trust me, it's bad. And the jury is like, okay. I think for R. Kelly, they did. Huh. Maybe they only would if they feel like there's any ambiguity as to the content, whereas a lot of, like, when pedos get caught, it's like there's no ambiguity whatsoever to what type of content it is, you know? I don't know. Censored for the public? Yeah, jeez.
Months in prison. Judge Jackson gave him 57 months.
Who does the
In
censoring?
United States versus
What a fuck
Sears,
job. Jesus.
the defendant distributed over 100 videos of child pornography. The guidelines recommended 97 to 121 months in prison. The prosecutor recommended 97 months in prison. Judge Jackson gave him 71 months. In United States versus Savage, the defendant was convicted of traveling across state lines to engage in sexual intercourse with a child and also possess 6 separate thumb drives of child pornography. The guidelines recommended 46 to 57 months in prison. The prosecutor recommended 49 months in prison. Judge Jackson sentenced him to 37 months in prison. Now, those are 7 cases that represent, as near as we can tell, all of Judge Jackson's cases dealing with child pornography from her time on the district court, in which she had some discretion.
Man, I don't know. Leaving aside all the jurisprudence or whatever, if a guy got caught trying to travel across state lines to rape a minor or whatever, that shit, I don't know, dude. 37 months feels like a light touch on that one. That feels like a big un, you know? That feels like a good time to bring the hammer down personally. Like in that case, like you yoinked him in the goddamn act. I don't know. Seems like a good excuse to put a person behind bars for a while. Fuck, I don't know.
To hand down a sentence. There's some other cases in which the law, she didn't have any discretion. The law bound the sentence that she had to give. And what concerns me, and I've been very candid about this, is that in every case, in each of these 7, Judge Jackson handed down a lenient.
Why are we listening to this massive clown? You know how much of a piece of shit Holly is, right? Oh, shit, you're right. I can't listen to the words of politicians when they're bad people. What? Shut up.
Sentence that was below what the federal guidelines recommended and below what prosecutors requested. And so I think there's
platforming him.
A lot to talk about there, and I look forward to talking about it. Now, I will note that some have said that the federal sentencing guidelines are too harsh on child sex crimes, especially child pornography. I've heard that argument a lot in recent days. The chairman quoted someone earlier today who takes that point of view. I'll just be honest, I can't say that I agree with that. I mean, the amount of child pornography in circulation has absolutely exploded in recent years. Here's a New York Times report from 2019. I'm quoting now. Last year, tech companies reported over 45 million online photos and videos of children being sexually abused, more than double what they found the previous year. The report goes on to say this: 20 years ago, these online images were a problem. 10 years ago, they were an epidemic. Now the crisis is at a breaking point. Unfortunately, it's even...
By the way, it should be kept in mind that this guy does not give a shit about any of these problems, and he's exclusively using this to attack the prospective Supreme Court judge. Republicans do not care about children being raped. They do it all the time. They do it for fun. They do it when they're not even horny. It's just for them, it's just like eating and breathing. It's just a natural... It's just their body is just... It's just how they're built, and it's not good. It's a way of life. It's just another Tuesday for them, okay?
Worse than that, just last week, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children reported finding 85 million files of child pornography in 2021. And of course, this committee has heard testimony from prosecutors and others who are grappling with the problem of how to get at this porn and those who distribute it, how to prosecute them and hold them accountable. Here's my point. I think it's...
By the way, I just want to say, speaking broadly to this point, and I'm speaking here with, like, I'm sure there's, like, so much psychological research here, but it seems to me that, like, the increase in the prominence of child pornography can probably be tracked onto the increase in prominence of literally any form of media, right? It's not like child abuse only started when the internet started, right? I feel like, obviously, like, the CP shit should be fucking cracked down on, but, like, it seems like the underlying shit would be the more important thing to fixate on, like the abuse itself, you know? Because if you're only fixating on the CP shit, you're only getting after it, like, after the fact. Like, you're only ever responding to a problem, not, like, fixing the problem. But I feel like so often it's like, it's like, I feel like so often with crime, the conservative attitude isn't fix the problems that cause the crime. It's just get better at punishing the people who commit the crimes, you know? But, like, you have to do both. Right? Like, you want less crime to happen, ideally. That would be good. That would be ideal. One, you know? Because I feel like, I don't know, like, I'm pretty sure, at least from what I've read historically or whatever, but, like, the abuse of children, at least since the Industrial Revolution, has been horrifyingly common for, like, a really, 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 really long time. It's clearly not like the internet existing, right? It's got to be other shit. It's got to be like the family structure and like religious norms and a bunch of other shit, which I've talked about. Yeah. I imagine it was long before the Industrial Revolution. No, I'm just saying that, like, the reporting we have sociologically on stuff like abuse in that respect is relatively new, you know? Unfortunately, back in the 1400s, sociology didn't really exist as a concept, so back then, all we have are, like, flowery poems about, like, 12-year-olds being wet off, you know? And we just kind of have to extrapolate.
It's difficult against this backdrop to argue that the sentencing guidelines are too harsh or outmoded, or that we should be somehow treating child porn offenders more leniently.
Sorry, soaked on left with a data mail point. Between 1990 and 2017, child sexual abuse declined massively. Is that true? Let me see. U.S. maltreatment trends 1990 to 2017. Neglect, physical abuse, sexual abuse. Holy shit, 64% reduction? That's awesome. That's good. I doubt these numbers are reliable. I mean, I doubt we have, like, perfect one-to-one numbers on this, but the trend is probably reliable, right? Like, the number relative to the total number of people may not be reliable, but the proportion probably is, if that makes any sense. Well, that's good. Yeah, neglect's still going strong, but, you know, call me a piece of shit. I'm gonna say that maybe on average the neglect is better than the physical or sexual abuse. I don't really know. Don't cancel me. Listen, don't just move on. Listen, okay? Don't worry about it. Look, I'm glad that everything is going down on average. Don't worry about it. Shh. Don't.
Than the guidelines recommend. But I want to be clear about this, that those arguments that I've just been rehearsing, those who say that, that's not what Judge Jackson has said. She hasn't had the chance yet to respond to this, and she deserves that chance. So others have made these arguments. I don't agree with them, but I think it's important we hear from Judge Jackson.
People in chat trying to bait me into discourse. I'm not doing discourse.
And I think, again, the candor that Judge Jackson has shown previously, I look forward to, and she deserves the ability to speak for herself on this issue. So I will just say, in closing, Mr. Chairman, some have asked, why did I raise these questions ahead of the hearing? Why not wait until the hearing? And spring them on Judge Jackson, as it were. And my answer to that is very simple. I'm not interested in trapping Judge Jackson. I'm not interested in trying to play gotcha. I'm interested in her
No, you're interested in poisoning the well.
answers. Because I found in our time together that she was enormously thoughtful, enormously accomplished, and I suspect has a coherent view and explanation.
Also, how is it not a gotcha? This is the opening statement at the nomination hearing. How is this not... What does he mean? Like, I didn't want to trap you, you know, I'll just bring it up at the very beginning. Like, wait, what?
And a set of thinking, way of thinking about this that I look forward to hearing. And I think she deserves the chance to talk about it. I think the American people deserve the chance to hear her answers.
Thanks. Okay. So anyway, it's very obvious what he's doing here. This is basically just a suit and tie version of what I deal with all the time online. Basically, this guy understands that he and his political party need a cohesive strategy for taking this lady down. Obviously, it's not going to be attacking, like, the shit she actually believes, because that's hard. So instead, let's concern troll over, like, child porn, you know? That's the gist of it. That's the strategy. That's what's, you know, being done here. Federal sentencing disparity. Let me see. Looks like in general, judges that give lower sentences to some defendants do so across the board. That would make sense. I'd be interested in seeing what her average, like, sentencing level is relative to the prosecutor's recommendation. They vote after Dr. Strange. This is her average? Let me see. Here's her average? Wait, where's her average? This is just a fact check. Where's her average? Quoteth, why would you lie? I want to see the data. I have fact checks. I want the data. Why? 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 Attacks on Judge Jackson's record or child sex abuse misleading. Distorted her record. These claims are misleading. Mr. Hawley took Judge Jackson's legal recommendations, remarks out of context. Mr. Blackbird's statements, further distortion of these views. Overly broad characterization. The Commission noted in a 2012 report to Congress that existing sentencing guidelines and crime-following images of child sexual abuse fail to differentiate among offenders in terms of their culpability and result in penalty ranges that are too severe for some offenders and too lenient for others. In a legal sense, like when the prosecution is coming down on you, when the judge is like ruling or the sentencing guidelines or whatever, does the court distinguish between child sexual abuse material that you simply possess or stuff that you produced yourself? Like, because if it doesn't distinguish between those that seems like a huge difference in terms of how bad those are. Some people are saying yes, some people are saying no. I don't really know. Under existing guideline, no mandatory minimum sentence for possessing such material, but receipt, transportation, distribution carries a 5-year minimum. Production carries a 15-year. Okay, production, yeah. The Commission recommended Congress aligns the penalties for possession and receipt, then unanimously recommended a mandatory sentence of less than 5 years for both crimes. Recommendations were in line with a 2010 survey conducted by the Commission, which 71% of district judges polled they believed the mandatory minimums for receipt of images was too high. Andrew C. McCarthy, a conservative writer and former federal prosecutor, characterized Mr. Hawley's criticisms of Jackson as a smear. It is not soft on porn to call for sensible line drawing. Plenty of hard-nosed prosecutors or Republican-appointed judges have long believed this mandatory minimum is too draconian. Huh. In fact, 3 Republican-appointed judges served in the commission with Jackson when the recommendations were released. Judge William H. Pryor, Jr. of the U.S. Court of Appeals for 11th, Judge Ricardo Hinojosa of the Southern District of Texas. Panel's recommendations are almost uniformly supported by its members, work by consensus. One expert had distinguished between less serious offenders and those who more actively share images, encourage consumption, and mask their usage. Another had spoken in the hearing about socially inadequate people who collect such material to gain some status from actually having certain images, then share them within a community online. Jesus fuck. And we make fun of, like, Twitter clout sharks and woke scolds, dude. Holy fuck. I find it difficult to imagine. Can you imagine somebody, like, bragging about this? Like, yeah, dude, I'm super popular. Oh wait, fuck, if I say this out loud, people are gonna clip me. They'll be like, wait, how do I do this joke without getting clipped? Fuck. They're like, bragging about how they are popular on online forums because they possess child pornography. Can you just imagine listening to a person bragging about that? Fuck. Do a voice? Nah, there's no voice. Oh, maybe a Sargon accent? Hello, governor. No, stop. Stop. Okay. Okay, so yeah, whatever. I don't know. Excuse me. Without any broader context for the statements provided by Holly about her general record and her general level of sentencing relative to guidelines, with other claims posted here about plenty of judges on both sides of the aisle believing that there's some inflexibility and inaccuracy in the mandatory minimums here. I don't know. I don't care. Yeah, seems dumb, seems fake, seems made up, seems like a shameless appeal to QAnon types. Don't care. Don't care. Holly's a pedophile. Doesn't matter. Don't care. Also, I have to wonder what the fucking implication is supposed to be. Like, Jackson's going to be made Supreme Court, and her first ruling, and then the child porn case will be brought to the Supreme Court, and she'll convince 4 other judges to. What's what? Not a problem anyway, because I don't think the evidence here points to her having problematic views on the subject. But even if it's the case, you know what I mean? Doesn't it remind you a little bit of the people who don't want criminals to vote? They think that if you're a felon, you shouldn't be able to vote. And it's what the fuck are they gonna do? Vote murder? What effect are they going to have on the democracy? Which is they're going to legalize crime. We let the criminals vote, and now theft is legal, and it just all turns into the fucking purge. Okay, all right, stop. Oh yeah, also, yeah, you're right, Roy Omega. If Jackson really is lenient on people who possess child pornography, then doesn't that mean she has a pro-Republican bias? I have no idea what Holly's problem is here. This is just going to lead to more exonerations and less sentencing time for his political compatriots, okay? All right, what were we looking at? Right, these clips.
Listening carefully yesterday, and what impact it might have had on you personally to know that your daughters, husband, parents, family, and friends were hearing the charges that your implementation of this law, sentencing, endangered children. Could you tell us what was going through your mind at that point?
Thank you, Senator. As a mother and a judge who has had...
It seems like a weird question. Doesn't this come across like coddling? How did you feel when the bad man accused you of being a pedo sympathizer? Doesn't the language here feels like it's an attempt at trying to garner sympathy for her, but it just comes off as kind of patronizing, in my opinion.
To deal with these cases, I was thinking that nothing could be further from the truth. These are some of the most difficult cases that a judge has to deal with, because we're talking about pictures of sex abuse of children. We're talking about graphic descriptions that judges have to read and consider when they decide how to sentence in these cases. And there's a statute that tells judges what they're supposed to do. Congress has decided what it is that a judge has to do in this and any other case when they sentence. And that statute doesn't say, look only at the guidelines and stop. The statute doesn't say, impose the highest possible penalty for this sickening and egregious crime. The statute says, calculate the guidelines, but also look at various aspects of this offense and impose a sentence that is, quote, sufficient but not greater than necessary to promote the purposes of punishment. And in every case when I am dealing with something like this, it is important to me to make sure that the children's perspective, the children's voices are represented in my sentencings.
Seems like a weird situation to try to deal with.
Martin Luther King Jr., who dreamt of a time when, quote, the
No fucking way. Judge Jackson talks about her reality was completely different than that of her parents, who had to attend racially segregated schools. The fact that we've come this far made testament to the hope. God damn it, dude. Fuck. White liberals really cannot help themselves, can they? I just need to tell you how inspiring I find it that a young colored woman like yourself is sitting there in the Supreme Court nominee bench.
sons of former slaves and the sons of former slave owners.
Oh, is he a Republican? Well, Republicans are also liberals, unless they're fascists. Is he a fascist, or is he like a Grassley? Is he a fash, or is he a like lib Republican? He's bad? Okay, never mind. Listen, okay? What are liberals but spiceless fascists, okay? What are liberals but fascists who don't salt their water before boiling pasta?
Owners would be able to sit down together at the table of brotherhood, end of quote. You talked about how quickly things in the country then changed, including the civil rights laws over the next few years because of the civil rights movement. You added that, quote, less than a decade after Dr. King's words, that was the world that you inhabited. Dr. King hoped for a country where we would all.
He sounds like Kermit. I feel like his throat is experiencing necrosis from like senile death as he's talking, you know? That like only parts of him are responding to his brain.
All be judged by the content of our character rather than our race. Do these quotes still reflect your views on this very important topic today?
Yes, Senator. In that speech, I talked about my background, my upbringing, the fact that my parents, when they were growing up in Miami, Florida, attended and had to attend racially segregated schools because by law, when they were young, white children and black children were not allowed to go to school together.
What?
And my reality,
They can't do that.
when
That's
I was
illegal.
born in 1970 and went to school in Miami, Florida, was completely different. I went to a diverse public junior high school, elementary school. And the fact that we had come that far was, to me, a testament to the hope and the promise of this country, the greatness of America, that in one generation, we could go from racially segregated schools in Florida to have me sitting here as the first Floridian ever to be nominated to the Supreme Court of the United States.
Okay, so here's the Graham bit.
Did you know that a lot of people from the left were trying to destroy Michelle Childs? Did you notice that?
Senator, a lot of people were surprised.
Okay, Republicans do love raping children, but Graham gives me the impression of somebody who likes watching somebody else rape children and feeling cucked by the experience. Do you get my vibe there? Like Lindsay would pay somebody else to rape a child while watching and get off on the humiliation that he's not doing it. Like he's somehow found a level below his compatriots there.
Supporting various people for this nomination.
Yeah, while sipping like a mint julep.
So you're saying you didn't know there was a concerted effort to disqualify Judge Childs from South Carolina because she was union-busting, unreliable Republican in disguise?
Senator, I was I'm a sitting judge. I was focused on my cases.
Well, the answer is no, I didn't know that.
No, I didn't know that.
Would it bother you if that happened?
What?
Senator, it is troublesome that people are or were doing things related to
I think
the
that's the
nomination.
best way to say it. People have a right to speak out and pick the person of their choice.
What? I'm sorry. Wait, can I want to listen to it again. I just feel like, what?
Did you know that a lot of people from the left were trying to destroy Michelle Childs? Did you notice that?
Senator, a lot of people were supporting various people for this nomination.
So you're saying you didn't know there was a concerted effort to disqualify Judge Childs from South Carolina because she was union-busting, unreliable Republican in disguise?
I feel like he's giving so much away here, you know? Like he's angry that the person that he's talking to right now isn't a union buster, you know? Like yeah, no, this is how appointments work. Joe Biden nominated her. That's how it works. Yeah. Like, okay. He's like, are you aware that Joe Biden didn't pick a worse candidate because of their shitty opinions? Like, all right. Think he's talking about Biden's shortlist for the SCOTUS? Yeah, but he still has to choose from it, right? What a fucking weirdo.
Quoted.
It won't bother me as long as they're dangerous. I hope they all die in jail if they're going to go back and kill Americans. It won't bother me one bit if 39 of them die in prison.
Yeah, what the fuck are we talking about?
As long as they're dangerous, I hope they all die in jail if they're going to go back and kill Americans. It won't bother me one bit if 39 of them die in prison. That's a better outcome than letting them go. And if it costs $500 million to keep them in jail, keep them in jail because they're going to go back to the fight. Look at the friggin' Afghan government. It's made up of former detainees at Gitmo. This whole thing by the left about...
Wait, Trump was the one who let those Taliban officials go. Wait, what? Wait, are we... What? Wait, Trump was the one... Fucking... Kabul was taken by people that Trump let go. Okay.
This war ain't working.
Let me also note that Larry Thompson, who served as Deputy Attorney General under President George W. Bush,
Okay. All right. Cornyn asked Judge Jackson if she celebrated Clarence Thomas's nomination to SCOTUS. Why are they being so weird?
When Clarence Thomas, the second African-American who was nominated to and
aren't Republicans always arguing that libs and Dems are the ones who make everything about race and Republicans are like totally race blind? Why the fuck do they keep doing this? She hasn't said anything about race.
when Clarence Thomas, the second African-American who was nominated to and confirmed by the Supreme Court, was nominated to the court, did you celebrate that as a historic event?
What?
I'm trying to remember where I was at the time. I believe I did. Yes.
Okay. Warren seems to have an issue with SCOTUS's 2015 ruling that same-sex couples have a right to marry.
I am aware that there are various religious faiths that define marriage in a traditional way.
Do you see that when the Supreme Court makes a dramatic pronouncement about the invalidity of state marriage laws, that it will inevitably set in conflict between those who ascribe to the Supreme Court's edict and those who have a firmly held religious belief that marriage is between a man and a woman?
Well, Senator, these
What?
issues are being litigated, as you know, throughout the courts as people raise issues. And so I'm limited in what I can say about them. I'm aware that there are cases.
No, I'm not asking you to decide a case or predict how you would decide in the future. I'm just asking, isn't it apparent that when the Supreme Court decides that something that is not even in the Constitution is a fundamental right and no state can pass any law that
What? What a fucking retard. Nowhere in the Constitution is there a fundamental right to hot dogs, but you also can't refuse to sell hot dogs to black people. What? Something doesn't need to be defined as a fundamental right in the Constitution for it to be possible for a state to rule that you can discriminate in the distribution of that product or service. It's not how that works. World's smartest fucking... Actually, there is Vosh 14 Amendment. Well, that doesn't apply here? That's not like a just a broad excuse for any kind of to discriminate in any respect whatsoever against like any kind of thing. Didn't stop Jim Crow. I can't tell if I'm getting fucked with right now. I think I'm too tired for this. I got sleepy brain. 14th Amendment is right to hot dogs? Yes, the 14th Amendment is a right to hot dogs. That is correct. That's not what he's saying. He's being a dunce saying no federal law above state law. That is not in the Constitution. Wait, federal law is above state law all the time. Constantly. That happens all the time. Oh, you're right. I didn't have my meth, Vermin. Good one. I love federal law being above state law. Thank you, Hamilton. Shut up, Gala. You're Canadian. Also, hi. Fuck yeah, Supremacy Clause. Fuck yeah, Supremacy Clause. Let's go.
conflicts with the Supreme Court's edict, particularly in an area where people have sincerely held religious beliefs. Doesn't that necessarily create a conflict between what people may believe is a matter of their religious doctrine or faith and what the federal government says is the law of the land?
Well, Senator, that is the nature of a right, that when there is a right, it means that there are limitations on regulation, even if people are regulating pursuant to their sincerely held religious beliefs.
You agree with marriage is not mentioned in the Constitution, is it?
It is not mentioned directly, no.
And religious freedom and is mentioned in the First Amendment explicitly, correct?
It is.
What? Okay. Religious freedom doesn't mean that you can just do whatever your religion says you should do. Religious freedom doesn't mean that, like jihadists get to, like, behead people. Okay, whatever. It doesn't. Yeah, it's stupid. This is dumb. Cut the segment. It's dumb. We have more shit to get to. Cut it. Cut. Stop. All right, so anyway, in a sort of ongoing recognition that not only am I never wrong, but I'm always actually more right than I thought I was before, you know, everything associated with J.K. Rowling just progressively gets worse with time. You know, obviously I got in some heat a little while ago for pointing out that J.K. Rowling doesn't care about misogyny because she's right-wing, and all the people who like her are right-wing, and they don't care, and the thing that really offends them is the existence of trans people. So if you really want to, you know, not give her any optical credence, then all trans people can just go in the closet, I guess, if you really want to. If you're really that concerned with giving bigots nothing to complain about, it's not going to work, okay? Very much a black people pull up your pants vibe to that one. Don't like it. Anyway, so I think we can all agree, like, what the J.K. Rowling mental profile is, right? Like, J.K. Rowling was a Blairite. Her books were sort of tepid neoliberal bathwater, like used bathwater, like several times used. Like maybe the family's very poor and everyone had to go in there. Um, and I'm not a big fan of the series, but I think I speak for everyone here when I say that there was a kind of innocence to the bigotry that we've recognized in her books now. Like, there's a lot of weird stuff in there, right? Like, there's essentially slavery apologia in the books. Hermione is made fun of for that. If you want a really good video on this, Sean recently did a video on Harry Potter. It's basically got like a really it's got like everything in there, you know. The fact the fact is, when I read that stuff when I was a kid, it felt like weird, but I wasn't that politically educated at the time because I was like 13. And also it all felt wrapped up in this kind of wondrous innocence of the medium, that it felt like even if there was some problem there, it was like, oh, okay, like whatever. It's just weird, you know. It's not indicative of anything. It's just weird. But obviously we know that's not the case. My personal feeling is that J.K. Rowling 10 to 15 years ago considered herself to be a progressive, you know, well-to-do, like, you know, engaged person. You know, she's like she you know, cutting edge, pushing the envelope. And I think what happened is that pushback from actual progressives has, in her mind, created the idea of this progressive who goes too far, and she has gotten increasingly reactionary in opposition to that person. So she thought she was very progressive for saying, you know, Dumbledore was actually gay, sort of after the books were already done. But now I feel like she's treading off that ground as well. So like her pen name, and again, this is brought up in the Sean video, her pen name is literally the name of the person who invented conversion therapy, a form of torture for LGBT people, you know? Quite a coincidence, which is, you know, a little strange there. On Twitter just the other day, here she is attacking the South Wales police. Good evening, supporting our communities is not virtual signaling. They mean virtue signaling, of course. And we make no apologies for doing so. So J.K. Rowling is attacking them. The South Wales police here are referring to protecting their community after a homophobic hate crime was committed. That is the context to this. So this has nothing to do. This isn't about like, yeah, here. The virtue signaling J.K. Rowling is laughing about. This person blocked me, by the way. So I had to go incog. The virtue signaling J.K. Rowling is laughing about is South Wales Police LGBT plus network doing community outreach work 10 minutes walk from Boot Park, where Dr. Gary Jenkins was brutally murdered in a horrific homophobic attack in July 2021. So there's nothing here that's about trans people. Nobody here attacked J.K. Rowling. This is J.K. Rowling explicitly attacking the South Wales Police Department for rebuking a person who said that it was virtue signaling for them trying to stand with the community after a gay person was murdered in a homophobic attack, okay? J.K. Rowling hates gay people. She hates trans people. She hates Jews. She hates non-white people. J.K. Rowling is a reactionary. It is as evident and clear in everything she does and has produced as it could ever be in a person who explicitly endorses those bigotries. The only person who doesn't know this is J.K. Rowling, who I genuinely think believes in her mind that she's the real progressive and everyone else has just gone overboard, you know? It is in a way a kind of destiny syndrome, isn't it? Where you define yourself exclusively through opposition to what you consider to be the hyperbolic extreme left, and in doing so push yourself further away from the actual left until, well, I don't want to equivocate here. J.K. Rowling is on almost every imaginable political position worse than Destiny is. So I don't even want to, you know, symptoms. Similar thought processes, a similar ailment, you know, a disease shared by many people. But I talk too much, okay? Anyway, at this point, as I've said before, I'll try not to get too bitter about it, but any effort wasted on bitching that people's behavior from the left is giving us a bad name because J.K. Rowling doesn't like it, well, you know what else J.K. Rowling considers bad optics? Police departments saying they want to support the gay community after a gay person is murdered in a park 10 minutes away. That's bad optics to J.K. Rowling. You know, if you're very concerned about forestalling her judgment, then just don't care when gay people are murdered. You know, that's something you can do to help out, you know? And that's what her community likes as well. Her community is pro-gay murder. Why wouldn't it be? They're conservatives. There's no such thing as TERFs, guys. There are like 5 real TERFs out there, and the rest of them are just conservatives who weaponize feminist language as a way of wedging attacks against trans people and never actually advocate for anything even close to women's rights. They're not feminists. It's fake. It's a psyop. Don't believe the hype. Anyway, I'm rambling. New video game. Let's go. New Harry Potter game. You know, let's get some cover art on screen. This game looks sick. Yeah, Hogwarts Legacy. Let's go. It's Elden Ring. Except it's probably going to be worse and nothing like Elden Ring. But it's got a lot of fog in it and there's a lot of very yellow light, so that's like Elden Ring. This does look like Elden Ring, doesn't it? I remember the movies. Hogwarts doesn't look like this, okay? It's okay. Yes, this is going to be the Dark Souls of anti-Semitism, it seems. I just saw the fancy-looking new Harry Potter game is about quelling a goblin rebellion that threatens to upend the social order, and you cannot convince me these people don't know what they're doing. Lol. So, basically, the narrative, as I understand it right now, is this. So, as everyone probably knows, the goblins in J.K. Rowling's universe in Harry Potter are kind of an anti-Semitic stereotype. Now, in my mind, this is like a light anti-Semitism in the first book when they're introduced. When I first read the first book, and upon rereading the relevant passages and seeing the movie, you know, the bits of the movie, like on YouTube, like, oh, when are the goblins introduced, you know? This seemed to me, again, like a kind of innocent bigotry, like, J.K. Rowling seems to me like a person who lacks any introspective capabilities whatsoever. It's possible that when she thinks of, like, goblins, she in her head thinks, oh yeah, money-grubbing, long-nosed, bank-running goblins. And in her head, the word Jewish never comes up. Does that make any sense? Like, I feel like she might be lacking in self-awareness enough and might be so self-assured in her perceived progressivism that in her mind, she can think that and go, yes, that is the trope. You know, that's what we're going with, and never think it's problematic. And when other people point out that it is, she's like, whoa, you know what I mean. However, with time, things have only gotten, let's say, less innocent, you know. The portrayal of the goblins gets worse in later books and movies. Oh, I know. Did Blizzard do this too with goblins in Warcraft? No. Actually, the goblins in Warcraft, I think, are kind of dope. They were basically like a slave race. It's depicted as bad, by the way. There's a lot of bad stuff in the Warcraft universe. Who were like mining in like a cavern that were full of crystals that made them really smart, but it made them like psychotic smart, and they broke free, and they're basically all like mobster rocket engineers now. Basically, that's the vibe. Like, there are some super wealthy, greedy goblins, but it's basically just like their leadership. If you had anything which would define goblins like as a group in Warcraft, they're all mobsters and racketeers and pirates, and they love building bombs and rockets, you know? Cool. Great. That's great, you know? Yeah, love that. No notes. Great, you know? Yeah, tri-state Italian. Basically, tri-state Italian pirates with the pyrotechnic knowledge of, like, a 21st century arsonist. And the resource acquisition capabilities of, like, fucking Jeff Bezos, you know? Yeah. Whatever. So, that's great. Great. That's great. Anyway, let's continue for a bit. It looks like a very well crafted piece of right-wing propaganda. They didn't even have the shame to present it as the goblin underworld or criminalize them. They're literally saying these things are getting uppity and don't know their rightful place in society. This is kind of a trope in the Harry Potter universe. Again, watch Sean's video on Harry Potter, where like socioeconomic differences between different races in Harry Potter, like the fantasy races, are just like where people are supposed to be. Again, it fits in really, really well in J.K. Rowling's worldview, where the way the world exists right now is the way the world should be, and you're progressive for standing with the way the world is now, as opposed to the way it used to be, which was worse, but trying to make the world any better would mean that you're going too far, and that would mean that you're one of the crazy progressives that should be shamed or attacked. What's funny is goblins aren't even the HP faction known for being enslaved and abused as part of the fabric. It's supposedly wonderful and aspirational society. They're just telling themselves at this point the Untermenschen throwing off the chains is threat number one. It takes some real commitment to look at the various controversies surrounding Harry Potter and go with the group people think is an anti-Semitic stereotype aren't happy about their place in society as the main villains of your huge multi-million-dollar media venture, Lord. So, I will say, I do feel this is an uncharitable reading before the game has come out, because obviously it's very possible to have a story where the oppressed people rise up and they're the villains, but then as you play the game, it's like, oh wait, they're actually very sympathetic. That's possible. That has happened in games before. Will it happen here? Probably not. I want to read a little bit more. I keep saying that. After some Googling what the actual fuck, and now we get the Harry Potter lore, which I had such a fun time reading this earlier, because I don't know the lore, Anyway, the Goblin Rebellions were a series of rebellions in which the goblin population of the wizarding world revolted against discrimination and prejudice toward their kind by wizards and witches. They were most prevalent during the 17th and 18th century, but even in modern times, there were subversive goblin groups working in secret against the British Ministry of Magic, according to the Daily Prophet. The historical rebellions have been described as bloody and vicious. One rebellion in 1612 took place in the vicinity of the I feel like such a nerd just reading this. Hogsmeade Village. The Three Broomsticks Inn was used as the wizard headquarters of the rebellion. Okay, the problem that I have with reading stuff about Harry Potter, as opposed to other nerd lore, is that I feel like Star Wars and Star Trek nerds can fuck. And I don't think Harry Potter nerds can. I think Harry Potter nerds are sexless, I think that if you go to like a Star Trek, like a Trekkie convention, and you go there and you're social, you can get mad nerd pussy. You can get fucking milked, all right? You can leave empty. You can leave maiden full. But a Harry Potter, like, fan, leaving aside that everyone there is going to be like 12, some like nerdy adult, like, I don't know. There are like adult Harry Potter fandoms, and like, Christ, but you can go to one of those, and they're all just going to be like sexless millennials with horn-rimmed glasses who like talking about how stuff is problematic, but who also have themselves incredibly problematic views. I get Swarf vibes from the whole thing. TERFs, obviously, but like with Swarf... You know what I mean? Yeah, okay, whatever. These people are not fucking. Anyway. Wizard headquarters for the rebellion. What about Warhammer 40k fans? Maidenless. In 1752, another Goblin rebellion occurred in Great Britain. Due to mismanaging the rebellion, minister resigned. His replacement, Vassal Flack, lasted in office only 2 months. Resigning when the goblins allied themselves with the werewolves, Hephaestus Gore was then elected minister. Good name, Hephaestus Gore. Very good one. Then there was another rebellion, and then another rebellion, and then another rebellion. The Goblin Rebellion is one of the most important topics fucking talked about in wizard history class exams. Remember the date of the... Okay, so the important, according to the Wombat, these rebellions may have occurred because of the lack of goblin representation in the Whizzing Gamut, attempts to enslave goblins as house elves, stripping of wand privileges, wizard attempts to control Gringotts, or the brutal goblin slayings by Yardley Platt. Thank you. Very nice. Okay, so basically, in the context of the Harry Potter universe, this is basically exactly like a story about a slave revolt where you have to put down the slaves. That's basically what we're talking about here. This would be like historical fiction if you were like the slave patrols that were sent to put down like John Brown or something, okay? Just, how do you know that? I don't know that. It's possible that a game like that would have you, the protag, realize that John Brown is the good guy, Like, you know, like the game would start, you'd be like down there in the South, and you're like Dixie Belle leader or whatever, be like, now these folks are getting uppity, they can't go on giving guns to no. And then they would say the N-word. And then you go run on down there and you're like, hoo, hoo, hoo. You got your rifle, you know? And then you see John Brown. John Brown's like, yo, slavery's bad, yo. And you're like, fuck! And then you join with them. That's possible. I'm not saying it's not. It's possible. I'm just saying, look, I want to be clear, okay? I don't think the game is guaranteed to be problematic. Let's just finish the Twitter thread, and then I'll give my full... I'm convinced this is intentional trolling now. Harry Potter game designer used to run anti-social justice YouTube channel. That's not a joke. A Gamergator is designing this game. Trans-exclusionary feminist indeed. Referred to the Me Too movement as a moral panic. Freelance journalist Liam Robertson tweeted screenshots of Allen Studio designer Troy Leavitt's YouTube account February 19th that showcased videos with titles such as The Injustice of Social Justice, In Praise of Cultural Appropriation, and In Defense of John Lasseter, a former Pixar executive who left the company in 2018 following sexual misconduct allegations. Trans-exclusionary radical feminist indeed. Yes, sir. Let's go. Leavitt's comments on social media, combined with Harry Potter creator J.K. Rowling's anti-trans comments on social media, incentivized Recetera to ban all promotional material regarding the upcoming video game. Who wrote this article? Why are there typos here? Promotinal. Right, thank you. First time we've done something like this, we consider this a very exceptional case, blah-de-blah-de-blah, singular reach and influence. As I understand it, J.K. Rowling generally exercises an incredibly strict control over her intellectual property. She tends to be very controlling. Here are the videos of the lead designer? No way. Oh, man. Ah, yes! In defense of John Lasseter, why I'm opposed to net neutrality. It's okay to be a gamer! The injustice of social justice. Are gamers toxic? A response to Charles Randall. God, I'm like looking through a time chamber. Holy shit. Excerpt from Strange World of MGTOW in praise of cultural appropriation. Female game designer fired for sexist tweet. NBC News blames gamers. Response to gamers are still dead, y'all. Are thought crimes becoming real? Jesus Christ. Social justice, Ten Commandments. And hey, you thought you missed her? Of course, Anita Sarkeesian is in the thumbnail that I'm blocking down there. The legacy of Anita's tropes versus women. There we go. This has to be a joke. It's too on the nose. Dude, I'm sorry. This is what skeptic channels were like. They were all too on the nose. These are the only people who lack self-awareness more than Rowling herself. This is just what it was like for years in YouTube until I showed up and single-handedly disbanded this. And we're going back to this, by the way. We're going back to this. Yeah, they dominated YouTube. These channels weren't like made fun of. This was YouTube. If you were making fun of channels like this, you were the massively the minority. You were harassed constantly. This was YouTube. We're going back to that. Get ready. Anyway, this shit is like if far-right media got the money to blah-de-blah-de-blah. Avalanche has blah, 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 blah. The player is tasked with investigating a rumored goblin rebellion led by a goblin named Ranrock, further noting there was an uneasy alliance between the goblins and the dark wizards. And here we have Goblin Rebellion, truth or gobbledygook? And see, we have a goblin looking very mean here. And now we have 3 goblins looking quite mean. I will say, however, that the constable goblin over here looks fantastic, and I love him. I do have to say also that it is very odd to me. Yeah, the drip. It is very odd to me that they decided to make Harry Potter goblins look this evil by default. Like, it's not just that they're hook-nosed, it's that they're hook-nosed with, like, they look like they have filed teeth, and their default expression seems to be, like, evil. Like, does no one else feel like these like visual designs could be easy? Like, does no one else feel like if you gave an alt-writer like, hey, can you design some inferior races? Like, they would bust some of these out. You know what I'm talking about, right? Can you draw us some inferior peoples? I don't know. Again, I know that I understand there's a lot of leeway given in like depictions here. I did appreciate how in The Lord of the Rings, um the dwarves and the hobbits I think generally looked, I don't know if respectable is the right word because the dwarves were always made to look kind of comic, but the way the dwarves were made to look comical was never, I guess it was just never like racially coded in a problematic way. Does that make sense? Like, at least like even in the Hobbit movies, where the dwarves are made to look like kind of goofy and stuff, like they're goofy, but like they're goofy in like a very obviously cartoonish way. So you know how I talked about the innocence of J.K. Rowling and Harry Potter, like how there was problematic stuff there, but it always felt kind of like, I don't know, excusable because it was just part of that wonderful wizarding world. When I think of like goofy fantasy races that are in line with like a goofy world, this is what I think of. Like, what's a goofy dwarf we can do? I know. What if he looked like this guy? Like, all right, this isn't problematic at all. It's just not. It's fine, It's goofy, but it's fine. And then even when the dwarves are taken more seriously, like in The Lord of the Rings with Gimli and stuff, like he's cool. I love Gimli. I love Gimli. I love Gimli so much. Who doesn't love Gimli? Does anyone here not like Gimli? Who doesn't love Gimli? Everyone loves Gimli. Nobody doesn't love Gimli. He's awesome, and I love Gimli. This is a Gimli stan channel. All right? We fan cam. Thank you. Yeah, Gimli is my comfort character. Thank you. The only point I'm trying to make here is that, like, and if you take a look at the hobbits, too. So hobbits in The Lord of the Rings literally just look like humans. They're just shorter humans. They're, in terms of, like, if you look at their face or them just, like, standing there, they just look like humans, So their size is really the only thing that distinguishes them in that respect. Oh, they have big feet. That's true. Again, not really problematic at all, actually. But then you have the depiction of the goblins in Harry Potter. This is from the first movie. And again, not to limit creative license here, they can look like, there's nothing inherently wrong with looking like this, but instantly, the fantasy tropification is trending in a much weirder direction. You know what I'm talking about? Like immediately, the way in which they're designed, the characterization is so much closer to like how we think negatively, at least historically, of peoples that we've considered inferior. Like instantly, there's so much to call upon there. Not really here, not with the hobbits, but here, yeah, I guess the thing that really gets me about their design is that there's this weird combination. Phenomenal work done in the modeling here, by the way, from a purely artistic perspective. There's a really weird combination of, like, deliberately inhuman facial modeling, like in a way that complies with a lot of our historical stereotypes about, like, inferiority. A naturally evil face. Like, the way the face is depicted is specifically, like, like it's modeled in a way to make it look unsympathetic, cruel, but it's also dressed up like a businessman, which, again, it's like, there are so many traits that I get with this, right? Like, conniving, greedy. Like, it reads off their face. It's how they're designed, They have tiny little beady eyes, which makes them very unsympathetic. And I could be off on this, but in the main Harry Potter books and movies, is there ever a goblin character who's, like, developed fully? Like a character who's given pathos and thoughts and dreams and stuff? No? That's what I thought. Because the house elves, there are a few at least. No matter how problematic that whole situation is, there is pathos given. There's grip hook, kind of. If there is, I just don't remember it. I have never, I don't know. is this design not one which you consider inherently unsympathetic? It is to me. The house elves look like freaky little troll goblin things, but they're given giant eyes, and they're meant to be made sympathetic just through how sort of pathetic they are, I guess. It's just weird. It's just weird to me, you know? So the designs feel off. This whole game feels like it's being Griphook betrays Harry Potter for a sword. Wait, so there is one goblin character developed in this entire main series, and its ultimate role is to betray the main character? Yes. Really? Griphook was a goblin who worked at Gringotts Wizarding Bank. He'd later go on the run during the height of the Wizarding War. Following the line, he would later assist Harry Potter in his break-in of Gringotts. Despite being rescued by them, Griphook's general mistrust of wizard kind resulted in him betraying Harry, Ron, and Hermione. He betrayed them because he believed they would not hand him the Sword of Gryffindor after destroying the cup and other Horcruxes. This act of betrayal eventually resulted in his own downfall. The goblins reported the cup's theft to Voldemort, who subsequently slaughtered all of them with the killing curse in a fit of rage. Okay, so I'm just gonna hit on this directly, okay? I'm just gonna be specific with this one. The plot is about, apparently, the plot is about the goblins siding with dark wizards, okay? Nowhere in all of Harry Potter canon have I been given the understanding that there is enough moral complexity in this universe for the dark wizards to ever have a good moral point, you know? It's not like the dark wizards are some kind of neglected or betrayed people who are trying to fight for what's theirs. The dark wizards are evil because they're evil. There's a childish morality at play there. Voldemort is evil because he's evil. The people who serve Voldemort are evil because they're evil. There's not any complex political machination behind the scenes. They're evil because they're evil. They like doing bad things because they like doing bad things. That's kid book logic, and that's what they are. So goblins siding with them just feels like, does none of this kind of feel a little bit like the Nazi idea that like black and brown people are being used by Jews in the United States in order to facilitate it feels like we have all these ideas about cartoonishly evil people and like lesser races with inherent biases against the upstanding, morally righteous wizarding population, in spite of the fact that the wizards have objectively enslaved a bunch of them, you know, to the admission of the canon itself. And like all this just feels like it's playing on race war politics, right? Like it seems like by any fair accounting of the situation, the goblins have every right to kill their way to freedom. Because as far as I can tell, the goblins have been subject to multiple attempts at enslavement. They're currently denied the ability to own wands, which is very reminiscent to me of the Nazi German laws which prevented Jews from owning guns. You know, like a wand is a gun in the wizarding world. Clearly there's a parallel there. And denying the lesser races the ability to defend themselves. Same with why they didn't give guns to black people back during the slave days, you know? You have all of that, and then in the canon of the story, the vengeful, angry group are the goblins and not the wizards who keep them essentially in an apartheid state. All of the preceding political logic here suggests to me that this is borderline far-right propaganda. Now, it is possible that a heel turn is done, that changes are made, that somehow this story ends up being nuanced, but no reading of Harry Potter up to this point has given me the impression that's going to be the case. Like, you'd have to be, I think, pretty undeservedly trusting to believe that's how this is going to play out. Like, it's going to end up being, like, not weird at all and progressive or whatever. Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't trust that. Also, the segregation of wizards and non-magic people in the modern day is fucking stupid. Watch the Sean video. I completely agree. There's a ton of really dumb stuff. In the books, they say Death Eaters and Voldemort rally the oppressed creatures like werewolves and goblins and the giants against the Ministry of Magic, and Dumbledore had tried to not let Voldemort do that by liberating these creatures from oppression, but he fails. Okay, but here's the thing. The idea of an ultimate evil using the legitimate grievances of the lesser races to attack the higher race is the bedrock of almost every modern fascist conspiracy theory. Now, of course, in that allegory, the dark wizards would be the ones who are taking the Judaic stereotype, and the goblins wouldn't be. They would just be one of the oppressed groups being used. So there's kind of a conflation of tropes here. You know, low points to J.K. Rowling here for fucking up her anti-Semitic allegory. But still, the underlying logic here is incredibly problematic. I think I'll play this game on stream. I really want to see what the vibes are. We need to do like a stream review or something. We need to find out what's going on. We got to get to the bottom of it. Don't buy it. I didn't say I'd buy it. I said that I would play it on stream. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I'm just, I don't know. It's weird, man. It's really, 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 really weird. Reading too much into a children's book? Retard logic. First of all, the books are aged up with time. Also, it's one of the biggest media properties in existence right now, and tons of adults engage with it. Very, very stupid. Like 5 wizards could end world hunger, they could build TARDIS tents they can comfortably... No, Xander Hall. The wizards fixing real-world, like, political problems would be a change to the status quo. Clearly, that's unacceptable for Rowling, okay? It just don't worry about it, okay? That's just not... It's not acceptable. There are so many things that I don't like about the Harry Potter world. I've rambled about all of them before. I've rambled about so many of them before. But I guess if I had to distill it down to one like fundamental problem, I guess the issue is that there's a complete incongruity between children's story morality and real world political like events, you know? Like the books talk about, you know, and now they've even mentioned like the Holocaust in like the Fantastic Beasts series. They talk about like inequality, war, slavery, poverty, oppression, like apartheid, slave revolts, and all that shit. But the morality of the stories never evolves beyond bad people are bad because they're bad, and good people are good because they're good. And don't get me wrong, that's fine for like a child's story, right? Like the alchemist, what's it called? The alchemist stone? What's the first one? The philosopher's stone. The philosopher's stone. That's fine. If you want like childish morality in that one, the Slytherins are the bad guys, the Gryffindors are the good guys, Dumbledore is the good wizard, and Snape is the bad wizard, and he's mean. And the trio find the adventure, and Harry gets to see his departed parents, and it's somber, you know? That's fine. No hate. Obviously, there are problems with that in retrospect, but that as a concept, fine, okay, it's consistent. But, you know, by the last book, just whatever. Just cut the segment. Stop. We have a talk in 5 minutes. Owl House? Yes, Owl House is better. I will say also that I genuinely, I tend to dislike magic stories, like stories of magic, where the powers are incredibly ill-defined. Also, I don't get the death curse. Death curse destroys your soul. Hey, if casting the death curse takes away a fraction of your soul, why not use a gun? A gun is better. Can a death curse work from 2 kilometers away? Like, dumb. They're British? Oh yeah, they're British. Yeah, true. Yeah, you use a club. Vosh wizards can block bullets. Not if they don't know that you're there. Nah. Listen, okay? If you put... listen, okay? All I'm gonna say is magic or no magic, SEAL Team 6 would make a bloodbath out of Hogwarts, even if Hogwarts knew they were coming, okay? Take SEAL Team 6, put them outside of Hogwarts, all right? And get them, like, modest air support. And there's no fucking shot. Like, you have these wizards doing their gay little, death-killing spell, ha! And then, like, by that point, like, 4,000 rounds of ammunition have already perforated the entire back wall. Your spinny fucking staircase is nothing compared to... Do they have grappling hooks? I have to assume that SEAL Team 6 has some way of, like, rappelling up a surface. I don't know. Let's just say they have jetpacks. I don't care. Lamau just nuke them? Yeah, see how well your fucking final movie force field works against a goddamn thermobaric barrage. We'll put those rockets to good use. Could the Russian army defeat Hogwarts? Okay, the Russian army would make it through Hufflepuff dormitories, but would get bogged down on the way to the cafeteria and would stay trapped there for 6 weeks. No logistics. Oh God. Have you read the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen Century? Alan Moore had a bone to pick with Rowling. Oh yeah, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen Century is really, really great, yeah. The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen Century is about the idea that basically it's like Satan is reborn in like a Star Child, and the Star Child is Harry Potter. They never say Harry Potter, but they're tracking down that Star Child. And they're like, oh, he's a magic user and he attends this school. And it's obviously Hogwarts, and he does a school shooting with his wand, and you see like a POV of him like killing all of the XPs for Harry Potter characters. And I think raping one of them, if I remember correctly. It's Alan Moore. And then they kill him. Nah, no rape. Rape happens like 40 times in the goddamn League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, so pardon me if I'm mistaking. The second League of Extraordinary Gentlemen graphic novel, literally, its climax, no pun intended, is literally one of the characters being raped to death by, like, a gorilla man. Like, Alan Moore writes rape into everything. That he does. Don't look at me. I'm not Alan Moore. Read the comic. It's a good comic. Is it a good story? Oh, these are exceptionally good. They're some of the best graphic novels ever written. I don't think that Alan Moore ever writes rape in a way that's like rape apologia. I think it's pretty clearly depicted as morally heinous, like, every time, you know? I don't think he's ever permissive of the subject. If that makes any sense, you know, it's obviously like a condemnation, I think. Yeah, no, Zen, you'd think there would be, right? Like these kids. So he's better than the Berserk author? Whoa, hold on. Miura's dead. Pay some respect, okay? I think that, generally speaking, Alan Moore invokes sexual assault often, as Berserk does as well. But I do think that Alan Moore is more responsible in how he does so. There's a very, very strong, like, political validity to... I'm trying to think of all the times sexual assault happens in the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen centuries, and almost always it's in a context that's, like, kind of based if you take into consideration the context in which it's being condemned. I remember a dock worker in 19th century England, an Indian woman, being raped as part of like a how do I even describe this? She's trying to, like, make her way in the world without relying on the legacy of her father, which is piracy. And then after, like, dealing with shitty, like, customers while working a waitressing job, and, like, being raped, she ends up, like, calling a death squad from the pirate, like, from the Nautilus, and ends up killing the entire dock and all the people on it. That was a really cool story moment. Yeah, Quoteth, you've got it. Edgy? I don't think it's edgy. Edgy comes off as undeserved. Maybe you could call it edgy. I think it's very good. I'm done about comics. Is it one comic or a series? It's a series of comics. A comic can refer to, like, an entire series or a publication or just a single issue or the whole concept, the medium, you know, it's... Yeah. Vosh Miura literally regrets putting all the rape in Berserk. That's fair. I do think that a lot of it is unnecessary. I think there are a few times where it's pretty like story relevant. Like for example, the first time that it happens at all. But you know. You ever cringed your way through some of Transmetropolitan? Oh my god, Transmetropolitan is so fucking cringy. I really, really like it, but yeah, of course it's cringy. Alan Moore regrets writing The Killing Joke. Does he? Is that true? Why? Is it because of the gratuitous like nudity with Gordon's daughter? Wait, he wrote that Batman one? Alan Moore has written everything. Um is there a way I can find a panel from that? Oh, there's also a trans character in League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Centuries. I don't know if I can quite call them trans. They're literally a magical hermaphrodite, so they just alter between being male and female. There's a lot of gender fuckery in there. What would I look for there? Like the doc killing? Where's the what would I put a name to for the scene? Gender queer, sex queer? I don't know. Here, wait, hold on. If I read League of Extraordinary Gentlemen Century online. Too many words, too many words. Read comic online. The full thing? Okay. God, I forgot how much I like this. Oh yeah, canonically in the Century comic, 1984 literally happened. As in like one of the time periods that are explored is England trying to rebuild after the party falls. I've seen dystopian societies depicted in media, but I've never seen a society picking themselves up from a 1984 situation in media. That's the only time I've ever seen that. Holy shit, I can't show any of this shit on stream. There's so much fucking nudity in this goddamn... Here, I can show this, can't I? Okay, this is fine. Yeah, there we go. She calls in the Nautilus. This is what we need in our spaceships, okay? Alright, fuck realistic spaceships and fuck futuristic spaceships, okay? I want a gigantic black iron octopus with broadside cannons in low orbit over Earth. That's what I want, okay? Isn't the Nautilus a submarine? This is a submarine. So this is the Hogwarts school shooting scene, right? Yep. Look, read the comic, okay? Anyway, not an octopus? Sorry, a squid, not an octopus. Squids are cool too. Alright, we have an interview. Wait, not an interview. I'm just having a convo. What am I even talking about? Wait, hold on, I forget. Now I remember. Fuck, let me pee. Don't respond. Have I had a middle part this entire time? I need a haircut so badly. I gotta bother Vermin. Alright, hold on. Discord name.
Hello.
Howdy.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Okay, excellent. So this is hello.
Hello, hello.
Should I
Sorry.
just introduce myself?
Yeah, please do. I also know that this is almost, I think this is just 1 week after, a year after the first time you messaged me, and I sincerely apologize for so severely postponing our conversation. It's just because I'm an idiot.
You are a busy man, so I don't blame you in the slightest. Yeah, as Vosh said, I first emailed Vosh a year ago, being like, "Yo, let's talk. What up?" And here we are. So essentially, I'm a former YouTuber. My name is Nullatrum, by the way. I go by the pronouns he, him, and his for chat. There you go.
Thank you.
And I was active in 2012-ish. I made like quasi-philosophical Minecraft videos. Very strange niche topic, I feel like, but it was inspired by the likes of, I guess, Vsauce type stuff. So that's kind of where I got my
Everyone likes
origins.
Vsauce.
Thank you. Yes. I thought my I thought my origins in YouTube's kind of related to what you do in the sense that I was raised in like a slightly middle road, conservative-ish, generic, 2.5 person American household.
Mhm.
But then as I explored YouTube, this is so weird. Seeing all the interviews you do talking to people who go on about like the rabbit hole of fascism and whatnot on YouTube and all that, because holy shit, there's like so much indoctrination and shit in YouTube. I don't know. Sorry.
Oh,
My head's a
YouTube is
million miles. Yeah.
YouTube is a wonderful platform for throwing people into the deep end of a political ideology without them even realizing that it's happened to them.
Yeah. And that was basically because I think I'm maybe a year or two younger than you. So that was basically my self-discovery phase, like from age like 11 to 15 was defined by YouTube, which is insane saying it out loud like that. But like it would be thank God, like the first shit I found was Vsauce and not like Sargon of Akkad, like right off the bat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Otherwise,
I
I'd
would
be
say so.
maybe a different person today. But
You would have made those
I was
videos when you were
always
quite young then, right?
yeah, I
If you're
was.
younger
I
than me,
was
it was like 8 years ago.
14, 15 when I started making videos. 13,
Jesus.
I think, around there. Yeah. I guess 2013, 2014 is more when I got popular, but I think my first most popular video is 2012. If you look at my channel now, it's a cemetery. It's absolutely depressing. So don't feel too obliged. But I guess my mother always said,
your top video blows my top video out of the water, okay? You've had more cultural influence than I in that respect several times over.
thank you for the very complimentary dick measuring. I appreciate that. But yeah, I don't know where to begin. Frankly, I guess the YouTuber thing is kind of just like because I'm a big fan of you, Vosh. I've watched your channel for like the past, I think, like 2 years. I've done so much shit in my life, but your channel has been like very entertaining and very enlightening, and I appreciate you giving news and distilling information in addition to your commentary. And I think your channel's amazing. So I just wanted to compliment you there.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I try my best. Still something of a contentious topic, I think, in some circles, but I'm I'll say this much in a comparative sense. I'm very, very happy that I got into this YouTube game when I was older and not very young, because I feel like I would have outed some irredeemably shitty political opinions back then that would be very difficult to live down.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot interesting to talk about there. Yeah, so I think I mentioned too in my first emails that my sort of political ideological roadmap to where I am today, it was defined a lot by YouTube, and the way, and I mentioned that too. Basically, because I was raised in just kind of a generic suburban white American household. And my mom is more left and my dad is more right, but it's like it's not like a Trump supporter and leftist. It's more just kind of like self-proclaimed libertarian and then self-proclaimed Dem. So I guess, generic center, quote unquote.
A little closer then to the center on either end.
Yeah. So I wasn't too, and like when Obama was being, I went to like a private Christian school too. So in elementary, middle school. So when Obama was being elected, I was like the one student who was vocally like pro-Obama. But I was always left, and I think this is the cool thing. I always had the one like however far I would veer one way or the other, I always had the tether of like, well, like climate change is an unavoidable catastrophe. So whichever way I steer, like that's a line I cannot cross, like in my brain. I get the line that I can't toe over. I guess I can never pull enough mental gymnastics to believe something that goes against climate change. So that pulled me from ever going too far, like into extreme fascism and stuff. Because at least American, hyper right ideologies always, for whatever reason, deny climate change.
Yeah, it's definitely a pretty active pattern, right? The argument that I've always made is that, for the most part at least, conservative political movements in America, regardless of what they say they're about, have ultimately been about giving credence to the groups which control them, which are almost always business groups. So since it's in the business interests of oil, coal, gas, other, it's like the Republican Party will go on and on about gay people or trans people, but I don't think the people who make these policies really care about those things.
No.
I think it's
Right.
I think it's a good way of exciting political interest to get away with their actual policies, which are like tax cuts. The issue is that the people on the ground, the voters, do actually care about gay people or trans people or whatever, and then they have to keep meeting that demand with increasingly reactionary political policies.
Yeah, that's about right. Perfect. Thank you. And yeah, so with that in mind, sorry. Like I said, so I was raised in that sort of generic, I guess, Christian way, but then I discovered YouTube, and I think the very first, it's still up there, and it would be interesting, I think, maybe if you ever wanted to look at it, the very first like challenging video I saw that like challenged my beliefs was called like the world's greatest optical illusion, and it's a picture of a jug of milk, and it basically brings up the contradiction of prayer in Christianity, because for me, like veering ideologically was a big thing with religion. My dad's a pastor actually, and I'm not religious, but the biggest thing to push me, I guess, forward to the sphere of like leftism ultimately was getting rid of religion in my own life. I don't think you need to be an atheist to be a good leftist, right? I've definitely changed my views a lot over time. Like I had like an edgy anti-theist phase and shit like that too. But I definitely do think, at least with like the bizarre link between evangelical fundamentalism and the right in America, it's definitely hard to pull people over with that in the way.
Yeah, it makes it difficult to talk about anything at all if there's a different moral system that people can defer to, or a different set of epistemic values that they can kind of reinterpret on the fly. Like with the Bible, for example, there are no pure biblical, like followers. Nobody follows all the precepts. Nobody listens to all the rules. They pick and choose what's most workable for them, or they listen to other people who have because it's most workable for them. And if they can change those rules on the fly or choose which apply and which don't, then there's not really anything to argue with. It's just it's really just what they feel like is most intuitively convenient to them, and then they post hoc justify it with like divine right, which is pretty rough.
Yeah, and yeah, like, and theoretically, like that shouldn't really matter in terms of your political lens, but I mean, it's everything's encapsulated in that sort of, I guess, generic like Republican perspective. So the fact that abortions are bad and all these other things is just the specific viewpoint they take to enforce their paradigm.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's why I don't really do religious arguments. They're just really frustrating, and they don't go anywhere. You're never going to convince anyone, which is sort of annoying.
No, it's true. It's a good point. And so yeah, just my history. So I deconverted, and then that was like my big awakening, and that was like in 2012, 13 ish. I discovered that video. There's another excellent series called I think it's just called Deconversion, and it is to like break it into these chapters like 1.1, 1.2, basically about this guy who is a deeply religious person. He goes through like all the different the pillars, to use this like analogy, that supported his fundamental beliefs in religion, and he goes through with why each of them are just fallacious or incorrect. Right. So it's a very systematic approach of breaking down, I guess, like Protestant religious views in America. So that was very enlightening. Recommend that too as a great video series as well.
Yeah, of course, it's always up to the person's willingness to engage with them, right? Like very religious people, sometimes they'll just shut down and like everything they dislike is satanic or godless, and they just don't like they won't even give credence to the argument. Very far right people will say it's Jewish, you know. If people have a sort of pretext in their minds for instantly disregarding anything anyone says if they don't like the outcome, it can be very difficult to reach them through logical appeals. You have to get them emotionally, or like hit them over the head or something, you know.
Yeah, right. They can flip the switch at any time and basically, cover their ears. But so that was, for me, that was like a big deal, right? In that turn of the decade, I suppose. And so that, from there, I kind of springboarded into like the Four Horsemen. I don't know if you know about that.
I know about the biblical Four Horsemen.
Oh, the Four Horse. So like in the atheist community, God, that's such a saying that out loud is so cringy. In like the atheist community,
Dawkins, Hitchens.
Yeah, exactly.
Who are the other two?
Sam Harris. I forget the fourth one too.
Harris.
Frankly,
God, I fucking hate Sam Harris.
Yeah. Oh man. The moral landscape. Yeah, that definitely took a boomerang on. But me first encountering that, I didn't like. That was like my new gospel. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of kowtowed to a lot of these like videos of them. Like if you recall, like 2016, like Ben Shapiro, SJW owning yada yada yada. I feel like the pre-anti SJW was like clickbait YouTube content was the anti-theist clickbait. Dawkins owns,
the new atheists. Yeah, they were a very powerful force on YouTube for a long time.
Yeah, and that was basically, I guess, my like the catalyst to my new trains of thought that kind of led me down roads that got me here today.
I gotta say though, in retrospect, I am I have quite negative feelings about the new atheists, though.
I do too.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were just kind of the starting point, but looking back, like Dawkins isn't really a philosopher at all. Right. And Sam Harris says some really dumb stuff. So.
Yeah. Well, I think, I mean, ultimately the issue, I think, is that, okay. So up until recently, just about everyone in America was religious. I mean, the religiosity in America has been decreasing sharply, more or less since the internet came about. So I think that when the new atheist crowd hit the scene, you have an audience full of people who either used to be religious or at the very least are in majority religious areas who are not themselves religious and feel embittered by it, which is fair and fine. But oftentimes it felt like the problems with religion, or at least the issues that I have, the ways in which they affect people's lives negatively, it usually has to do with dogmatism. And it feels like so often the new atheists were as dogmatic as the religious people they criticized. They were just more factually correct. To their credit, they were. It's not difficult to out-factually correct a person making biblical arguments. But if you're that dogmatic, all it takes is for you to start talking about a subject where you're not more educated, and instantly you are speaking with the same unearned confidence as any religious person would.
Right. Yeah, and I think also you can see in addition to dogmatism, the sort of just group mentality, the group, like there's pointless bashing of religion in like anti-theist circles. To, you know, like criticizing religion for what it does wrong is fair game, I think, in any regard. But just being out anti-religious and being, you know, like, you know, driving your car from a funeral, like they think little Tommy's going to heaven. What a bunch of fucking suckers, you know, like that's, I think that's just fucking stupid now. But sorry, lost my train of thought there.
Not at all. But no, there is kind of like a spiteful impetus there, you know? And also, you know, if you're operating off spite as well, a lot of people are angry at people who are religious, not I think paying credence to the fact that they were religious a little bit ago as well, you know? And you get into this like essentialist denunciation. Well, why is religion bad? Well, because people are wrong. Okay, so sure, maybe, you know, but nobody ever communicated that across in the way that one is in this respect and changed anyone's mind. It seems, I don't know, kind of virtue signaling sometimes the way people would engage with it.
It feels like, yeah, I agree. So that was a chapter, I guess, in my like philosophical life, I suppose, around the turn of high school, I think. And then eventually, like, I took a more nuanced take. I didn't know what to believe politically or anything like ideologically for a time, but it eventually became like at first losing religion was super depressing because it's like, oh, this is it. But then it became super liberating because, you know, the same line of reasoning, oh, this is it. You know, this is the life we have to make use of. So eventually I found this, and this is like super, I don't know if it still exists on YouTube, but it was probably right around 2016 too. Of course, I found all the anti-SJW stuff, and I'm like, these are funny, you know, whatever. And SJW to get so, you know, I think I did the same thing everyone else did in that time. And then around that time as well, there was like this weird Wojak animated cartoon series on YouTube before I even knew what like Wojaks were or anything like that. And it was like, clearly now as I remembered, obviously it's just like the whole thing is a dog whistle for just like alt-right mentalities. But at first I'm like, wow, this is kind of like an interesting, funny cartoon.
Yeah.
But like it's like the story of these like Nazis basically getting red pill. I don't even remember the premise, but that was like as deep as I had gone. Thinking back to that, and then I think my saving grace pulling me out of that was finding some Slavoj Zizek videos on YouTube. Holy fuck, I love Slavoj Zizek so much.
He's like, such a fucking meme lord, dude. He's so
oh my
good.
God. Yes. He's basically the reason I would say, like, if I just did like in a snippet what my political ideology is today, I would say I'm a leftist. And it's because I found like Slavoj Zizek videos in like 2017 or something like you take the picture of, you know, the dominoes, right? You know, the guy pushing over like the tiny domino, it goes to the fucking like skyscraper sized domino. Yeah. That's, you know, it's like me finding a Wojak video and it's like me being a leftist today is basically that, and Slavoj Zizek somewhere in the middle there. But
you know, I think so much of the rise of the alt-right online had to do with the aesthetics of counterculture, you know? Like Wojaks and Pepe the Frog and stuff, you know. It's not necessarily countercultural online to use these items, especially not now because they've been appropriated by everyone, which is, in my opinion, good. You know, the Pepe the Frog is like ubiquitous now. Wojaks are used by everyone now, you know, which is great because now if they want to distinguish themselves in those ways, they have to find some new weirder thing. Like the Groypers have the Groyper, and nobody likes or cares about the Groyper. It's ugly. It's not funny. So, you know, whatever. They have their shit tier memes. But the aesthetic of counterculture is important because like no mainstream publication would ever use like Wojaks to convey a political point, not even now. So when you do so online, it feels like, you know, you're breaking some kind of ground or taboo. And especially young people always feel like they're being talked down to. Like they always feel like they always have a chip on their shoulder about the feeling that people broadly are unserious and are like cloaking their ignorance with, you know, obfuscating professionalism. And that's one of the reasons why I've always felt the left needs to be a lot edgier, you know, being willing to engage in more like internet humor, I guess the term would be, because I think it conveys not just a familiarity with these topics, but also a willingness to dirty our hands with, you know, lowbrow symbolism, which makes us feel more relatable, I think.
I like that take. That's an interesting point. You certainly are the I don't know if I'd say most unique. I don't think that's.
And Zizek does that too,
Who are
by the
you?
way. That's one of the reasons people like Zizek. The guy is highly
That's
educated,
true.
extremely well-respected author, very powerful and influential guy. But if you listen to him talk, he's a fucking meme lord, and I think he does it deliberately too. You know, he doesn't affect
Yeah,
himself in this
that's a
like
good point.
hyper-professional way. He wears his slobby fucking shirts. He deep throats hot dogs. It's awesome. Like he feels super relatable. You know.
Yeah, I love. He's like, I begin with a joke about, I
A
just love
joke
this whole
about
thing.
the N word, which I have a black friend, and he told me, you know,
Oh my god.
it's like it's great, like how you listening to him, like how can you not
Yeah.
appreciate?
No.
Yeah, I like him a
There,
lot.
yeah. My favorite video. I think one of my favorite videos is one of these like generic talking head YouTube channels with like 1 million subscribers. It's called like Big Think or something like that. I don't know. They just interview a bunch of different personalities in like a white room, super professional, and they get Slavoj Zizek in there for 9 minutes. He ends basically talking about saying how these two black guys said you can call him the N word, and it's like it's so. And you know what? I think I've seen a video of you reacting to that.
It is a phenomenal video. Yeah, I think it's informative.
Hilarious.
It's politically salient. I think
Yeah.
it indicates it's possible to be edgy while still being left leaning, because that's the concern a lot of people have, you know. When you're young and you're looking at the different political sides, the right asks nothing of you, nothing at all. You can be yourself. You can be your worst self. Just, you know, get on here and laugh at the funny SJWs. It's very low effort, but on the left, there's all this introspection and self-criticism. Now, I think those are good things, introspection and self-criticism, but I don't think you should lead with them. I think they should be a natural part of the education you receive, a natural part of the things you become conscious of, not a gatekeep, not a barrier before you can even learn those things. And Zizek demonstrates, I think, that you can be all the way on the other side of the fence. You can be not just a leftist, but one of the leftists, and you can still be just kind of like a dumb shit poster. And it offers a lot of, you know, I guess, rhetorical freedom in that respect.
That's so interesting. You bring up introspection in your own little description there, because one of the things I was thinking about too, and I've listened to a lot of your debates, and I know you said earlier the other day, like it's kind of, I guess, irresponsible a bit to platform people with irresponsible ideologies, right? Like always he's like, oh haha, here's the Nazi we have, but like just doing that in the first place is a little irresponsible. But
as long as you do it poorly, as long as you do it in a detrimental way.
That's true. Yes. Yeah. So I guess I could say fairly then, my guilty pleasure is watching those. Like, I know those debates are terrible and they make you pull your hair out where you're talking to like a Canadian Nazi for 2 hours. But like it's like watching the Kardashians or watching a train wreck. You know what I mean? Like it's my guilty pleasure, and I can't not watch it. I don't know. I apologize.
Well,
but,
hold on. I like doing those things. You know, for me, irresponsible platforming only comes about when the person on the other side, you know, the Nazi or the fash or whatever, you know, where they stand to gain a lot, and there's not much of a benefit to platforming them, you know, and they just benefit from the attention. So usually when I platform like super far right people, I want them to either be nobodies or to be people much bigger than me, in which case they're platforming me and I'm benefiting from their audience. In that respect, I think there's like a almost unambiguous benefit as long as you're a competent enough debater to respond to what it is they're saying. Sometimes people will clout shark though. For example, my biggest frustration is when I get the feeling there are content creators whose audience are so their audiences are so primed to not know the difference between a good and a bad point that for them exposure is always beneficial no matter how badly they lose. Like they could lose on every point, every argument they could have to fall back on. They could look like a fool. They could be insulted 40 times. They could scream and scream, and it wouldn't matter because their audiences are so dumb that just them getting the chance to do that to a broader audience was a win. That's the thing that I hate. I do hate that. That feels very frustrating.
But that's a good point. I guess thinking back in my head, I don't think you've ever talk to somebody who's benefited in that way. It always has been like you clearly, exposing them for the silly things they believe, or what have you, right? And yeah, I agree. I think you have done responsible platforming.
I appreciate that. I try my best.
Yeah, but you mentioned introspection, and I think it's interesting you say like that's not, so you don't lead with introspection to get people on the left. That's like the thing that they eventually learn. And I that's interesting bringing that up, because thinking in my own like mental framework, thinking like, okay, how can I get, more people this direction, right? How can I get more people to be receptive to ideas on the left? I feel like introspection is really just like, because like you say all the time, there's like the left is just correct, like factually correct in so many more ways. It's not just like, oh, my opinion versus your opinion, they're both equally valid or whatever. It's just like, no, like immigrants for example, immigrants in the US is an economic net positive. It's an ethical net positive. Like you can look at the facts, there's no debating that, right? It's just more correct. The only thing that gets in the way is your own hubris, right? Your own already pre-established dispositions, right? So I feel like the real, like, I guess, the real like lubricant to slide you through to the left, weird word, lubricant in a ways, is introspection. But I that's interesting you bring up, like, but first we get them with the Zizekian jokes first, and then they get introspection. I think that's an interesting take as well.
Yeah, well, it's because right. So for me, right, I understand a lot of people disagree with this, but I consider myself a pretty introspective person. I try to think about why I feel the way I feel about things. Maybe my biases are like completely unjustified. I'm not perfect. Nobody is, but I try. And the thing is, I don't do that because other people ask that of me. In fact, I resist it when other people ask that of me, because I've noticed that usually when other people demand introspection of me, what they're actually saying is that they disagree with me, and they want to imply that our disagreement is a product of me not looking inward enough, as opposed to them simply being wrong, which I think is really condescending.
Yeah.
My hope would be that, as is the case for myself and with other people, I want people's introspection to come from a sincere desire to refine their own processes, to think, okay, well, why do I have this feeling? Like, for example, like I'll give you an idea, okay? Okay, so I date around. I date men and women, off of Tinder or whatever. And I have different feelings about dating men and about dating women. Because men and women tend to be socialized differently, right? Now, some of these I think are fairly valid ones that you can think of, like, for example, men tend to be a lot more casual with going forward with dating. That's just something that I've noticed. They tend to be much more direct than forward, and so on and so forth. Which is fine. I don't have anything wrong with that. But it does sometimes affect the way in which I perceive forwardness from men versus forwardness from women. Sometimes when a woman is super forward, I find it a little bit off-putting, as opposed to when a guy is super forward, when I think, oh, that's just the way it is. It's not that I think less of the woman inherently, it's more kind of innate distrust. And when I think on why I feel that way, I realize it's because all throughout growing up, I was told, like, well, women who are easy, like, you can't trust them. There's something else going on there. There's something wrong with them. It's a completely unjustified bias. There's no logical, like, justification for it. But nobody asked me to think that. It's just something I think people should be able to sort of engage with as a natural part of living. And that's what I want from people on the left, not people like sternly telling them they have to think about this or they have to think about that, because that's boring and lame, and it makes people upset.
That's a good point. And I think the idea, I haven't seen that video yet, but I've seen the title of like you can be a leftist and a misogynist. I'm not sure the content specifically of it, but like I feel like a lot of that has to do with introspection. I don't know how much you talk about that in that video, but definitely right. And just the example you mentioned, right? We're conditioned socially to think women act this way, men act this way. And if your initial like reaction to something is like that being icky or faux pas or what have you, is like, oh, well, maybe, look deep into yourself and you find,
what I'm talking about is really just a personalized form of what's called the sociological imagination. It's one of the first things you're taught if you're going for that major, or even if you're just taking it as a supplementary course while getting another major. So often, socially, when we wonder about why things are the way they are, we terminate those thoughts too early. Why is something the way it is? Well, almost always the answer is infinitely recursive. There's not actually an endpoint to that. The endpoint is arbitrary, but there are diminishing returns how far back you go, and people will stop way too early. So, like, okay, why do we slut shame women? Or let's use a more neutral term. Why do we say that women should remain virgins until marriage? Well, a lot of people right there will stop that as like, because that way they're more desirable to the husband and they stay pure and, chastity and virtue and all that. But if you look a little bit further behind that, well, sometimes people will argue a kind of biological preference for women who haven't had as much sex. But if you look beyond that, that's not the case if you look historically. So, you can run it back a million explanations, but even if you never settle on a final answer, the process of uncovering a million insufficient answers is way more informative than just settling for the first one society gives you.
I like that one answer versus a million insufficient answers shows the kind of, I guess, the paradigm that we're working with around a thing. I did take one, so I took like Sociology 101, I think, or something, and I do remember learning that term. So there you go. That's I was a music major, actually, by the way.
Oh, based.
So, thank you. It's a very fun degree, and I learned a lot about theory and history, so that's interesting. But now I teach English now, so completely unrelated field. But
I don't know why you sound like you're being apologetic. Music is a phenomenal major to get into. My best friend through high school was very into music and went on to go study it further. And then he got into physics, and I think he works at the CERN laboratory in Europe now. Okay, so he actually really got into it then. Wow. He's a smart cookie. Whew. Yeah. But anyway, it's a very respectable art form.
thank you. Yeah, sorry, I don't know. I think I'm still kind of shook from being in front of your 7,000 viewers. Hello, but yeah,
there's nothing to be shook about. No, it's in terms of like online radicalization and the directions that things take, the concern, the real concern that I have is that I feel like people on the left don't make being on the left fun enough. It sounds like a very trivial concern, but at the end of the day, people are going to make decisions which benefit them. And for a lot of people, which political side to lean into, especially when they're young, it's going to come down to which side looks more appealing just from on a very surface level, because you can't tell a 14-year-old, okay, reject the aesthetics, reject the conceptualization, reject your own fun. You must find what is objectively correct and you must side with that. Like, no kid is going to agree with that. They're not going to listen. They don't even know what you're talking about. And by the time they're old enough to understand arguments like that, if they ever are, they already have political biases.
Yeah. We got to meme it up more. I like that.
Just have fun, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That would be the hope. I'm fighting an uphill battle on this, but we'll get it one day.
Yeah, I'll be on your side, whether I next to you or just one of the guys in the crowd in the background. I'll cheer your name on, Vosh. So don't worry.
That's very kind of you.
Dozens of this. Of course. Let's see. I apologize.
Not at all.
Organizing my brain here. I was just gonna say something, but then I lost it. Oh, you were just talking about. I watched your stream for a smidgen before I came in this call, and you were just talking about Harry Potter, I think. And you're saying you like magic worlds that are like more well defined. I will recommend. I'm gonna stand real quick. Brandon Sanderson. Okay, Brandon Sanderson. He writes some fine fantasy books.
What is chat's agreeing with you? What's a headline book?
The Way of Kings. That's like an 1,100 page epic.
Jesus.
If you want something a bit more palatable, look up maybe Mistborn. That's kind of more like Harry Potter 3, I guess, like density.
I guess the thing that always bothers me, and this has always bothered me with superhero, because in a way, like superhero stories are a kind of modern fantasy. You know, like we're
Yeah.
establishing at the very least a similar tone in how it's often presented. I don't think fantasy is about the dwarves and elves or whatever. I mean, it's about this, you know, ability to supersede problems in the real world with a kind of like supernatural setting or power. I think, you know, it's at least the feeling that it gives you. I don't know. I'm not a literary expert, but it just seems like the genre is often so childish. Like even J.K. Sorry, not J.K. Rowling, J.R.R. Tolkien, right? Like the Lord of the Rings stories. I didn't read the books. I watched the movies. I acknowledge, you know, I'm not reading those, but um, those stories were great. But the politics of those stories were not very complicated. You know, Sauron is evil and the good guys are good, and you have some nuance, right? Like the leader of Minas Tirith is a piece of shit. The guy,
Yeah.
the you know the Rohan has its issues. He's the whispered tongue, snake tongue, whatever his name. Like it's not perfect, but it's still pretty simple, you know. And it's difficult to find that really complex geopolitical stuff. Same with superheroes, like Marvel Universe shit, you know? Like in the like I'm pretty sure, and I'm rambling here by the way, but
No
in the
worries. Ramble on.
if you had a world like the Marvel Universe, okay, first of all, forget supervillains and superheroes, okay? If there were superpowered people in the real world, immediately the media would fearmonger them into oblivion. And every single one of them would be killed or arrested or brought into government service. If they couldn't be killed or arrested, then the part of the planet they're on would burn for the efforts to try to do so. Like there's no context in which a nation state is willing to let people of mass destruction just exist in their own whim, just freely within their borders to do whatever they want. It's not like you can arrest the Hulk, right? Like there's no way, zero shot this happens.
Yeah.
They'd be probably, I don't know, they'd be off killing like terrorists. They'd be killing the Taliban in Iraq or something. I don't know.
But it's funny you bring that up too, because actually one, and it has a lot of problems, don't get me wrong, but one superhero show I like is called The Boys. And the hilarious thing is it's like criticizing corporatism basically is like I feel like that's the central tenet of it is like it's criticizing corporatism and capitalism in kind of a general sense. Basically, it's how superheroes become like the brands of some.
Oh,
some.
Don't you worry. I've seen both seasons. I like it.
Oh, okay, yes. You know, I don't need it. Yeah, but I think the kind of hilarious dramatic irony is that it's an Amazon show.
Yeah, it's well, I mean, right? That's the capitalist realism. As long
Yeah.
as it can be made a commodity, you know, resistance to the system will be packaged and sold back to people, and their antagonisms will be sated by corporate products made by the people they're angry at.
It's almost like deeply depressing in an existential way.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I don't know.
In my opinion. But you know, we get what we get, don't we? And
yeah.
and with the boys specifically, I mean, I did enjoy the boys. I think I still don't know if they would be allowed to remain like a corporate entity. I actually didn't like spoilers for people in chat, but fuck yourself if you haven't watched it yet. I actually didn't like the Nazi lady as a character. I liked what she represented politically, right? Like the idea that these corporations would just, you know, do anything they could to like they would keep any talent they could because they're investments, and if that's a Nazi, like okay, whatever, you know. But yeah, she felt too on the nose.
Handed perhaps.
Yeah, Stormfront. Her name is Stormfront. She's very on the nose. Yeah. I thought Homelander was a good like way of balancing this a little bit because he felt like a good representation of that sort of American chauvinist attitude. But having the Nazi be called Stormfront, I don't know. To me, it just seemed like,
it's kind of like
you know.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's kind of that's kind of a similar criticism. I feel like to maybe you had this criticism too. I don't know, but a lot of other people had as well in the new Batman movie of like the Twitch followers who attacked the building.
I felt represented.
But like I am part of me wants to say is like, well, yeah, I mean that is kind of what's happened in the real world. But another part of me is like, this is pretty like you're just kind of screaming at my face what you're trying to say right now. You know, it kind of pulls me out of the fiction a little bit. But even in The Boys, though, there's that one scene I think is hilarious, where Stormfront's like basically talking about like the Great Replacement theory to Homelander's son, and then you just see even Homelander like widens his eyes behind her. She's like, "What the fuck are you saying?" You know, kind of thing. Like, I feel like that's kind of a nod to like even the Republicans think this is inappropriate behavior. But
yeah,
she was definitely
because if the allegory is meant to be like, so Stormfront, sorry, is clearly the alt-right. She uses like memes and internet imagery to like promote her popularity. She's meant to be like the new modern like hip political front, as compared to Homelander being sort of folksy and traditionalist and not knowing how the internet works, but still being like really morally bad. And ultimately, like, Stormfront ends up being like worse than Homelander by quite a bit, and Homelander ends up realizing that and stuff, which in real life, that's not really how it works, right? In real life, the modern day Republican Party is legit full of people who are probably Nazi sympathizers. They just understand that they have to work within their means politically. Like, it's not as though they bristle at the ideas somebody like Stormfront would have. A lot of Republicans are explicitly ethno-nationalists today. The language they use about brown immigrants entering the country is not subtle. Like, it's not, I don't think there's much room for argument there, you know? But they would only bristle at the bad optics. They would bristle at what Stormfront might say publicly. But what she says privately shouldn't be of issue to them, because they agree. The only thing they disagree on is the optics and the extent to which they can push their ideas explicitly. I don't know. At this point, it's kind of nitpicky, but I get what you mean. I do.
If you look back at like Ted Cruz 2016 election cycle versus Ted Cruz post defeat, supporting Trump, like, I feel like that's the clear, what you just said there. Like, yeah, like Ted Cruz will denounce Trump and everything like that, but then really he doesn't care. Right? Because he would say like, oh, Trump's insane, right? Trump's doing all this crazy shit. But then when he in the 2016 race, when he drops out, then he's like supporting Trump, like he's the biggest cuck ever.
The one thing that really bothers me about this in general is that people act like fascism and Nazism are so far from the modern American political reality, which is just not true. Like, America was one of the greatest bastions of Nazi support before the war began. The Jim Crow laws didn't end till the 60s, and there were tons of people who were just out there as politicians 50 or so years ago, 60 now, I guess, screaming about how blacks and whites shouldn't be together. And then Jim Crow passes, or sorry, not Jim Crow passes, God, the Civil Rights Act passes, things smooth over a bit. And like, what, all these people just like disappear? Just this entire political bulwark, like all of that just instantly goes away. 30% of Americans liked Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. when he died. Usually support for people goes up after their death, but even in that case, not even close to a majority of people. And we're just supposed to believe all of this just went away over the course of 2 generations from then to now? It's ridiculous. Even the Weimar Republic wasn't Nazi like decades before. Like, the Weimar Republic is one of the most progressive parts of Europe at its time. Berlin was a haven of like LGBT, early 20th century progressivism. And then Nazism happened. And a lot of Germans who before were just, love me Germany, love me beer, love me people, simple as, we're all like that. And then like 2 years later, they're goose stepping down Main Street. Like, this shit happens quickly, and it can happen to like most anyone, and people forget that.
I think that's one of the greatest things about your stream, Vosh, is that it does a great job of disillusioning us of how far we think, or we like to feel we are, away from fascism. It's just a tiptoe away, really. So
fun topics, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I apologize. Yeah, I don't really have any big contentious claim.
And I didn't ask you to come on here to debate me. I asked you to come on here because, well, actually, the real reason why is because I knew your videos. I had watched them God knows how long ago. I mean, well before, I started doing this. I mean, in terms of time invested, this is more of a uh more of a blast for me than for you. I promise you. You don't need to debate me to have that convo.
Actually, okay, you bring that up. I have one interesting take in my head, and this is probably just me being a little prideful. But here's my theory. Here's my hypothesis:
Hmm.
is the kind of like Zoomer nihilism aesthetic. I think I kind of caused that by mistake. Like my theory, if you look at my most popular video, which took the rounds in like 2014,
Is real
this is
life the
actually
same as
kind of
Minecraft?
yes. That's basically like I do this black pill, and it's cringy. I think it's kind of cringy. I was like 15 when I made this video or whatever. But I mean, like essentially, I still agree with everything it's saying. Basically, it's like try the whole point of the video. I think a lot of people click it thinking like, oh, this is some silly video. It's like real life is real life. Minecraft's like block game. How they be similar when they do different. But like the premise is kind of a more, I guess, philosophical take, right? That like, well, actually, like, life's a sandbox game, so is Minecraft. But I do this, in kind of a cheeky kind of gotcha way. And the craziest thing when I uploaded that video, and it eventually like the proto algorithm of YouTube in 2013 or whatever, shot it to the fucking moon. All these comments I were getting were like poorly misspelled, saying like, I hate you, you talking about death. And I realized like this video is like a lot of 8 to 12-year-old, like 6 to 12-year-olds first like foray into considering the existential I guess effects of like you're gonna fucking die. Like they haven't considered it before. They just like play Minecraft.
Yeah,
And then they see
nice. Yeah,
it's
thanks for
crazy.
introducing the morbidity of death to a bunch of babies.
I I feel like I kind of did that. Like, oopsie, my bad. And I've and it has like 8 million views now. I don't fucking know. Um, but yeah, that's my theory. Just if you like put the graph on the get all the fucking papers on the wall with the threads and tacks. And the guy is sleep deprived with the bags under his eyes. Just look at the view count lined up with the upload date, and you can look through the comment. I think like they're kind of filtered out now.
Mhm.
But back in the day, I would just get all these comments. It's just very poorly written. The very first, yeah, literally the first time
No, they're like 8 and they're like looking for
yeah,
Minecraft house tutorials and they stumble upon this and they're like, no, yeah, like the existential dread fills them.
yeah,
Oh God, what's the term? Realizing your own mortality, or there's a term for that. It's confronting your own mortality. It's a more common
yeah.
phrase, but yeah, something like that. I think it's fairly instructive though. Now, I'll admit I haven't seen that video in an ungodly length of time. Um, but I do feel like hey, actually, can I ask what you think about something?
Sure.
Okay, so I'm a big fan of empiricism, obviously. I'm
Okay.
very much a fan of, looking at things as they are, provable, evidentiary, stuff like that. Um, but I feel like people make a mistake where they assign empiricism to language, which is
Ooh.
a mistake, I think, because usually in language, at least I think, we refer to forms, we refer to common understandings. When does a
Yeah.
river stop and the shore begin? When does a river break off and become another? How long is the coast of the United States? Do you measure that between the distance of atom to atom, foot by foot, yard by yard? There are no real answers, but we can generalize, we can gesture at answers, which I think is more important because we're working within and between understandings. And I think that what a lot of people call pointless philosophizing sometimes is actually an interesting effort to make more out of the words that we have to understand the world. Just as an
Yeah.
example, you know how sometimes we refer to people as animals, like that man is a bear, like that man is a lion,
Sure.
or a weasel. We for a lot of stuff, right?
Yes.
Of course, we know they're not really, but the
Right.
language, it invokes conceptual associations. And I think oftentimes, the language of empiricism, what is everything physically? What is this? A hand, It's great. It's very useful, but I think that it can be sort of disruptive literarily in a good way to apply that sort of purple prose broader philosophizing, that that sort of indistinct, how do I put this exactly? Maybe you understand what I'm gesturing at sort of ineptly here. To supersede reality with another way of looking at and referring to things, not to replace empiricism, but to complement it in a sort of artistic fashion, because language is nothing if not an art form, or a medium for art, at least.
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like you kind of generally describe like literature in general, but
and your video to an extent, I think, right? Because your video isn't, your video is not empiricist in its assertions, right?
Yeah, it's yeah, I guess that's the point of the video. I see what you're saying. So yeah, because it's basically just it's a whole allegory is the video, right? Real life is Minecraft, right? It's just but obviously, but the block is different from carbon. Obviously it's not that, right? It's just like, yo, life's a sandbox game. It's actually, the crazy thing is, and conceptually, I think I screwed this up, because the video is supposed to be optimistic. It's supposed to have a positive outlook, right? Because I guess like the when you first become like black pilled, if you depart into like existentialism, nihilism types of thinking, it's incredibly depressing. But then there's the same line that might like make you depressed after leaving the idea of an afterlife, such as like, this is the only shot we have at life, is the same line you can use to inspire and motivate yourself. This is the only shot we have at life. And then add the clause after that. So make the most out of it. Right. And it's kind of, I feel like that's like such a beautiful, I guess, like snippet into this style of thinking. That was the first attempt, I guess, of me saying that to the world was that video, because it's like, maybe like Minecraft, the world is a game in terms of we have this world to explore and do with what we want with it. So make what you will with it.
Yeah, the absurdist philosophy, or existentialist, yeah. I think. Yeah, whichever. I always mix the two of them up. I do think, I mean, we get a brief glimpse, and I feel like, do you like abstract art?
I do, actually. Yeah, I think, and this is kind of forays into music a bit too, because I feel like music can say so much too, and the way abstract art does. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree completely, because there's I think inherently more level of abstraction to music, because we tend to put our world together through sight a lot more than we do through sound. There's a comic that I'm really fond of here. I just found it off Google image search. I'm actually really, really proud. I saw it on Twitter the other day, but I'd seen it before, where the guy says, while pointing at some abstract art, haha, what does this represent? And afterwards the art points back at him and says, what do you represent? And the caption is, an abstract painting will react to you if you react to it. You get from it what you bring to it. It will meet you halfway, but no further. It is alive if you are. It represents something, and so do you. You, sir, are a space too. And I feel like this is the attitude you should kind of have towards life a little bit, right? Because, human lives aren't constructed narratively. It's not as though there's like always a satisfying payoff or whatever. You get what you get. You have the lines and the dots, and you make of them what you can. And it makes of what it can of you, and that's really all anyone can ever do, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. And then you bring up the comparison, I guess, between like the purple haze of like this kind of abstract way of looking at the world in this comic you mentioned, and versus like empiricism. And it's not so cut and dry as people might think at first glance, right? Because, and you've mentioned it on stream before too, I know. But that and I think a great, and for anyone listening too, like a great challenge to this idea that like, facts are facts, but art is art. These are like two separate categories. Look, the Vsauce video, what is a chair, or whatever it's called? This is a chair, right? That is like such a, that's a mind blow for one. I love Vsauce, but it really challenges that idea that these are these two hardened things, and,
well,
and I think
the linguistic,
ever present, right?
Yeah, linguistic anti-empiricism, right? Like, yeah, exactly. Like you could say, what is a chair? The idea, the only real answer one can ever actually have is like, a chair is what we call a chair. And that's tautological, obviously. That's not very
Right.
useful. Like, okay, so what is that? Okay, class, what is what is the square root of pi? Well, the square root of pi is the square root of pi. Like, very great, but
Yeah.
you can be more specific, but you can only ever talk in generalities. Chairs generally have a back and a seat and legs, or at the very least some sort of elevated, platform to sit on. Not always, but generally. And then we
Yeah.
call things chairs when sometimes they're just seats, or we call things chairs when they're shaped like chairs but weren't built for them. Like, we'll say that a desk is a chair if it's up against a wall because the wall forms the back and the desk forms the seat. But, really we're referring based just to a common, like, cultural form, to a preconception.
Right. They have chair-ish qualities. And,
Yeah.
and at first you might think like, well, what is this philosophizing? This is so pointless. This is like, and this is another term I've heard from you that I like, masturbatory. And and tangent here, I'd like to also add to the lexicon, in addition to, something being like masturbatory, you could say a place in which you are masturbatory. You can call it a masturbatorium. Just want to add that there.
Of course, as
Right.
one would. That would be my studio, then, of course.
Yes.
In every imaginable sense. Don't tell
Anyway.
the IRS this, but this is my home and work computer.
There you go. Oh wow.
Yeah,
But
really open
I
it up
think it's
today.
actually useful. Yeah, it's actually super useful to talk about these distinctions, right? Because when you get into the discussion of, right, because at first it seems like, what is this? This is so, this is just something in the air. This is so aloof, and this is just whimsy, la-di-da conversation. No, but it's like talking about gender, for example, a super hot topic. Even now, still, there are still people trying to say like, gender be this and that. It's sex. It's what's in your pants, right? People making these super like base level arguments. If you expose your mind to this line of thinking, then you can see, you can open your, the conception that like how transgender is a thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
People aren't even at that step yet, but if you can get your mind to bend to this, I guess, like this idea of empiricism and like abstractions not being necessarily, cut and dry separate categories.
That right there hits the nail on the head, because the trans debate is a perfect example of misapplied empiricism. When it comes to words and social constructs, we build these categories to serve us. They're useful to us. When people insist over and over, well, a woman is when there's a pussy,
Right.
It's like, okay, we have the power to change anything we want about these categories. When a person says trans women are women, they are not saying that. They're making a prescriptive statement, not a descriptive one. Descriptively, any statement you make about language is going to be outmoded by time. Imagine a descriptive statement about what means what back in the 1400s. They didn't even speak English. They spoke like Old English. The words didn't even sound the same as they did today. Has reality changed between now and then, or has the language changed? If we say trans women are women, the idea is that these categories, one fits in the other, trans women subcategory, but and people will do this. It's this. I just don't think that trans people are that complicated. Like, people talk about the nuances of gender theory. What we're really talking about is the nuance of linguistic theory. Okay, that's the superseding thing. If you're very good with linguistic theory and Wittgenstein and what have you, then you can answer these questions, because there aren't really answers. There are just common understandings. In terms of gender theory, how complicated is this? Hey, gender is a social construct distinct from but still related to sex, and sometimes people are born with penises and they identify as women, and since the social construct that we have, which defines woman, is not exactly the same as sex, it is distinct from, however related, they can do that. And then their sex and their gender do not correspond in the way people typically believe they do, but it's still like a thing that happens, in the same way that we don't think of dresses as menswear, but men are capable of wearing dresses, and that would be a man wearing a dress. We don't think of people with penises as women, but it can happen, and then women can... And right there, but it's simple, and I know it's simple because if you explain this shit to a 6-year-old, they get it like that. Like if a kid,
Right.
you know, hey, why is Uncle Greg now Aunt Sally? And you're like, oh, well, sometimes, but you talk for like 30 seconds. The kid's like, okay, and then they wander off and eat dirt or something. Like it's very simple. It's just people build up these preconceptions. I'm sorry, I'm rambling like crazy. But
No, no, I think that's well articulated. I actually had a quote unquote conversation, I guess. It was more of just kind of a one-way debate where we both shouted at a wall, I feel like. But this person was saying like, yeah, I don't think that trans women should be called women. They should just be simply called trans women. I'm kind of a linguist purist myself. And so I looked up the word purist in like the etymological dictionary and like, oh, so you're into constructing alloys of steel of a certain temperament, because that's like the original meaning of the word purist or something. Like, you know what I mean? Like
that's unironically a good response, by the way. That's actually really good.
Yeah. Thank you. But you can clearly see how clearly fucking dumb the argument is. Like, can you not conceive that language works differently than, I don't know.
There's no such thing as a linguistic purist. It's like being a cultural purist, you know? All cultures change, all languages change. There's no such thing as a right or wrong culture in terms of like a development that one makes. It's just a process. And the same can be said with language, you know? People make all these prescriptive arguments about language, but for the most part, they're pretty bunk. Like people talk shit about AAVE, you know? Like, I don't know, like black Americans tend to talk or whatever. And they're like, yeah, it's like, oh, this is denigrated. It's not proper. It's not professional.
It's not proper English, you know, like the English you speak isn't proper.
The French, you say you did a French accent. The French do that. The French actually have a government agency that regulates the French language, which is considered very conservative in their country, and it's fought against by a bunch of people who study linguistics in France. It's like this cultural haughty chauvinism they have, but with like AAVE or whatever, like I agree it's not as professional because professionalism is very much like a top-down cultural, you know, decision. But but in terms of conveying info, AAVE is as good as, and in some respects superior to, standard English, like what I speak, right? Like in terms, like, it's not like black people don't know what the fuck other black people are saying. Like, it's not like it's confusing. It's not worse in terms of conveying info. It's a purely aesthetic preference people have of one over the other.
When people get to the level of saying like AAVE is objectively worse at conveying information than general American English, like that's like the same thing as saying like Swedish is worse at conveying language than French, or like Chinese is worse at conveying language than Portuguese. Like, what the fuck does that even mean?
It's stupid. The only argument you can make for languages being inferior is if the language has not developed to accommodate like modern concepts, trends, objects, items, and stuff. Like, for example, I would probably be, I think I could fairly say that like standard English is superior in America, like for use in America, to like the language used by some like undiscovered tribe in New Guinea or whatever, you know? Because if they came here, they wouldn't have a fucking word for any of the shit that I do or possess. But also, I bet you my language would be pretty ineffective over there because like they probably have some crazy fucking terms for like when the lion's about to attack or something, and I'd just be over here like screaming like an idiot, you know? Well, they're like precisely planning. They're doing like fucking Naruto hand signs to coordinate the arrow strikes or whatever, you know? I don't know. It's an environment.
You ran towards the line because you conjugated the verb wrong in the language or something.
Yeah, I'm like trying to scream something out, and they're like, "What?" And I get eaten, fucking mauled to death because I accidentally said that you know, like I'm good or whatever. It's difficult out there.
That also kind of shows too is like language is really just language and culture are just kind of products of one another, right? I mean, they're not, you know, there's no like, you can't empirically say that English be this way better than that be that way, because they're just reflections of the culture they exist. And I feel like this is like super basic, like you would learn this in sixth grade or something like that. But for some reason, when it comes to talking about the idea of someone calling themselves a woman, then all of a sudden, you know, it was like, well, but actually, you know.
Yeah. Well, sociological imagination, right? I mean, we try what we can.
We wrap back around to that. I want to make a analogy too from my kind of lens, and I'm interested to hear if you think this is good or not. If so, then I'll use it. I thought about this the other day with the trans argument. In in a kind of gross, not gross, kind of like a larger analogy to music, in like the mid and earlier 20th century, there were people in academia and the music world who would say like jazz isn't music. Jazz is like, the devil's music or something like that. But then jazz gradually became accepted in the mainstream culture. And now if you go to Berklee School of Music, you can learn jazz theory specifically there. And then there are people like Schoenberg, these other kind of like bigwig academics, and they would kind of push music to this limit that hadn't been pushed before until the 20th century, where if you just like listen to it outright, it sounds like nothing you've heard before. It just kind of sounds like disjunct noise and just like strange, like if you think of like postmodern music, whatever pops in your head first, it's probably that. And then one of the greatest, I think, the greatest kind of like laughing in the faces of like academic like discussion of music is John Cage's piece on silence, or it's known commonly as 433. Do you know about this piece?
No, I know nothing about music.
Okay. Oh no, that's great. 433. Look it up. John Cage. Excellent. He sits in front of a piano for 4 minutes and 33 seconds.
Wait, is this the silence?
And makes no noise.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I have heard of this then.
Okay. And the music is, he says the music is what the audience makes, right? So, and then the question I asked through all this, through jazz, through this like, postmodernist, super disjunct music, through John Cage's silence, and then also these crazy things where the guys are bashing on typewriters, or like 100 metronomes played next to each other, or people clipping flowers in an auditorium. All these have been done by composers or musicians in the past, right? Mm-hmm. And then I just ask, like, what is music? Is that music? Is that music? I feel like the answer is yes. If the composer calls it music and it is music, it's music. And if we accept it as music, then it's music. And to me, this is perfectly analogous with gender, unless I'm misunderstanding anything here. But I feel like it's like, well, if you're a woman, if you say you're a woman and you feel that you're a woman, then you're a woman. It's not, it's not like, oh, the people who are playing jazz, I just like to make them feel that they're playing music. I just want them to feel good, so I say that they're playing music. No, that's music.
No, I fully agree. It is what we consider it to be, or at least what we consider it to be is one of the things that broadens the envelope for what it can be considered. The real problem here is that there aren't definitional limits, right? Like, how long does a musical piece have to be before it's a song, right? Can one note suffice? What about one half of a note cut off by the end? There's no such thing as an objective answer here. And at the end of the day, like, these categories are useful only insofar as they serve our interests. For music, the term music is broadly useful. Like, we have an idea. Those boundaries can be pushed, and that's fun to do. And but I don't think the category of music, as opposed to it just being a subset of art broadly, is harmful to people. The gender stuff, though, because of its intrinsic link to sex, at least in the eyes of society, right? That can cause people some frustration. So maybe the category is just outdated, and it would be better off if we just, like, people were just born with their bodies, and then any category that they sort of adopt is just, I guess you would say, like, nakedly self-assigned. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Because right now, when we think of a woman, we think of like, oh, ass and well, everyone's got an ass, titties, and like a fat pussy, all the greats. But maybe, maybe in the future, it's like, I'm a woman, and we know instantly when a person has said this that they're exclusively referring to a category they've chosen to adopt, and that it says absolutely nothing about them in a physiological sense. And that to me seems like a categorization which is more freeing, because in that case it's truly chosen, self-ascribed, rather than like, oh, you're a woman, therefore you must like X. Or, I guess, to be more honest with how we treat things, oh, you have titties and a pussy, therefore you must like X. Which, and then you get all this sort of implicit coercion that I think is harmful.
And to kind of wrap it back around to what I was saying in the beginning about my religious upbringing, I feel like you could draw an analogy here as well. If in the Bible, for example, there was a book that said, like you mentioned, a song has to be 3 minutes at least, or something like that, or, you can't use these chords, then people would be still today being anti-trans, anti-jazz music, right? Anti things like that. But because at least, and not, it's not just the Bible. I don't want to just point at Christianity, but I think it's a huge stone that's too much for many people to push, I guess, is the idea that it's definitely codified in this particular religion. So the fact that people can't grasp these new ideas of gender, I think, has to do a lot in part with how it's codified in the Bible.
Yeah, and dogmatism, right? Very essentialist thinking. Things are what they are, what they are, what they are, what they are, and people have trouble moving beyond that because it can be difficult to challenge these preconceptions. And I think a lot of people don't like destabilizing the foundations upon which they've built their own identity, you know? Like, it's pretty obvious that a lot of the dislike that trans women in particular experience is cisgender men feeling really uncomfortable at the idea that they could also do that. That's not 100%. It's not all projection, but that's definitely at least a little bit a part of it. And we know that too, because that was a huge part of homophobia as well. Like a lot of gay hate from straight guys. It's just like this, you know, this strong aversion, not just to people being gay, but to the idea that anyone could be gay, you know, which is why you get all this, you know, abomination or affront to nature shit.
Right.
The idea that it's unnatural. Well, it's obviously natural in a biological sense. Like, that's inarguable. We have observed homosexuality in plenty of species, including our own, before we even had modern civilization. So that's not a real argument. The real argument there is that it's morally unnatural. And that seems like a self-report if ever I heard one, right?
Yeah, like you said at the beginning, right? These are just these post hoc justifications used, and right, if you just poke and prod enough, and they respond good faith enough, you realize, oh, I just don't like it. You know, is essentially the answer there, right? I don't. How can their pee-pee touch my pee-pee? That's not nice. You know, like that. I don't know. There's some deep rooted belief there that is just getting in the way of that.
It's been known to happen.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I feel like we're going a bit of circles here.
No, I don't think we're going a bit in circles. I do think I'm hungry. Normally I have a coffee and bagel every morning before streaming, and this time I did not have any bagels, so I just had a coffee. And I'm feeling the negative consequences of that absence right now. I was also going to do a Jubilee segment, but I might hop off that as well. I guess I have to
I don't mind wrapping up a bit here. I have work soon in a couple hours. I live in Japan, actually, so it was an early morning for me. Yes.
What inspired that move?
Well, my whole life I've liked this. Oh man. My whole life I've liked Japanese culture and the language itself. Funny we were talking about language earlier. The language itself really interested me. And so it's been a long, I guess, like dream of mine since I think 12 is when I had a first Japanese class. So I guess we'll say 12. And I've always wanted to be here. So
I respect that. I've been to Tokyo. I spent a week there in my early 20s, and I had a wonderful time. I feel like there are definitely some parts of Japan just immediately that I liked more than America. The urban density was incredible. I feel like...
Sorry, I'm going to get a bit masturbatory here. I apologize.
Oh, no.
Fucking public transportation is chef's kiss. It's the best shit ever. Pretty much anywhere in Japan, you have buses, you have trains, okay? You have the bullet train. You have planes even. You got it all. It's amazing. Like, yeah, you'll still need cars in a lot of parts, but it's not car world, that is. I grew up in Orange County, actually, so I don't think that's too far from where you're from either. So that's what I was familiar with, and coming here has been, oof.
Yes, I would say that in many respects, Orange County and Japan are very, very different with each other.
Yeah, but
a remarkable distinction.
Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, sorry.
Well, how about
there's a lot I could. Yeah. Oh.
Not at all.
Yeah, you go first, sir.
I didn't realize that you were on the other side of the planet. That explains the overlap in our speech. I think that for people on the other side, with modern tech, I know it used to be worse, but I think over the internet, it's like about a half-second delay to people all the way over there, so that makes sense. I would be happy to talk with you about Japan next time you come on.
Oh yeah, there's a lot. One thing I've been thinking about recently, and this might be kind of contentious, and maybe this could be a nice tack if we ever have a part 2 to this convo. I don't know. Japan, and I think the nuclear weapons dropped in Hiroshima and Nagasaki is like one of the greatest human tragedies ever to happen. I won't like. There's a lot that can be said there, especially from how we're taught in America, growing up about learning is like, well, this was the means to the end of the war, and I don't I think there's a lot that can be said there. But what I find interesting is the extent to which Japan emphasizes this tragedy versus the extent to which they emphasize their own atrocities they committed in the war. And there's this juxtaposition shows there's definitely more emphasis to the victimhood rather than the crimes they committed.
Oh no,
and it kind of led me
I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, and it kind of led me to this. I mean, I feel like at surface level, yeah, you'd agree with anyone could agree with that. But then it kind of led me to this bigger kind of thought that, like, well, maybe like the tragedies that countries and nations choose to remember this day are kind of like I feel like they're kind of like these like cornerstones of like nationalism of like that nation states will always hold on to, because like I feel like when America says remember 9/11 or remember Pearl Harbor, things like that, for example, it's used as like obviously for the victims themselves. Like we have to separate between like the literal people who've suffered these tragedies, and you can only have
I have basically no respect for people who I think it's pretty clear to tell the difference between when national tragedies are being remembered because they're a national tragedy, and when national tragedies are being remembered because they serve a nation state's interest. Like, nobody who says remember 9/11 in America gives a fuck about people who died in 9/11, except for, like, maybe the families of the people died. Like, those people specifically, but overwhelmingly, overwhelmingly just not the case. And with the Japan stuff in particular, I'm not, I'm not an expert on.
I would need to do more research as well.
Right, yeah, but I do know, like, as I understand it, in the Manchurian region, Japan did approximately one Hiroshima every week for like several years. In terms of misery and suffering, I feel like they were churning out a very consistent and reliable Hiroshima per minute rate, maybe like 0.006 Hiroshimas per minute, which is a lot, way more than I do.
And it's really, it really clenches at my gut too, because it's like it moves you to tears if you look at like the exhibits. And I haven't been there personally yet, but I've seen it online. Like the nuclear, the devastation of the bombs in Hiroshima and things. America should, I don't know. This is just kind of like my moral gut reaction, but I don't think America should ever have dropped nuclear bombs on those cities.
But Sean, the YouTuber, did a video on it, which really changed my mind. Before, I just had the utilitarian, it avoided an invasion argument. I think like a lot of people did, but that video is pretty good. Got me to change my mind. I'm sure. So I don't think super ill of other people who feel that way, because it's possible they just believe the same things that I did like a year ago. Like if a person says
that in high school and shit too,
yeah, basically, because it does make intuitive sense. It is a fact that the Japanese government was like basically telling every citizen to fucking die before the emperor got taken, and it was a fact that a ground invasion of Japan would be ruinously bad, But then you learn more about it, and it's just not true.
Yeah, but thinking of that gut-wrenching thing, but then juxtapose it to the own terrible things Japan did in Manchuria and in the Pacific region in general, right? And just all these terrible things they did. Why are they never brought up? Why are they not emphasized as equally? And I think it kind of and if you listen, I looked up these interviews in from 2015 of politicians who gave like Holocaust denial level arguments about like saying, yeah, there were killings in Nanking, but it wasn't a massacre. It was just killing. it wasn't as bad as they say, basically, right? Like, and if you think about the arguments, like, holy shit, this is the same thing that Nazis say about the Holocaust. And if you look at like the modern parties that rule Japan, this is kind of the lines that a lot of the generic center right party that's in power in Japan, they hold these opinions. And Shinzo Abe, who was the prime minister up until like for 10 years or so, up until 5 years ago, he was like, you could trace his lineage and find out that his grandfather was like in the imperial Japan, something like the army. So that's we could definitely, after if we go to part 2 of this, I would love to.
It's a very conservative country, and there are definitely a lot of problems there. Yeah, South Korea and Japan are 2 of those countries that I feel like a lot of Westerners like some elements of because of the exported media, and they have no fucking idea what the political situation is over there. And I'm speaking a bit of myself, like I'm not an expert on it, but
yeah,
I do know there are
I'm learning
issues.
I'm learning so much because it's really cool now, because I could comfortably say now, like, I'm fluent in both languages, because I like read books in Japanese now, and I'm actually reading a book called, I guess the title, like, Fascism Class, and it's written in Japanese, and it's about this guy who does basically kind of like an I just found it in a library. I thought it seemed interesting. This guy does this professor does sort of like a hands-on fascism class where his students in the lecture, he gets them all to dress the same way for a class. He gets them all to Sieg Heil and like say Heil Tona, which is the professor's name, or Tano, sorry, Heil, whatever, that's his name. And they do these exercises, and they go into like a park, and they all, like, someone who had already decided to be part of this, like, sit on a bench, and they all like bully that person in succession, and they have them react and say, this is kind of like the mentality that fascists in Nazi Germany had and things like that. And I think this is all super elucidating and interesting, but nowhere in the book, all of this is true. Everything he's saying is true about, groupthink, about how fascism, empowers the state, how your sense of like own individuality is kind of like diffused into the group as a whole. And so you lose your own personal responsibility. This is all true. But nowhere in the book does he mention Japan's own fascism that it did in World War II in Imperial Japan. And I think that blows my mind. How are you a Japanese professor in a Japanese university doing a course on fascism, and there's no mention in the book of the lecture having this part, and that just blows my mind. So there's a million things I want to study more about.
Politically advantageous to not, I suppose.
Simply put, yes. Yeah.
I do appreciate you coming on quite a bit. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate being here. Sorry, I know we have potpourri of topics, and you're dying to eat, I imagine. So
not at all.
Working.
You enjoy your Japanese workday. I really do appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, thank you, Vash.
Of course. Stay in touch over Discord, preferably, not email. I take forever to respond to email all the time, always.
Okay, we'll do. I guess we'll wrap it up there then. So
yeah. Is there anything that you'd like to shout out?
My YouTube channel is a UNESCO heritage site. Please visit with candles. And yeah, I'm not uploading there, but if you want to check it out, it's a nice history museum. So
okay, that's a very noble misdirect on your part. You take care. Thank you again.
You take care too. Bye.
Bye. That was nice. I feel socially engaged. Okay, so I said I might end early, but I'll treat you guys, and we're going to do the Jubilee video while I play Elden Ring. It's a long video. I'm not sitting here for 3 hours pausing it bit by bit. Okay, we're going to do it. Yes, Posadist. I'll play Elden Ring, okay? That's good. There are a couple of things we have to shout out first, though, okay? First of all, a while ago, like months and months ago, I did a podcast recording with the YouTube channel Let's Talk About Sex, which is a tiny YouTube channel. But I had a pretty good convo there. And if you guys want to go see it, then you should go and look, okay? Who is Jordan Peterson with Vosh? Question. I think I think the YouTube channel only shows bits of it, and that there's like another podcast link because there are way more episodes than this. Okay, I just clicked on the podcast link and it 404'd. Okay, well, you should go here anyway. And you should sub. We do what we can. Maybe somewhere here you can find out where the fuck the website. Yeah, there's a website. Okay. Go forth. You want to check out latest Mark Dice video? Not particularly. Mark Dice is a lunatic. Why? Did something happen? No, Tempest, I said that I wouldn't talk, remember? I said that I would ignore it and put it off for a while. I was being very forthcoming. Yeah, go look. Go look. Go. Oh, also, help Keffels do a ratio. I think she can do it. God, why does that happen? That's so annoying. Jesus. Okay, you guys got a ratio. You're making me nervous, Lamau. Tempest, it's fine. You're making me nervous. Oh shit, I was just about to ask you. If anyone who does any work for me asks me any more questions, I'm removing you from your fucking role, withholding this month of pay, and I'm replacing random chatters in your place. Oh my god. I'm hungry. Here, hold on. Let me go, like, get some food or some shit, okay? Here, can you, like, watch a video? Here. Should we watch this video? Maybe I should just have this on the loop. This is the little beep beep beep. Man, people were right about the Spanish KFC account being a fucking bot. I love him. That's a her? I love her. I love her. Okay, we have to find a video you can watch. Can you link this? It's just the KFC_ES Espanol. That thing you said is unironically shitty. What did I say that was shitty? Wait, what? What did I say? There's a new Not Just Bikes. Do you think I could steal content from Not Just Bikes? No, I don't want to steal. I haven't asked Not Just Bikes if he's okay with that. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna steal from me. I just need 5 minutes to get some food, okay? We're gonna steal from my debate comp. Best of Vosh, 2 hours of funny debate moments. Here, I'll start with the original inseminator.
All I'm saying is that there's a difference between trans women and women.
Just give me a bit.
Yeah, there's a difference between black women and white women, but they're both women, aren't they? So trans women and cis women are like different in some respects. They're both equally women. There's a difference between tall and short women, big booby and little booby and no booby woman, black and white woman, but they are all women all the same. Cis woman and trans woman, curly hair woman and straight hair woman, they are all woman all the same. I agree. Yes.
And woman.
Huh?
What is a woman, though?
What is a woman? Anyone who identifies as a woman.
So a man with a penis is also just the same as a woman.
No, they would have to identify as a woman, in which case they would stop being a man.
So, and they have the capacity to inseminate, right?
Yes, some women can inseminate. Yes.
No, wait. Okay.
Why do you keep saying this? Like if you use the most specific examples, maybe you'll find that. No, dude. Yeah, women can have penises. Women can have beards. Women can have big fucking dick. However big your dick is, women dick 3 times as big. Every last one of them. Women can have prostates. Women can fucking give birth and make other people give birth. Women can be lots of things. All you have to do is identify as one.
So there's no point in even having the word woman.
Yes. Yes. My gender abolitionist comrade. Thank you. Yes. We're on it now.
Are trans women women?
Are trans women women? If that's how they identify, then I personally, from my own personal perspective, I'd be happy to honor their requests in terms of what they would like to be perceived as by society. Sure.
So you'd humor them?
I would humor them?
Yeah.
I don't know that I would put it that way.
Like
I mean, I would
along.
respect their wishes.
But would they be women?
For all intents and purposes, and in terms of how I treat them, yes.
But that's not the same as saying they're women. That's just saying you'd treat them like women.
If I treat you as a woman and I regard you as a woman, then in terms of your interactions with me, you're a woman. I don't really get the distinction.
So imagine if I ask you, do you think black people are people? And you say, well, I'll treat them like people. What do you think that would suggest about your opinions towards black people? It would be that they're kind of not people, right? That's what you're doing right now. Dancing around the answer doesn't make your position any more nuanced. It just takes longer for me to get at your actual idea. So I have to ask you, why can a person with a penis not be a woman?
Because women don't have penises.
Why not? Can you find me a dictionary definition of woman which includes that?
I would only point to your mom. Did your mom have a penis?
I'm sorry, does every woman have to have a penis? I know women with penises.
No women have ever had a penis, and no mom has ever had a penis. I'm just asking.
My mom's had a lot of penises.
I know moms with penises. So these are irrational arguments. So let's give it another shot.
It's irrational to say that a woman can have a penis. I'm only giving you an example of
why?
Because your moms or women have wombs.
Some of them do.
And vaginas. I know this is news. This is what I mean by
you're not even engaging, dude. You're lost.
It's like you, Vash. Between the two of us, you're the crazy person, buddy. You're the one saying that a woman
coming
could
off No, I'm asking you, but you can't answer because you know that you have no arguments here. The fact of the matter is,
I'm bored with your madness.
Everything. But I'm asking you. So explain. Okay. So the fact that some women have wombs isn't an argument that some women can't have penises. So why can't a woman have a penis?
A woman can't have a penis because they don't.
Okay, so you know you can't, man. This is so I'm the mad one, but you're the one who has to resort to tautology in order to defend his positions. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Damn,
yeah,
it's not surprising that you lost in every single academic circle and that every organization around the Western world unilaterally agrees with me. Like, it's pretty crazy. That's some crazy far left madness right there, you know?
Yeah. Yes, it's true. One of us is mad.
Okay, just, circular reasoning is like irrational, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Doug, I mean, if a trans woman presents as a woman, then I am perfectly fine with that. I don't see how that's dancing around the issue or evading.
Right, but
are
are
they
posing
to me, especially if I'm asking you to define your terms here.
So is Tulsi Gabbard a woman?
Is Tulsi Gabbard a woman? Yeah, I mean, she presents as a woman, sure.
Okay, wait. So you just answered with yes immediately. When I ask you if a trans woman is a woman, I hear 5 minutes of tap dancing. So there's obviously a difference between how, like...
I don't think that there's a difference because, I mean, trans woman is a sort of a, I don't know, it's a newer category of what it means to be a woman. And,
and I'm asking
I don't know, I think denigrating, I think denigrating people for saying, I will treat everybody with respect, I will honor their preferences.
Denigrating you, I'm just asking. What's up? Okay. I gotta eat some food. Are you enjoying the highlights, the compilation? Vosh's hair won this debate. Isn't it crazy? The pre and post weight loss Vosh. I feel so weird seeing myself before I lost all that weight. Move chat so we can see old chat. Oh, yeah, good point. Here, let's just do this while I eat, okay? There. The best I can do, I think.
Present to the world with these sort of bizarre interrogation style questions. I don't see how that advances.
But I'm not. It's not a bizarre interrogation. I mean, I'm just asking like over and over the same question, and you keep not answering it in more and more creative ways. Sell me. Why should I like support the super straight movement? I'm woke. I like people's identities, and I support people's right to fuck who they want. So like, sell me on it. You know.
So the reason to support the super straight movement is because it points out the hypocrisy of the woke community. So if you don't like the woke community, the fact that they accept some identities but not others.
That's not a hypocrisy. That's wait, hold on. You're okay. Wait, hold on. You're okay with me shaking your hand but not punching you in the face? I thought you were in favor of all forms of hand-based like physical contact. What? Nobody in the left has ever said they accept all identities. What about neo-Nazis? Like, this is such a fragile criticism. You claim to be accepting of all identities. You're okay with trans people but not neo-Nazis? The hypocrisy of the left.
I'm technically okay with all identities. I don't care what your identity is. You can identify as a attack helicopter. I'm fine with that. I don't care. I don't care about your identities.
Okay, but nobody on the left has pledged
Artemy's water
to
fountain's
support
empty.
every identity that exists, because this would include every political identity that has tried to hurt them as well.
So the argument here isn't that literally every identity. The argument
That's the
is
argument
that you
you're
have
making.
such no, it's not. So the argument is that there is such a broad spectrum of identities listed. Like, just watch a Blair White video where she just goes through hundreds of them.
Is
and
that
these
where
are
you get your
supposedly,
understanding of the woke community from Blair White videos?
No, but she's a good example because she makes this argument. So a good reason to know this is a legitimate argument made against the woke community and why many people accept this super straight label is because the proponents of the anti-woke community say this. The people with hundreds of thousands of followers are literally saying the things I'm saying, that yes, this is a good argument because it shows the hypocrisy of the woke community. That's the reason they're accepting it, not because of transphobia.
What argument is that? Wait, hold on. Who? Like, give me an example of who?
Sargon, Blair White, Black Pigeon Speaks.
So it's just a coincidence that all these people are transphobes. You just named Blair White the most self-hating trans woman on earth, an ethno-nationalist and a neo-Nazi. You don't think it's not because they're transphobic. Wait, hold on. It's not because they're transphobic. Hold on. It's just a coincidence that everyone pushing for this publicly is transphobic, you know. In ancient Greece, they actually said it was only gay if you were the one taking it in the ass. So if you were just going around fucking dudes in the ass, that wasn't gay at all. Like that was het behavior. That was king behavior.
I mean, you got to admit that does at least sound better.
Wait. Oh, so now we defer to arbitrarity. Okay. So wait, hold on. Let's go forward. Okay. So you agree that you're not necessarily gay if you're fucking some femboy ass. All right. We can move from this. Okay. Hold on. All right. So do you think that it would be gay then to have sex with a trans woman? Assuming you're a guy.
Wait, is the trans woman
I love Artemis so much, man. He saw his water fountain was out of water, so he was pawing at it. And then he went over to the bathroom, so I picked up the water fountain and brought it over, and he stared at me purring while I refilled it. And then he followed me back as I brought it over. And before I'd even brought it back to the pad that it sits on, he put his paw on the pad, like, put it here. Now he's drinking water. Well, actually, he's rubbing his face against the fountain and against my leg. Yeah? Are you saying thank you in cat speak? Mwah. I love you.
biologically a man? Or
yes, like the Grecian femboys. They would have been assigned male at birth, yeah.
I think Doug's computer broke, yeah. Doug's computer froze.
Is he frozen?
Real? No, this is what happened.
Or is he just thinking really hard?
He short-circuited. He's like, wait, hold on.
His computer crashed when he alt-tabbed and started Googling.
So you know how I talk.
Yeah,
you know that
do you
this
want?
is not
Should
some
we like
botched
pull
up
up the old
accent.
video where you don't sound like a lunatic LARPer trying to sound like a British judge in a head wig? Like, why are you sounding like this?
I'm just amusing myself. I'm having fun.
I'm having fun as well, my good boy. Why don't we continue with both of us attempting this
You should
charade?
have fun. You should have fun.
Of course.
Now, please make the good case.
So I
good
believe
sir.
your understanding of the word grifter was inaccurate prior to this point. I'd like to correct you if I may.
Very funny.
If you believe that indeed a grifter is anyone who attempts to do anything to benefit their own standing, then
dear sir, that
I do believe a grifter would be everyone on Earth.
And has redeemed herself in the eyes of everyone. Please make that case.
Or votes in the meantime.
Vote for Biden. Biden is going to kill, let's say, 250,000 innocent civilians with the drone strikes. Trump's going to kill 350,000. Do you really think?
Wait, are you about to ask? Are you about to make fun of me for saying that I'm willing to save 100,000 lives by voting for someone I don't like for?
No.
Are you going to make fun of me for that?
Do you think those people give a fuck who killed 250 or 350?
Yes, I think 100,000 people would care very much.
Either way, Bosh, they're going to hate us either way. That's what I'm trying to say.
What? Wait, are you literally saying the lives of 100,000 people aren't relevant? What the fuck are you talking about?
That the living people, the people that remain, the survivors of all the attacks that are going to happen, whether we have Trump or Biden, they're still going to hate us.
I don't make this. I don't choose my political outcomes based on fucking like how people are going to think of me personally afterwards. If I can vote for Biden and it's going to lead to fewer deaths than voting for Trump and it doesn't materially harm my interests,
fucking hate you. They don't care.
They're going to hate us either way. If your argument is true, why not just save the lives?
That they're going to hate us. That's what I'm trying to say about the fucking media. They're always going to hate us.
No. Wait, no. Because there's a huge difference between how the media is going to treat somebody like you and how the media treats somebody like Bernie. Bernie recognized because
man, there was a whole 8-month period of my channel where this was all I dealt with. All I dealt with was people coming on being like, hey, we shouldn't vote for Biden. And I'm like, okay, do you recognize Biden's better than Trump? And they're like, okay, yeah, I do. But we still shouldn't vote for Biden. And I'm like, why? And they're like, because there's no difference. And I'm like, okay, but you recognize one's better than the other. They're like, yeah. And I'm like, well, then how is there no difference? They're like, well, there's no difference even though they're not the same. It's like, fuck.
Because he's not a fucking idiot like half the lefties on Twitter right now, that it is actually possible to get decent coverage from the media. The media was not during his entire campaign just running shit fucking shots at him, taking every single blow they could. No. Quit essentializing and quit reducing incredibly complicated political situations to whatever fits your narrative. There were plenty of instances where Bernie was given a comparatively fair shot by the media, and the reason why is because he didn't just throw them in the garbage because he assumed he was never going to be popular with them anyway. Bernie was smarter than you and smarter than Kyle Kalinske.
Misogynist.
What?
Warren essentially called him a misogynist.
Wait, do you follow my channel? I covered all this shit. Do you think that every single news... Wait, listen. Do you think every single news site and every single media commentator was taking every possible opportunity to shit talk Bernie for the entirety of his election cycle?
If they had the opportunity, they would take it.
No, then you're then you're an idiot. Media coverage is way more complicated than that. This is the kind of reductionist takes that make you people completely politically ineffective. You're not capable of understanding the nuance necessary to engage with complicated systems, so you throw it all out the window and you just whine on Twitter and refuse to engage with any of the fucking complexities of political engagement. Definitely
Holy
did.
fucking fuck, dude. This is your content, man.
Well, yeah, bringing
man.
dumb fucks on and making fun of them.
Not covering Kara Eastman's very important Medicare for all race, but talking about whether or not someone was body shaming you or not.
When
after you called them rat faced, you're a little
watch
weasel,
out
man.
when you go to Pennsylvania. This motherfucker might roll up, deck you out.
Man, that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to beat you up, Vaush.
That nobody who defends the USSR even knows what took place there, so I have to educate them. And yeah, wage labor was a thing in the Soviet Union.
I know it took place, and you do a massive disservice to the cause when you regurgitate and reaffirm bourgeois propaganda. Like, don't you ever think,
we're doing it again.
Something.
Oh, like the Nazis, the Jewish propaganda.
Slow down, dude. Slow down, bro. Okay, so
wait, what did I say that was bourgeois propaganda? Wait, you have to tell me. What did I say that was bourgeois propaganda?
All right, so
wait, what did I
time
say?
you-
Oh no, you're exactly like them.
Why
The
don't you
3
just-
Nazi debates
you
in a row.
want to compare me to Nazis? Guys, watch what he's doing right here. He has to compare me to fascists. He has to conflate me with fascism.
What did I say that
and
was
try and
bourgeois
de-radicalize-
propaganda?
He has to de-radicalize you guys from the hard left. He has to keep people from developing revolutionary consciousness.
what did I say?
Which is the reason why he's constantly sitting here trying to get me angry, dude.
What did I say
he's
that was
sitting here
bourgeois
trying to-
propaganda?
Well, he's sitting here trying to get me angry and get me
can't
emotionally riled up so that he can basically make me look insane and make me look crazy so that he can discredit socialism in practice and planned economy.
So you're a neolib. Because
Can you
race to the
explain what
bottom
brain drain
politics
is?
Doesn't work. Neoliberal race to the bottom.
So wait, hold on. I'm gonna wait really quickly. Last one.
500 other cities that are gonna do the same thing.
So I'm going to explain this to you really quickly. This could be you gave me some
shit
info.
about municipal politics.
You gave me
That's
some
why you're
info earlier.
stupid.
Now I can give you some info, okay?
What's a TIF?
So the difference
What's a TIF?
here
Go Google
was that.
it real quick.
So hold on.
What's a TIF?
Hold on.
What's a TIF,
So, wait,
Fausch?
hold on.
What's a TIF?
I'm not letting you get out of being educated on this one, Mike. This is very important if you're going to be a socialist advocate, okay?
What's a market, Posh?
I don't know. What is a market?
A market is a place where commodities are.
Wait, I could have just asked you? Wait, I asked you before. What changed?
It was a hypothetical question this whole time, Posh.
No, you already
Moving
said
on.
that, and we've been
What is a
dancing around, but
commodity?
that doesn't. So wait, what does this have to do with the Walmart Amazon thing?
Oh my god, he's so fucking stupid. He doesn't even know what commodities or markets are.
Ooh.
You're a fucking idiot, dude. I hope you enjoy the grift while you can, because this isn't gonna last forever. You're gonna be selling pencils from a cup in like the next 5 to 10 years.
Like I was saying,
It's
man,
gonna
I
be-
didn't need to put any work in to make you sound fucking crazy. It's all it takes is a little gravity. Tell me, then
How do I
then
know
how
that?
do you?
Because I've seen it happen.
How do you
I've seen
solve it?
happen with this
Come on,
city.
come on. How do you solve it?
You solve it through sewer socialism. This is another thing you don't know what it is, probably.
Just answer. How do you solve it?
Sewer social. So you focus on creating the best possible public services. You fund education, and you provide an opportunity for people to maximize their potentialities. You can't control everything by a top-down privatization TIF-based model.
So wait,
where
you didn't
provide
answer the
tax
question.
incent-
So
I did.
You don't know what brain drain is. That's okay. I'll explain it to you. Brain drain is when all the people who get degrees in your city.
This is why you're
no, it's okay. You can learn. Mike,
posture.
Mike,
what's a TIF?
Mike, this is a learning opportunity. That's okay. Hold on.
You
hold on.
don't know anything about politics. It's embarrassing. I'm talking to you.
No, it's okay, Mike. No, we're almost here. Okay.
Oh, yeah, Kulak's actually opposed Stalin. So
Yeah,
I mean,
everybody
under-
should oppose
under-
Stalin. Stalin was horrible. He's probably
I would
Really?
disagree that everyone opposed Stalin.
no.
Yeah, I
Everyone should have opposed Stalin. No,
Oh,
not
okay,
everyone
yeah.
did. Yeah, everyone should have. Yeah, he was.
Well,
a
that's your
horrible-
prerogative, but
No.
in the context
Do
of
you
the
disagree?
USSR,
Even
do I disagree that
Lenin didn't
okay,
want
yeah.
Stalin in? Like, even Lenin said, this guy's fucking dangerous. He's a fucking lunatic. Don't let this guy get in charge. He had to kill his opponent in order to get that position. He chased him out of the USSR. And
Well,
then killed
Lenin,
him.
well, Stalin actually democratically won over Trotsky.
Okay. I didn't know this at the time, but apparently the upper echelon of the party, like the was it the Politburo in the Soviet Union, basically like the political leadership shortly after Stalin took power, had a 20% survival rate. 80% of the people up there were purged. Yeah. He killed a lot of people. Hey, that's how you know Stalin's a communist, okay? He killed people at the top and the bottom, all right? He killed millions of regular people. He killed like most of the people at the top too, honestly. Fucking Thanos snapped all of Soviet Russia. Jesus Christ. How about leftist infighting? Yeah, I've got nothing on Stalin. The Purge is the Great Purge. Yeah, the year of 37. Scholars estimate the death toll for the Great Purge, which lasted like a year and a half, was around 700,000. Holy shit. During the Purge, the NKVD widely utilized imprisonment, torture, violent interrogation, arbitrary execution to solidify control over, Oh no, that was the death rate, Merrick. More people were, like, left after. But I think most of the people who were kicked out of the Politburo were killed. Like, I don't think he left many people live. Yeah, the Moscow trials. Purge of the army. Removed 3 of 5 marshals, then the equivalent of 4-star generals, 13 of 15 army commanders, 8 of 9 admirals, 50 of 57 admiral corps commanders, 154 out of 186 division commanders, every commissar, and 25 to 28 army corps commissars. Jesus Christ! What did he keep? Not much. Fuck. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. God damn. Oh yeah, America, I'm sure. Where's the section on the leadership? Hold on. Moscow trials. Wider purge intelligentsia. In the 20s and 30s, 2,000 writers, intellectuals, and artists were imprisoned, and 1,500 died in prisons and concentration camps. They purged astronomers? After sunspot development research was judged un-Marxist, 27 astronomers disappeared between 36 and 38. Fucking what? I need a citation on that. There's no citation on that sentence. That can't be real. That can't be real. The Meteorological Office was violently purged as early as 1933 for failing to predict weather harmful to the crops. We'd have to read a book. Yeah, they stopped all genetic research, or at least they stopped a bunch of genetic research in the USSR, and they did, like, fake plant science because it was, like, fash. It's in JSTOR. I'm not reading a JSTOR article. I'm trying to finish this food. Hold on. If I can find a citation for astronomers disappearing because their sunspot development research was considered un-Marxist, that is like unfathomable. That is, every single member of the Soviet cabinet was kicked by Stalin, lol. Every last one. Every member of the original 1917 and 1919 Politburo was already dead under Lenin, Stalin, or executed by Stalin. There you go. Listen, okay? You get to be Stalin or you get to be dead to Lenin or Stalin. Holy shit. The purge of astronomers. More than 24 Soviet astronomers were arrested between March of 36 and July of 37. Few astronomers are aware of the extent to which Soviet astronomy was devastated. The article investigates the situation in astronomy during these 2 years. Begins with a brief catalyst for purge the arrest themselves. Holy shit. What the fuck? I gotta look this up sometime. That is crazy. Yeah, then you have Lysenkoism. Dude looks like a Nazi. Jesus. Okay, guys. When people call me a chauvinist for saying that the United States was better than the USSR, it's because I keep hearing about shit like this, okay? There have been like 500 times in my life where I've learned something about the USSR and thought, there's no way. That's too stupid. And then I look it up and it's real. Like, America wishes it could do shit this stupid and cartoonishly evil. It's like, Jesus Christ. Pigeon?
You want to show them? She's sleepy.
Yeah. Sleepy pigeon. You should have seen it. The water fountain at my feet was out of water. Ooh. The water fountain at my feet was out of water. So Artemy bapped at it and then went to the bathroom. I picked it up and went to refill it, and Artemy followed me back. And before I even put it down on the pad, Artemy had his paw on the pad and he was purring. Like, put it down here.
She's so sleepy.
Are you sleepy? Yeah. What?
Are you streaming tomorrow?
Tomorrow? Should be. Why? Probably at night. I've got a doctor's appointment in the morning. What's up?
Oh, nothing. I was just seeing if we could plan doing something tomorrow night. But I was just
Errand or fun?
fun.
Yeah.
We'll see.
No, that takes priority.
We'll see.
Excuse me. Vosh, I'm be honest, 250 years of chattel slavery, another 100 years of systemic oppression, being the #1 warmonger on the planet. I don't know, Lamau, I think the U.S. objectively worse. I don't like that line of thinking, because if you want to take everything, like, in history and, like, conglomerate it together, the worst, like, country on the planet would be China, wouldn't it? The Chinese Empire is, like, 4,000 years old, had a huge population, and has had so many internal, like, uprisings and revolutions and shit. I'm pretty sure, like you can't, if you compare like time scales, like, yeah, sure, you know, but in terms of the political dispositions of these countries, like in terms of what they did and wanted to do, in terms of what they were doing, in terms of their systems, their beliefs, their policies, yeah, I think the USSR was way worse than the US. I unironically, sincerely, 100% absolutely believe the United States was, during the Cold War, closer to socialism than the USSR. I fully believe that. I think that if either society were to move towards socialism, the USSR would have vastly more work to do. And I don't think either of them is close, by the way. This isn't a congratulations to the United States. I'm just saying. I'm telling you, the greatest victory for socialism of the 20th century was the fall of the Soviet Union. The fact that now for the next, like, 1,000 years, all socialists get to be, like, shackled to the history of the Soviet Union, which is so fucked, because it was such a shitty fucking country that did nothing right ever at any point, fucked up constantly, and was never even remotely socialist. And now we just... And Russists, Jesus. Socialists insist on maintaining that relationship, which I just refuse to. Absolutely not. My allegiance is to the ideals and morals that I believe in, not to shitty fucking countries that did nothing good. Not literally nothing good, but... Alright, sorry. I'm almost done eating. Then we'll play Elden Ring, and I'll listen to Jubilee, okay?
He's program. I mean, if you want the citation, I can
Adolf
give it to you.
Adolf Hitler won and then was legally appointed chancellor.
No, he was appointed.
Yeah,
he didn't win a democratic election.
He was
appointed.
He won. He got like 30%.
Wait, did Stalin win a democratic election?
Of the vote prior, and then he was appointed. These were legal processes. The legality.
Yeah, but he made himself a dictator illegally by changing the constitution.
And is it? I'm sorry. Is it legal to murder your opponent, Trotsky?
Well, the murdering happened a lot longer, but
yeah,
even
because
before
he chased
that,
Trotsky. No, he chased Trotsky out. There was a. Oh my God! I'm sorry. I haven't read up on my. Wait, I'm sorry. I haven't read up on my Stalin shit for a while. The idea that Stalin succeeding Lenin was an act of democracy is ludicrous.
Do you want the citation?
You can send me a citation if you want. I'm sorry. Was this party democracy or was this real democracy?
Well, the word "real" kind of begs a question because
yeah, it does. Yeah, because I don't think a society that only lets 10% of its party elites vote is actually a democratic society.
Well, who do you think got those people in power in the first place? Was it the state? Was it the autonomous being of the state?
You're defending an oligarchy. You're saying because Stalin was a strong man who was able to get party officials in power, that their voting for him was legitimate. You're literally defending an oligarchy right now. You realize that, right? You actually think that people should just move out of middle America and go live in megacities on the coast.
Whenever I talk, you start talking. So I have a homework assignment for you.
You can't answer the question.
There you go. I started talking.
He actually can't. Dude, he has the neoliberal position, unironically.
You started talking when I started talking.
So wait, answer the question. Answer the question then. How would you prevent people from leaving Middle America?
You can't. Wait, is that in your socialism? You think you can prevent people from leaving one region to the other?
No.
This is Soviet style.
Okay, hold on. Wait, I'm sorry.
What are you
sorry.
talking about?
I forgot you
This
had
is bafflingly stupid.
Hold on. So I forgot you had 30 IQ. So what I actually meant, and any reasonable person would have known what I meant.
Go ahead.
What would you do to prevent the drain of resources and labor from middle America towards coastal America?
It depends what you're talking about.
So do you want all these communities to just die?
I think some communities are going to shrink, which they already have. And neoliberalism is what made them shrink.
Working class Mike over here. Don't revitalize your cities. Just have everyone move to Seattle. Dude, you have Destiny's position.
You're
just
actually
move.
dumb as fuck.
You think that Stalin had to gulag the gays because capitalism existed somewhere in the world? You know how insane that is? Your argument was that you had to spread dissent amongst the working class to keep the working class from revolting against the bourgeois. But Stalin, there was no proletariat class in Soviet Russia when Stalin did that. So what? He was trying to appease the foreign bourgeois? Like he was thinking like, oh man, if all the Soviet citizens get out one day, we have to make sure that they're divided amongst sexuality lines.
The Soviet Union, the people, the peasants were extremely reactionary because of millennia of class struggle.
It's class struggle couldn't be anything else? How do you know it was class struggle? Also, we're talking about Stalin right now.
How do I know what was class struggle?
There are bigotry.
How do I know if the bigotry of the Soviet people, like their homophobia, was due to class struggle?
Yes. Because Soviet Russia was hugely reactionary, even for people who were born after the revolution and spent their entire lives in the Soviet Union. They were still reactionary.
Right. Because they couldn't spend their resources on combating that reactionary feelings among the people when they had to spend all their resources on trying to keep their country alive.
You're incredible. The mental gymnastics. There's no logical leap that you won't take. You'll adopt anything. You had never thought about that in your life before, but you just paused so you could quickly think of a way out of having to admit you were wrong. That's insane. It's fitting that you're anti-intellectual. You're like a toxin. So your argument is that in order to generate the tax revenue necessary to upgrade the infrastructure in Omaha, which by the way doesn't even fix brain drain, what they should do is annex neighboring cities to get their tax base.
They're not cities. They're outlying suburbs. They were created for
what do you think suburbs are in?
Do you know what white flight is? What is white flight?
I don't. Wait, just answer the question.
What is white flight?
You can't answer. This is a pivot. Mike, you're doing it. You're doing it again.
Vaush, what was white flight?
You do realize that suburbs bleed money, right?
White flight, Vaush. What is white flight?
Okay, so you don't have an answer, and you're just going to ask rhetorical questions that everybody has an answer to.
Every time I talked about sewer socialism. I talked about.
So can you point me to an area in Omaha that's suburban that hasn't been? You do realize that suburbs are an economic drain on cities, right? There's a video series that I can show you. Suburbs are actually the least economically productive.
They're saying that cities lose because of the creation of suburbs because they lose their.
The annexation of suburbs will decrease the city's revenue.
Wrong.
He doesn't know.
Dummy. You're stupid.
All right, that was good.
Real boy.
You're actually dumber than I thought.
Neoliberal Mike, just move to the coastal cities. All right, wow.
Well, that's a bit of a loaded statement because Trotsky wasn't murdered until well after.
I did it. I ate. Whew. I still have no idea what Mike was doing there. In like 2 sentences, he admitted that suburbs are the least economically efficient part of cities, and then he insisted that annexing them, all these unincorporated suburbs around a town, could be used to bring in more revenue for the city. Like, okay. Was the food yummy? Yeah, it was. It was Trader Joe's snacky food. Yeah, one day, Tempest. It's funny watching over all this because I used to be so much more shouty during debates. I want to get back to this, but it needs to be with the right people, you know? I don't want to just bring random earnest people through email on and just scream at them, you know? Like, they have to earn it, is what I mean. Like, if they're going to be super dumb, like, they have to earn it. Okay, hold on. Let's do it. Excuse me, let me set it up. Jubilee. This long-ass video. Jubilee. Do another mic debate? Maybe one day. Can sex and love be separate? Polyamory versus... Dude, I love Jubilee, man. They know what they're doing, okay? Look at this shit. Look at this goddamn... Can sex and love be separate? Polyamory versus monogamy. And there's the polyamorous person, okay? Well, listen, okay? Not to say there aren't people who look like this, but holy shit, you know goddamn well they were looking for... They were looking for that. And then the polyamorous person's just looking neutral, but the monogamous person's given, like, the... What are you talking about? Like, kind of look, you know? Like, what's up with you, you know? All right, trans versus conservative men, 45 minutes. Oh, God. Let me do the video pop out. We're gonna have to keep alt-tabbing between fucking Elden Ring and Jubilee, just like God intended. Hold on. Where's the pop-out? Where's the pop-out button? Where is it? Pop-out. There you go.
Middle ground is a...
Shut up. God. Pipe, site chat, webcam group, capture. Put them up here. Probably not sake. That seems pretty difficult. All right. This one is for all of my trans male homies out there. Okay? Because we don't talk about trans dudes enough. You know why? Because I'm misandrist. But you already knew that. But it's time for us to stand up. Get ready for a noise drop, because the game doesn't recognize audio changes in the settings until after you get past the opening. Bwah. Bwah. Okay. Here, let me... We'll keep the audio nice and low so we can pay attention. Okay.
Social experiment that brings humans with opposing beliefs together. These
Social
discussions may contain viewpoints that are the result of misinformation. Remember to seek out experts and to be critical of your own biases while forming an opinion. Please.
Wow, right off the bat. Okay. Dude, we should do this disclaimer. We should have this disclaimer for literally all political content produced by anyone, anywhere. That's good. I like that.
See the humanity in each participant, and
I've
as
got a
always,
little ice
we
axe now.
encourage empathy.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. See? I'm trying it out.
So when you say we're just redefining what being a man is, you have to understand you're redefining a fabric in society that has kept the human race and got it to where it is today.
But do you see the state of our world today? It's not perfect, and it's been led by men, like, throughout.
Okay, why are we lagging? Why the frames? Why is it stretched like that?
All of history, and look where it's gone.
Why would lagging? Weird. Okay, it must have something to do with the pop-up. That's okay. Hold on. We'll do it another way. Because I'm able to play YouTube videos just fine. Here. Instead of having the pop-up, instead I'm just going to have the video itself. And that should work just fine. Here we go.
Middle ground is a social experiment that brings humans with opposing beliefs together. These discussions may contain viewpoints that are the result of misinformation. Remember to seek out experts and to be critical of your own biases while forming an opinion.
Why, of
Please see the
course.
humanity in each participant, and as always, we encourage empathy.
So when you say we're just redefining what being a man is, you have to understand you're redefining a fabric in society that has kept the human race and got it to where it is today.
But do you see the state of our world today? It's not perfect, and it's been led by men like throughout all of history, and look where it's gone.
Step forward if you agree with the prompt. Masculinity is disappearing in America.
I think that masculinity is disappearing. I think that it's a concerted effort to emasculate men. I think that some people feel threatened by masculinity and the typical way that men carry themselves, leading families and different things like that. So I think that.
Wait, do I know this guy? Wait, is this Tatum? Oh, this is Tatum, yeah. This guy's a moron. Cherry just told me Zan got copyright claim for this video. Can you flip the video? What? Is Jubilee doing that now? Man, it's dangerous out here. Alright, guys. We're watching Ilibuj. God help us all.
There's an effort to mitigate strong men in America.
There's a few different ways to think about masculinity, but just looking at kind of the definition of the term 50 years ago, you had people like John Wayne, you had Martin Luther King, you had Sean Connery. You think of like masculine features as in beards, hairy chest, big muscles, think stoic, being brave, being
like me,
rugged, being a provider. Today you have people like Harry Styles and Timothy Chalamet. You have people that are completely contrary to what.
Okay, can I just say, by the way, I only learned that Harry Styles was a part of One Direction like 3 days ago because of a Quentin Reviews video. Okay, I had no idea. I just assumed that Harry Styles was some like actor or like model or something who was doing gender bendy stuff and got popular for it. I had no idea. I think that might have actually been the first time I'd ever seen a picture of the One Direction group. I'm almost kind of proud of myself for not knowing for so long.
What we were looking at back then, and those values of those masculine characteristics are completely devalued.
I do believe that masculinity is going downhill, especially if you look at like the testosterone levels. Now the testosterone levels for guys is going down compared to generations before us. So yeah, I agree. Hi, I'm Gilbert. I'm 24 years old and I'm a conservative man. With my beliefs and having a trans man as my friend, we don't really talk about politics. Someone being trans doesn't make me like them any less of a person.
Well, that's
as far
nice.
as pronouns, when referring to my friend, I don't really use the pronouns that my friend would want. I just say my friend or I say their name, just because I feel like I'm giving into the narrative that men can be women and women can be men if I use the pronouns that they want.
Okay, wait. Can we talk for a second about how bitch behavior it is to not use your friend's correct pronouns because it would make you feel like you're giving into the narrative? Like, how weak are you? Like, oh, sorry, my political narrative doesn't let me. Like, holy shit. Like, flip the script and imagine, like, some, like, quivering-kneed, like, beta soy cuck liberal white boy saying how he can't use the terms Latino or Latina to refer to his Latin friends and instead uses Latine, you know? Like, oh, sorry, I feel like I'd be giving into the gendered language narrative. Like, we would tear into that person, right? Like, that's what I'm listening to right now. My axe is too short. Okay, we got him.
I do see that masculinity is under attack completely, but my definition of masculinity, like you said, has a lot to do with the traits that are associated with it. As a gay man, I mean, of all of us, I'm not the most masculine man, but I do think that the good aspects of masculinity are definitely under attack, but I don't think that it's disappearing, it's just being channeled in different ways.
Oh, this
It depends
person
on how
is
you look
super
at it,
closeted.
because a lot of the traits can also be embodied in women and femininity. So when we look at masculinity, I think that we have to also look at what is the actual definition
Oh, you just said
of
he's gay?
femininity and masculinity.
Okay,
and if we're defining masculinity by being stoic or muscles or body parts, then is it really masculinity?
A lot of times when you guys spoke about masculinity, you associate it with men being manly, but I think more women are embracing their masculinity. Masculinity is still there. I mean, just other genders are using it. Being courageous, being powerful, more women are standing in their power, which is again associated with masculine, but it's not specific to just men. Women are no longer submissive, they're dominant. Women.
I actually think that's a good point. If you want to hear people talk about like, well, okay, what parts of masculinity are fading away? And the answers they have are always like the most superficial, trivial elements. Like, people aren't wearing suits anymore. People aren't super domineering, you know. But if you ask like, okay, well, what are the important parts of being a man? Like being courageous, being, you know, strong, being confident. It's like, oh, okay, well, that's still out here, you know? That's actually a really good argument. I've never thought of that before. When they say masculinity is fading, point out how trivial their perspective of masculinity is, by pointing out that the only things that are actually fading away are superficial aesthetic elements. Good point.
And don't need men, and I think that most of America is realizing that anyone can be powerful on their own.
I believe that the masculine traits are inherently in men, and men have to take a position. You made a really good point by saying women are now becoming more masculine. They feel as if they don't need men, which I think is
Wait,
the
who said
problem
that?
here. I think that the way we've been designed by God, in my opinion, is that men are to lead, men are to be strong, men are to be brave. Men have to take their rightful position. The way our country has been structured to this point has been because of strong men who have taken a stand, who have fought wars. Now I feel like it's...
Remember, guys, 100% of men who talk like this are beta soy cucks, okay? There is nothing weaker and more pathetic than saying that you need the women in your life to be weak and submissive. I'm sorry. Like, if it's a kink thing, fine, whatever. I'm not kink shaming, okay? But if you're like, God made it so that you have to be lesser than me, and I'm uncomfortable that you're asserting yourself, like, that is such beta cuck shit. Such beta cuck shit. Beta, 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 beta cuck, loser, beta.
It's getting so lopsided that our families are degrading. People don't know where they're at in this country.
Now in 2022, masculinity...
Oh, I'm sorry. One more thing, and I know I'm pausing a lot here, but isn't it interesting that he would say that our families are degrading when I've debated this guy and he's argued that, like, black men aren't standing up for their families by sticking with their loved ones? I'm sorry. Is the problem with the black family that black men aren't masculine enough? Because I was under the impression that by basically any standard of racial judgment, black men are considered to be the archetypes of male masculinity, right? So... is it so like if the families are falling apart, like what does that have to do with masculinity? Like it just seems like it's which way you want, like whatever's most convenient.
Is being redefined. And I think what happens is people get upset when things start to change. No, I think that nobody ever wants to take that away from men. I think that what we want to do in the world now is start to understand what is masculinity. And it's always been really associated with this very machismo space. And now there's different kinds of men in the world. There's not just biological men. There's also trans men or people who want to be masculine. So I think what's happening now is people are pushing against change, because change is scary and people don't understand. And so I think men, biological men, feel under attack when I think that's not what's happening here.
The point that you made is 100% correct. There are different phases and people are experiencing in different ways. The feminist movement is, I think they are attacking masculinity within men. I don't want a man to open the door for me. I don't need a man in my life. I can do all of these different things. What they're doing is attacking men, and that's what's causing the problem.
What part of the feminist group feels like it's attacking? Because I know that most feminism is like...
Buck Angel is the perfect example of the difference between real masculinity and aesthetic masculinity, because the dude looks macho as fuck and he's the biggest bitch pick-me in the universe. If you go to Buck Angel's, like, Twitter page, it is just chock fucking full of, like, I'm not one of the bad transes, I'm one of the good ones. You can call me whatever you want. Didn't he literally tweet at one point he didn't mind it if people call him, like, she, her, or whatever, like, a year ago? But now, like, trans people were mockingly calling him her on Twitter because he was, like, he's such a pick-me, and all of a sudden he has an issue with it? Like, in the past, he said something like, I don't care, you know,
I'm a human. Use human language with me. But then when people actually, like, call him out in it, he actually suddenly does care. I think I remember that. Fuck. Sorry. We're never gonna get through this video at this rate.
Like wanting equal pay or...
Well, you just said that women not needing men is somehow empowering. You know, having a man is somehow less empowering, or being an individual is somehow less
But that's how
empowering.
women feel.
Right.
Women actually are saying that because that's how they feel. It's
But
as if,
that's not how every woman feels.
but no one's
That's just
saying
an
every woman.
assumption
They're
of
only
how
women speak for themselves. So
Right.
all of you are going to have different opinions as biological men.
Absolutely.
Women all have different opinions. Oh, you see a very specific group of women saying this.
Let me you did just say that's how women feel. So are you speaking on behalf of all
No,
women?
no, I'm not. Let me take that back. The women who are saying that feel that way.
Why do you feel that women in general feel disempowered?
No, I don't think in general. No. That's a generalized statement. You can't say that. I said
you're the
women.
one
No, I
who
did
said
not. I
women
said the
feel
women who
disempowered.
say that.
You associated somehow women are now
Clusterfuck
embracing
from the
masculinity,
get-go.
which means that they are now more empowered because they don't need
They don't
a man.
need a man,
Or
right.
if they're
Men feel empowered when women need
But
them.
I don't think that women...
Okay. Again, like, this is some weak bitch shit, okay? I don't want a woman who needs me. I want a woman who wants me. Like, if you really want women to need you, just roll the clock back 50 years and make it so women can't open their own bank accounts. Like, wow, congratulations. You truly are... You're such a big man. Wow, you took advantage of their economic lack of mobility, and now they need you. Wow, phenomenal. They need you the way a child needs a parent. Is that what you want, you fucking pedophile? Like, seriously, it's so weird. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm some kind of... maybe this is some sort of crazy new age idea, but if I have a partner, I want it to be because they love me and want to be with me. Does that make sense? Does that follow? Oh, fuck, I'm not even drinking the flasks. I'm drinking the poison. Yeah, like, I wouldn't want a romantic partner where I feel like I have no idea if they genuinely like me or if it's just, like, dependency. Like, that's very weird. That sounds so unpleasant. I don't know. Perish.
Women's empowerment comes from having a man or not having a man. So why is it always associated that, you know, a woman's now empowered because she doesn't need a man? A woman has always been empowered. Women have never been...
But they've never felt
That's
that.
not true.
I mean,
That's
if
not
we go
true.
back to the 1920s, if you're going to do that, but that's not
But
what
of
we're talking
course,
about.
you
We're
have-
talking about society right now.
Right now, you actually think women are empowered right now?
Absolutely, women are empowered.
He's the vice
What do we
president.
mean-
And
what
how
do we
long
mean
did
by
it take for her to become a vice president?
What do we mean
There
by
is a right and wrong way
True,
to
Merrick.
be a man.
True, Merrick. The same people who want women to be dependent on them are also the same people, the same guys who say, like, women only like men for their resources. It's such a fucking circular argument there. Like, yeah, women should be biologically dependent on the resources of the male. And then they, like, get mad that women don't seem to actually love them. Like, damn, you know? At least when women in relationships with me don't actually love me, it's because the dick's that good, okay? At least it's not because of my fucking bank account, alright? Well, not that I had any money to my name before this job.
Take a second to think about it.
I think that when I originally heard the question being asked,
Yeah, they don't like women, they
I
like
didn't
power
agree
over
with
women.
it, but men are not abusive individuals. Men are not to be cowards. Men are to lead their families. And men who do not display that, I don't believe that they are men, in my opinion. And all of the qualities that I see in my father is what I believe a man should be.
Wait, I thought being a man was biological. Wait, hold on. You can't be a man if you don't lead your family and don't have, like, honor or whatever? Wait, hold on. I thought we were all strict. Ah, yes, the conservative says, lying. My view of gender is exclusively determined by chromosomes. They say dishonestly while winking.
All of those characteristics are what make a man, and when I see a man be a coward in the truth, in just speaking the truth, or sticking up for what's right, especially today in America with everything going on, I'm like, those are not men. My name is Clarkson.
Yeah,
I'm 24
yeah,
years
like,
old,
okay.
And I'm a conservative man. My biggest question for the other side.
Wait, aren't
really
you
is, are
gay?
you
Wouldn't they
happy?
think you're not a
Anybody
man?
that wants to fundamentally change society and change gender roles, to me,
I just think he
that's
looks
not
like a man
happiness.
baby.
And if we want to fight for acceptance, we need to start with acceptance,
It's
which
very
is accepting
uncanny
society
valley,
for
very
what it
Ken
is.
doll.
At the end of the day, we're all men, and I don't believe there's any wrong way to be a man. We're just redefining what it means to be a man.
But there are things that naturally come to men. So when you say we're just redefining what being a man is, you have to understand you're redefining a fabric in society that has kept the human race and got it to where it is today. So just like aimlessly throwing out, oh, well, we're just redefining what it is to be a man. That's not just like a light subject that we should be talking about.
But why do you think it has to stay the same? Why do we need to have the same thing for hundreds and hundreds of years?
Do you not see the state
It's not the same thing. It's just, it's keeping the same qualities.
But do you see the state of our world today?
Wait, this
It's not
dude's
perfect.
gay. Is he seriously
And it's been
gonna make
led
that
by men,
argument?
Like throughout all of history, and look where it's gone.
Doug, where are you gonna be a gay guy going like, you can't just willy-nilly change like long-standing social expectations? What the fuck? Dude, every conservative minority member, every like conservative who's a member of a minority group lives with crippling cognitive dissonance. Oh wait, he said he was gay? Is this one of those conversion camp success story guys? Did he say that? No, he still is gay? Yeah, okay, yeah. I didn't hear him say that he was, like, ex-gay or whatever. He does look like he would have gone to a conversion camp.
So, we're talking about redesigning what it means to be a man. So, what do you want to bring to traditional men?
I think it's embracing that you can be vulnerable. I think that a lot of men want to portray strength, 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 but men are people, and I know that men have feelings.
Being a man and masculinity, those are two different things. And I believe that we can redefine whatever that means to anybody by including other types of men or other types of masculinity. I myself am a father, I have a child. Some people would disagree with me being a father because I am transgender. But that being said, I present to the world as a male, my child sees me as a man.
There's proper ways to be vulnerable, right? You don't have to break down in front of your family and cry. It's okay to suffer silence as well. Strong men.
What? You don't have to break down in front of your family and cry. You can suffer in silence as well. Okay. Or you could not. What? You can show vulnerability in different ways. Just silently bottle it up inside and kill yourselves, leaving your family with nothing except for ruined expectations. Like, yes. There we go. Yes. The death of a salesman, the prescriptively best archetype of masculinity. Let's go. Like, why? Weird. Very weird. Conservatives are not all right, man.
And I believe exude the qualities that you guys are referring to. I think the problem is overcorrection, right? Some people believe that men need to cry and lay on the ground and be feminine like women. My name is Brandon. I'm 34
lay
years
on the
old,
ground.
and I'm a conservative man. I had a lot of curiosities about what it's like
get
to
off the
be
ground.
a
You look
person
like a
who
woman.
believes that they're a trans man. You know, I feel like God has created all of us very uniquely, and although I have beliefs and I follow the Bible to the T, I still want to know from other people what their experiences are. Doesn't mean I have to agree, but I really want to know what other people are feeling from the person who's experiencing it real time.
I have male privilege.
Yeah, of course the conservative, yeah.
Oh, sit over.
Ultimate conservative hypocrisy, by the way, is believing like, yeah, being a man means you're strong. It means you take care of everyone. It means you're dependable. It means that you have the power. And then like, hey, so does that give you like privilege over others? And they say no. You know, I think women should be weak and dependent on men. Oh, so do you think men have privilege then? No. What? No? Why would you? What? No? What?
I've lived both lives, and I can tell you firsthand that it does exist. I am taken much more seriously in my career since I've transitioned as a man. Prior to transitioning, I would work just as hard, if not harder, for the same position and not be considered. The minute that I transition, I am immediately taken more seriously. I can give you an example. Obviously, with COVID, there's like the mask mandate, right? So I have to tell customers all the time.
Not for a while. What? Oh. Do you want me to turn my camera off? Okay. Just tell me when.
It needs to be above your nose, right? I do that all day. My manager, who's above me, who is a woman, will have to go to them and tell them they give her a fight. But the minute I just look in their direction, it's up. It doesn't seem like a privilege, but it is because now my manager has to work 3 times harder for something that's so simple.
I think the word privilege is the thing that turns a lot of people off with this conversation. But that being said, again, myself living my life as a female, pretty much half my life, and then now half my life as a man, there is no way I could not be honest about the fact that my life has changed drastically. Also being a white man, that's also a conversation a lot of people don't want to have. But I have privilege of being white and privilege also of being a man now. I can walk into any room and command that room in a heartbeat because people just do that with men. And I think the thing is that biological men are born into that space, so they'll never ever see it. Why do we now, as women who have become men, get to have this thing? It's 100% because we are men. We look like men. Nobody would ever know. No one would ever know that we used to be women. So it's actually a real lived experience.
Buck sounds fine when he's not doing, like, pick-me shit, you know? Wait, how long are you gonna be back there? Okay, I just don't know if I should turn my cam on or just be lazy and leave it off. Okay. When he's not doing the pick-me shit, like, Buck mostly sounds fine, you know? It's, like, pretty clearly some edge issues that he insists on having bad takes on, you know? I have a feeling this video is going to get spicy because it's double the average length of a Jubilee Change My Mind video, you know? Like, I feel like at some point during this...
So, I agree with a lot of what you all are saying as far as like transitioning. But as a black man, privilege looks way different for me because if I'm walking down the street, then I'm seen as a threat by police, by women, by anybody else. Being seen as a man is where my privilege stops and where everything else begins. So I don't see it as privilege.
Okay,
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that because it discounts the fact that black men have a lot of privilege over black women. However, that's probably the best possible argument he could have made coming back here, you know? After not agreeing with the privilege bit. Like, that's probably the best possible thing he could have come out here with. So.
Got a lot to say about this topic here. First of all, I mean, we have to be transparent and honest with each other. You know, I think that not everybody on this side presents 100% like a man. Like, if I saw you in the streets, I wouldn't think you were a man. You know, men have it really hard in this world, and they've always had it hard in this world. The wars have been fought by men. They've died in the hundreds of thousands. Men commit suicide more. Men work more the dangerous jobs. You know, if somebody...
Men commit suicide more. Hey, guys, it's okay to bottle up your feelings and not talk about how you feel to your family. I wonder if there's a relationship between... I wonder if there's a relationship between these factors. Yeah, wouldn't that mean it's manly to kill yourself? Yeah, Tatum, aren't they just, like, expressing their manhood? Like, what?
Somebody broke in this place right now, who are they going to expect to defend everybody in here is going to be the men. If your family fails, they're not looking at your wife.
I'm sorry. Hold on. If your fucking definition of manhood is being defined by your cringy high school era fantasies of some fucking terrorists breaking into the building and you using kung fu to disable... What? The people who will defend you are the security guards they no doubt have there. Who's going to attack you? What are you talking about? And we live in the modern world. Anyone who's going to defend anyone is the person holding a gun. None of you are holding guns right now. What are you talking about? What? Can you imagine if I was having this conversation with somebody? They're like, "Well, what do you think is a man?" I'm like, "Well, what do you think a man is?" If someone broke into this room right now, like, who do you think would disable them with kung fu? Like, Jesus Christ.
They're not. They're looking at the man. You know, I just want people to understand that there's some advantages that men have, and then also men do struggle in custody and all kinds of different things.
100%. I 100% agree with you as a man now, right? But what I think my perception of it is different than yours because you were born male, you were raised male, you have a whole other space in that, and I totally respect your opinion on that, and I believe that that is a true lived experience as a born man.
Yeah, and let me add with the black man because we have a different, a total different reality.
I'm anti-lived experience.
In no way, form, or fashion do I go into a room and I feel like I'm less than. I think I command presence when I go into a room because the way I'm dressed, and I'm tall. I go in the streets. I've never had a person cross the street. I've never been attacked by a police officer. I was a police officer. You know, I've been pulled over probably 3 times in my entire life.
I mean, my biggest question with this and why I don't necessarily agree with it.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is he suggesting that the way he talks and dresses is why police don't profile him? and not the fact that he's a former cop, maybe? I don't know if it's like he was in a small town and they could like know based on the car, like they recognize you. He's just like, yes, you see, I've never been profiled because the cops are able to, the cops know I'm articulate through the driver's side window. Like, I have no idea. I don't, it's such a silly argument. I have no idea how that's supposed to track. You can smell a cop when you've been a cop, true.
Because when it comes to privilege, there's not really a way to quantify it. It's very subjective. So like your version of male privilege and your version of male privilege are very different.
So it's hard to see the other side because you've never lived it.
Yeah.
The difference between you and us is we see
hello.
it because we've lived it. You have not. So it's easy to speak and be like, well, it doesn't exist. Well, how would you know?
Well, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I think everybody has certain privileges, but what I think the question here is what defines male privilege over women? Because women have privileges too.
Right.
So is there a graph that you guys are calculating to make men have more than women, or what?
The privilege is not acknowledging what you have that comes so easy.
So do you think that your fear, because you live both sides,
Right.
do you think your fear is something that you have in your mind, or you think it's a
No.
reality? Because,
No.
no, let me say this, you never really changed as a person. You're the same person
Right,
that you were.
exactly.
So you have the same physical capabilities that you did
No.
when you were a woman.
No.
What?
No, my strength is entirely different after.
Well,
Wait, what? Dude, trans dudes go through legal doping regimens. What? First of all, privilege isn't about what you can do for the most part. It's about how society perceives you. So even if trans men were in every way, shape, and form identical, like biologically the same as cis women, which, I mean, they're not. Like, if they take hormones, that's totally not the case. But even if that was the case, you can still have differences in the privilege you experience because a lot of it, most of it, comes down to how people treat you. What I told you about my hours. Oh yeah, I was talking with Tempest the other day, my editor, a trans guy, who was saying that basically he's on T and he's getting like too bulky for his own good. Like he was getting stretch marks on his armpits because his arms are fucking swelling up with muscle. With Tempest, as I understand, minimal effort because you're just fucking roiding right now. Like you're just roiding the fuck up, right? Fucking Giga Chad. It is a doping. You will get disqualified from athletic events. You've gained about 30 pounds of muscle. Tempest, that is fucking ridiculous. 30 pounds of muscle over what, a year and a half? Without like a super dedicated exercise regimen, without even like trying to gain muscle? Jesus Christ. That's all the muscle I have. I got a dope. Absolutely. Oh. This guy's gonna kill. He's gonna kill. These perfume dudes kick ass.
What percentage would you say?
More than 100%.
Okay,
I weighed
so, but
like
you're still
100
not,
pounds,
but
now I weigh like 133.
you're still not probably as strong as me.
But it's not about strength. It's that
Or-
women...
Yeah, you're huge. Wait, what? Wait, so you can't be... Wait, so... There can't be any difference in physicality unless the difference means that you get to match the strength of a 6'4" fucking former police officer? He's so insecure. Yeah, okay, listen, alright? We've been dealing with a lot of insecurity from weirdos online lately, and I'm getting those vibes from this guy too, okay? Any guy like, okay, well you're not as strong as me though, right? Like, I'm a real man. Like, okay. Isn't one of the precepts of confidence and strength, like, let your strength talk for you? Like, obviously Tatum is probably the strongest dude here. Look at him. Look at him! He's huge! Obviously, but like, okay.
Women are targeted. Men are not targeted. I mean, maybe sometimes. I'm not saying it's never going to happen.
They're targeted by other men.
Right. But women are targeted by other men. I think women have less of a safe space.
I
That's what I'm
disagree.
talking about.
Men don't have a safe space. If you go to certain
But I'm talking
cities,
about a
they
specific,
get murdered by
okay,
other
but I'm not
men.
talking about certain
Wait, what does that have to do with a
cities.
safe space?
Yeah,
What?
I think that's a blatant statement.
Have you ever been attacked as a woman?
I have. I've been raped. I've been attacked. I can go on and on and on. I was homeless, living in the streets, raped all the time. It happens. It's a real thing. I didn't see the.
Hey, hot tip for transphobes doing a debate. Don't ever ask anyone born AFAB whether they've experienced sexual violence, okay? That is almost always a losing gamble. That is a very bad statistical fucking argument to get down. Okay, well, I have a point. Any of you, trans men, have you ever experienced sexual violence? Like, damn. A risky game, to be sure.
Guys on the street getting raped, but
men do get raped.
100%.
Oh, come on.
Do you get catcalled down the street? Like,
I mean, women say things to me. When I
Holy
was
shit.
You feel threatened? You feel empowered though, right?
No, I don't feel empowered. I feel that that's
But do you feel
disgusting.
scared? Do you feel threatened?
Jesus Christ, dude. Well, like, you've never experienced sexual violence, have you? Oh, you have? Oh, well, like, men get raped too. Like, yeah, they do. But, like, not as much, clearly. Obviously. No, generally speaking, men do not walk down the street fearing sexual violence from people. Is it a thing that can happen? Yes. Is it horrible when it does? Yes. Is it the same? Does it happen as often as to women? No. Like, come on. Jesus Christ. Huh?
And when a woman catcalls you?
No, I don't.
Okay, go.
But I don't feel threatened if a man try to challenge.
Because you have that male privilege.
Right. But as a
What
woman,
if, a
it's
man,
different.
what if a man was whistling at you when you were walking down the street?
I've had it happen to me. I had gay men whistle to me,
Then
but
how does that make you feel?
I don't care.
Okay, cool.
I mean, as long as you don't touch me.
Wait! He just said he thinks it's disgusting when people make comments at him while he's walking down the street, but now he's like, I don't care? This fucking liar, dude. Holy shit. Literally, like, sentence by sentence. When he wants to come off like a strong, manly man, he has to be like, oh yeah, I don't care. But then when he wants to, like, equivocate and lie and crybully over, like, women's experiences, he has to be like, actually, no, I am often subjected to sexualized targeting, and it does disgust me. Like, holy shit. What a fucking weasel. This is about as intelligent and honest as I'd expect him to be after my convo with the guy. Oh, no, wait. I'm sorry. You're right. He said it was gross when women do it. Do we have another closeted conservative over here? He said he doesn't mind when gay guys whistle at him down the street, but when women make comments, he says he finds it disgusting. Maybe he's being more honest than we think. More honest than he thinks. We stan a gay king. No, we don't.
Cool. You may think I'm attractive.
And
That's fine. That's cool. I
think women will say the same thing as long as you're not like trying to be predatory. And I've seen it because I go to clubs with my friends who are girls, and I have to tell the men to literally leave them alone because they keep going and they're predatory and they're literally scouting out for women that are drunk or whatever, not even drunk. She could say no 1,000 times and they're still gonna bother her. But the minute that I say something, they stop.
Women are not as strong as men and they get targeted. Sure, yes, that is a privilege that men have over women, but that doesn't mean that men have privilege because of that one situation. Men.
What? This is what happens when you can't refute the arguments, but you don't like the conclusion the arguments naturally lead to, you know? He can't refute the arguments that lead up to the conclusion, but the conclusion isn't something he wants to accept, so he's like, okay, all right, it may be true that we have privilege over women here, but that doesn't mean we have privilege over women. It's like, all right, well.
Commit suicide way more than women do.
Because if we're going to go that route, trans men commit suicide twice the rate.
But that's not general.
I think what's important here is to distinguish.
Giving the conservatives the out, they want to talk about suicide rates.
That women can get preyed on. You know, there's situations where this happens, right? Like no one's going to deny that. But we're also just trying to say that it's not like a one-sided coin here, where there's no like men are just, you know, we just have it good and we can do whatever we want.
I do not believe
we can't even be the next Supreme Court justice because you know it's like.
But you know, again, I live as a man, so I see the difference.
Yeah.
When I said I have privilege and I walk into a room, of course. But then there's other things that are expected of me now as a man that I would never knew were expected.
So
of
would
me.
you guys agree that that there's such thing as female privilege?
Oh, sure, 100%.
My wife.
Maybe the best way to get into these discussions, because conservatives will never see the point that male privilege as a broad category exists, is to rather say that there are ways in which men and women are treated unfairly by society, and we should work to amend that unfairness so that everyone has the freedom to live the lives they want to. That language probably opens you up to the best framing that you can get for these kinds of conversations. And that way it doesn't turn into a pissing contest over who has it worse or whatever. Because even if there is an answer to that, you're just never actually gonna... Were they lovers? I'll free you. Farewell.
Has privilege because she has me.
That's right.
So she don't have to worry about her
Right
safety
on.
because I'm there.
I don't believe that as a man, it's like, you know, there's marketing for women-owned brands. I can't, like I said, I can't be the next Supreme Court justice. Like, it's, women are very much more empowered today, which I think is, I don't have a problem with it. I mean, like, good for you. But I think that the man I probably have privilege because I'm, you know, 6 foot 210. Like, no one's picking on me when I walk down the street. You know, I used to live in Chicago, and I used to walk home all the time at night, but like, was that smart? Probably not, but I felt a little safe because, you know, I'm not 5 foot 100 pounds. I'm Max, I'm 29, and I'm a conservative man. In today's society, women and men can be whatever they want and be as successful or as strong or as big of a leader as they choose. So I'm just wondering, in a society that is so seemingly level, more level than ever before, why are we transitioning to different genders to find, and what are we looking for?
What?
Biology determines gender.
Okay, I just want to say there's nothing inherently wrong with that question if it's an actual question and not a leading one. I know that it is a leading one because I've heard conservatives talk before. I'm not stupid. But if it's an actual question, like he genuinely doesn't get it, then there's the potential for good engagement there. I would be very surprised if that turned out to be the case, though.
So, sex and gender, people try to argue that they're different, but sex and gender actually go hand to hand. And our biology, being a man, comes down to every fiber within our body. So whether that be DNA, chromosomes, testosterone levels, bone density, there's a whole bunch of different factors that go into it, and it all has to do with biology.
So biology, I 100% believe in biology. Today we don't.
So that is objectively incorrect, and you can listen to any biologist, and that is just not true. So the way he said every fiber of our being is just not true. If you take a look at a muscle cell or a bone cell, there's not a male or a female bone cell. There's not a male or a female muscle cell. What we're talking about is different distributions of certain chemicals in the body that men and women tend to have. You know, on average, men have greater bone density than women. But there are women who will have just naturally, because we all fit kind of on a, you know, a normal distribution, have higher bone density than the average man. It's not super common, but it can happen. It's not like that woman has male bone cells. She just fits in a non-standard distribution of a female range of potential bone densities. Framing it as though sex is written like bit by bit, cell by cell, atom by atom in our DNA is incredibly stupid and unscientific. It's just not true. Or to put it another way, okay? A cis woman on average has lower bone density than a cis man, but if that cis woman were a trans man and they transitioned and they took hormones and their bone density increased, that increased bone density would not be any meaningfully different from the male bone density that a cis guy would have. Does that make sense? There's not some inherent characteristic that's being left out there. There's not some fundamental difference. It's all about that essentialism. It's that insistence that always the difference has to be this, like, it has to be unchanging. But it's just not true. After all, when human beings are just a zygote, when we're just a little zygote, like a little miniature, not even a baby down there, when we're just a zygote, like, we don't have a sex. The sex that we turn out to be depends on the hormone washes that we receive in the womb. That's why the penis and the vagina are biologically analogous. You know, the ovaries and the testes, the clitoris and the head of the penis. If you like math all of it out, like that's the reason why male humans have nipples. You know, all of it tracks. We are the same thing. We just experience different hormone washes, different levels of chemical engagement. Does that make sense? Does everyone in chat understand what I'm saying? Like, that's the difference, you know? Obviously, that doesn't mean there are no differences. It only means that these differences aren't some fundamental, categorical, like, existential thing. They're just, like, differences, you know?
We talk about biology being a social construct. I disagree with that as a transgender person. I was born biologically female. I always acknowledge that, and today I live as a male. Now, that being said, sex and gender, they are trying to separate those things. Gender can be, I've chosen my gender. As
Wait, what do you mean they are?
nobody
You're a
would, I
trans
think,
man.
probably understand that I used to be a female. Now, many people do, like you just said, believe that sex and gender are one thing and you can never change those. I'm not trying to change anything. I'm trying to show the world that this is how I feel by presenting the outside. But I think denying biology is...
This is what I mean by pick-me behavior. Buck Angel right now is acting as though other people are trying to separate gender and sex. He is too. He can't get around that. There's no getting around that. He absolutely is currently doing that right now. Yeah. If he says, I am a man, and then he's like, I'm a biological female, but I'm a man, then yeah, you're distinguishing gender and sex. You can't, you can't get around that. Who's denying biology? Nobody. As always, every time, trans people never stand up and say, hey, biology isn't real. Transphobes, or pick-me's, stand up and go, these other people are denying biology. Every time, no trans person brings this up. It doesn't happen. It's always imposed from the outside, or from fucking sleeper agents like Buck.
Where we get into a lot of problems.
So if you want to be, seen as a man, then like,
right on.
Who are you to? I don't care. I mean, you do.
Are
you,
people reversing emotes and
but I think like we get
reversed?
it becomes a slippery slope. It's like, how are we going to deny basic human facts? Like, there's two genders.
I think that causes problems, and it causes problems for me.
Yeah.
Because the minute I start denying your biology, now you feel attacked by me.
Right.
And I don't want you to feel attacked by me. I never want you to feel, I want to be a part of, if that makes sense. You don't have to agree with my choice of how I live my life, but all I ask for is respect.
What do you have on your driver license and your birth certificate?
Right,
Do you change it to male or do you change it to?
So that being said, I transitioned to live as a man 29 years ago. So that was way before you see any of this stuff. And I had to acknowledge my biology, right? That being said, my
everyone
license,
acknowledges
I
their
travel the world.
biology.
It has to say male. Can you imagine if I showed up at the airport, they're like, female? Dude, there's something going on here. But I actually got my birth certificate changed to male. I was the first person to do that here in Los Angeles. But that being said, I kind of think that it might have been a mistake to do that now, looking forward today, because I never thought we would be having this conversation.
I'm glad you said that, because I love that people can express themselves. We live in America. It doesn't matter what I believe, what my religion is. I love that people can live their best life. I'll never, ever in my life protest or try to go against a person who wants to identify. The problem is when you begin to try to change language and you begin to try to change reality, and then.
So wait. I support your right to protest, but not to change language? Wait, hold on. Isn't changing... First of all, language changes on its own all the time. Second of all, changing the way we define and term things is pretty essential to protest, no? I mean, there are a lot of choice words people used to have for people like Brandon Tatum over here that I'm sure he would agree it's best we excise. Did they not have a right to do that? No, you can't call them a black man. We have a term for that already. It's the N-word. Why are you trying to change reality? Like, what? No! It's like, why?
Therefore, it changes on the children, and all of that becomes problematic. If a person says, okay, I acknowledge I'm born as a man or a woman, but I want to identify as this, cool, I respect that. And even if I didn't want to see it that way, and some people may be a little more ambiguous, I wouldn't never disrespect you. I'll call you by your name.
That's right.
Whatever name that you want to be associated with, I'll do that. And I think if everybody in the country can get on that same page, I think we'll see less division.
I've noticed in a lot of the trans individuals that I've met, the older generation who had it a lot harder in society to be accepted is a lot more willing to have the conversation.
We didn't have social media. I didn't have cell phones. I didn't have computers when I transitioned.
Boom.
This is how you build bridges. I'm Buck. I'm 59 years old, and I'm a trans man. Because I'm an elder trans man now, and there's a much newer generation, there's a definite space where I have a different way of being than the younger generation, and why I tend to call myself a transsexual man. And I believe in biology, I believe in binary, so it really...
See, so he doesn't respect the existence of non-binary people, for one. For two, again, nobody denies biology. Again, this is the same shit J.K. Rowling does. Nobody denies biology. Nobody denies biology. Nobody denies biology. Nobody denies biology. Nobody does. Nobody does. Nobody denies biology. Why do you think people medically transition? Nobody denies biology. It's just not happening. Biology is often more complicated than these people think it is, like that guy who was pretending that he understood how biology works before, but that doesn't mean you're denying biology. He is. Hey, get back here. Hey, 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 hey. Doesn't calling himself a transsexual kind of imply he can change his sex? Yeah, if you want to be, like, cunty about it, then yes, the language that he uses does imply that. And, you know, I don't think that you can change your sex, folks. I think you can change sexual attributes. Oftentimes, you can change so many of them that I'd say you're sexually closer to the other sex than you were the one you were born at. But if we're to use Buck Angel tier like logic here, then I would say the term transsexual would be a denial of biology from his perspective. Does that make sense?
Does not necessarily align with the new thought process that is happening with the newer generation.
Pick me, pick me, pick me.
So I love this question.
Pick me. Pick me!
With trans folks, biology does change. Our bone density does change. Our muscle structure does change. Our testosterone levels do change. So biology.
Will you ever look at this guy and think, ah, trans man? Would you ever, in a million years, would you ever look at this dude like at the bar or something and go like, ah, yes, biological female? You'd be insane. They would instantly, if you ever claimed that, the police would show up and you would be institutionalized. You would be in a straitjacket for the rest of your life. Pardon me for deferring to intuition here, but like, are there biological changes? Obviously. What kind of moron would you have to believe to not trust the evidence of your own eyes?
Logically, we do change. Anatomically, now that's where surgeries come into play. So when we're talking about biology,
yeah, trans dudes tend to be like more masculine than cis dudes.
That can't be changed. Our biology absolutely and concretely changes.
Not the DNA.
But our biology.
What DNA? Well,
yeah, DNA is not going to change for anyone.
So you acknowledge there's a biological difference between males and females because some people on the other side with
nobody says there's no biological difference between males and God, I wish I could show up to one of these so I could just be like, nobody says that. Nobody says that. Who? Where is that person? Go on, Jubilee. Yeah, I've tried. What part of DNA would you even have to look at to determine the sex of the DNA? When we look at, like, the sex of, like, long-dead corpses, we don't take DNA samples, do we? Don't we usually, like, look at bone structure or something? I don't actually know how that's done. How do you determine sex through DNA? Yeah, like the pelvic hip bone or whatever. It's not perfect to tell either, yeah. That's because there's no more DNA? Bosch, how do you not know this? Sucked on left, don't be mean. I know so many things. I can't know all things. Bosch is wrong about how sex is determined. Wait, then just tell me, you cunts! Tristan Opinion, STO, you're both gonna act like that? You're just gonna be like, how could Vosh not know this? Vosh is wrong on that. Just tell me, what the fuck? Jesus! They did say? Well, then at me. Viable, they can sell sex by the X and Y chromosome? But, okay, I know they can do that. Do they generally do that, though? Okay, now people in chat are just fucking spamming right now. Hold on. Just letting chat and Vosh know that Vosh is wrong about the whole sex determinism. Sex is determined not by hormone wash, by the combination of the X and Y sex chromosome that a baby receives the moment the sperm meets the egg. This is an immediate thing that cannot be changed past the point of conception. Not to say Vosh's broader points are... Okay, sorry, Comrade Rotary, you're right. I should be more specific, okay? The chromosome is determined right then, but everything fucking else is the hormone washes, right? Like, the chromosome, like, sets into place some of the pieces, but those hormone washes are what determine, like, an overwhelming majority of the sexual differences between a male and a female fetus. Like, if anything, isn't it like the chromosomes are basically just like the body, like, it's basically like the body getting the designation of which hormone washes it's going to get, right? Like, it's like, okay, you have an XX chromosome or an XY chromosome, like, and then, like, they wave the flag to determine, like, the wave of hormones they're going to get. But if you get, like, an XY chromosomes, but then the XX hormone washes, like, you're gonna come out pretty fucking bio-female, right? This shit's complicated, okay?
Say there's no difference, like a female, like I could look like a girl not having testosterone, but I'm still a male.
STL. That's
some people are male, some people are female, chromosomally. But when we start to take testosterone, our bodies do biologically change.
But what about trans men who don't take testosterone?
Then their bodies don't biologically change.
That means then they're biologically still female, right?
Well, and gender in itself is something we get to choose. Okay?
Buck.
Just like you said.
Well, in your life, you get to choose. Not you don't get to choose it for the world, but you get to choose.
I get to choose my gender because I've been on testosterone for 10 years. Okay, going on 11 years.
But there's some anatomy that will never change.
That's right.
All right. I mean, you'll still have ovaries. You still have the female reproductive system. You said that you had a child.
Yes, I've given birth. I no longer have female reproductive organs.
Right. But you had that. You will never get male productive organs.
Now, when you think about it, the male and
you'll never
female
get
productive
bitches.
organs are similar, and they're nearly the same. They're different. Right. They're different in size.
Even if
biologically,
and they're different in functionality too.
Not necessarily, because the testes and ovaries are.
This is such a stupid. God, the sex. Okay, listen. I like the term transsexual because I think that transgender includes trans people who do not transition medically. And I think it's important to distinguish between trans people who do and do not, because I think those are meaningful categories to distinguish between, at least for clarification purposes. Not that one of them is more legitimately trans than the other, not that any one of them is valid and the other isn't. Just because, like, a trans person who's, like, NB but doesn't, like, get any medical stuff done definitely has different experiences than a trans person who undergoes, like, years and years of hormone therapy. I think it's reasonable to believe that there's some, like, value in having that distinction, like, linguistically. So I'm okay with the terms transgender and transsexual being used, not mutually exclusively, but, like, in tandem when necessary, Like, I think most trans people are both transgender and transsexual, and then there are people who are transgender and not transsexual. And then there are some people, I assume, who are transsexual and not transgender. If you want to be real particular about it, you could make the argument that, like, cisgender women who get breast reduction surgery are, in a sense, a kind of transsexual who are not transgender, or femboys on HRT, which is a real thing, and God bless them, are transsexual but not transgender. Does that make any sense? Because in those cases, you're getting, like, medical procedures that put you closer in terms of sexual characteristics to, like, the other side, but your gender remains the same, God bless them. You're all valid. Phenomenal, okay? But, like, I understand that distinction, but if we're talking, like, trans issues, the transsexual stuff is, like, basically irrelevant, Like, there's just no point in harping on and on and on about it. Like, oh, well, I'm real trans man because I've changed my sex for 10 years. Like, okay, that's not the point here. The point is about gender, Okay, good, we're able to bait out one at a time. Oh my god, they fucking teleport. Holy shit. Yes. Phenomenal. Well. Nice. Yeah, those scions, man. Those goddamn grafters. Is there a phone ringing? No, sorry, one of the enemies rings a bell.
Are very much similar. One is an egg. One is a fertilizer.
But
and
we
that's
can
the
never.
difference.
But I never can produce sperm.
Call me fertilizer, because I'd be shitting on these
fools. They can never
fools.
produce ova.
And you guys are saying that gender is like a social construct. Is that what you're saying too? That you could change it? But also, if you want to be technical about it, age is a social construct. Your ethnicity and race is a social construct.
Oh, what? Yes, ethnicity and race is 100%. Everyone agrees on that. Age? Age, what an age means is a biological construct. Age tracks an empirical, chronological marker. If this guy thinks age is a social construct, then whew. I hope everyone's doing okay in the household. Yeah, we found the right libertarian, folks. He looks like one, too. Yeah, no. So, if you want to get, like, super specific about it and, like, real philosophical, basically all categories are a social construct in some form or another. But in a much more practical and useful sense, terms like race, ethnicity, and gender refer to like completely arbitrary social lines that have changed many times throughout society. Whereas when we talk about age, we talk about the passage of time. And to our knowledge, the only thing that affects the passage of time is gravitational relativity. And since all humans in history have been born and have died on Earth, that's pretty much a constant that we can measure down to like a billionth of a billionth of a billionth of a fraction. And I think it's safe to say that a person's age is pretty much, you know, figured out. Now, you could argue that age is a social construct in the sense that some cultures start your age from conception and some start from birth. Like, there have been cultures where you're 1 year old when you come out of the womb because they round up from then. Like you've lived 1 year in the womb, you know? Like, you could make that argument if you wanted to. That is a social construct. But in terms of the literal amount of time that has passed since birth, that's pretty much set.
And I'm Hispanic. I can't say I'm Chinese because I like Chinese food. I could bleach my skin all I want. I could wear Chinese clothes.
No, race is
Hey,
not.
social-
How is ethnicity going to be a construct?
Social construct doesn't mean arbitrary. Those aren't the same things. Because something is a social construct doesn't mean that it like doesn't mean anything at all. Like, baseball is a social construct, but that doesn't mean you could be like, huh, so if it's a social construct, does that mean that my penis is baseball? Like, I gotta say, doing the arguments and these scions, man, please. Oh, thank God. Woo.
There's all social constructs.
So
We all agree on it.
how exactly?
If you look up, is race a social construct? Ethnicity a social construct? Is time a social construct? Right. Everything's a social construct if you want to think about it that way. But we have...
Wow, this guy's actually a fucking retard. This is like the epitome of Dunning-Kruger. He's like, well, if one thing's a social construct, therefore everything's a social construct. And it's like, no, it's not. That's not what that means, you fucking idiot. What the fuck are you talking about? If one thing is a social construct, that means that everything doesn't mean anything. Like, all right, yeah. I need to set up a media pause hotkey. I'll get on it.
Set truths, then we can't change those truths. If you want to say you're a trans man, that means you're a biological female that thinks that you're a male.
I am a biological male. I'm an anatomically.
See, he's going to have a different version of it than,
right.
and I think it's really important that you understand we're all going to have
it's
different
anatomic,
views.
okay?
Yeah.
Because biologically, I have shifted, okay? Trans meaning going from one to the next.
Biologically and all these things, I know that there's importance for you guys, but meeting me or seeing me, you would never know. So why is it important?
Well, no, because
I'm just
say
curious.
if I was a woman, just say if I was a woman and I wanted to date you, what are you going to tell me?
I would tell you that I'm trans. What do you
No, I'm saying you can't tell me that you're a man.
I mean, I'm still a man.
No, but you
I'm a
got to tell me.
transgender man.
You got to tell me that you were born a woman. You have to.
I mean, I don't.
No, you just say I'm a trans man. That's normally sufficient. Most people understand. You have to. You have to tell them. Like, no, not really. It's not strictly necessary. You can if you want to. Don't have to. Two of you. Hold on. By the way, cancel me if you like. Cancel me for my takes or whatever. If you're trans, okay, let's say you're a trans woman because bottom surgery for women has come along farther than bottom surgery for men at the moment, so it's just more of a convenient hypothetical. Holy shit. Let's say you're a trans woman and you're post-op and you are just unclockable. Like, head to toe, naked, clothed, whatever, okay? I don't think you have any obligation to tell any of the people you date. You should tell them that, you should tell them you're infertile, I guess. Because that's true. Yeah, like if you're a gigapassoid, to use the 4chan terminology. Thank you. I don't think you have any obligation whatsoever to do so. At that point, like, I feel like you have an obligation to tell your partner stuff that is relevant to them and their experiences with you, you know? And past that, like, I don't really think so. I guess if people want to, like, really harp in on this, you could go like, okay, well, what if you're a serial murderer in the past? That doesn't affect them, but you should still tell them, right? Like, I guess at the end of the day, I just don't understand the importance unless you think there's some essential category there. If a partner asks, If a partner asks if you're trans, well, I guess generally you should be honest. I'm not advocating dishonesty, only that I don't think it's information that needs to be offered, like, no matter what, categorically. You know? Unless you mean genitally passing. I mean, okay, if you're dating a chick and she is a penis, do you need her to tell you she's trans? No, yes, I meant like with bottom surgery as well. I'm just talking about like the broad. Yeah, I don't know. I think as a general rule, it's like morally good to be forthcoming with your partners. I just don't think that it's morally wrong to not say if it's not like prompted or whatever. It feels like you shouldn't date people who would judge you for that if they found out. Oh, I totally agree. Okay, but imagine a future society, if you will. Imagine a future society where, like, transition medicine is, like, fucking magic compared to what it is now. Like, we're talking everything. Fully functional sex hormones, chromosomes, like, everything, right? Like full-on, like, you get 6 months of, like, surgical and pharmaceutical assistance, and then kablamo. You're now the ultimate gigapassoid, you know, like, whatever. Not impossible. I don't know how they do it, but, like, sure, whatever. Let's say they do that, okay? If that's the case, should trans people be, like, considered obligated to tell their partners that they were born, like, a different sex? At that point, that just seems kind of dumb and arbitrary. Like, why? Like, what, that just seems, yeah, I have no idea why that would be necessary at all. Like, it doesn't seem pertinent in the slightest, you know? Maybe you should, like maybe you'd want to like find out what their values are, but is it transphobic to not want to date a trans person who's had bottom surgery? Okay, this is a really complicated subject, all right? Look, first of all, I do not think that genital preferences are inherently transphobic, okay? If you think a trans girl is boppin', and you look at her, and she's boppin', okay? But she has a penis, and you're just not that into dick, I don't think it's transphobic to go like, oh, I'm sorry, you're boppin', but I'm not that into dick. I mean, you know, be nice about it. Like, don't be an asshole. But, you know, I don't think that's inherently bad. Now, fuck, poison, I was trying to avoid that. So, that's one, okay? Now, if bottom surgery has taken place, okay, and you find out that a person is trans, like, you're with a chick, and she's hot as fuck, and she's got a gigantic steaming pussy, as everyone likes, you know? And, like, it's great. And she's like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm trans. And you feel put off by that. I don't think it makes you a bad person, because this is an experience that a lot of people are kind of culturally preconditioned to be wary about, you know? But I would ask, what about it, like, objectively, like, empirically, what about this is different, you know? So, generally speaking, like, neo-pussies, neo-vaginas need, like, more lubrication, like, artificially, like, with lube or whatever. And obviously there's the infertility. But that's the case for cis women as well. So, you know, you could just disclose those things. In terms of, like, just your appeal, like, that person's appeal to you, what's the difference? To me, the difference is kind of intuitive, right? Like, I think that's the case for a lot of people. A lot of people just have kind of a general aversion to the idea of, like, what they consider to be a sort of artificial body part as opposed to a, quote, real body part. But that's also pretty arbitrary too, right? Like, if a person has had reconstructive surgery to, like, fix, say, for just the sake of example, totally random, their earlobes, and you looked at their earlobes and they look totally normal, and you were like, oh yeah, I got these reconstructed. They didn't used to be like that, but now they're like this, you know? I don't think most people would be that put off by that. Like, I think most people would look at that and go like, okay. Like, alright, like, totally fine. I don't think people would be sort of innately put off by that. Same with nose jobs as well. It is true that we have kind of an innate discomfort around plastic surgery as a concept, which I do think is sort of weird and problematic. But there's no denying that the aversion towards, like, neo-pussies is greater than the aversion to, say, breast implants. You know, there's definitely a stronger arbitrary bias. Holy fucking Christ! In that case. And I guess the only thing that I would ask, the only thing that I would like ask you to do under those circumstances is to be introspective about why you feel that way. Does that make any sense? Like, I would only ask, like, if you feel a kind of, like, innate aversion to the idea of fucking, like, a trans girl who's had bottom surgery, who's bopping, who looks phenomenal, you know, but, like, there's this aversion, I would say, like, first of all, don't be shitty about it, of course. And then second of all, you know, maybe reflect on why you feel that way, because I think that there might be, like, unexamined biases in there. I hope that all those answers were sufficient, because we've paused for long enough.
Well, because if I go down, if I see you in your pants, I'm going to see something different, and that will be troubling to me if I had an expectation.
But again, this is like leading off the topic, but I mean, to answer your question, if you must know, I do tell the person that I'm talking to or interested that I'm transgender. I don't think that you need it to, you know, you don't need a penis to be a man. I know that you may disagree, which is fine, like I get it, but I don't want one.
Now, I have a question for all of you. Do your penises make you men?
Yes,
Okay. God damn it. 1 second. Ow. Okay, hold on. Fucking blame Vermin for this one. Is it weird that I greatly prefer women with penises? Okay, again, I can get flack for this, but, you know, chasers are a problem a lot of trans people experience. My answer is no. I don't think so. If there are people who prefer trans women with vaginas, and I don't think that's, like, biased or bigoted, then why would I feel the same about, why would I feel that way about the opposite? The only thing that I'd have to ask is to not be, like, really fucking weird about it. You also have to understand that, like, for a lot of women with penises, their penis is something they're, like, not to say they're unhappy with it necessarily, but it's definitely going to be a little bit more of a sensitive topic for a trans woman than a vagina would be for a cis woman. So keep that in mind and don't be weird about that with them. Okay, hold on. But I don't think it's inherently bigoted, you know? Define being weird about it. I mean, I don't think you should make people feel uncomfortable or like they're being fetishized or whatever. If you're forthcoming, I guess, listen, trans women often are at best tolerant about their dicks and at worst actively dysphoric about them. And in that environment, if you're like flirting with trans women and you're being like super fucking fixated on the dick, I think that can make them feel pretty like dehumanized, so you probably shouldn't do that. Now, there are trans women who love having dicks. I've hooked up with at least one, you know, I haven't asked every trans woman I've ever been with, but at least one trans woman who I've been with was just full on okay with the whole thing. And like in that, like with people like that, with chicks like that or whatever, like I guess you could just say like whatever. You could treat them and their penises the same way that you could treat like cis women and their vaginas generally in terms of being like nonchalant and comfortable and everything. But it really is like a case by case thing. Yes, don't call them a fuda. Don't call them a she-male. Don't. Okay, you can say you like girl cock, but only after you know them and you've gotten the vibe that they're okay with that. That one's fine. And also, some particularly degenerate trans women will also be okay with the term fuda, but that one you better wait for them to bring up. She-male, I don't think anyone's going to be okay with that, okay? Yeah, sorry, this is my guide. Wow, Vermin canceled. Also, I sent you the money. Okay.
Like, no,
Part of what
that
makes me a man,
is that what makes you?
Well, I
said being a man's ingrained within every part of your body. So our cells, our
Right,
our
but
penis too.
if you had to look at the difference between us and between you, now would that difference be the lack of a penis?
If we were naked.
Okay.
I mean,
so if we're gonna minimize being a man to that particular anatomy,
we didn't minimize.
No. I'm asking the question. Okay. If we minimize it, because this is where we're going, is anatomy, right? Because that's where we've gotten.
Our basic biology.
Okay. So if we get there, so do your penises make you more men than us?
It's part of
it's
what
not
does.
making more or less. It's we're a biologically men. You're not a biological man.
It's not a spectrum, so it's not a question that we can answer, because you're saying on the spectrum, would this make us more of a man than you? But no, it's because we are a man and you guys aren't.
Well, we're different.
So we're not men.
We're different.
Is exactly what you just said.
Well, of course they don't think that they're.
You guys are appropriating the gender and you are living as a man, but biologically you are not a man. So to me, it's not, you can't say, okay, well, does that make us more?
We found it. The conservative who has a problem with appropriation.
A man. That's not even a question to ask because you're not a biological man. When it comes down to asking questions that make me start to change what the truth is and what the truth isn't, putting it on a spectrum when it's an objective truth, that's where I draw the line.
What's the biggest problem with what he said? It doesn't make what you feel any different. The biological truth is the truth, and why can't that be the truth? And you also say, but I feel like on the inside that I'm a man and I'm going to present that way.
The argument is that people try to invalidate who we are with that. I'm not saying that you guys are doing that, but a lot of society in the world
Present company excluded.
Well, biologically, you're female. What hurts trans people that people don't realize what they're doing is it's very harmful. You got to be aware of what you're saying and what you're putting out there. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, no, 100%. I would, and that's why I think we all agree. We would never try to offend you or anything like that. To be honest, if I saw any one of you in the streets, I don't care. It's not going to bother me that you want to. Right. I would know unless I pulled your pants down or something. Right. Why?
Okay.
Do you feel like you have to present the way you do?
Wait, didn't he earlier say he wouldn't think they were men?
A man without having facial hair.
I mean, yeah.
Because you feel like you're a man.
I'm in the early stages of testosterone. I haven't hit 1 year yet. But personally for me, I crave, having a full-on beard like these fine gentlemen and you guys all like, I crave it, like.
There's literally more facial hair on the trans side than there is on the cis side. Like, Buck Angel probably looks like the most masculine dude here. Like, then Tatum next, I guess, if you want to, like, math it out or whatever. I don't know. You agree with that bigger? Okay, wait, how old is this? Okay, so to me, like, this person, I don't know their name because I'm playing Elden Ring, so I'm only, like, listening, basically, and I only see it out of the corner of my eye. This person right here doesn't look like a chick to me. He looks like a young guy. Like, I just look at this guy and say, like think young guy, like a kid, or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. That's just, like, I guess, I don't know. If I saw him, I would just think, like, on the street or whatever, I'd just think, like, oh, it's like a high school guy or whatever. I don't know. Like, just once I was a high school guy.
But I do believe, like, not having, like, this little small peach fuzz I have going on, it does make me feel more dysphoric. It makes me, like, feel like, oh, this is how I presented before transitioning.
Do you feel like it's something that has gone wrong at birth? Like, you're born and you say, well, genetics and evolution says
Right.
this. Why do I feel like this?
Yeah,
yet
I mean,
I have
I
this?
think questioning it was something that I always wondered because sometimes when people say, like, oh, like, it was a choice, which I hear a lot on the other side all the time, like, it was a choice. I was legit born this way. Like, I could remember from, I think, 4 or 5 years old where, like, I didn't feel like a girl, you know what I mean? And I can't tell you why that happened. It was just my path. in
Yeah,
this
Tempest,
life.
I get that.
And it's something that I honored. And, it was really hard for me to continue living, especially when puberty hit. Like, time of month comes in, obviously, anatomy changes, like, and that was the biggest thing for me where I knew that, like, okay, I can't do this. It's like you're not in your own home.
Children should be allowed to transition.
Whoa.
I was going to say, I find it very interesting that you and I are the only ones that stepped up, especially since we're younger. And
you should allow children to feel what they feel because
this is about to turn into a shit
I felt the way
show.
that I felt for as long as I
Get
can
ready.
remember, and it's something that I cannot deny.
Yeah.
Although my mother is supportive, when I was
Conservative men
younger, I
versus
wasn't
trans
allowed
men,
to
Kelly.
wear boys' clothes because that wasn't right. Now I know we're talking about transitioning. It doesn't always have to be hormones. It's like transitioning in society, so being able to dress more masculine.
Yeah.
I did when I was younger,
Social
but as I got into
transition.
middle school, kids change, people are mean, so I dressed how I would in society, so I dressed like a girl, whatever, but I think that children should be allowed to express themselves in whatever way makes them feel comfortable.
Yeah. Kids are struggling to be who they are, and there's more rates of suicide for trans individuals because they're like there's literally
Yeah, I would
being
never
laws
look at
put in
him and
place
think like
to
girl. Not
prevent
in a million
them from
years.
being who they are, and that's not right. That's not right.
Okay, so I work with children. This is where I have like the biggest problem with the trans stuff is with the children.
All right, get ready. All right, get your bingo cards out, okay? We have child grooming. We have no children can ever consent to surgeries because they don't know anything about how medical procedures work. We have accusations that people are advocating for like bottom surgery. Yeah, get your goddamn scorecards out, okay? We've heard all these ones before.
Because people, like I'm sure you guys would agree, you want to inject them with the hormones to stop their puberty, their normal puberty. They haven't even developed the prefrontal cortex yet, and you want to stop their natural puberty from occurring to affirm their gender.
All right, let's go over these points point by point, because I've done a fair amount of research on these issues, so I feel like I might as well get some use out of it. Okay. So right off the bat, this argument is pretty stupid. The prefrontal cortex doesn't finish developing until into your 20s. People people get surgeries before then. People get cosmetic surgeries before then. Like what? People don't get anything permanent done until they're like 25. Like, no, don't be ridiculous. And for medical purposes as well, you know, when I was in high school, I got a cosmetic surgery. It's true. It's actually, you guys want to know the honest to God truth? Okay. My flawless Herculean body was marred by a single physical defect. I had a rather large mole down by my inner thigh, like near my crotch. Not super aesthetic, so I just got that removed. Bam. Surgery. Cosmetic surgery done. Kablamo. I was like 15 or whatever. Easy as. Sake got plastic surgery at 16, apparently. Easy as. Yeah, I'm not natty, sorry. Now, obviously, these are, thanks, Galley. Now, obviously, these are relatively, at least in my case, a relatively minor thing compared to, like, what people think of when they think of trans surgeries. That being said, right now, like, I'm sorry, okay? We have evidence for two things. We have evidence for harm done by young people taking puberty blockers, and we have evidence of harm done from people being forced not to take puberty blockers and thus experiencing a puberty they didn't want and having to deal with that, which is much harder down the line. And as of the moment, the evidence in favor of the latter being more difficult to deal with and more harmful is very, very strong. Puberty blockers are reversible. They're safe. They've been used since, I think, at least the 1980s to address cis children who have like a hyperactive puberty disorder. Like they get too much puberty juice or whatever. I don't really know the details. What's the name of that condition? If SDL is still in chat, he probably knows. Hyperthyroidism? Is it hyperthyroidism? Precocious puberty. That's what I'm talking about. Precocious puberty. Like if a kid gets puberty at like 6 or something, it's like too early. Their body can't take it. They explode.
And then later on they regret it. I think that's not a good thing.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry.
They haven't even developed the prefrontal cortex yet, and you want to stop their natural puberty from occurring to affirm their gender, and then later on they regret it. I think that's not a good thing.
There's just not evidence of that. Like, I'm sure it's happened. The idea of like taking puberty blockers and then like they regret waiting a few extra years for their puberty to come in, like that's just not it's just not a social problem that seems to exist, you know. I think from the data that we have, isn't it something like 99% of young people who get on puberty blockers then end up going on to fully transition? It's not as though doctors are handing out puberty blockers to literally anyone who asks, you know? Like, usually by the time a young person secures puberty blockers, it's because pediatric psychiatrists have done a ton of eval with them, and they're like, yeah, okay, this kid should definitely not go and experience a regular puberty. Like, they should definitely get puberty blockers, you know? And almost always that ends up being the case. And for the small group of people who do end up just getting off puberty blockers and experiencing regular puberty anyway, like, it's fine. It's just, like, whatever.
That's why this is a loaded question, because transition can mean many things for children. Now, I totally, as a transsexual person, disagree with giving children hormone blockers, medication, surgery. But what I do agree with is socially transitioning, which means why? Because I did that, okay? And I did that in the 60s and 70s. My parents dressed me like Buck. I was a boy. You know, I didn't have any problems because I just lived, we used to call it a tomboy, right? So that was totally, and I went through puberty and I did all the things. I do not believe children can make those choices, and I do not believe it's okay and ethical for a parent to make those choices for a child. But I do believe
the child makes those choices, not the parent.
I had it, 100% it's there. But to give medication to a child is so unethical to me.
Wait,
you're exactly what you said. You're stunting brain growth. growth, you're stunting all of these things.
Wait, giving medication to a child? Sorry, Timmy, we know you have diabetes, but what? The parent, and also repeating the Republican logic that the parent makes the decision for the kid to get on puberty blockers. Is there any evidence anywhere at any point in time from any parent going like, all right, kid, I've decided you're trans and you're going to go on puberty blockers? Where the fuck is that happening? Usually the kid brings it up and the parent is terrified and spends years fretting over it, and like doctors get involved and it's a whole goddamn thing. And what brain growth is being stunted? I have not seen any evidence at all I have not seen any evidence at all that there was like long-term harm done to the intelligence of people because they've taken puberty blockers. I think there was a study which showed that there was a recession of IQ done when children with precocious puberty took IQ blockers, but I think that was for a more specific reason. Okay, so I think, as I understand it correctly, when children with precocious puberty back in... sorry, not IQ blockers, hormone blockers. When children with precocious puberty back in like the 1980s and 1990s would get on hormone blockers to prevent them from getting puberty too early, it would lead to a brief recession of their IQ against the mean because their average IQ was higher than their classmates at the time they were prescribed it. And I think the implication was that the increased brain activity they had was a product of the precocious puberty that was causing other problems, but causing rapid early development. And the hormone blockers led to a recession there relative to their previous IQ tests. But though they all evened out at the end. Did anyone listen to what I said? Okay, fine, whatever, fine. Okay, fine. It was a regression to the mean, not that it made them stupid long term.
They don't have enough research on it. So I'm in agreement
We have decades
with
of research.
transitioning medically for children is not okay for me, but I do believe in a social space.
When you say a social transition, it's interesting to me because we can't control what happens in a social situation.
That's right. That's right.
So to me,
What?
and we talk about suicide rates among young trans people, this whole ideology is telling people to derive their value off of what somebody else is saying about them
That's
or what
right.
somebody else
What?
affirms to them. So we say that, you know, society is the problem and we're not allowing people to be who they are and that's why they're committing suicide, but maybe it has to do with the messaging that we're sending to these kids, that you
yes.
derive your value from if somebody uses your correct pronoun, or you derive your value if this person accepts you for wearing a dress.
My homophobia is rising. Yeah, okay, so again, studies have shown that the suicidality of trans youth decreases to 1/17 of its otherwise value if just their parents accept and affirm their identity. It's as simple as that. The idea that trans and like queer people kill themselves at higher rates because their ideology means they care more about what other people say about them is the most like victim blamey shit in the fucking universe, you know? Like, oh no, it can't be because we're all denigrating you and saying that you're mentally ill and that your ideology is destructive and worthless and that your identity as a person is invalid. It can't possibly be that. It must be because you're putting too much stock in the fact that we're doing that, you know? This seems like survivorship bias to me because this guy's gay and has probably thought about suicide for a good bit of his life, judging from how hard he'd have to repress his own shit with the kind of lifestyle this guy lives and probably has lived. And something tells me that this is like his copium. You know what I mean? Fuck, I'm not going to be able to pause very easily while doing a boss.
Be who you are, but tell them to be empowered about it and not get that empowerment from somebody else.
I feel like that's really kind of inconsiderate to say that someone would take their life because what someone else says. To somebody, that is important. To somebody, I know, have friends who their family does not use the correct pronouns when they transition and they live in the same household. This person struggles with depression and anxiety. Could you imagine living in an environment like that where you're no longer validated? That's coming from your own parents.
But if you base your validation off of other people, this is a hard truth, but if your sole validation
no, you definitely have to do. Listen,
I could give people.
a shit what everyone thinks about me. I do what I want. But for everyone, that's not the case because everybody has different personalities.
Right, but that doesn't make it any. That doesn't mean that.
But it's
we
still.
should
But
be
what you're not
telling people to get
acknowledging. Listen, what you're
validation
not
from
acknowledging though
others.
is that in that environment, it is not supported.
I'm acknowledging that. I'm
Okay.
just saying that we're saying that for some reason they should look for that validation from somebody
When
else
you
rather
love
than find it
somebody and you have a
within.
family, you want them to
But you're
validate you.
focusing not on the individual. You're focusing on the people outside.
So this is retarded. Obviously, if you're a young kid, you are literally biologically designed to place a lot of stake in how your parent feels about you. Like, there's no argument around this, okay? When you're young, like, your parents' evaluation of you is just objectively going to be a huge part of your self-identity. We're literally coded that way. You can't bootstrap your way out of that. That's biology. So that's one. For two, like, you could make this argument about literally anything. It's so funny that earlier the conservatives were crybabying over how men have higher suicide rates, and now we see how much they actually care about suicide rates, you know? It's like, oh, you know, trans youth will kill themselves less if you just respect their identity. And they're like, well, maybe you should just, like, have more self-esteem, you know? We know they don't actually care. I'll show you a real Elden Ring move.
Of that
Yeah, but the
individual. I'm
individual
focusing on empowering that individual.
But part of being
You're-
a person is needing to be validated. You don't need to be validated ever in your life from your
No.
family or your friends.
I get my validation from within, and then the.
Right, but if we're talking about children, okay, if we're talking, okay, I was an 8-year-old when I found out that I wasn't biologically.
Destiny deleted all of his tweets because he got ratioed by Keffels. What did Keffels say? Vandriel, I should permanently ban you from real life. Vosh, are you not using the Hoarfrost step on purpose, or do you have any idea how cunty that comes off? Sorry, Vosh, are you not making use of your full moveset because of some sort of self-imposed challenge, or are you just, like, really bad? What are you doing? Fuck you. Keffels added Twitter support on his ass over the ban evasion. Well, what did he say to agitate? I want to victim blame Destiny, but I need to know how. Don't do it. They did it. Well, I can't start the video now, can I? It's okay, Vandriel. I love you. Damn it! Okay, it's fine. It's really tough to do this. The boss fight and also thinking like, oh, should I have to pause or unpause the video? Unpause.
Male, right? I was 8.
Transport
when
shit?
I found out
Okay.
that I wasn't the same as my brothers. Okay, and so going through that process, I attempted suicide 4 times because my mother was like, "Well, you are a girl." When you're 8 and you're 12 and you don't have anyone else that is in your space, when you don't have anyone else that lives in the same house as you to tell you you're okay, where are you supposed to go? How are you supposed to garner your own self-validation?
Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. So the thing he deleted his tweets over was Capri unprivated because Capri got quote tweeted by Ian Miles Chong, a neo-Nazi lowlife who's gotten people doxxed before. And Capri is expressing appreciation that Keffels was bullying Ian Miles Chong on Twitter. And Destiny's sage response to this might be one of the cringiest things I've ever read in my life. The DGGers in my community who think that because, like, Destiny doesn't like the woke Scold Xavier, I'm going to, like him again or something, are the most desperate and fruitless fucking, wannabe social engineers in the fucking universe. Scroll up. And then Keffels is saying, like, this person's ban evading, etc., etc. Yeah. It's like he's two people. I genuinely just think that he's transphobic. I just think he's spiteful enough that all the trans people on Twitter who disagree with him have just made him, like, as a category opposed to them. Like, his political positions, broadly, are generally affirmative of trans people, but I think he has, like, a bias against trans people, which is super fucking weird. Because he's done and said some weird shit when it comes to trans people. calling Chloe a pedophile because she like advocates for DIY HRT or whatever. Like, yeah, I don't know. Some weird. Here, let's finish the video.
If the people that are raising you don't validate who you are.
As a father, you know, my duty is to raise my children.
To be
the way
fair,
I
Vosh, it
believe
seems like
is
trans
right.
women have a bias
And
against
if
you.
my
Like,
child
good, I am
somehow
transphobic.
struggles with
I
this,
own it.
which is fine. We'll have that conversation. But
I'm just kidding.
I'm going to let it play out the way I believe it should be played out. And at 18 years old, you can do whatever you want to do. If you don't want to wear dresses, that's fine. I mean, just wearing if you want to dress like a boy, don't make you want to be a boy. Don't mean you have to be a boy. My mom was a tomboy. And my mom had me and my brother, and she's a woman, you know, and she lives like that. But, you know, you may want to dress a little different. Maybe a boy want to do cheerleading or something like that.
Right.
But that don't mean you need to transition to something else. So I want that to play out until my child is old enough to
But
make
trans
that decision
girls
on their
don't
own.
want to cheerlead.
Also, you have to
They're
teach your
women.
children
They
to
want to
have
be women. They
balance.
want to be seen as
Because
women.
if you just want mommy and daddy to acquiesce to everything you want, that's not reality. You have to understand that mom and dad may not see me this way. They love me. I see myself this way, and I disagree with how they speak to me or how they're, but I love them as well. I love, like my son, if he said that he was, and I'm a Christian and I don't believe in homosexuality. I don't.
What? That doesn't believe in it? What?
I never, protest you at all. If my son came to me, it would be a struggle for me to want to go to his wedding. I'm just going to be honest. But I think that my son should understand this is the way my dad feel.
Wow, great way to admit to be a phenomenal parent there. At least lie and say that you would go there to support your kid. Jesus Christ. What a piece of shit. Like, I get a lot of homophobe parents will do this, but just openly admitting it, like, yeah, you know, I would miss out on the son's, like, biggest day of his life because I'm, like, a homophobe. Like, yeah, well, great. Thank you. He'll lie about other stuff, but not this. He's very committed to this particular topic.
I love him. This is the way I feel, and we have mutual love. And that don't mean I hate you. That just mean we disagree. And I wish that same sentiment would be, and I think it's the same on this panel. Like, there's no hate in any of this.
I love Christians like him. These people are burning in hell the hottest. They're going into the deepest circle. Yeah, I don't hate you. I just politically oppose you and will do everything possible to make you want to kill yourself. But I don't hate you. I'm a good Christian.
Because I'm a trans man. Transitioning in a black neighborhood with gang members as neighbors.
Ow.
They weren't having that. So the more that my body started to look a lot like theirs, I was challenged on a regular basis. I was beaten up because someone recognized me from prior to my transition and approached me and confronted me and called me a liar and told me I was a bitch. And I, out of safety, was like, I don't know what you're talking about. And they cold cocked me and I lost a front tooth.
I grew up with a positive father figure.
This is good.
I think for me it's surprising because I would believe that a woman who, or a person who's born as a woman who now identifies as a man, didn't have a positive role model as a man.
God, he's such a fucking retard, dude. He can't even keep it quiet. He's like, I'm confused. I would expect you'd all have bad relationships with your fathers.
So it was very interesting. I mean, I'm being honest.
Dude, you're black. You really want to own up to that one?
Of you guys come forward.
You really want to run
great.
stereotypes
I think that's really
here?
important that you say that because I do think a lot of people probably feel that way about guys like me, right? That our fathers we didn't have the right upbringing or what. My father was amazing. I grew up really like a little boy. I always felt like a little boy. My parents actually raised me, and I'm 59 years old, so that was in the 60s and the 70s when we didn't even talk about this kind of stuff. But my parents actually felt it from me. So I think that that's a misconception that people think about people like us.
Any good father pushes their child to feel self-love and to feel like they can be who they want, do what they want, and have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? Like our founding fathers. And
what? That's the your parents. What is my role as a parent? Well, look in the Constitution. What?
One, a pandemic in its own, and it's one that obviously I'm sure Brandon can attest to. It's so critical to have a father in the house because kids get lost when they don't have one, and having a father that's loving and strong and someone you can rely on is the reason why we're all comfortable with who we are.
I had several different father figures like in my life. So it wasn't, I had a dad, but then I had my grandfather and I had my uncle. It takes a village to raise a child, right? But all of those different perspectives raised me as a well-rounded human. Like, if we take the masculinity out of it, just as a human, I got to see different perspectives. And so now as a father that has given birth to a child, and that child being a male, right, I'm able to raise him with those same ideals that I'm able to identify because of the father figures that I had.
I didn't have my father growing up. He was not present in my life at all. So it showed me that some men can step up, like my grandfather and my stepfather, who have taken me in and showed me how to take care of myself, how to be, strong and dependable. And all I've been able to do is give more love to all people that I interact with.
Right.
So it was really important for me to have those figures.
I think this is a really important thing to show people that are watching this, because a lot of times I feel like we can blame any issues in society or anything that arises on the generation that came before us. So any issues that arise in our society, it's like, there's not always a reason why it's happening. We just need to address the issue and solve it.
I grew up as all women. My parents were divorced and I lived with my mom. I had my aunts. So I was raised by women, but my dad was there sometimes, and then my stepdad took me in as his own, so I had my stepdad as a father figure.
I grew up with all women as well. My mom used to tell me I had to be your mom and your dad. So there'd be times where I got both. Like, she was super sweet with me or really strict on me, and she taught me a lot as well. Like, growing up with women, it taught me a lot of vulnerability.
When you were talking to you, I was like, I relate to you very well. But yeah.
I'm Jacob, I'm 27 years old, and I'm a trans man. So the relation with my dad and how unsupportive he is has been a challenge for me, but it's something that I've learned to grow past. And I encourage everyone that even if you don't have a parent who is supportive, to still be authentically yourself, because your life is meant to be lived for you. And I think that choosing my happiness above all else has made my life that much better. And I wouldn't
okay, I'm
change
paying
anything.
attention.
Even though he wasn't supportive, I still wouldn't have him here.
Listening to all your guys' points, I would definitely say, yeah, I did have a father figure. He was in the Marines, and he has this very toxic masculinity mindset. A lot of anger built up that I can definitely tell he suppressed, in the Marines, because that's what he was taught to do. That's what the Marines are about. He always carried that with him, and I think that's what he tried to instill in me and my siblings at a very young age, which made it hard for me to be vulnerable with myself. And I just saw a lot of anger issues that were, very violent sometimes. And
Destiny is gone. Did the account get yoinked? Jesus Christ, really? What kind of power does Keffels have? Jesus. Within an hour? Keffels is going to be... Oh no, this is Omni Destiny, not Omni Liberal. This isn't his account. This is one of his old accounts, you fucking goob. No, wait, Omni Liberal also isn't it? Wait, what is his account? Is it Omni Liberal 2? I don't even know. He's had so many alts. Who knows? Oh, the Omni Liberal, that's right. No, it's still there. He's like 50. He's very active.
And since coming out as trans, I feel like he's been more willing to understand me more and trying to figure out who I am as a person. And because of that, I feel like our relationship has definitely got a lot stronger since then.
I can't imagine if it was to come home and then try to be vulnerable after suppressing so much pain and hurt for years. So it's good to hear that, he's learning and kind of evolving and opening up. That's something where, you guys were talking about vulnerability, right? And it's like, there's times when it's good to be hard.
I don't show emotion.
I'm always hard.
As much as I'd like.
Aw, hello.
I definitely have sensed and noticed since transitioning that being on testosterone has made me cry less, which is very interesting because I believe that before I transitioned and started taking testosterone, I feel like not being able to cry as much, it makes me I'm like, damn, I wish I could cry right now, but it's not gonna happen. Hi, I'm Gibby and I'm a trans man. before transitioning, I guess only presented as lesbian, but since transitioning, I've been able to be more comfortable with my sexuality. I've definitely seen on like dating apps and stuff, a lot of conservative men fetishizing trans individuals. And it's interesting because a lot of the time they say that they don't identify as gay or, within the community, and yet they're fetishizing my community.
So I don't know about you guys, but I always speak my mind. If I feel a certain way, I'll tell somebody, and that probably cost me a lot of relationships, but that's just how I am. So
I don't think there's anything wrong with, I know we talked about vulnerability.
Didn't this guy
I don't think there's anything wrong with being vulnerable.
directly
Like
say
you said, there's
that he has trans friends he doesn't use the correct pronouns of because it wouldn't be in line with his politics? Oh yeah, dude, you're truly a fucking pillar of spine right there. You've got so many vertebra. Jesus Christ.
times and places for it, knowing when it's okay to be vulnerable and being self-aware of that, and then, being strong when you need to, and being sad, when it's appropriate. But I certainly am not as vulnerable or not as emotional as probably I should, because it's not something that I always do.
He's crying
I don't
right
feel like
now.
I have any real issues like suppressing. I just feel like I kind of get it out in other ways.
Yeah, that's great you look at it like that, because I believe for me, like my personal experiences, like because I was one, to transition at a very young age, and my dad being in the military, being a veteran, he would see me being vulnerable at times, and he'd be like, well, don't you want to be a man? And that would make me feel like, oh, am I not supposed to be vulnerable anymore? Now that I'm gonna transition. And it was just like very hard for me because, like I said earlier, it was hard for me to have that father figure at that time of my life.
My process of, digesting emotions is by myself, and I use that time to self-reflect. So if I'm feeling angry, or if I'm, feeling really passionate about something, or whatever the emotion is, sometimes I pull back and I don't show that emotion because I'm reflecting on it and trying to understand why it's there. So I think a lot of times people can think men aren't showing enough emotion, but in reality, they're just self-assessing why that emotion is there in order to see what it's trying to teach us.
All right, hold on. I disagree with this strongly, okay? Men have the emotional intelligence of caged bulls, okay? Men have the emotional intelligence of cats. Men have no emotional intelligence whatsoever. When men don't reflect on their emotions or the validity of those emotions, they just get angry and confused, okay? Men are taught that anytime anything doesn't go their way, the proper response is to be angry, not sad. But angry is always a proxy emotion. Think, every single time you're angry, you're just responding negatively to another emotion. There's always some other thing you're actually feeling, and anger is just like the cathartic release for that feeling. But men pretend this is not the case, or at least don't know it's the case, and are just so... Like, this is one of the reasons why, like, you know the whole, like, meme about, like, guy friends who desperately need a therapist, who will, like, anytime they get a female friend, they'll just, like, unload all their feelings onto them, and that it's, like, exhausting to deal with? It's not exclusively something guys do, but that is definitely, like, a gendered phenomena, Yeah, the idea that men are silently reflecting on why they feel that way is not the case, okay? I'm pretty sure that most men have, like, caveman-level analysis when they're upset over something, When they're quiet, it's just them silently, like, being angry that they can't just go and, like, charge the person who's upsetting them,
Right. I think for when I was female, I was much more angry. I was just reactive, angry, like, "Grr." And then as I became a man, I cry more now as a man than I ever did as a woman. And I think it's because I'm at peace with myself.
That's valid.
And so before I was just so angry about being a woman and everyone calling me she and seeing a girl, and I'd just be, I was a fashion model. So that really just took it to a whole other level. And then once I became a man, it was like, whoa, I can actually relax. And I think I do the same thing. I self-reflect on myself. I want to be this type of man that is more vulnerable and that is more accessing my own emotions.
Thank you, everyone.
Right on. Thank you.
That was cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wait.
Can I take a picture with you? I see you a lot of times on.
By fashion model, did he mean porn star, or was he actually a fashion model before being a porn star? That was long. That could have gone a lot worse. That could have gone a lot worse. That was good. Hey, huge cred to the two young trans guys in particular, I think. The two young ones. I think they rocked the house, you know? Gibby! Yeah, I think they rocked the house. Da fellas. Yeah, da boys. Gibby and Jacob? That was the name? Okay, gotcha. Hell yeah. Okay. I was thinking in my head that if I was still on that boss before the video finished, that I would ask Tempest to include me beating the boss at the end to, like, show that I can do it. So that people who only watch my political videos don't think that I'm super bad. You know? But I beat the boss while we were watching it, so... Tempest, you wouldn't do that for me? Alright. It's rough out here, boys. Hey, what if we, like, kept streaming? Wait, Adonos asks, my boyfriend thinks that representing trans men in a docu-series about female genital pleasure isn't transphobic, and I need your honest opinion on this. I mean, I guess it really depends on how it's framed, right? If it's like, here's how women like to be pleasured, and there are, like, trans guys in there, then that's weird. But if it's like, here's how pussies like to be pussied, then that's fine. If anything, that's, like, actively progressive, right? It really just depends on the framing. Gonna keep it hundo with you, and hopefully a lot of people in chat agree, or at least, like, sympathize or whatever, but, like, if you guys want any, like, online guidance on how to handle dick, like, it's all over the place, you know? There are literally, like, billions of people with dick, you know? But, like, if you want any online guidance on how to, like, fuck trans girls or whatever, that's something you have to go, like, specifically looking for or whatever, you know? So it seems like, I don't know, if like, hey, how to handle dick, and then, like, it's like, also, and here's, like, some girl dick bits, you know? Or whatever. People shouldn't have to watch ContraPoint videos to know how to, like, make trans girls come, I think. Can you show us my trans girl penis? I don't have one to show you, I'm afraid. Why not? Yeah. Show us. What are you hiding? Yeah. Like, splitting the weird champs between people weird champing chat and weird champing me for not showing. It doesn't differentiate between being female and having a vagina. I think that's problematic, but it's possible that there's still a net benefit there. I don't know. I guess I would defer to trans guys on that one. Like, maybe they would think the benefit of having, like, the exposure there would be worth the kind of implicit denial of their identity. I don't know. I can see positives and negatives. I can probably turn the game volume up a little bit. If Vosh transitions, the online left implodes. That is true, but it's not going to happen, so don't keep your hopes up. Can you turn up your bitrate too? My bitrate is sufficient for 60 FPS 1080p. More bitrate won't help. It's YouTube's compression. I'm sorry. It has to do with your internet connection. Oh yeah, Tempest, 100%. Again, like, obviously there are differences with, like, trans guys. With, like, trans girls, because I've had more sex with trans girls than trans guys, I think. I don't really know. I'm not keeping super great count, but, woo! Thought so. But, like, girl cock, or gawk, as it's known, is definitely, like, kind of different than bok. It's different, whole different thing. I don't know anything about Jaden Animations at all. Apparently they're ace or whatever, and I think that's great. I don't know anything, though. You've got Gawk and Bach. What is ace? Like asexual? Can I come on and elaborate on this? On girl cock? No? That seems a bit unnecessary. Also, if I wanted to, I'm pretty sure that I could, but being overly descriptive of trans people's genitalia as a cis person who's often accused of being a chaser seems like a sort of optical non-starter. Hey. 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 I really like this axe. Hey. Apparently, Keffels banned anyone that follows Destiny on Twitch, and the hate raid happening immediately ended. What hate raid? Like, were people going in there calling, like, Keffels a boy or whatever? And they were all, like, Destiny followers? I agree, Tempest. Want to talk about the docu-series? And I guess representing... it's a bit niche, I think. Read the messages. They're probably just saying, well done for getting up there. Are you having fun there? Yes, I am! Thank you. I guess the easiest description that I could give is that if you've ever fucked a guy with a penis, I feel like a lot of girls with penises, it's like how guys with penises are when bottoming their penises, but always, you know? You know how there are a lot of, like, when the bottom with the penis, it's like floppy? Like flopping? It be flopping. This has been the Vosh segment on Bach and Gawk. Thank you. Oh, hey. Is it gay to fuck a femboy? Definitionally, yes. But do what makes you happy. Now talk about bottom growth. I don't know as much about that. Both of the trans guys I've fucked, I think, weren't on T. No particular aversion there. Honest to God. Okay, can I be... Do I want to be accused of transphobia 18 times today or just 17? Okay. Oh, gotta math it out, okay? Honest to God, in terms of, like, respective experiences, most, like, overwhelmingly, trans guys keep facial hair, and I don't like facial hair. I totally get why they do it. No hate, no shame. I've got a huge beard. Well, not huge. A thick beard myself. No hate. However, if a trans guy is on T, they tend to have facial hair, and I'm just not that into facial hair. You don't like facial hair? That is correct. I shave. Tempest, I'm not courting you. I'm just talking about my general experiences. Trans men shave too. I'm not saying trans men don't shave. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Jesus. I know we don't. I know they don't all keep it. It's certainly a trend of the four trans guys on that panel. 3 of them had facial hair, and the 4th one said, "Yeah, I'm growing it out. I keep my peach fuzz." Like, you know, I'm not hating. You know, it's not a like a coincidence that like a ton of trans girls have like long head hair as well. I get signifiers. I'm not shaming anyone. Ooh. Oh, hey, Corvus. They're just giving me shit. How you doing? Oh yeah, Corvus. I was talking with a friend, a trans person, a while ago while hanging out, and amidst the many incredibly riveting adventures I can share as a content creator, we briefly talking about you and you doing the first trans browser scene, which they thought were super cool. Oh my god, did you, Tempest? Yeah, it takes a while to grow back. Does the ice damage? Okay, the ice damage just a bit. These things are just not worth unless you have fire damage. Hell yeah, Daisy's awesome. Is that her name, Daisy? I don't think I've seen the scene apart from like the like header screenshot things or whatever. Glad we could do those scenes too. Yeah, it's nice. Daisy Taylor? Okay, gotcha. Are you just not attracted to people you consider masculine or masculine traits? I am generally attracted to more feminine people. But I've had sex with, like, fairly masked guys. Like, I'm not super exclusionary there. The first guy I ever had sex with was, like, 6 foot tall, like 170 pounds of muscle, like pretty lean with some body hair. You know, like, I wouldn't look at him and say feminine. You know, it's not a super limiting. Lightning Scorpion Charm. That looks sick. But was he a bottom? Every single person who I fuck is a bottom. Or a switch who bottoms for me. What? Oh god. I've seen this before. Hey! No. We gotta get up there. Huh. Oh, that's not a bad look, Tempest. Not inherently. Would I ever be a bottom? I don't know. Maybe. That'd have to be very cute. I can email Leon whenever I like. Okay, I can go down there. Stop spamming about Leon. Don't knock it till you try it. I'm not knocking it. Shut up. God. Wait, wasn't there just an item there? Wait, wasn't there... Wait. Oh. Okay. Sure. I'll travel down to the lower level in a second. Yeah, I can. Twisted Opinions. But first, let me see what's on the upper level here. Do you feel like there's too much dungeon repetition in Elden Ring? No. Obviously, they all use the same construction template, like they use the same, like, building blocks, but I have not gotten bored yet. I enjoy it quite a lot. Also, as a general rule, if one of my chief criticisms of a game is that I want there to be more of it, that's probably not even, like, really a criticism, right? Because I'll feel that way about any game that I love. Hey, can we... Washwood bottom for me, a buff muscle trans girl. Alright. Calm your parasocial tits. Sheesh. Those guys. What was I saying? There's only one person I've ever slept with that I would have enjoyed bottoming for, I think. But I have to be pretty particular about that. Any advice for avoiding STDs? I don't know. Be careful. Ask for fucking STD sheets or whatever. I don't even know what STDs are anymore, okay? In chat, I was under the... Sorry, not in chat, Jesus. In high school, I thought you just instantly died whenever your dick touched anyone else. You know? Wear condoms? Yes, you can wear condoms if you're concerned about other people's tested status. Isn't it STI now? Yes, it's STI now. I thought you had good sex ed in America? Get over here. Get over here. Anyway, I really don't have that much of an interest in long-term hookups while wearing a condom, for reasons that should be fairly obvious to people who have had to wear condoms. So just ask for, like, test results and get test results yourself, and you should be fine. So, this axe does so much damage. Modern condoms are fine, stop being babies. Oh, you... Okay, there's nothing wrong with preferring... No, shut up. Stop. Oh, fun, Tempest. True, people should get tested between partners, too. Well, if you sleep around, you know, you do the best you can. You should try to get tested between every new person you hook up with, at the very least. But then they hook up with new people, and it's a whole goddamn thing. Wait, how else are you going to prevent pregnancy? Honest to God, it's been a while since I've slept with somebody capable of getting pregnant. Running kind of low on flask charges here. This is why I can't do non-monogamy / hookups. Yeah. You live one life, okay? If you tell your doctor you're concerned about HIV, you might be able to get PrEP with insurance. I don't have insurance, but yeah, maybe, if you talk with them. Have I been in here? Yeah, I must have. Okay, that's the ladder, I see. I am so disoriented right now. Wait, where? Okay, wait, I came down from here, right? Some people use PrEP so they can raw dog, like for AIDS? Yeah. Listen, all I'm gonna say about STDs is this, okay? I felt like I had been very much lied to when I realized at basically the same time that A, like most Americans have herpes already, invisibly, with no symptoms, and B, most STIs are completely curable with antibiotics. I have to say, I felt very cheated when I learned about those two things at the same time. Hey, Lilith. True, Lilith. This convo already happened? Yeah. Wait, really? Yes, really. Some can't, though. Well, herpes can't be cured. AIDS can be treated but not cured, as of yet. HPV, but you can get the vaccine for that, can't you? Sure, but overuse of antibiotics over time is reducing their effectiveness broadly. Alright, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you guys. I am not going to stop barebacking people just to save the human race 50 years from now with, like, fewer antibiotic resistances, okay? Sorry, okay? I don't care that much, okay? I'm not gonna, like, look forlornly at a person's fucking tight, raw pussy and think, oh, better wrap up so that in the infinitesimally small chance this person has chlamydia, the bacterial infection that I get doesn't then get super fucking immunized in a 1 in a billion chance from the antibiotics I take. My doctor prescribed. I'm not. I'm sorry. I don't care. You all can die. HSV is so manageable at this point with meds like Valtrex too. Yeah, it is manageable. I got tested. I'm pretty sure I have oral herpes, even though I've never had a fucking cold sore in my life. I feel like I should be responsible and say that, but it also feels like such a fucking Poindexter thing to say. Like, do I say like, hey, just so you know, I have HSV1, like 80% of all Americans? That just feels like weird, but I don't want to like not say that. It just feels like dumb to say that. Yeah, like everyone has oral herpes, but I still want to say it because I don't want to be like dishonest or whatever. Dude, this is like advocating against hand washing because we have vaccines. Wait, what? Wait, you think I should have to wear condoms my entire life just because if I don't, there's an increased chance that I get a bacterial condition that, if I have treated, might slightly contribute to the resistance that bacteria has generally against antibacterial? I'm sorry. It looks like we're all doomed then, okay? If me wearing condoms is the precipice upon which the future of the human race is tentatively balancing, then it's over, folks. Okay, we gotta find our way through. Also, by the way, if you seriously think like that's a socially effective prescription, I mean, you know. I feel like the people in chat giving me shit right now are bottoms. Bottoms are the only people who could not understand. Yeah, Tempest. As long as it's not fucking 40 minutes long. 'Cause I don't know shit about Animal Crossing. I can only riff off of it so much. Somewhere around here, there's gotta be a... Oh, really, airlock? No. Vosh, are you okay with getting shit on your dick during anal then? I don't know what that has to do with the bacterial argument, but you know what? As a person who's had bareback anal sex in my life, shit does happen. But you can avoid it pretty easily, you know? It's pretty avoidable. See, it's a double entendre. I'm very clever. You can also wash your ass before. Okay, washing your unless you mean an enema, washing your ass doesn't solve the problem there. Not super avoidable when it's not planned. Then don't have anal sex unplanned. If okay, no, chat. I don't want to do this. Oh, gotcha, the honest Ginger. I love you. Yeah, Merrick, I've been trying to teach chat sex ed for a long time. They're a lost cause. Don't... all the virgins come out during the game segments. It's a tried and true, fact of the world. Okay. I gotta find the door. We already pulled the lever. What the fuck is that? STD risk calculator? What does that even mean? Vosh, I'm literally a top in a polycule. We make sure to get new partners tested before we have unprotected sex because we're poor and don't have money for constant antibiotics. Yeah, that's great. Wait, when did I say you shouldn't get new partners tested? Or like, if you're gonna hook up with someone, you should get them tested. My procedure is that if I'm, if I plan on hooking up with somebody, I'm just going to tell them to get a full, lab readout, and then I'll tell them that I pay for it. And I usually give them a tip. I think that's fair. Because I know that shit can cost like $100 or whatever. It's happened a couple of times that I've planned to hook up with somebody and they've gotten tested and I paid them and then I decided I didn't want to hook up with them. So I basically just paid for them to get a free health checkup. Doing the Lord's work out here. IP777, terribly sorry, but I'm not responding to DMs at the moment. Or honestly, ever. Have you seen this? What? The onion? Nice. Bosch really does sound like the laziest top that has ever existed. Wait! What did I do? Wait. What did I do? Like, true, yes, but also, what did I do? I'm talking about paying for the people to get tested. What, should I get them tested? Like, I should draw their blood and send it to a lab? Wait, what? Ow. Oh, the door was up here. I'm stupid. I don't understand what's lazy about me saying I pay for... okay. You should get tested, too, for their peace of mind? Yes, of course I get tested! It's the fact that you paid for it then didn't hook up with them. That just means I'm lazy generally, not that I'm a lazy top. Cat! You are a lazy top, though? I feel like... Ow. I feel like I want to be a lazy top, but when actually having sex, I always get too into it, you know? I feel like in my mind I think of myself as a lazy top, but then I actually have sex, and they're sucking my dick, and then like, fucking 2 minutes later or whatever, I'm like, wait, hold on, okay. I could be doing more here. Yeah, I go monkey mode. Ow. What's better, to be a lazy top or an active bottom? Just make your partner happy, okay? Ow. I missed that. Are you saying hooking up with 2 girls is hard, Vosh? What? But wait, when the fuck did I comment on the difficulty of threesomes? I've never had a threesome with 2 girls, though. So I guess it's difficult in the sense that, oh, you actually misheard? You weren't just trying to fucking roast me? No, I was saying that I think of myself as a lazy, like, top. Like, I can just sort of recline there and let them do the work, but that's never actually how it ends up being in practice. Were you the one talking about being a top from the bottom? Oh, it's more of a workout thrusting from the bottom? Yeah, thrusting up when the person is riding you is a lot of work. I did that... I can't talk about anything without you stupid insecure pieces of shit calling me like a fucking... doing the okay dude Pepe mods. Oh, it's always a lot of work with 2 girls? Good, it's exercise. Fuck being a middle. Alston Snowborn. Anyway, no, I've never had a... Actually, I don't think I've ever had a threesome where I was, like, simultaneously managing both partners. I think I could. Yeah, I think I could. There's nothing I can't do. You just flexing on chat about all the hot, sweaty sex you have. Okay, chat can be insecure about this all they like, but I literally didn't have sex for the past year up until 3 days ago, okay? I was literally on my incel arc, which I said multiple times on stream, okay? I was a based Giga Chad incel, alright? Thank you. Well done, Vosh. Don't congratulate me. Okay, let me hear shit. Okay, we got stuff to explore. Okay, now chat's just patronizing me. It's not hard to get laid. What's difficult is finding people worth having sex with, okay? You know, not just in terms of being, like, attracted to them or whatever else, but you need to find people. True, Canoe. You need to find people who are, just worth being around in that respect. Because for me, you know, I don't want to just hook up with someone. I want, like, a friend with benefits, you know? I want to, like, fuck around and find out. You know, the idea of someone, like, just 10-minute drive away, you know? Hey, you busy? No? All right, dick appointment. Wee 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 wee. And then you go over there and you have sex. That's the goal. No, that was a fire truck, not a police alarm. Police alarm is like... The fire truck is... Anyway. The emote code is literally wee-woo? Oh, okay. Literally wrong? Okay. Alright. Okay, alright. So what was I saying? Oh yeah, anyway, if you want like a good friend with benefits, okay? It's not enough that they be hot. Finding hot people to fuck is easy. Alright? They need to be cool, chill, funny, drama-free. They need to be a good friend, okay? They need to be 3 things, okay? They need to be a good friend, and everything that entails. They need to be hot, because you want to have sex with them, right? And they also need to be good at sex, okay? Then all these things need to be present. Good friends are hard to find, though. Yep, that's why I said it's tough. Your privilege is showing? What did I do? And in your area? Well, yes, ideally. Can I get a friend with disadvantages? Yes, that would be my relationship with half the people in the online space, okay? Did I really not pick this up? I can't believe I missed this. My Chad privilege? How is it Chad privilege for me to say that this is a difficult thing to find? I'm not saying that I can effortlessly find people who meet these categories. Seriously, finding hot people on Tinder, if you live in a city and you're, like, hooking up with queer people especially, is pretty easy. Queers are desperate, alright? Straight people are all, I want to marry at 19 and settle down 3 children. If you see people with, like, fucking bangs and purple hair, okay? Like, it's all out there, alright? And they suck dick better, too. So just keep that in mind. Straights keep losing. So, so anyway, the difficulty, you know, is finding the cool people. Shut up. Yeah, gays are hella easy to fuck. Well, the thing that I don't really get about a one-night stand... Okay, people who specifically want one-night stands, like you fuck them once, then no contact, it feels like you're just, like, letting loose some steam. Which seems to me like it's an admission that what you're doing is supposed to be a deviation from the norm. Like, a one-night stand is just supposed to be like, oh, okay, like one, like, frivolous night or whatever. But fucking, like, randos, or fucking people or whatever, that shouldn't be the deviation of the norm. For me, at least. You know, that should be the norm. So it's not a one-night stand. If you enjoy a one-night stand, why not make it a two-night stand, you know? I don't get it. Usually the first time you fuck someone is the worst time, too, because you don't know each other that well, right? Like, you know, like, if you just hook up with a person, like, one day, like, you're gonna be better at it the second time, because you both, like, have fucked already once, so you know what each other likes at least a little bit more, so... Bosch, partner versus friends with benefits just seems like a distinction without a difference. I mean, maybe to you. And also to me. Yeah, I don't really care. Standing in the death juice. Favorite contained area in the game so far? I do not know. I love a lot of them. But fucking people multiple times entails maintaining something resembling a personal relationship. That is true. It can be too complicated to parse that shit out. It's easier to fuck someone than never speak to them again. Damn, I would hate to do that. What if it was good, though? Like, can you imagine setting out from the onset to have a one-night stand, and then she give the good sloppy toppy? Like, and then you're like, damn, guess I'm never getting that again. Like, fuck that. Think about the sloppy toppy. Okay, we're going along. Which way do we want to go? Do we want to... Okay, that's that way. Which way does this head again? Fuck. Yeah, Houston Snowboard. Oh, only one time have I hooked up with someone under the understanding that it was going to be a temporary, like, relationship because she was heading off to university. Well, she was already in uni, a different uni, a couple of days later. So we just had that time. And even that was stressful because it's like, oh, shit. I feel like catch romantic feelings too early to friend with benefit. Well, that's okay. We all have our limitations. Okay, I don't think... Have I gone this direction before? I must have, because I've done this. Seriously, I haven't seen it. Okay, wait. This spreads out this way. And then this goes up and around, right? So this area is that path, and this area is this path? Do I have that right? So maybe I should go the other way? Because I want to go that way to head to the top. Okay. Plus we have to kill that scorpion boss. I too would like to know. Wait, my opinion on what? What did Pippi say? Whoa. Who gives better head, men or women? People with penises just generally tend to be better at working penises. It just tends to be true. Not really a men or woman thing, because I've slept with trans women, but yeah. It just seems like just a pretty, like, straightforward thing to me, right? Like, yeah, it just makes sense. Wait, I can't go this way? Oh, fuck, I didn't realize. Okay, then we do go the other way. Sorry. Oh. Oh my god, I never saw this. Holy shit. Die. Let's duel, haha. And which one of us can suck dick better, Corvus? You are... First of all, why the fuck would I ever get into a competition like that? With a fucking porn star. Holy shit. Why would I ever? Oh my fucking god, do you think I'm a fucking idiot? Oh, Elden Ring. Why the fuck would I ever get into a competition on Elden Ring with someone who has no chance at beating me, you fucking moron? What kind of sick, demented fucking sociopath would subject another person to this level of outpacing? You fool. I really like this axe. Well, after I beat the game on this playthrough and try to do everything I can, I'm going to do a Soul Level 1 playthrough, which will be fun. Oh, that's nice, Jade Lazy S. Have I ever penis jousted? No. Again, I just feel like I naturally I feel like I naturally attract people who are like mega bottoms. Like, they're just soft all the time, you know? Like, That may sound like an own, but they still come. Just they're like giga soft, you know? Gay bottom guys, trans girls, just like whatever. They just have like infinite bottom energy, you know? I hope not, Natalie. Yeah, the giga softoids. Is there no other platform? Okay. Oh, that wasn't as far as I thought it would be. Do I do Kegels? Yes. My masculine energy attracts the gigasoftoids, unironically. Oh my god, it's creepy in here. Hey, no pooping. No poop. Can you please watch this John Doyle video? No, we're chilling! Yes, Wolfie Universe. The goddamn butthole in here. Man, there is no natural light in this cavern at all. Didn't expect rat ahead. Try stealth. Really? A lot of blood. That is very useful. Especially since this weapon doesn't have much natural stagger. And it doesn't have much range, so you can kind of just like clear out or stagger an area really quickly. Which art is that? Frost Horror Stomp? Hoarfrost Stomp? Something like that? Nah, fuck these guys. Twisted opinions. I have to be consistent. I'll do a magic playthrough next. The next playthrough I do on this character in New Game Plus, I will do an all magic build. Like full-on committal to it, you know? I want to try a bunch of different builds. I want to try like a full incantation build. I want to try like a strength faith build where, you know, I supplement the two. I want to try like a very heavy dex build where it's like 2 knives or something, you know, stuff like that. Why were you in the porno that was talked about a while ago? I'm afraid that I've never been in a porno. Maybe one day, though. Hobbs, yes, quality. Yeah, I might be playing Elden Ring for a long time, guys. Hope y'all don't mind. Bloodstains. You guys do Xander Corvus a disservice when you say, oh boy, when you say that he's my lookalike. He's quite a bit more good looking than me. Have I ever been top by a girl? No. As I said, there's only one girl who I would have considered letting top me, but unfortunately she had to move away. Such is life. Well, thank you, Twisted Opinions. Oh, nice, Corvus. You're progressing much faster than me. I'm playing it very slowly. Muck, I should ban you. What was unique about her that made you think you would let her top you? She was hot and had a nice dick. What else do you need? Also, unlike a lot of trans women, she was pretty comfortable using her penis. If I directed a porn movie, would it be plot heavy? Yeah. Oh, shit. See, it staggers them. It's very useful. Actually, you know what I would do if I could direct some porn? So, this could just be me. I know it's not just about me. You know, or I know this isn't just with me, but I know this is something that not everyone will agree on, okay? But, like, I don't like the porn star look, if that makes any sense. When I'm watching a porn, overwhelmingly with the women in particular, like, they look like porn stars. Not because there's anything wrong with their actual appearances, but because they have so much makeup on. You know, it's like a cultivated look, you know? And, oh, Jesus. Hey. Stop. No more worship. Stop. No God. Read the God delusion. No. No flower. You fool. I'm already poisoned. Almost as if they are porn actors. Wow, really, Jazz Dog? It's a specific aesthetic that's cultivated. Agreed, Lilith. True, Riley Reid and her OnlyFans versus her pro shit. Yeah, that's true. Jeez. If you want an example of this, you can look at a porn star's professional appearances next to a porn star's like private content on OF or on Twitter or whatever else that they just record themselves. And I think there's a pretty noticeable difference in a lot of cases. Again, this isn't a shame thing at all or whatever. I think it's one of the reasons why people like amateur porn more. But like, I don't know. I feel like if I... Ooh, mushroom clothing. I feel like if I was making a porn or whatever, like, make it more plot heavy, and also I would want the people to look like real people. You know what I mean? Like, because whenever there are porn plots with porn stars, it's like the dude is always ripped, and the chick is always ripped, and the guy's cock is always fully shaved, and everyone's fully shaved, and blah, blah, blah. Now, the one unrealistic porn standard that I would maintain is I desire fat fucking cock, okay? I want massive fucking dicks, alright? So... we can be unrealistic in that respect, but in every other respect, you know, we can adhere a little closer to reality. You know, it just have it be, and people will pay for that, Mug. Fat tits are nice too. Fat tits are nice. Where is that light coming from? I'm over there. 1 second. Poison, don't kill me. Alright. Anyway, all I'm saying is I feel like it's possible to capture the realism and the aesthetic of an amateur porn vibe, but to give it the ritz and the glam and the production value of an actual pornography, you know, like a proper porn movie. And I think that would be dope, you know? I'm basically thinking like, what is it called? Jay and Bob's Adventure? In terms, like, that vibe, you know what I mean? Some movies even, like actual movies, it just feels like there's just a dude running around with a camera trying to follow, like, stuff going on. That amateur film production, but like a Jay and Silent Bob, yeah, thank you, but like one level up or something. Or like Clerks, yeah, Clerks, but it's porn, exactly. Clerks, but it's porn, thank you, you know? Like, give me that real world vibe, okay? Obviously, like, the actors can still be maybe unreasonably attractive. It is porn after all. We're here to come, you know, but I think you can do that. Where the fuck am I going? Blair Witch Project, but porn? No, not Blair Witch never mind. Have I ever been serviced by a sex worker? Man, I hate that term. I know it's the appropriate term, but people use serviced to refer to, like, dominance being fucked as well. Like, it's... okay. No. Wait, actually, yes, but I didn't have to pay. Does that still count? Sorry, I paid with my ineffable charisma and my charm. Opinion on those shitty porn parodies? I think they do what they're supposed to do. I'm more of an ass person than a tits person. Okay, nothing over here. True, like Ramos has. Alright. Yep, I'm lost. Alright, we need to be methodical about this because the poison is going to kill me pretty soon. Alright. Okay, we've dropped down that way before. Let's explore every level, okay? Here, let's be methodical about this. So dropping down there, we know where that goes. We've done that before. We've run this loop before. Okay. Is this a place we can go up? No, I didn't think so. Just making sure. Yeah, I know it smell wild in here. Go up there. Nope. Is this boy smell? No, logical pretzels, you're not. Maybe a little Ryan. Okay. We have to go down here. This way? This looks new. Aha! Okay. Simple enough. Just have to be thoughtful on how we move forward. Thanks. Well, there's a stake of America, thankfully. Ah. Beard hair. No, Muck, I do not. No drama, bae. I need to see this. Do I? Huh. That's interesting. So Hassan tweeted, Americans are so brain-broken about crime and automatically assume that lenient sentencing in our draconian and humane criminal justice system means you support the crime and the criminal, rather than having a restorative, rehabilitative approach centering justice. This is no doubt in response to Holly's sniping at Jackson? Jackson, I think. And then Anna Kasparian says, we've seen the rehabilitative approach play out in CA, California. If that's what you think works, we're in a lot of trouble. Which I'll admit is a pretty surprising response from her. Somebody responds with, Lamau, is this satire? And Anna Kasparian says, no, it's not. When people are getting stabbed to death at work and bus drivers are getting assaulted daily with no consequences at all, I think it's an issue. And then the top response to that is, did you get hacked? Interesting. This is a developing situation. I'll check back there in a little bit. I'll admit that's pretty surprising. Well, Hassan was in the right there. Sweet. Yeah, we're covering this story as it unfolds. I didn't really play that much tabletop schmerp. Imperial Guard back in the day, Mechanicus now. Is there Dark Souls porn? There's plenty of drawn Dark Souls porn. I don't think there's much good there, though, because, let's be honest, like, a lot of porn drawings are, let's say, artistically stunted, and the only, like, Dark Souls is not a property which naturally accommodates eroticism very well, outside of maybe, like, a sort of, a kind of grotesque or like, sublime appreciation of beauty and horror and death, you know? And I think you can pull that off. That's great. But, you need to be a good artist to do that, and a lot of porn artists are, we're gonna get fucking rocked here. Oh god, I hate these cockroach things. Oh god, 2 of them? Oh yeah. Ow! Jesus! Yeah, we're... Oh, hold on. Ooh. Damn. Alright, we can do this. Wasn't there somewhat of a movement in the Renaissance that involved naked people in horror-style scenarios? Those are great paintings. Yeah, but it's not really pornography, just if you have, like, hot naked people in horror scenarios, right? Like, I don't know. I feel like you have to pull out more eroticism than that. Vosh, there's one Dark Souls hentai. I might literally know the one you're referring to. Are you referring to the one where the benighted Ashen one in Dark Souls 3 has sex with the Firekeeper, who keeps making innuendos to the... Yep, okay, yep. There we go. And that one did have stellar art, if I recall. What do you think of people who draw porn of Jaden Animations? I literally don't know who or what Jaden Animations is. They're like a YouTuber, and they have a drawing for a face. I don't know anything else. I really don't. Yeesh. Ah! They're not stopping. They're not stopping! I specifically requested... Wait. Jaden just came out as Eros. Yeah, I saw that. People keep telling me I don't know who she is. Wait. Jesus Christ. There we go. The DPS on this axe is insane if you actually... No logical pretzels, I did not. No. We're dead. Oh! Holy shit, the poison didn't kill us there. Remarkable. Rule 34 is such a mixed bag. I think the main problem with drawn pornography, apart from the fact that a lot of it is hentai and hentai is full of lolly shit, the main problem is that a lot of the drawings really just don't, they really don't capture the artistic value of the stuff they're Rule 34ing, if that makes any sense. Like, 99% of Rule 34 is just, there's a hot character from this property, here's them having sex, which, that's not inherently bad, but, you know, if, like, the media property includes more than their character design, it includes a story arc and a personality, I assume, you know, for most media, so assuming there's more to work off of there, I think more should be incorporated into any pornography that's made of them. Oh, that's nice, Orange August. Maybe I'll check them out sometime. Yes, and oftentimes the artist will draw them exactly the same way they draw all women, except with different clothing and hair color and hairstyle, which is just, you know... just a waste of effort and talent, really. I've seen lots of porn with really good characterization. So have I, but it's not the norm, that's for sure. There are some artists who do a good job. Actually, funnily enough, one of the best single images I saw that captured, I guess, the pornographied element of a show was, funnily enough, from ReZero. I don't know if this falls under the lolly shit purview, and if that's the case, denounce. I don't care, I don't even remember the details here. But I think I remember... What's the name of the guy from ReZero? Are the twins in ReZero are definitely lolly shit, right? Subaru, that's right. Oh, that's right, because that's the name of a car company. No? The twins are adults? Okay, yeah, they're adults, but... Look, whatever. Anyway, what was the thing? Oh, it was a very well-drawn piece of porn, you know? There was background art, proper detail was put into the, like, the masonry and what have you. But if I recall correctly, it was an under-camera shot, so the camera was looking up. And Subaru was deep-dicking the blue-haired one, Rem, I think her name is. But they were on the side of a railing. And over the edge of the railing, the other girl that he likes, the one who he has a romantic interest in, what's her name? What's the lady, Amelia, yeah. Amelia is leaning over the railing and, like, chatting with him, and she's blushing, and he's holding her hand with one hand, and the other hand is, like, on the hip of Rem or whatever. And I thought, and it was all very well done. And that actually, I think, captured, in a pornographied sense, an element of the show far better than a ton of other just random hentai of media that I've seen. So that's good. Is it still sus, though? I don't know. I don't remember anything about the image itself being problematic, but, you know, I don't have, like, a photographic memory. Hentai with good story is good? Well, yeah, better than bad story, right? Insane Mike from PA take. When a blue dog Democrat loses, even to a Republican, that is a good thing. A majority that depends on them is actually a disaster for the party. They block every major initiative and discredit the party's ability to govern, which then leads to expanded majorities for the right. What? Okay. I don't care. It's just stupid. You don't know, Vosh, some people are freaks? That is true, Lily. Lily? Sorry, I meant to say Lilith. There are a lot of crazy people out there. A lot of wacky people. And also, yeah, Manchin isn't a blue dog Democrat. That's not really a thing anymore, but... Come on. Oh! The corner flames. Da baby car. Oh shit, you're right. It's the baby car. Holy fuck. I don't want to know the true mages. Hey, let me get the guy back here. Okay. Nice. How did I skip past all this before? How do I do that? Is this not the path that I took before? Did I go up this way? How did I... Huh? I don't know. I don't even know. You haven't been here? Yeah, if I haven't been here, then how did I get up to the scorpion guy before? It must have been from here, the first Mount Gelmir campsite. Did I get up... How did I get up there, though? Not through here. No. I have not seen the new Owl House episode. Okay. I remember being here. But how did I get here? That is a big statue. I have 100% of the achievements in Hades, Pearson. Oh yeah, sorry, Canoe, for ruining the experience for you. Okay, I remember fighting my way down here. Then I must have crossed this bridge, right? Okay, I must have crossed that bridge. Let's head back down. Let's redo the entire path, and this time we're going to get everything we missed. Whee! You're going for 100%? I'm not looking at any guides. I have looked at guides 2 times off stream because I had questions about quest progression. I don't feel ashamed about that at all. It is a From Software game. There is no chance of me getting all this on my own. I just don't like being given spoilers by chat, because if I do want to see a spoiler, I want it to be my own decision to see it, and not for it to be like a, you know, kind of forced on me. Yeah, Canada sucks, Gengible. I think of all the ones I can think of, wait, fuck. Has this person done anything problematic? Chat, has the hentai artist Hirame done anything problematic? I'm sorry, it's Japanese hentai artists, you know. Honest to God, if you just picked any random one of them from a list, there's like a 2 in 3 chance they've done like lolly shit. All hentai artists are either incredibly gay or incredibly problematic. Well, I'm okay with the gay part. I think anyone in chat knows who I'm talking about. They have a few sussy League of Legends hentai. Yeah. Hope Annie's not in it. Wait, Hillary Clinton got COVID? Why do you all know hentai artists by name? Some porn artists are pretty influential in terms of how many people have seen their stuff. I think that's pretty cool, personally. What do you mean, lolly shit? I feel like the term is pretty self-explanatory. Hey! Oh my god! Dude, you're getting fucked up by a random footman down there. You lost to a random footman because you were focusing on me. Don't you feel stupid? Don't you feel a little silly? I respect the hell out of porn artists, if they're good, you know. Do you prefer real porn or hentai? I don't like the term hentai because it implies Japanese. If we just like flat out, like, do I prefer live action porn or drawn pornography? The answer is going to be drawn 9 times out of 10. Way more artistic flexibility in that medium. Obviously, I prefer having sex with real human beings to either of those, but if I'm to choose something I'm looking at on a computer screen. Yo. Oh shit, this one's got the fucking Beyblades. Woo. What about SFM stuff? If it's done well. 3D is definitely... I have a much higher standard for quality when it comes to 3D animation. Wow. Why is porn not made with the literary quality of any other Hollywood film? Well, I don't think people are necessarily looking for that. I think a lot of people are just looking to, like, get the rocks off. Any Mish fans here? I'm a Mish fan. Holy fuck. Okay. The thing is, I have kind of a bias against 3D porn because I vividly remember that for the longest time, like, with the technology that was available to, like, just individual people, when people talked about 3D porn that was like art, what they meant was there would be these awful, inhuman, like, 3D character models that would fuck, and, like, screenshots would be taken of these, like, really stiff positions, and they would make albums of these 3D screenshots. Yeah, they all look like fucking Barbie dolls and shit. And then they would upload these to sites that have 2D art, meaning that, like, you'd have all these nice custom animations and drawings and stuff, and then next to it you would have, like, these horrible plastic, like, big titty bimbos getting railed, and it just looks so ugly and fake. But now 3D porn has gotten a lot better, so yeah. Hey, they should kill each other, man. They're way more effective at it than I am. I saw a cartoon of an Egyptian cat dancing, but she wasn't dancing. You mean that Animal Crossing meme? I thought that was a pretty good animation. (2019) Saxy Jacks. I just like the music, TBH. Well, there's something. Furry porn will always be superior. I genuinely don't care. Listen, the only thing that furry porn is objectively superior to is the body diversity, okay? I don't really care if people are like wolves or whatever, but, like, listen, if you have to make a person a horse to give them a giant fucking cock, then, like, sure, okay. If you just drew them as a human with a giant fucking cock, like, that would be the same to me. But if making them a horse does that, then alright, whatever. Furries get a bad rep online. Dude, furries get a bad rep online because people on 4chan with way worse fetishes like having someone to pick down on, okay? 4chan for years was just chock full of actual fucking pedophiles who would, like, make fun of furries as though they were better than them. Ah, no! Damn, okay. That's fine, we're basically just clearing for funsies. What animal penis styles are okay and not okay? Listen, don't worry about it, okay? I just like big dicks. Don't worry. Chill. Where do you think the line is for being a furry? I mean, I'd say having a fursona and identifying with them is probably one, right? Like, not, oh, haha, here's me if I was a dog, but, like, actively thinking of yourself as that. Like, I think having an investment in the aesthetic is different from just casually, like, participating in it, you know? Like, I think most people, like, most regular people, even not, like, Gen Z types, like, even if you took, like, a boomer or whatever, and you were like, look, I drew you as a cat, haha. I think most people would find that, like, cute, you know? Like, it wouldn't come off as weird or strange or anything. I think it's when you start, like, it's actively something that you're looking for or, like, care about. That would be the bigger difference. Oh, yeah, I forgot to get my runes. No, Zen 5 heavy. Crystal from Star Fox is the line. Okay, see, that I don't even get. I never found Crystal's design attractive in the slightest, you know? Nothing about... Okay, actually, I think that's a good point, because if you're attracted to Crystal, you're not attracted to, like, the female form that's being anthropomorphized onto her. You're attracted to the fox part, or, like, whatever the fuck she is. Because she has the design of a Nintendo character. Like, it's not like she's, like, crazy fucking stacked and hot or whatever. Like, she just looks like a female character, but they made her like a anthropomorphized, yeah, like Lola Bunny, or in the first Space Jam, you know, stuff like that. Like, okay, like, it, you know, more deliberately sexualized, but I don't think Crystal was really sexualized. I mean, I could be wrong. I never played that awful game that she came out in, the GameCube Star Fox game. Do you guys remember that? When they made a Star Fox game that was supposed to be a sequel to Star Fox 64, a classic, on the fucking GameCube, and they were like, I know what the people want. The people want this weird planet exploration, dinosaur, collectible platformer game. Fuck you, Nintendo. Oh, have a good one, Merrick. It was just a worse Legend of Zelda. Yeah, it was so fucking stupid. It was originally a different game. They added Star Fox the last minute. Disappointing, TBH. What do you think of that game where you guess the fetish of the artist from how well they draw certain parts of the anatomy? Oh, that's a super fun one. You can tell pretty quickly, like, who has a fetish for cream pies or facials, who has a fetish for, like, cumflation, who has a fetish for size differences, who has a fetish for feet, who has a fetish for... The funniest one is buttholes, because in like, hentai or art, or especially furry porn, every once in a while, like, someone will bend over, and their asshole will just be 10 times the size of a regular human asshole. Like, it'll just be this massive donut asshole, you know? Why are dicks always coming in hentai? You can't just perpetually come. The thing that I actually really fucking hate about, like, cum shots in hentai or whatever every single time is, like, why is it that every time you nut in, like, a mouth or a pussy or whatever, like cum is spraying out in like 8 directions around it, like you're emptying like a high pressure hose. The only thing seeing that makes me think is A, that the pussy is loose, and B, that you're spraying like water. Like there's no thickness to it, you know? Like to me it doesn't sell the strength of the cum shot. To me all it does is it denigrates like the thickness of the cum. Like it's not desirable, you know? Like for me personally, like if you draw like the dude nutting in the girl's mouth and it's like spraying out everywhere and she's like, "Oh my god," you know, that's like great or whatever. But if it's instead like, I don't know, you know, like the shot where like the guy says he's gonna come and then you see the girl's cheeks bulge and then she closes her eyes and they have like the automatopoeia, the gulp, and you see like her throat bulge as she's swallowing or whatever. That's way the fuck hotter. That's like 10 times as hot, easily, you know? Way, way, way hotter. You can imply like massive, massive fucking loads, you know, in my humble opinion. Thoughts about X-ray shots? They're not my thing. They don't like ruin anything for me though. Actually, I don't know why, but I actually think X-ray shots... I actually think that X-ray shots into like a womb are like way less interesting than X-ray shots into like a stomach or whatever. I don't know. Where the fuck? Oh my god, I fucking lost him there. Holy shit. Vor? Wait, that's not vor. Like X-ray shots like when you're nutting in a stomach or whatever. With the vor arc? Wait, that's not vor. Cum vor? What? Okay. Chat. You like vor. You like it when girls swallow your load. Yeah, okay, I get. Alright, I'm into cum vor. Sure, whatever. Okay. It's wild out here. X-ray is more like impreg fetish. Well, I don't have an impreg fetish at all. So like whenever there's like a cream pie and then they show all the little spermies going to the egg, like this does less than nothing for me. It's just a distraction. I have no impregnation fetish whatsoever. There we go. Can the lightning stop? WoW not based? Yeah, yeah. No breeding kink? No, I don't have a breeding kink. I'm sorry. Very sorry. Thoughts on stomach inflation from huge dicks / excessive cum? That's based. Huge dicks, huge loads is based. And that's why the cum needs to not spray out during the cream pie, so more of it stays inside. Yellow cum is disgusting. I don't know why some artists choose to, like, color cum yellow. I guess it's part of the, like, ugly bastard, like, you're being denigrated with my nut meme or whatever, but yeah, it's not me. That's just piss. No, if you don't know what I'm talking about, you don't know what I'm talking about. Oh, based worship state. Wait, is that not just piss? No, if you don't know what I'm talking about, you don't know. No. It's like tinted yellow or whatever. I think that, like, regular human cum is tinted yellow, like, a little bit by default. Like a very small amount, you know? Like, 1 drop of yellow paint to, like, a can of white paint, basically. Like, very, very little. But they, like, hyper-exaggerate it or something. Yeah, it's not pure white. Bro, what are you all eating? What? Yeah, but it shouldn't be drawn like that. Well, they don't draw it like it's 1 drop to a can of white. They draw it like it's just yellow. Okay. You may want to Google this. You can Google that yourself if you want to, okay? I'm getting back up to the Scorpion right now. I think you can make it pearlescent and kind of grayish to make it distinguish against a white background. What if the cum is pink? Go see a doctor. This is the longest virgin stunlock ever. It used to be much worse back in my earlier streams. This is actually a step up, if you can believe it. Why is there smoke just rising from this? Yeah, that's what I thought. Need to explain to chat what a vagina feels like. Yeah, they all came out of one. Well, most of them did. There we go. Curse words are censored in here. Only for the stream, so YouTube doesn't fucking yeet me. Oh yeah, Tempest, I don't inherently have a problem with it. What about tentacles? I'm not into tentacles at all. It's just not my thing. Holy shit. Every time, man. Fucking zipping out here. Jesus Christ. What about food stuff? Not my thing. I feel like tentacles would be great to like a bottom, because I imagine that the, what would you call it? The dexterity? No, the what term am I looking for here? Oh boy. Woo! I deserve to die there. The prehensility of tentacles. You know, I can get how, like, if you're really into having your ass like fucking opened up or whatever, like that'd be great, but this, as a top, not a bottom, I just don't see the appeal personally. What if you got your dick wrung out by a tentacle? I don't know. I just don't get the appeal. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do cocks sweat? I don't actually know. Probably? I don't know if they do. Right? Actually don't know. What about tail jobs like when a... What is this? What about tail jobs like when a sexy succubus has a built-in fleshlight in her tail? No, thank you. I'm comfortable with the number of orifices that human beings have. For a second, I thought you were going to say, like, tall succubus jerk you off with her tail, which, you know, that sounds nice. You know, I could go for that. I don't know if I'd want there to be, like, an extra hole at the end of that. I feel like a succubus would probably have, like, a pussy, right? Or a dick? I don't know. There'd be something. Alright. Chat's just trying to bait fucking memes out of me now. Get out of here. Yeah, we're just looking into the fucking kink list. You knowing what F list is a self-report, though, Uncle Twisty. No, Elden Ring. Succubuses with dicks are called incubuses. Really depends on which property you're talking about, you know? It can be a sex or a gender thing. Are there trans succubi? Probably. I don't know. God damn it. I hate them. Ah. True, Tristan. Alright. So I think we want the right-hand ladder here. What about cervix penetration? That shit is everywhere nowadays for some reason. Yeah, cervix penetration in hentai is so common that I don't even think of it as like a kink anymore. I just think of it as like the thing the artist does to indicate you're going in deep. Like, obviously it's not actually possible, but it just happens so often in art that it's just kind of... My brain has just accepted it. Like, ah, yes, of course, that is how it works, you know? I imagine that if I actually had a cervix, looking at that would make me pretty uncomfortable. Yet to meet a woman that likes that? Well, you can't penetrate a cervix in real life, I'm sorry to say. That's just not a thing. I'm sorry, Tim. Just not a thing that's up on the table, I don't think. If you want to go really deep, you gotta have anal, okay? Didn't the guy with the world's longest penis, that Johnny Falcon guy or whatever, didn't he say that he started having sex with men because they were the only ones who could take his dick? Yeah, it is a Chad move. The guy himself seems like kind of a whiner, though. Almost there. Suffering from success. Well, the thing that's telling to me there is that I feel like he wasn't having much luck in the dating market because there are absolutely women out there that are like hardcore anally trained, you know? It does not... All you have to go... all you have to do is go... which I've never done, by the way, but I'm sure it works. Is go on Pornhub, click on the amateur category, and then type in horse dildo, and you will find just plenty, if you're in the straight section, I mean, plenty of women just bottoming out on these colossal horse dildos, you know, which I've never done, but I'm sure you could find it. Don't madness me. This guy's going Joker mode. No. Oh. There goes my horse. Wasn't there some famous queen or whatever who died taking horse stick? No. You're thinking of the rumors of Catherine the Great, one of the empresses of Russia, who was widely disliked by some members of the aristocracy, so they made up rumors of her being a horse fucker. Which, you know, hot and all, but not true. What's the most sexless online community? Probably 40k. Woo! Those attacks are sick. Okay, hold on. I want to die over here. Ow. Going that deep anally takes so much training because your intestines don't go in a straight line, so you generally hit what feels like a wall. Yeah, I don't claim to understand the details of how bottoms do their disappearing acts or whatever. The only thing I'll say is that if you have a colossal, you know, I've said this before with horse stick, but if you have a colossal penis, and you make that known to the world, and you're like even reasonably like decent to people, like, you know, like you're even remotely fuckable, like people will travel great distances, to fuck you, you know? Like, and anyone who's, like, sex-crazed enough to, like, actually practice taking, like, an 11-inch horse dick dildo in their ass is going to trip over any chance to feel a real, actual, living human cock of that size inside of them. Like, that is just... Bottoms will... They will burn through their savings to do this. What is a colossal penis? Listen, that's up to you, okay? Yeah, Schadenfreude, I don't recommend that. It's like holy grail shit for them. Yeah, seriously. It's not about size, it's about how you use it. Look, depending on who it is, that can be true, and some people really like size. What qualifies as a larger than normal dick? I mean, can't you just use a standard deviation calculator from the global average? The average penis is 5.2 inches globally, or something like that, I think. 5.5, 5.2, something like that. So I'm guessing that if your dick is like 6 inches, like you could fairly say that's larger. I don't know. I can't open the map. Something here is still aggro to me, but I don't know what. Okay, the bridge goes that way. My stats are known, unreasonable person. We calculated my cock volume back when I was playing Bloodborne, ye back. Alright, chat, calm down. Did you do water displacement? No, it's just a calculate. Okay. Does a simple cylindrical calculation. Not that dicks are perfectly cylindrical. But, getting sexually harassed by Cat Black, getting sexually harassed by chat. My goodness. Sharing your dick pics be involuntary porn? I released my own dick pics when I started my channel because I knew eventually that somebody that I flirted with would get spiteful and leak them anyway. Which did happen months later. So, I got ahead of them. Probably Rodzilla. No, Pork Trooper, I've not seen it. A lot of bloodstains over here. What are we doing? What are we doing? Yes, Muck, that's definitely true. How did you respond to the person who did the revenge porn against you? I didn't. I promise I'll finish the which Pokemon would I fuck eventually, okay? I don't know, Logical Pretzels. I'll have to think about it on the replay. I do have my lantern on, right? Fuck, it's dark in here. Jesus. Thank you, Twisted Opinion. Thoughts on the weed cat? I mean, all the art that I've seen of her is cute. The Pokemon itself is uninteresting to me. Okay. Oh, thanks for the... Alright. Which Elden Ring NPC is the most fuckable? The blue witch lady with the 4 arms is nice, but she's also like a doll, right? I don't know. She seems like she'd be kind of cold and scrapey. I don't know. I like the barbarian lady. Her own dad calls her a barbarian, so it's not racist for me to say it. The one whose outfit I'm wearing right now. Nephili. Yeah, Nephili. Listen, there are a lot of cute ladies, okay? Alright. The kill tunnel. What about Alexander the Pot? Well, he's nice too. Nice big hole. How do you feel about Cody Johnson? I like Cody Johnson. I don't have negative feelings towards him. Why do people like Ronnie? She only appears once and then dips. You can see her later if you'd like to. If you go looking. Well, too yellow for you. I guess they anticipated its popularity. What the fuck are you? Demi-human queen market. Oh shit, you're a queen. Well, now I feel bad about this, but... got kind of a cheesecake shot here, you know, I'm not doing this intentionally. Oh, you got me. Now I'll get you. Jar cannon. Oh, shit. You beat that ass up. Pretty much literally. Okay. Let's clear out the rest of this place. When is the unlearning economics debate? It's not a debate. Seems easy. Yeah. Thoughts on epic rap battles of history? It was extremely good, entertaining, and fun 1 decade ago. Internet culture moves quickly. What's up? Any thoughts on the Destiny Fuentes debate? I haven't seen it. You should check them out again. They really upped the ante. To my knowledge, I've seen all of their videos, if for no other reason than because they're kind of a cultural artifact that I find interesting. Unless they've released something new in the past year or so. Oh, nice, Fits the Dragon. They have? Oh, okay. They uploaded last December. Oh, I haven't seen that. I saw Sepulphagist 88. Sepulphagist 88. Where the fuck are we going? We already found the boss. Special item. Okay, considering that I don't craft anything, the Arteria leaves are not of tremendous interest to me. Yeah, sure, Q for sure. Better to come in the sink than to sink in the cum. I'm sure there are people in chat right now who would love to sink and cum. Why not watch the Destiny Fuentes debate? I just assumed that we were going to spend the remainder of stream, you know, giving sort of piecemeal sex ed to all the virgins.
Bad Dragon Love, I am not getting into that. Nice name, by the way. Sure, fine. No promises I'll get through all of it. Knowing both of these two, it's probably like 4 hours long. Two hours long. That's my fault for assuming, I guess.
Keep saying the purpose of the alliance is to contain Russia. Contain Russia from doing what? Invading their neighboring countries? Like, if Russia didn't engage in these actions, it shouldn't really matter. That, again, we're always framing this in the case of U.S. security interests versus Russian security interests. Is Ukrainian security interest just not at play here? Do we just not care about this? And Ukraine has a genuine security interest, and that they want themselves to be a sovereign country with the right to decide which alliances they will or will not join. And the idea that there might be NATO bases here in the future, that Biden is open to inspection, the idea that down the road maybe second strike capabilities are lost in Russia and now they just get nuked by the US because we can do so with impunity, maybe that'll happen 30 years from now. So now today we need to take over Ukraine. I don't know. I totally don't buy that as a reason. I feel like you could use that same justification then for Russia to essentially invade anybody they want that's near their borders and isn't claimed up by normativity from that. You're not telling me whether Russia's decision is right or wrong, or whether it's more.
What if the whole video was like this? What if the whole video was just this music? It's still mirrored? Oh yeah. What if the whole It's mostly gonna be like a audio thing, so I guess I'll just enough? Good enough? Okay.
Morally or whatever justified. You're just telling me that Russia will seek to basically annex whatever neighbor it can if it perceives there to be a security threat, which again is just a stronger argument for a more aggressive expansion.
Violent revolution.
Why are you saying democratic when part of the reasons why it was protested so heavily is because he literally tried to pass like 10 anti-protest laws? That's not democratic either. I'd support from the majority of the United States. Yeah, but your realist analysis sucks. We are debating about the justification of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The February invasion of Ukraine cannot be justified by any means that are not overt Russian propaganda or statements that entirely dismiss the sovereignty and right to self-determination of the Ukrainian people. This invasion into Ukraine must be opposed by any means necessary, short of direct military conflict, by anyone in the West who values any of the basic tenets of liberalism or the rights of any nation to determine their own path forward in the world. Tonight, Nick might try and convince you that NATO promised it would not expand 1 inch further to the east, ignoring that these comments were originally made by Secretary of State James Baker in 1990 with regards to NATO expanding its military presence into eastern Germany, which remains demilitarized to this day. In an interview with Russia Beyond the Headlines, Gorbachev himself, the Soviet leader in 1990, during these negotiations, responded to a question asking why NATO promises hadn't been legally encoded, with Gorbachev...
Wait, why did Nick shave his beard? When did Nick Fuentes not have a beard? When did that happen? I feel like that was the last vestige of him not looking like a permanent 15-year-old. He had a beard? Yeah, he had a beard for a while. It's been like a year? I guess I haven't seen him in a while. Oh, okay, well. Wait, is Nick pro-Russia? Yeah, of course. He's pro-Russia, and he's going to use the exact same arguments that Mearsheimer used. The exact same identical arguments, because... because everyone who disagrees with me is a Nazi, but unironically, literally, 100% fully sincerely. Alright.
Responding, and I quote, The topic of NATO expansion was not discussed at all, and it wasn't brought up in those years. Another issue we brought up was discussed, making sure that NATO's military structures would not advance and that additional armed forces would not be deployed on the territory of the then GDR after German reunification. Baker's statement was made in that context. Everything that could have been and needed to be done to solidify the political obligation was done and fulfilled, end quote. Nick may try to say that some verbal assurances were made between leaders, but why would anyone ever expect the geopolitical landscape of an entire continent be dictated by verbal agreements made in 1990 between only two nations, one that no longer even exists? This is even less reliable when you consider that the entire security situation would have radically changed with the rapid dissolution of the Soviet Union and, along with it, the Warsaw Pact. Perhaps Nick will try to tell you that NATO represents a real security threat against Russia. To that, I have to ask, a security threat preventing what exactly? Is it the invasion of Russia, which there is absolutely zero precedent for any NATO country doing? Is it the destruction of Russian forces in Russian territory, which there is also no precedent for any NATO country doing? Is it the annihilation of Russian forces in Russian allied territory by NATO countries, which has only happened when Russia has lied about its deployed paramilitary forces, as they did in 2018 in Syria during the Battle of Kasham? Perhaps, if I may suggest, instead what NATO represents is a threat to Russia's ability to undermine and interfere with the politics of its neighboring countries. Imagine a situation where Russia recognizes two independent, self-proclaimed republics that no one else in the world recognizes. They then send in their military to secure peace, not only in the contested region, but to march far beyond that to the rest of the country, simply out of fear of the election of a democratic leader who favors dealing with the West more than Russia. I'm not even talking about the modern-day conflict in Ukraine, but instead, this is the story of the 2008 Russo-Georgian War, where instead of the self-proclaimed republics of Luhansk and Donetsk, it was the self-proclaimed republics of South Ossetia and Abkhazia. Instead of securing the important geographical funnel of Ukraine, it was establishing loyalist states in the South Caucasus region. How many of these strategically vital wars are we forced to allow Russia to engage in? I wonder if Nick will bring up broken promises and agreements of the Soviet Union and Russia that were actually put to paper. It could be the 1990 Paris Charter signed by the USSR, which, and I quote, fully recognized the freedom of states to choose their own security arrangements. Will Nick mention the NATO-Russia Founding Act of 1997, after 4 months of intense negotiations between the Secretary General of NATO, Javier Solana, and the Russian Foreign Minister Primakov, which established the PJC, or Russian NATO Permanent Joint Council, that committed both NATO and Russia to, and I quote, build together a lasting and inclusive peace in the Euro-Atlantic area on the principles of democracy and cooperative security? I wonder if he'll mention any of the Budapest memorandums. 3 separate agreements signed in 1994 between the world's nuclear powers to eliminate the existence of nuclear weapons in Belarus, Kazakhstan, and Ukraine. An agreement, I should say, that required these 3 countries to give up the most reliable means they had of securing their sovereignty in exchange for promises of, and again I quote, independence and sovereignty in the existing borders, and a
You think Destiny has a script for the opening? Yeah, obviously, of course. He definitely did his research. That's good. How the fuck do you not just die right now? You don't get fall damage if you jump into the spirit spring while on a horse. It, like, cushions you.
Refrain from the threat or the use of force against Belarus, Kazakhstan, and Ukraine, signed by the United States, the UK, and Russia. Maybe Nick will attack the idea of NATO being a defensive alliance and point to times where NATO has indeed acted aggressively in the past. We're supposed to ignore that none of these aggressions happened towards Russia itself, of course, but I'm curious which interventions particularly threaten Putin. Does NATO's intervention in 1995 in the Bosnian War threaten Putin's plans for neighboring countries? An intervention that ended with a precision bombing campaign that brought about an end to the indiscriminate shelling of civilian cities and towns, ethnic cleansing, and systematic mass rapes being committed during said conflict? Is Putin worried that his attacks today on Mariupol, Kharkiv, Kherson, and against countless civilians in Ukraine resemble too closely the absolute destruction he wrought in 2015 in the city of Aleppo during the Syrian civil war, or the 27,000 civilians killed when Grozny was decimated during the First Chechen War in 1994 within his own borders? Does NATO intervention in Kosovo stop the ethnic cleansing of Albanians by Yugoslavia scare Putin? Does he see himself as Milosevic, the first sitting head of state to be charged with war crimes, a man who was complacent with genocide occurring under his own military? Is he worried that he may want a repeat of what he did in Georgia, where the Russian-backed and recognized South Ossetia forces were responsible for an ethnic cleansing of Georgians, with almost 20,000 of them being displaced from their homes? Does the 2011 NATO intervention in Libya scare Putin? Does he imagine himself to be Gaddafi, a man who imprisoned, tortured, and gassed his own citizens? The man who had the incredulity to accuse Al-Qaeda of using LSD and Nest cafes to poison the minds of his political adversaries?
The Fourth Reich
Maybe
begins.
Nick will repeat the Kremlin's talking points about the fear of Nazis in Ukraine. Where are they? Where are all these Nazis? Every time I hear someone complain about Nazis, the only two things they seem to bring up are the Azov Battalion, a small force numbering less than 1,000 soldiers, and Stepan Bandera, a man who died in 1959 that remains incredibly divisive in Ukraine to this day.
This is also
I'll be
not a
tickled
lot
if,
of damage.
if Nick wants to take up the position that we should be canceling people based on problematic histories and their associations with far-right movements, but I suppose we'll see what he does. Far-right party of Svoboda today has only 15,000 members across the entirety of some 44 million people who live in Ukraine, and they only hold a single seat in that parliament. Polling data has shown that Ukrainians are some of the most welcoming people towards Jewish people in all of Eastern Europe. Between May and August of 2019, Ukraine was the only country in the world, other than Israel, Nick's favorite country, to have both a Jewish head of government, Volodymyr Groysman, and Jewish head of state, Volodymyr Zelensky. The only time in Ukraine's recent history when the Svoboda party even had any real political influence at all was when they were being propped up by Yanukovych, the pro-Russian president. If Russia was so concerned about fascists, why would she not turn her eyes to the Russian imperial movement that operates so freely out of St. Petersburg? This is a movement that coordinates with several neo-Nazi movements all throughout Europe, even training 3 Swedish neo-Nazis before sending them back to Sweden, where they bombed a center for asylum seekers, among other attacks in Europe they've been involved in. Nothing operates within Russian borders so freely without Putin's implicit approval, so why does he not remove this organization from existence? Clearly, because Putin explicitly supports and is supported by Nazis. Dmitry Utkin is the founder of Russia's Wagner Group, and he bears Waffen-SS tattoos on his collarbone and chest. Commanding officers have been seen sporting Wehrmacht hats, giving Nazi salutes, spraying swastikas on desecrated houses and places of worship while conducting operations in Syria, the Central African Republic, and Libya on behalf of the Russian state. Lastly, maybe Nick will just appeal to the illegal coup known in Ukraine as the Revolution of Dignity, staged in 2014 by America in order to overthrow Yanukovych. There's not a shred of verifiable evidence for this. The Euromaidan protests erupted across Ukraine from late 2013 to early 2014 for a whole host of reasons. It wasn't solely due to Yanukovych, who, against the will of the parliament, exited a non-exclusive free trade agreement with the EU and entered the exclusive Eurasian Economic Union with Russia. Ukraine was widely considered in the 2010s to be one of the most corrupt countries in the world. The actual ousting of Yanukovych would only happen after he ordered his police to open fire on protesters, killing over 100 in the span of a few days, with Yanukovych ultimately fleeing the country in fear of repercussions. Who knows, maybe the shooters were secret CIA agents as well. Russia's right to security does not supersede Ukraine's right to sovereignty. If Russia has a problem with all of its neighboring members choosing to look west for their future instead of to Russia, perhaps it's an issue for Russia to sort through. Nations should be able to dictate their own security without being threatened by a neighboring power hell-bent on rebuilding a dying empire.
Mr. Fuentes, go ahead, sir.
All right. Wow. Very interesting opening statement, but I think the rebuttal, the counter argument is supposed to come after my argument. I didn't hear a whole lot of justification for the NATO position, only just sort of these preemptive counter arguments against some of the so-called Kremlin arguments, so-called pro-Russian arguments. I didn't pre-write my statement, so I'm just going off the cuff here. I'll say this. You know, a lot of what I just heard is really wholly irrelevant to the core argument in favor of the Russian intervention, or the argument that the Russian special military operation in Ukraine is appropriate and reasonable and limited in terms of its objectives. My position has little to do with the Azov Battalion or the Galician far right. It has little to do even with the claims that the U.S. had involvement in the Maidan Revolution in 2014. It has nothing to do with the assurances made to Gorbachev that Putin claims were there and others deny. It has nothing to do with any of that. It has to do principally with the expansion of NATO into Eastern Europe and specifically into Ukraine. And if you go through a timeline of events, it's really quite simple. In 1991, of course, you have the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and this is you know, Putin famously describes this as a geopolitical catastrophe, and what he's referring to is the fact that overnight Russia loses half of its population and parts of its territory that it had controlled for hundreds of years, formerly under the Russian Empire and then under the Soviet Union. Ukraine in particular was controlled by Russia for hundreds of years. It was only an accident of how Lenin organized the Soviet Union administratively that Ukraine had any kind of autonomy or any kind of nationhood at all. But what liberals and what the NATO faction likes to do is say that after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, after the former Soviet Union countries declared independence, that there's no takesies, backsies, that's just set in stone. These accidents, administrative accidents of world history are now locked in.
Wait, what?
Ethnic
You could just
Russians
reconquer?
abroad and former Russian lands, whether they be Russian Empire or Soviet Union, are forever lost now. And the so-called sovereignty of nations that never really existed, states that never existed,
yes,
must
I
be
see.
respected
I see.
ad
Fuentes has
infinitum
been
until
watching
the end of time,
Hassan.
and there's nothing that Russia can do about it. I find that problematic as far as the sovereignty argument goes. But let's take it a step further. NATO was formed explicitly to counter Russian power on the European continent. Of course, NATO was formed in response to Stalin's control over Eastern Europe, and it was formed to shore up Western Europe against the threat of the Soviet Union, which emerged from World War II as the second world superpower. Why then did, after the fall of the Soviet Union, the halving of Russia's population, the decimation of the Russian military, decimation of the Russian Empire, did NATO, a defensive alliance formed explicitly as a counterbalance to Russia, not only not disband with the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact, remain in place, but actually then expand further? And in 1997, that's exactly what they did. They announced their intention to expand. And there was, of course, the first tranche of NATO expansion in 1999 to Poland, Czech Republic, and Hungary. The second tranche of expansion in 2004, which included the Baltic states, as well
we
as
gotta use our regular weapons,
Slovenia
guys.
and other nations. And then the third tranche in 2009 with Albania and with Croatia. What's more, in 2008, NATO declared that they would respect the aspirations of Ukraine and Georgia to join NATO. It's at this point that Russia draws a firm red line. And Russia says at the outset, at the Bucharest conference in 2008, that Ukraine and Georgia would not be permitted to join NATO. They say that that's unacceptable to their security posture, that's unacceptable to their national interests. And of course, Russia then intervenes in the Georgian civil war in Abkhazia and South Ossetia to that end, destabilize Georgia, prevent them from joining Ukraine. Of course, then in 2014, you've got the Maidan Revolution. A pro-Western leader is installed. Russia intervenes in Crimea and Donbass, again, to secure their port at
switching over
Sevastopol,
to
secure their
just
Black
my
Sea fleet
YouTube
and their
stream,
power
guys. I love you very
projection
much.
capability in the region. And then has fueled the civil war in Donbass ever since for the past 8 years, again, to prevent Ukraine from joining NATO. It is at this point in 2014 that we saw really the fundamental root causes of the crisis. For the 22 years between the fall of the Soviet Union and the Maidan Revolution, there's no crisis in Ukraine. There is no war, there is no invasion, there are not hundreds of thousands of troops on the border. The status quo, which was to have Ukraine as a neutral buffer state, means that there is peace. It is not until the 2014 coup, when the prospect of Ukraine joining NATO becomes a real and distinct possibility, again, 6 years of NATO ignoring Russia's security concerns, that the crisis begins, and Russia invades Crimea and begins fueling the separatists in Donbass. It is at this point that NATO and the West begin a full-scale demonization campaign of Russia. And they say that Russia is doing
Only
this
then?
because, and we've heard the usual line, Russia is evil, Putin is evil, he is a revanchist, meaning that his principal goal, as Destiny said, is to rebuild the Soviet Union or the Russian Empire at any cost. And it's sort of an interesting prospect.
But
that
wasn't
for
Nick's
14
opening argument
years,
basically
the
they
most
have
that
a
Russia
right
had
to
ever
undo
done
old
was
territorial
quell
losses?
separatists in Chechnya, as well as provide material support to separatists in Abkhazia and South Ossetia. You know, that's some empire building project that for 14 years, there's no real expansion of the Russian state, again, outside of arguably 2 small breakaway regions in Georgia. It's in 2014 in response
Don't these arguments sound like tanky
to a
arguments?
pro-Western
Tankies are
coup
fascists,
in
and so
Kiev
is
that
Nick.
Russia begins its attack on Ukraine. But where was the provocation? Of course, the provocation was the continued so-called aspirations of Ukraine to join NATO, and then the ouster of democratically elected and most trusted politician in Ukraine, Yanukovych, and the installment of a rapidly anti-Russian leader. So what precipitated the crisis truly? Well, it was the Western forces. Since then, the West engages in this demonization campaign and says all along, even though and honestly, when Russia invaded Crimea,
I don't understand why Nick is pro-Russia. Isn't he a legit Nazi? Yes. Those aren't contradictory positions. Russia is literally, without exaggeration, the largest bastion of international fascism in the world right now. For a long time, it was America. That America would install fascist dictators to prevent countries from falling to communism. But no longer. Russia has ties to basically every far-right group, like, all over the world. Mostly in Eastern Europe, but, like, their reach is massive. The only reason the Nazis in Ukraine don't like Russia is because Russia's ultranationalism is specifically defined against Russian occupation. That's the only reason why. Ideologically, the Azov Battalion doesn't have anything against Russia. Legitimately, they don't. Ideologically similar. They're just for another team. Let me pee, then we'll continue. Wah.
Crimea, this caught the West off guard. The feeling of the separatists in Donbass caught the West off guard. But overnight, you know, whereas Obama said in 2012, the 80s called, they want their foreign policy back, and Hillary Clinton hit the reset button with Sergei Lavrov. Overnight, we determined that Putin was always no good, evil, dictator, and so on, with these revanchist claims. After his response to the Maidan Revolution, does the United States abandon its ambitions for Ukraine to join NATO? Of course not. And these are some of the precipitating factors for the current crisis. In September of 2020, the United States flies B-52 bombers across the edge of the Crimean Peninsula and near Donbass. A very provocative action. These are nuclear-capable bombers. In June 2021, 6 months later, the United Kingdom sails a British destroyer, the HMS Defender, into disputed Black Sea waters, where it's chased
Isn't
out
Nick one of those West is best types? Why is he defending Russia from an anti-West
Ukraine and the United
POV?
States signed
No.
the Charter on Strategic Partnership.
Nick is a neo-Nazi. Nick's patriotism is only a cover that allows him to sell his neo-Nazi beliefs under the guise of being American first. He doesn't care about America. In fact, he's been pretty open in the past that he thinks that America is a Jewish-controlled Zionist country, because he's a Nazi. He is not any more allegiant to the West than he would be to Russia or to China or any other country. He's just a Nazi. That is the main thing that matters to him.
And this is an updated document from 2008. Washington says it supports Ukraine's, quote, aspirations to join NATO. October 26, 2021, Ukraine begins using Turkish Bayraktar drones in Donbass, which decisively, of course, turned the tide of the 2020 Nagorno-Karabakh war. And, of course, they purchased these Turkish drones from Turkey, a NATO country. And this is the rearmament of Ukraine. And then finally, the last straw comes in February 19, 2022, when Vladimir Zelensky at the Munich Security Conference suggests that Ukraine may rearm itself with nuclear weapons. And so you see in 2014, the installment of the pro-Western government and the prospect that Ukraine will join NATO, something that's unacceptable to Russia, which they had made clear since 2008. And then you see with the precipitating factors throughout 2020, 2021, and finally in 2022, once again, a security situation that is increasingly unacceptable for the Russian state. A nuclear Ukraine, antagonism by the British Navy in the Black Sea, by the American Air Force over Crimea and Donbass. Once again, unfazed NATO expansion into Ukraine. And I would point out, for anybody that says that Russia is some revanchist state or something like this, what does Russia have to fear from a defensive alliance? I'll reiterate. NATO was formed explicitly, this was its express purpose, to counter Russian power on the European continent. The founding purpose of NATO is to contain Russia. After the Soviet Union collapses and Russia is weak and vulnerable and amputated, NATO expands in 3 major tranches, 13 countries over the past 20 years. The combined military spending of NATO exceeds $1 trillion in just 2021 alone, compared to Russia, which has only spent $67 billion on its military. They say that Russia is revanchist because it expanded allegedly into Crimea, Donbass, Abkhazia, and South Ossetia. NATO has expanded to 13 additional countries. They talk about Russian aggression when NATO has done far more military interventions in this century in Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, and elsewhere across Africa and the Middle East, whereas Russia had a minor engagement in the Syrian civil war. And fundamentally, what it comes down to is the ignorance of the Americans and the refusal to acknowledge that America is not a benign hegemon. We are the most powerful country in the world. The purpose of the military alliance is to contain Russia, and Russia, just like Ukraine, has a legitimate security interest that it is seeking to protect. And so therefore, the special operation in Ukraine is something that is reasonable and pursuant to those valid strategic goals. The United States should listen to Russia, negotiate with Russia on some items that they can find common ground on. And if they had done that back in January, there would be no conflict. So that concludes my opening statement.
Go ahead, Destiny. We'll do some questions back and forth, and we'll maybe take questions from the audience as well. But as you guys know, the main part will be you guys questioning each other. So I'll let it begin with you, Destiny.
So before we dive in, because we agree on maybe half of this, and then some of this we have pretty big disagreements on, I'm curious if I grant almost everything you've said. Let's say that I grant that Russia has a legitimate security interest in having Ukraine.
Oh God,
be
it has a phase 2.
Their big union. Let's say that I do grant that. Why would Russia's security interests there supersede Ukraine's sovereignty to make decisions for themselves? Why, like, under what? How would you tell an entire country, like, listen, we know you guys want to look more west. We know you want into these free trade agreements, but we can't do that because Daddy Russia's scared. So you kind of just have to cock yourselves eternally to that country. Good luck.
Yeah, see, I've heard that argument before, and it's this question of security versus sovereignty. And, unfortunately, I think the consequence of, this NATO expansion and everything is that Zelensky was emboldened. The question is, to me, whether there's sovereignty or security, I think is sort of an abstract question. The question is, why is Russia currently in Ukraine? Well, I guess you would say that Russia having some kind of control over Ukraine at all, or influence over Ukraine at all, compromises their sovereignty in favor of Russia's security. I would say this is just how great powers behave. This is unfortunately, fortunately or unfortunately, this is just how the world is. The question is, how do we prevent conflict in Ukraine? Why are there currently people dying? Why is there a war going on? And that is because NATO has expanded and emboldened Zelensky, and they have not negotiated with Russia. Now Russia has had to undertake something which, that they've had to demonstrate what a sphere of influence is really about, which is there's an underlying threat of the use of force. I agree with you in some sense that, Ukraine must be a vassal state for Russia to have its security, but this is how great powers operate. This is how the entire Western Hemisphere is organized. This is how Western Europe is organized.
If that's the response, then why can't I just...
All right, sorry. That was our best attempt so far. Hold on. Earlier, somebody said something about Thought Slime being weird on Twitch. Did I read that correctly? TS is being weird, by the way.
I have this fantasy, BP, of being on his stream where, you know how he's always eating on stream when he has a guest on to, like, show dominance? I don't know if you knew this. This is the thing.
What?
He does. I have this fantasy of, like, going on his stream and, like, eating a big submarine sandwich as I'm talking. And then when he's like, "Can you stop eating the sandwich? It's really distracting." I go, "Oh, I'm sorry." And I put it aside, and then I pull out a big bowl of spaghetti and start eating it. This is my dream. I have this.
You have to understand, folks. To a person like Thought Slime, that right there is the apex of conquest in life. Okay, you would ride that one to the grave.
I don't eat while talking to people. I actually really hate eating while talking. Like, I actually specifically do this, I think, less than, like, anyone else. Is he thinking of Destiny? Because there's a meme about Destiny eating pizza when the other person is talking. I don't know. Yeah, that was pretty nanners. Was he even talking about you? I guess he didn't say my name, but the person with the clip said it. Okay.
So I'm looking for some normativity from you, not just descriptions. But if we are just going to go on descriptions, you can't really then attack NATO for continuing to expand, because I would just utter the same back to you. Well, this is just what the United States would do. Of course, we'd want to expand our sphere of influence and include Ukraine into NATO. But at that point, you're not really left with being able to defend Russia's actions any more than I would defend NATO's actions, including Ukraine.
Well, here's what I would say the difference is that for Russia, Ukraine is a vital security interest. For NATO, Ukraine is not a vital security interest, and that really is where the difference lies. Is that
see, these are Mearsheimer
once
talking
again, when
points.
you consider that, and you could say that, well, Ukraine has a right to join the NATO alliance. They may prefer,
which I would say.
There's a plurality of people in Ukraine who want Ukraine to be a NATO member state. But what exactly does this do for the United Kingdom? What exactly, and really more fundamentally, what does this have anything? How does this benefit the United States of America? Because ultimately, the NATO defensive alliance and security guarantee is built on the American military more than anything else, more than the paltry contributions of Germany, France, and the United Kingdom. It's about the American defense guarantee. And so the question is, as far as Russia intervening, this is a defensive act shoring up a vital security interest. NATO expansion into Slovenia, Croatia, Ukraine. How is this? And I guess I would throw it back to you. Why is this a vital security interest for the NATO countries, and more specifically the United States, which underlies the whole security guarantee?
Well, so firstly, it doesn't have to be a vital security interest. The membership into NATO is contingent upon a country wanting to join, and then contingent upon NATO membership countries wanting countries to join. It doesn't necessarily have to represent a security interest for everybody to allow countries into the fold, right? We would argue, like, did the Baltic states represent like an actual security interest for the rest of Europe? Did any of did these countries need to join NATO to shore up the security of Europe? Other people might argue that the broader peace enjoyed by Europe might be because of the expansion of NATO, that it's hard to attack a country that is under this umbrella, this guarantee of safety and peace. Other people might say, if we start seeing massive excursion or massive fleeings of refugees and everything from Ukraine, they might point to that and go, oh, well, look, there's the security interest. Similar to when we had the massive fleeing of Syrians from Syria and we had a refugee crisis across all Europe. Well, now we have refugees fleeing from Ukraine because of actions that Russia is taking into Ukraine. I noticed that when you frame this conversation a lot, I'm not blaming you for this, but it's often framed as like an issue between Russia and the United States security interest. What is the Russian security interest? What is the United States security interest? What about Ukraine's security interest, right? If we talk to any of the other Eastern European NATO member states, like, oh, well, how are the Baltics feeling right now? How are Poland, how are Romania, how are you guys feeling right now, NATO? They're probably feeling pretty good. They're probably feeling a lot more secure. If you were to ask Ukraine, I imagine they would probably feel pretty secure as well. They probably wouldn't have to worry about their ports being taken over by Russians, breakaway states being recognized as independent. I think it's worth addressing. So to answer your question, like, in one, the security interest isn't necessarily relevant. That's not a requirement to join NATO. But two, if we are going to talk about security interests, I think we should be able to talk about the Ukrainian security interests, which is keeping their country free of Russian meddling.
Well, and I think that's actually, to ask the question is to answer it. What is Ukraine's security interest? Ukraine's not very secure right now. Right? Russia is invading Ukraine. Russia is currently bombing Ukraine and involved in a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And so, what was Zelensky?
Remember, he's copying
Mearsheimer's
points. His argument isn't that Russia's justified. His argument is like the victim blaming.
He didn't say, because I know you're very, very technical about the details. He didn't say explicitly, we're going to get nukes, but he says, look, Ukraine disarmed because of the Budapest Memorandum. He said, we've asked the signatories 3 times since 2014 to shore up their promise from the Budapest Memorandum, which is to protect the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. And we're going to ask them 1/4 and final time. But if they don't do it, then we're going to rescind all the material promises of the Budapest Memorandum, which is like an implication, which is very startling, and I think you would admit, a very provocative thing.
But it's fair.
It's almost suggesting, and you may say it's fair, but it's suggesting nuclear rearmament on Russia's border. And so, you know, the question about security, it's like, well, this Ukrainian policy of poking the bear and saying, we're not giving up Donbass, we're not giving up Crimea, you know, and
Poking
we
the
are
bear by
considering
not
nuclear
ceding
rearmament.
territory.
And then they get invaded by Russia.
Ooh,
I mean, obviously,
okay.
this is, and the point I'm trying to make is this: the expansion of NATO, it's not enhancing the security of Ukraine. It's not enhancing the security of the United States or Russia. This is it's a reckless action, and the proof of the pudding is in the eating, because the outcome has been catastrophic for the whole world. We've now got, you know, potentially a shooting war, which could break out between Russia and the United States. This is what Zelensky is inviting.
No.
Zelensky is saying, let's have a no-fly zone over Ukraine. You understand what that entails. And the United States won't even send their fighter jets to Poland to compensate Poland, right? Because, and so the point is this: is this expansion? It's not good for Ukraine's security, clearly, or Russia's, or the United States. What should have been done is that Russia and the United States and Ukraine could have had a constructive dialogue about surface-to-surface missiles, about the Russian base in Crimea. You know, and there's this, and I don't want to ramble too much. This is my last point. I'll let you respond to this. You know, you talked about we can't enhance one country's security at the expense of another. Well, let's say, for the sake of argument, that NATO expansion enhances the security of Ukraine. Because you're right. I mean, would this prevent Russia from intervening if it was a done deal? Probably, yes. But what does this entail? This entails that NATO now has the right to put military bases, surface-to-surface missiles, potentially ABM platforms and other things in Ukraine. It means that there's a NATO naval base in Crimea if that becomes part of Ukraine again. This is a detriment to Russian security. So by bringing NATO forces, and again, and what is the purpose of NATO? The purpose of NATO is to contain Russia. So you've got NATO now, again, its purpose is to contain Russia in Ukraine, right on their border, and you know how strategically important the Black Sea is. You brought those bases to Russia's doorstep. Is this a detriment to Russia's security interest? Yes. So if you talk about, you know, enhancing one nation's security at the expense of another, that's what NATO enlargement does. The status quo ensured the security of all the countries involved.
I'm glad that I'm listening to this, because if I can get a debate with Mershimer, I think this will actually prepare me for it a lot. Okay. Nick is a neo-Nazi, and he's using Mershimer's arguments as a way of defending Russia. Like, obviously, Nick doesn't give a fuck about territorial integrity or, like, geopolitical balance being maintained. Like, obviously he doesn't, because that would require him to cede, like, a fuck ton of positions that he holds otherwise. Like, clearly that's not the case, you know? But he's using this, like, this phony realism as a way of defending the position he actually cares about here, which is, you know, Russia is a fascist state, and therefore he wants to defend it. So, yeah.
And, you know, and I think that's the record of history is clear on this.
I don't like that it's equivalently talked about that, like, well, like, Ukraine's security interest is to not be fucked with, and Russia's security interest is to continue to fuck with. So I'm going to be a little bit more lenient on the side of Ukraine that doesn't want to be invaded, that doesn't want its territorial integrity constantly threatened, that doesn't want, which I am glad at least you acknowledge, that, like, all of those Eastern separatist groups are fully funded and backed by Russian militaries, right? Lithuania doesn't have these problems. Estonia doesn't have these problems, right? You don't have these problems in countries that have joined NATO. And when you're Ukrainian and you look to the north and you look to the west and you look and you see these countries are in NATO, don't have to worry about Russia coming over to threaten your territorial integrity. I don't understand how we can say that there isn't a vital security interest there for Ukraine unless you're literally saying, well, there's not because, look, Russia made it not, right? I don't know if that's necessarily a fair thing to say, that they don't have a security interest because now Russia is afraid of them dealing with their security interests. We talk about, like, it's so ironic, and this is another thing that's ultra ironic too, is we talk about, like, well, NATO is an organization without purpose. It was created to only contain the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact, and in '91 it should have been disbanded. You know, people say that. Other people say, well, maybe the expansion of NATO can ensure greater periods of peace and prosperity for Europe, which arguably it has. But now, today, now you have countries like Sweden and in Finland talking about potentially joining NATO just because of how aggressive Russia's been acting. So while you might say on one hand, like, well, look, it's not in the security interest of Ukraine because now Russia's attacking them, I could say on the other hand, well, look, this isn't in the interest of Russia because now everybody else wants to join NATO. It feels like, and even if you are pro-Russian, you have to acknowledge that today the NATO alliance is probably stronger than it ever has been. There has been like a revitalization across even NATO skeptic countries like France, even Germany that was unwilling to go as far with some of these sanctions and military equipment, even Poland that initially didn't want to contribute as much. These countries have been revitalized in purpose, united against Russia, to where if Russia doesn't succeed in Ukraine, or even if they do succeed in Ukraine, it feels like now all they've done is create a stronger NATO. I feel like something that the United States has done a decent job of, say for Iraq, at least in the past 30 years, feels like exerting soft power instead of this hard power, this idea you need to invade and take over everything, maybe would have been a better route to go for Russia, rather than, I'm going to Sevastopol, I'm going to Crimea, I'm stealing your base, I'm funding these separatists, and I'm going to invade the fuck out of your country if you don't do exactly what I say. I feel like the era for that politics is past, and all Russia has done with their current actions is undermine the security of all of Europe, revitalize NATO, and threaten Ukraine's sovereignty for no real justification of its own other than they want control of that piece of land.
Well, and you even conceded, though, it's, you know, there is a vital security interest in Ukraine. It's not just because they're greedy and everything. And I would flip it on its head and say, we talk about the security of Ukraine. We're not talking about a bilateral security guarantee. We're talking about NATO, which is an empire in a sense that, you know, the NATO states are beholden to the United States. I mean, we know this, that Georgia and Ukraine,
other NATO countries are not vassals of the U.S.
objections of France and Germany in 2008. We know that the United States run NATO. We know that the United States has always run NATO. So when we talk about Ukraine, it's fine and well to say, oh, well, Ukraine might be concerned or something. But we are talking then, you know, you sort of lose your ability to talk about, oh, well, my right, my self-determination, when you're talking about inviting another empire and becoming an outpost of another empire next to Russia and putting NATO bases and listening to NATO decisions and NATO military and becoming a vassal state of NATO in a certain sense, becoming, and with the European Union too, with the currency and economic union, are we going to pretend that there's no pressure exerted on Ukraine from Brussels and the EU? There's no pressure exerted on Ukraine in NATO from Washington, D.C. as a result of their being joined up with these supranational unions? Of course there is. And I also want to frame the conversation this way. You know, everybody talks about big bad Russia and Russia's this revanchist and Russian aggression and so on. But let's flip the script and let's put ourselves in Russia's shoes. The combined military budget of NATO, you've got more than $800 billion in military spending for the United States, $800 billion, and $350 billion for the rest of the NATO countries. So you have $1.2 trillion in military spending from NATO, which is now expanding. And again,
but who's the aggressor?
When you can say NATO doesn't have a purpose,
is NATO attacking Russia?
I think that's a little disingenuous. The purpose of NATO is to contain the Soviet Union. The purpose of NATO is to contain Russia. They're not expanding into Africa. They're not expanding into Latin America. They're expanding into Eastern Europe. They're expanding into former Warsaw Pact countries, former buffer states, former Soviet satellites. So you've got $1.2 trillion in spending on NATO. You've got 13 countries are taken over in the span of 20 years. And you're Russia,
taken
and Russia
over.
spends 67
He's doing what
billion,
Mershimer does, framing what NATO does as aggression.
Less than a tenth of what NATO is spending. And the West paints Russia as the aggressor. NATO is coming to their doorstep. They've got the Baltics. They've got all these countries. Russia says a red line is Ukraine, and they say that's not good enough. We're taking Ukraine too. And of course, understand what that entails is, and you won't, I haven't heard you acknowledge this. What about Russia's legitimate security concerns about not Ukraine's safety, but NATO missiles in Ukraine? And you could say that's defensive, but everybody knows there's no such thing as a so-called defensive capability. The platforms that are used for an ABM
Not for Russia,
can be used for an ICBM. The missiles, you know, we're talking about theater support missiles, which are conventional, they could be easily equipped with nuclear warheads. They're talking about a alliance which express purpose is to contain Russia, deploying ABM, surface-to-surface missiles, forward deploying a base in Ukraine, in the Black Sea, in order to project power explicitly against Moscow and against the Caucasus region and through the Black Sea. And NATO is vastly more powerful than Russia. So the idea And then this undermines the whole idea. You know, if Russia is this revanchist state, nobody in their right mind on the West or the East thinks that Russia is even going to be able to occupy Ukraine, let alone rebuild their empire. You know, you talk about all of Central Asia, the Baltic states, the Warsaw Pact countries, forget about it. They won't even be able to occupy all of Ukraine in the foreseeable future. They're having difficulty even winning Ukraine in a short amount of time. So the idea that, you know, Russia poses this threat, oh, they're going to roll into Poland or something, that the aggression must be contained, it's laughable. 67 billion against 1.2 trillion, and everybody's pointing the finger and saying, oh, Russia must be contained at any cost. I think it says that America's rule is innocuous and benign, and that's not the case. It says that NATO's expansion is innocuous and not threatening. That's clearly not the case, and the numbers itself speak to this.
Yes!
I mean, we can talk about the numbers, but...
Woo! That was a great boss. I thought the problem was I was doing too little damage to it. That my weapon just didn't do enough damage. No, it just has a huge hit pool and naturally high armor, which is great. That's a great boss fight. Okay, it felt really random when I first did it, but again, that's like the good part of these games, right? Where like if it feels bullshit, it usually just means you need more practice. Yeah. Oh, what was I going to say? Oh yeah. So okay. So, obviously Nick Fuentes isn't posing any real arguments here. No matter how badly people like him try to frame it, the fact remains that NATO is imposing no aggression whatsoever upon Russia, and Russia is imposing aggression upon countries in its vicinity. There is no getting around that at all. That's why they always try to frame NATO's expansion as a takeover, like an expansionist takeover. But again, no matter what they try to say, NATO is not an empire. It is simply a treaty. That's it. It is a treaty. It is a treaty organization, hence the TO in NATO. NATO does not give countries orders as vassal states. It's simply a mutual obligation for defense, which means that as long as nobody attacks NATO, it should be fine. Nobody has attacked Russia. Guys, when was the last time a Western power attacked or invaded Russia? Do you guys know? World War II. And it was Nazi Germany, the country they had previously allied with. Since then, the entirety of modern warfare has been defined by the fact that America and Russia, or Russia and any nuclear-capable country, cannot engage in direct warfare. The entirety of modern military theory is built around mutually assured destruction. There is no threat of an invasion on Russia. None. It does not matter how many missile platforms we build close to them. It will not happen. It cannot happen. The only reason Russia cares about the countries near it going to NATO is because it means that they can no longer militarily bully these countries into staying part of their political bloc. That is it. Russia feels bullied because it feels entitled to attack the countries in its vicinity. There is no other thing, there's nothing else to this at all. It's a very simple situation, honestly.
But, I mean, like, you can keep saying 1 trillion to 60 billion all you want. How many times has NATO invaded Russia? How many times has NATO threatened aggression towards Russia? Like, it hasn't happened. And, you know, we can talk about security interests. You know, it's funny you mentioned the ABM missile platforms and everything. An ABM missile platform cannot fire an ICBM. The anti-ballistic missile platforms that we installed in Poland, you can look at me all you want, but Biden himself literally invited Russian inspectors to come in and inspect these things. Just because it's a tube in the ground doesn't mean that you can just as easily throw a different type of missile, an ICBM, in there. There's a whole different apparatus. There's a whole different hardware requirement for firing these missiles. There's a whole different software requirement for firing these missiles. Tubes in the ground are not just things you can stick whatever missile you want in and happen to fire nuclear warheads out of. It just doesn't work that way. And again, Biden's invitation of Russia to inspect these platforms, I think, proves just as much as that. When we talk about how there's pressure from Washington or pressure from the West on what could be Ukraine's economy, we talk about threatening their sovereignty. Just the comparison is just totally unfair. If Ukraine chooses to be pressured by joining those types of free trade agreements, by joining those types of NATO alliances, I feel like that mounts the pressure onto you then to answer. If there is so much pressure from Washington militarily, if there's so much pressure from Brussels economically, if there's so much pressure from all these Western institutions, why is Ukraine so eager to join them? Clearly, there must be mounting pressure in the opposite direction as well, right? And we're comparing on the Western hand, like the ability to join these free trade agreements, and then on the Eastern hand, the forcible entry into customs unions that would heavily restrict your trade because now you've got shared external tariffs and everything. The idea that there is some like massive pressure from the West that threatens your sovereignty in a way that there isn't from the East, when Ukraine seems to be like eagerly trying to join the West, just doesn't make sense. Why? Like their actions and the desire of their population just doesn't seem to speak to that idea that there's so much horrible pressure from the West. Something else that I also disagree with, and then you're going to answer this, because all of this keeps getting framed. Now, I said initially, I'll agree with all of that, and then I'll ask you a question about Ukraine. But
okay. So, by the way, I just want to say, I think that rhetorically, Destiny is holding it the fuck down right now. Obviously, he came prepared in terms of, like, the info that he has for this convo, but I expect that. I would be very disappointed if he didn't. In terms of the approach, the strategy, one thing that he's doing, and I know this because I've seen his previous debates with Fuentes, is that he's maintaining a posture of good faith, but he is also doing what he can to gish gallop and not allow himself to be gish galloped. Fuentes is, of course, not a good faith actor. At all. You know, we all know that. Clearly. Destiny isn't like ceding ground. He's not being shy about talking for a long time and throwing a bunch of points out there, nor should he. There is no reason to engage in good faith with Fuentes. None whatsoever. So I think that's good strategizing on his part. I think it's respectable.
But now I want to challenge the framing of one of these things. We talk about vital security interests. I don't buy...
Oh, sorry, one last thing. If I had to guess... My guess is that Fuentes came into this wanting it to be like a meme fest, like Bloodsports. Like, he would call Destiny a cuck and a pedophile, and then Destiny would call him a Nazi, and like so on, right? Because, like, that's what Fuentes likes. And I think Destiny knew that as well. So what Destiny has done instead is, because he has a moderator and thus can abuse the format, he came in with a, like, 5-minute slam dunk of an opening statement, which instantly reframes the conversation massively and makes Fuentes look really, really, really dumb if he responds to that with, like, blood sporting, you know? So by speaking first, and he still could have done this if he had spoken first, but I think speaking first definitely helps. By speaking first, he had the ability to set the tone of the conversation, and in so doing, he's kind of put Fuentes on the back foot here.
By it. I don't agree with it. I've seen you talk about the funnel. I've seen other people talk about geography. Historically, Russia's been invaded a number of times through Ukraine. But, like, I have to ask you honestly, if Ukraine was to join NATO, do we really think that there are going to be troops invading Russia? Does Putin really think that Ukraine's ascension into NATO means there's going to be some sort of ground invasion or some sort of threat of force from NATO into Russia? I'm a ground invasionist. Like, if so, it hasn't happened in the Baltics yet. We haven't seen it anywhere else. Like, what, like, is there, I disagree that there is an actual security interest in Ukraine. I think that the interest lies more in the rebuilding of the empire and more of Putin establishing his order farther out from Moscow.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say that this is just, it's sort of almost a willfully ignorant position. And I understand if you like guzzle State Department propaganda, I understand why you might say, like, well, how could NATO possibly pose a threat to Russia? It says it right here. It's a defensive alliance. You know, once again, the purpose of NATO, and I don't understand why you refuse to acknowledge this. The purpose of NATO is to contain Russia, and contain means we want to stop Russia. We want to prevent the influence of Russia. You know, that's a hostile action. Okay, and we're aimed at creating a sort of circle around Russia. We want to contain, that's what NATO is for. And NATO is more than 10 to 1.
So, no. NATO is not making an effort to encircle Russia. Russia is the largest country on the planet by a massive margin. As I understand it, NATO has not been reaching out to, like, Mongolia, to my knowledge, to try to form the fucking surround. This isn't a fucking castle siege of the world's largest castle. Of a castle that could be seen not just from space, but from the moon. No. NATO, like, notice how the framing that Fuentes is providing here is one where saying you are going to defend yourself against invasion is the same as aggressing against the country that's threatening to invade you. You guys all saw that, right? Like, what is a defensive alliance but a promise to attack? Well, attack if what? If attacked, you know? Yeah.
More powerful than Russia. And so NATO then moving into the Black Sea, moving into Crimea, moving into Ukraine, 100 kilometers from Moscow, just by its very existence, this presents a security threat to Russia. You could say all you want, well, I can't imagine a scenario. Well, American leaders talk about this stuff all the time. I mean, ever since the Russian incursion into Crimea and their support for the Donbass, we hear from American leaders, they say Putin's a killer, Putin's a thug, Putin's a dictator. We know that it is the wet dream of the neocons and of the Council on Foreign Relations and the State Department to depose Putin. This is why Western, Western agencies back Putin's opponents, like Navalny and some of the opposition parties. We know that this is what America does. They spy on Russia. We know that we back the anti-Putin resistance. It's the wet dream of the United States to have a color revolution in Russia, just like they had in Ukraine, just like that in Georgia, just like that in Kazakhstan. And so the idea that we can't possibly fathom a scenario where Russia would be threatened.
He's using the term color revolution.
More than 10 to 1. That'd be like if I went outside your house with a tank and a nuclear bomb and a light machine gun, and I came there and said, I fucking hate Destiny. I was like, but don't worry, I'm just here.
Threat implies attack, Vosh. Do these people really think Ukraine would attack? No, Nick Fuentes doesn't believe that. He is dishonest. If he actually felt that they would attack, then he would just flat out say that. What he's saying instead is, well, you know, the neocons, well, you know what a threat is like. No serious political analyst on Earth would ever claim that NATO has any plan to invade Russia. It is simply not the case. The only kind of military aggression that could ever fathomably be conducted against Russia in the world's current state would be some kind of, like, backing an insurrectionist coup. But you don't need to share a border with Russia to do that. You can do that from anywhere. That's not the same as a land invasion. So it just doesn't apply. It's meaningless. And I don't think that'll happen either.
Here to protect, like, your neighbors or something, and you're like, oh, well, he said it's defensive. That's okay. You know, again, you have to look at the history here of the Cold War. The antagonism between the West and the East doesn't evaporate overnight. And certainly, you know, once again, NATO's founding purpose contained Russia, and then it expands to Russia's borders, and to say, like, oh, it's, you know, Russia has nothing to worry about here. It's just a refusal to acknowledge the Russian perspective. And this is where America's got its blinders on. It cannot see its own culpability. It has no ability for introspection and to say, you know, what is our role in the crisis?
I just realized something. Dude, Nick is such a fucking retard. If he had just, like, been a tanky from the beginning, he would probably still be on YouTube and shit. Why, like, he gets to be a fascist either way. Don't say Israeli or Jewish. Say Zionist. Don't say JQ. Say, like, you know, State Department. And then have every other position be exactly the same, you know? Don't say homosexuality is degenerate. Say it's bourgeois, you know? Ooh, if he wanted to continue being against interracial relationships, he could do the woke thing and talk about, he could do like the black separatist thing and say how he's suspicious of the ways in which white relationships with black people, like, coerce black people into abandoning their culture, you know? Like, he could do like the like Nick Cannon, like, thing about how, like, black people making compromises culturally. Dude, this would have been so much smarter. Holy shit. He would have been able to have, like, all the same positions. Okay, but Holocaust, though? Simple. Never actually directly defend Hitler, the Nazis, or deny the Holocaust. Only when asked about it or bring it up, gesture vaguely at, like, the bombing of Dresden, or, like, the nuclear bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and talk about all the war propaganda from World War II, and say, you know, honestly, with the State Department being as it is, who knows what they'll lie about, and just keep it at that. Unironically, he would have been so much more, durable. He would have been able to resist. Fuck.
You know, are we enhancing you again? The question: are we enhancing Ukraine's security at the expense of Russia? I mean, the answer is undoubtedly yes. And again, you could. The thing about the ABMs is just not true. The ABM platforms can be converted into platforms that can launch offensive missiles in a matter of weeks. I mean, this is just, and you can look into this. I'm not a military expert, but this is what the experts say. The ABM shield, we all know defensive capabilities can become offensive capabilities in a matter of weeks. They do have to be converted, but the hardware is there. And I would even get to some of the treaties, and this is something I didn't get into in my opening statement, and I really want to talk about the missiles. I want to hear your take on this. In 2001, the United States pulls out of the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty, which was signed under Nixon. And for people that don't know, the United States and the Soviet Union agree we're not going to build anti-ballistic missile systems because it undermines mutually assured destruction. If a country is creating a shield where ICBMs may not be effective, this is going to only cause an arms race where countries will want to stockpile massive amounts of missiles and nuclear warheads, because if they got to go through a shield, then they're going to need twice as many missiles. So the Soviet Union and the United States agree, okay, no ballistic missile shield, shooting down missiles is not part of our doctrine anyway, because this would incentivize an arms race. Well, in 2001, the United States pulls out of the treaty and says, you know what, we're going to build an anti-ballistic missile shield. And they say, well, don't worry, Russia, that's because of Iran. And so they start implementing this ABM shield, again, which undermines mutually assured destruction. Russia can't invest in this. ABM is very expensive and very complex. Russia does not have the capability. So what we're talking about here is the United States pursuing technology that would, and it's very difficult, and they're nowhere close to this, but it's the threat of it, create a system where they could potentially do a first strike against Russia and Russia could not retaliate. Undermines mutually assured destruction. Shield? Again, in 2019, under Trump, the U.S. suspends its treaty obligations to the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. They change American military doctrine and say that now surface-to-surface short and medium-range ballistic missiles are part of their military doctrine in Eastern Europe. So we're talking about potentially, theoretically, in a military engagement with Russia, launching surface-to-surface missiles from Eastern Europe into Russia. And Russia says, hey, what's going on? You're suspending the ABM shield. Now we need to invest in hypersonic gliders and hypersonic missiles. You're undermining mutually assured destruction. In 2019, Russia says, hang on, this last point, and then, because I'm going a little long, then I'll let you respond. Russia says, hey, you're redeploying missiles to Europe. He says, why don't we just ban, he says, let's put a moratorium on all the missiles, because what's going to happen is if you shoot a missile against us, we don't know if it's nuclear or conventional and until it lands. So, that's something called warhead ambiguity. We would have to respond with a nuclear strike if we see a missile coming our way. The United States refuses to negotiate, and the United States pulled out of the treaty first. So, you say, how could they possibly be threatened? It's like, okay, well, NATO's expanding. Its purpose is to contain. The missiles are coming with it. The bases are coming with it. They're pulling out of the EBM treaty. They're pulling out of the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. It's like...
I have a new political program. Guys, we should nuke Russia. Fuck it. It's all anyone can talk about anyway. Let's just get it over with. It's like ripping a Band-Aid off. Okay? It's gonna happen anyway. Just do it. Just do it. With how the Russian military has been faring in Ukraine, I'm pretty sure like 99% of their warheads are either non-functioning, or the fucking missiles would blow up in the in their silos. What are these creepy hand things? Aren't they awesome? They're great enemies. They're super cool to fight. Let's do it. It's time. Bro, do you want to never return to Twitch? Twitch will only get mad if I say Glass Israel, not Glass Russia, for reasons. I think it's a good idea. Even neutral countries would die from the nuclear winter? No. No, they wouldn't. No elaboration. No, they wouldn't. Do you honestly think humanity would go extinct? Wait, don't take me seriously. I'm kidding with the fucking... Jesus. Okay, for what it's worth, in reality, it seems like a full nuclear war would not be the end of the world. For a couple of reasons, allow me to elaborate, okay? I think Adam something did a post on this a while ago that I didn't believe, so I looked into it a little more, okay? As I understand it, first of all, many nukes have been decommissioned since the height of the Cold War. meaning that our nuclear capacity is not as great as it used to be. A lot of the nukes that we decommissioned were the enormous strategic nukes, the ones that actually would end the world. Again, there are two types of nuclear weapons, okay? Do the laugh. Tactical and strategic, okay? Tactical nuclear weapons are used militarily. They're used like if there's a military base or like an enemy fortification that you want to turn into dust. You use a tactical nuke. They're not as large. They're still large enough to just vaporize like portions of cities, you know. And then you have strategic nukes, which were built to be used against general populations, like Tsar-Bomba. A strategic nuke makes cities disappear, sometimes more than a city. They're large. We decommissioned a lot of our, not all, but a lot of our strategic nuclear weapons, and additionally, the total number of warheads we have is not the same thing as the number of missiles we'd be able to launch. See, modern nuclear weapons require tritium, which has a pretty short half-life and needs to be replaced and maintained. The majority of nuclear warheads at any given point in time are in laboratories somewhere. They're in maintenance. They're sitting, like, elsewhere. They're not sitting at the cap of a missile. Meaning that if a sudden nuclear exchange were to happen, only the currently available nuclear weapons would be able to be deployed. Now, there is no information on how many nukes a country has ready to fire at any given point in time, because, as you can imagine, that is very much a, like, national secret, you know? That's like a national security thing. But my guess would be that even though there are around 10,000 nuclear weapons, 10,000 nuclear warheads on Earth, a full nuclear exchange would probably involve about 600 to 800 nuclear warheads being exchanged, of which most would be tactical, not strategic. This would be ruinous to the world and would bring about an era of misery unprecedented in human history, but I don't think it would literally end humanity. I do think that however long it took, humanity would be able to rebuild. Does anyone in chat disagree with what I've said? I think that's the case. From what I've read, like, assuming, you know, assuming everything that seems to be public at the moment, it would be like major cities would be annihilated, mass global starvation, radiation poisoning, everything, but humanity as a species could survive. Okay.
You know, again, does the United States have no ability to look and see, gee, am I the problem here?
So,
but I'll let you respond.
The ABM treaty is garbage. Why would you want to be part of a treaty where only Russia and the United States are signed onto it? What about China? What about the Democratic People's Republic of North Korea? What about Iran? What about any other rogue state in the world that might obtain nuclear weapons? So this might come down to a disagreement on the matter of facts, and I maybe we just disagree on this, but my understanding is that nuclear weapons, ICBMs, are relatively sophisticated in terms of how they launch and the deployment systems for the nuclear warheads. You can put MIRVs on these things. A single missile can fire off like 100 different warheads, some which might be nuclear, some which might be dummy, that there are thousands of these things on both sides. I don't believe that anybody believes that anybody on the Russian or US side has anywhere near the capability right now to stop a legitimate second strike threat from any country. That if either side launches a nuke, everything's going into the air, and there is no shot that across the entire geography of the United States, we have the capability to stop not only whatever weapons are shot from Russia, but whatever pops out of the ocean, whatever pops out of the Pacific and Atlantic, whatever comes by plane. There's no reliable way right now to stop. Like, Russia's second strike capabilities have not been threatened. And my understanding is that the ABM treaty is seen as kind of bullshit for the same reasons why some of the climate accords are seen as kind of bullshit. The United States doesn't want to necessarily play climate games when people like India or China have so many exemptions from these same things. Same thing with the ABM treaties. Like, that's great that the United States and Russia might come to some agreement, but I don't know what North Korea is doing. I don't know what Iran is doing. I don't know if I want to hamper my own abilities to deter a nuclear threat from one of these smaller states. I don't believe that Russia's nuclear capabilities have been compromised. And I'm pretty confident in saying that, because if they were, I feel like Putin would be screaming that from the rooftops every single day. I think that would be the first thing out of his mouth every time he talks. Because for however much I might hate Russia and however much I might hate nuclear weapons, some level of mutually assured destruction is probably good in maintaining some level of peace between countries. You nod your head, but I mean, Ukraine probably felt that way too before they deposed of their nuclear arms, and then Russia invaded them when they no longer had the ability to defend themselves from another nuclear power from invasion. In terms of like being afraid of a color revolution, I mean, now we've gone from we're worried that the United States might lead a NATO invasion from Ukraine into Russia into what are usually the liberal arguments of, well, if Russia sees a thriving, happy democracy on its border that's more west-facing, maybe the people in Russia are going to be really upset and they're going to revolt and there's going to be issues there. That doesn't seem to be a good argument for Russia.
What's a color revolution? A color revolution is a term that fascists use, particularly tankies, when people in a country are upset about something, but you want to ignore them. You want to say, like, it's all fake and made up. A color revolution basically means revolution, but don't pay attention to it. But revolution, but actually we're against people's revolutions now. It's all fake. It's CIA. It's fake. It's CIA. It's made up. It's not real. That's all it means. It doesn't mean anything.
Invading Ukraine because they're so scared that some successful country on their border might, you know, instigate some revolution on their own borders, unless I guess we want to take this step further and say it's all like CIA coup, CIA operatives on the ground, you know, fomenting distrust in the government. I don't think that's a good argument for them being able to invade Ukraine. Backing up, I have to ask, because you keep mentioning and you keep repeating these points about NATO is an aggressive alliance, NATO is encircling Russia. When has NATO taken aggressive action against Russia? And if these ABM platforms are so threatening, why is it that I think just last in February, Biden is literally he's welcoming Putin to come and inspect these platforms. Of course, he wants to be able to inspect platforms in Russia as well. Why would we allow them to do that if the tech is so easy to swap out? You know, you say that it can happen in a matter of weeks. I mean, Russia surveillance will catch that. It's not like you're going to be moving this stuff around and changing up these platforms entirely without anybody seeing that happening. You know, surveillance is where it is right now in 2022. What is the threat that NATO represents to Russia? What is the threat? What is the perceived security risk aside from Russia not being able to invade partnering countries?
Yeah, so I've never said that NATO, it's a NATO invasion in Russia that's going to happen, or NATO. I didn't say it's an aggressive alliance. I said that the founding purpose.
Did he not explicitly say those things directly? Sorry. Pardon, I am playing a video game. Did he not directly say those things? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Where the fuck was the entrance to the Volcano Manor? Nick needs to blow his nose. He's just naturally a nasally guy. That's why Nick hates people with big noses, okay? It's because he has naturally small nostrils, and it's why he's so nasally.
Of NATO is to contain Russia. So it's not like this is just an alliance like la-di-da, you know, we all want to have safety and security. It's like, no, we are shoring up these countries against Russia. Russia cannot join NATO. You know, NATO would not permit Russia to join. It's, you know, wouldn't that be great for world security if the United States and Russia were in an alliance? That would probably be the best thing for world peace. But Russia is precluded from joining because NATO.
Not a really good nose joke, TBH. Wait, I thought that was good. I thought that was good. I thought that was like a solid. I thought that was good. No, it wasn't. I liked it. It was great. Thank you. Someone thinks it was great. Someone likes me. I'm Jewish. It was fine with it. It was a tough landing. I thought it was good. Okay. All right. Okay. Cancel culture. You implied Jews actually have big noses in it? No, well, it would, in Nick Fuentes' mind they do, right? So, like, in his mind, like, he'll latch on to any trope or stereotype, you know? I could have said, like, that's why Nick hates people who he thinks have big noses, but that seems like it kind of chokes the joke out a little bit, you know? I don't know. Also, maybe I'm just biased on this, because, again, in the neighborhood that I grew up, which was full of Persian Jews, they did all have big noses, and they talked about it all the time and made jokes about it, and now that I'm older, I think big noses are really cute, so I don't know. Alright, whatever, weird champ me.
It was an anti-Russian alliance, and you could just as easily say Russia.
Anti-Semite. You people are gonna make me mad, okay? Yeah, why are you guys so on edge? Is it because we're watching a prominent neo-Nazi? Y'all are being mean to me, okay? Non-Jews getting pissed at Vosh for Jewish joke. It's not even a joke at the expense of Jewish people. Oh my god. It's Iranian people tend to have larger noses. Isn't there a joke on Twitter? Oh, you're in cutscenes. Isn't there a joke on Twitter about that guy who was Mediterranean, who looked like a Greek god, but then he got rhinoplasty, and it made him look like a podcaster? Has anyone seen that joke? That went viral like 3 times. Where he got rhinoplasty, and it made him look more like, I guess, white or whatever, and like people were joking that he looked better before. I think it's just, isn't... Wait, am I off on this? Big noses, that's like a Mediterranean thing, right? Like Greek, Turkish, like the island of Cyprus, Iran. Like, isn't that like a Mediterranean thing? Not necessarily? Huh. Italy as well? Yeah. Hello. I've seen you in the loading screens. Oh, we have the volume down. Volcano Manor, fascinating. Have you ever harbored doubts, burdens of grace, and the dogmatic ramblings of the finger? Oh god, they're a fucking anti-finger. Rise with us against the air tree. Join Volcano Manor, don't join. Is this a quest, or am I joining like a faction? If I join, do I fuck myself out of like future shit? It's a quest? Okay, gotcha. Your decision is most welcome. Belong to the founder. Drawing room, makes yourself comfortable. I am Tanith, proprietress of the house, and honored to have you. Hey, Shu. Drawing room key.
The drawing room, use the key.
Drawing room to the hall, okay.
Russia's never invaded a NATO country. Russia's never invaded a NATO country. Russia's never invaded a Western country, never invaded the United States or anything like that. And yet there's this fear that they're going to invade. And the point is, you know, Russia's borders are not on the border of Germany, but NATO's borders are now on the border of Russia. And I've said this before. The mere numbers
Why is Germany the
itself
threshold
speak to
there?
the threat. You know, this is a counter-Russian alliance which outspends Russia 10-1, which is now on their border in the Black Sea, in Crimea. And you know, what's the security threat posed? How about an ABM shield? How about surface-to-surface ballistic missiles stationed all over Ukraine? Surface-to-surface missiles which can reach Russia in 5 minutes and are unstoppable and indistinguishable from a nuclear warhead. What's the potential risk? And, you know, again, a lot of this has to do with something called the security dilemma. It's not to say that, you know, because I'll grant you, it may seem outlandish. Oh, is NATO going to invade Russia? You know, probably not anytime soon. But it's like the job of Moscow and the job of the
So
Russian
wait, they are
going
going to invade. He keeps switching back and
if there
forth.
is this capability that NATO, with this, again, 10-1, massive military,
The
far more
cutting wheel.
sophisticated, and more stuff and far outspends and bigger population, if it's on their border, that in itself is a threat. That existence of all that concentrated power and that tripwire right on the border, it's a huge threat. And even, you know, going back to the ABM shield, I'll grant you, is there a legitimate...
Are big dicks Mediterranean? Don't Mediterranean people have big dicks? Isn't that true? Am I wrong on that? You doing this weapon now? I don't know, it's pretty cool. Yeah, it's the Bloodborne weapon! You can even aim it up and down? Ooh. That might be fun to play with. There's no evidence that race and dick size is related? No, it's, isn't it geography? Right? Because the average dick sizes of countries change. It's like a diet thing, I think. There are a couple of factors. I don't think it's been proven that it's inherently a race thing, just that it's No, there's no evidence? I guess I'd have to look at it. It doesn't really matter to me. I've got a nice dick. That's fine. You have medium roll? Well, we'll cut some of our clothing off to accommodate this. The big dick diet? Yeah, like if you're getting proper nutrition, right? Or like if your culture tends to eat more like meat versus fruit and veggies. I don't know if that's what causes it. I'm only saying that, like, it's possible that some stuff, especially growing up, can maybe determine little bits. Like height, right? Doesn't height, like, your height varies massively? So Vosh is saying soy makes your dick small? No. You have to unclog your dick like in the Pornhub ads. Yeah, listen, okay, as long as you do a juice cleanse once every week, your dick will remain unclogged, and it'll grow very big, okay? Very, very big. Here, I wanna play with this weapon. Hold on.
Reason for the United States to pull out of the ABM shield? Yeah, absolutely. You're right. China's not a part of it, and there are rogue states that are nuclearizing. So I understand what you're saying. But this does nothing for Russia because, you know, now, and you're right, the ABM shield is far from working, right? It's we don't know how to shoot down ICBMs reliably yet. But the United States pulls out of the ABM treaty with no regard for how this affects Russian doctrine. Russia cannot spend on ABM. ABM is very expensive. It's very complex. They just don't have the means for that. And so when the United States says, like, we're going to create an ABM shield, oh, but don't worry, we're going to put it throughout Europe, and we're going to put it in Poland, and we're going to put it over here, which could theoretically, in a theoretical context, prevent Russia from doing a retaliatory strike. This is a very provocative thing towards Russia. You may say, oh, Russia's got nothing to worry about, but that's the American perspective. What about the Russian perspective, where it's like, gee, are they going to build an ABM shield and they will have the ability, even if the United States...
Keep in mind, like, Fuentes is still doing this jumping back and forth between, like, oh, I'm not saying that NATO would invade, and now he's saying, like, okay, well, these missile defense systems may be nowhere near finished, and, you know, but it may take weeks to convert these missile pads to something that can launch ICBMs, but they could launch these missiles, you know, so, like, yeah, so you do think they would invade.
Just had the perceived ability to strike Russia with impunity, that would be enough to present a security threat to Russia, which is the point. And so there's almost no consideration. It's like, oh, well, come on, they're not going to invade. Oh, come on, that's not a big deal. What about the Russian perspective? What about if you're Russia and you see missiles coming to Ukraine and you see the ABM shield pulled up and they're pulling out of the treaties and theater support missiles are now back on the table in Europe? And you say, well, why wouldn't Putin talk about this? He did. He did in 2021 in November. Putin in 2020, when the United States formally pulled out of the intermediate range nuclear treaty, Russia said, listen, I've got a proposal. Let's put a moratorium on all the missiles in Europe. The United States didn't respond. In November 2020, Putin reiterates, he said, I've even got a more detailed proposal, and we're going to inspect the sites, and you can inspect our sites, and it's a robust mechanism. No response. In December 2021, in a press conference, Putin comes and says,
yes,
I don't know why the West isn't talking about my missile proposal. In January 11th, 12th, and 13th, the Geneva talks, they say, agree with us on missiles. Even the American security experts say that there's room for common ground, but they don't accede to the demands because, you know, we don't negotiate with dictators. We will not be, you know, held hostage by dictators. So it's like, you know, what more can you do when they're deploying missiles that can strike Russia in 5 minutes on their border? And the purpose of the alliance is to contain Russia. Yeah, NATO never invaded Russia. Russia also never invaded NATO. But who's expanding on whose border with their missiles and military base? Who's got the defensive alliance?
So again, Russia is the one literally expanding militarily through conquest right now. The expansion NATO is doing is other countries asking directly to be a part of a defensive alliance.
Which is designed to fight Russia. You know, it's not Russia.
Yeah, so I keep hearing this over and over again, and maybe what this is, we've hit rock bottom. We keep saying the purpose of the alliance is to contain Russia. Contain Russia from doing what? Invading their neighboring countries? Like, if Russia didn't engage in these actions, it shouldn't really matter. It's not like this is containing or trying to contain Russia in an economic sense, like we're cutting them off from trade deals, or like we're trying to blockade their cruisers, or we're trying to compromise their ability to move anything throughout the world. Like, this isn't the case. We talk about like containing Russia, and it sounds like we're saying we don't want to contain Russia from invading countries on their border. That's just that explanation just defies logic to me.
I love,
you know, we talk about this idea that again, we're always framing this in the case of U.S. security interests versus Russian security interests. Is Ukrainian security interest just not at play here? Do we just not care about this? And like, Ukraine has a genuine security interest, and that they want themselves to be a sovereign country with the right to decide which alliances they will or will not join. And the idea that there might be NATO bases here in the future, that Biden is open to inspection, the idea that down the road maybe second strike capabilities are lost in Russia and now they just get nuked by the US because we can do so with impunity, maybe that'll happen 30 years from now. So now today we need to take over Ukraine. I don't know. I totally don't buy that as a reason. I feel like you could use that same justification then for Russia to essentially invade anybody they want that's near their borders and isn't claimed up by NATO yet, which if is the case, then that's an even stronger argument for NATO expansion. Every NATO country feels like, well, holy shit, literally these 4 letters are the only thing that keep my country from being invaded by Putin. Damn, NATO membership sounds like a pretty good thing right now. I don't feel like you've established a credible threat to Russia. You keep mentioning like the surface-to-surface missiles that can reach Moscow in 5 minutes. I mean, like if we were in like the 50s, maybe this would matter that we've lost second strike capability because, oh no, the whole government is wiped out. Nobody even saw the missiles coming. But this isn't the case anymore. Continuity of government exists. There are submarines all over the world from every nuclear power that's capable of emerging in the Pacific or in the Atlantic and nuking, shooting God knows how many nuclear missiles at God knows how many targets if second strike is something that needs to happen. You're not losing second strike unless you have from Metal Gear Solid some crazy anti-ballistic shield where you yourself say the technology doesn't exist yet. We're nowhere near that yet. And yeah, the idea that surface-to-surface missiles might exist in some part of these NATO countries that are, again, open to inspection from Russian leaders, that this somehow justifies Russia invading these countries for hypothetical security interests in the future, I just don't think that argument is strong enough.
Hidden path.
Well, and here's the thing. Even if you think all my arguments are Russian propaganda, like the reason why, because I know the NATO side says, the security thing is just a pretext for Russian revanchism, that's all propaganda. What would even give Russian propaganda credibility, if that's what this was, is the fact that nobody on the NATO side they won't even begin to acknowledge how Russia might have a legitimate security concern. Like, again, you just sort of hand wave away. So what? Maybe in 30 years, Russia can't retaliate. So what? Maybe they develop an ABM shield. So what? You have surface-to-surface missiles forward deployed in Ukraine. Like, big deal. That is a really big deal. That is a really big threat to Russia. And that NATO was formed to contain Russia. When we say contain, we mean we want to suffocate Russia. That's the goal of the NATO alliance. That's a goal now of NATO expansion, is to prevent Russia from influencing its neighbors, and by the way, that's just what great power politics is countries seek to influence their neighbors. It just so happens that the entire Western Hemisphere and Western Europe is the sphere of influence of the United States of America. And everybody knows full well that if Russia deployed the same capabilities to Cuba, if Cuba was in a defensive alliance, if Cuba joined the Warsaw Pact, if Russia deployed surface-to-surface missiles in Cuba, if they had a base in Cuba, everybody knows the United States would not tolerate it. Everybody knows the United States. And you could say, oh, well, Cuba's right and so on. But the foreign policy establishment in the United States would not tolerate it. Nobody would even dream of tolerating that. Anywhere in the Western Hemisphere. Not in Cuba, not in Venezuela, not in Bolivia, not in Nicaragua, nowhere. But we're able to shore up in Crimea. Crimea is historically Russian clay, okay? I mean, this is a 70-year fluke that Crimea belongs to the autonomous part of Ukraine. It's just nonsense. The idea that we'd have a NATO base in Crimea, it's just like unfathomable. This Russian security apparatus cannot allow that. I mean, they just can't in good conscience allow that kind of a security threat. And you won't even interact with that argument. It's like, well, it probably won't happen. Well, it's probably like not a big deal. Well, for the Russians, it clearly is. And the point is to say this, in this stuff about like, thriving democracy and, well, Ukraine chose, this stuff is really semantics. What we're talking about here is two great powers, two empires, and they're duking it out over formerly neutral ground. That's what it is. Ukraine is, neutral, ostensibly somewhat under Russian influence. And I would say it truly is neutral because in 2004, right, you get Yushchenko. And Yanukovych wasn't this pro-Russian stooge that people make him out to be. He tried to balance the West against Russia. He definitely leaned closer to Russia. Ukraine was truly a buffer neutral state, if not leaning slightly towards Russia, right? And the point is, and maybe to get more fundamentally to the heart of the issue, why is there a conflict here in Ukraine? What caused this? We cannot acknowledge the fact that we have catalyzed this by trying to wrest control of Ukraine from Moscow. It's about two empires competing over a neutral state. And, to say, oh, well, it's about democracy or this one or that one chose. It's got to do with missile placement. It's got to do with mutually assured destruction. It's got to do with all these things. And people will, again, acknowledge the Ukrainian security interest, the American security interest, but not the Russian. And, I just don't, I'm not getting from you that you really understand what that means for the Russians. Like, I'm fully willing to concede, like, yeah, like I get why Ukraine wants to be part of NATO. I get why NATO wants Ukraine to be part of NATO. It's part of their policy of containment. But there's no willingness on the other side to.
So you'll notice by the, like right now, the past maybe 10 seconds of talking, nothing that Nick Fuentes is saying is incorrect. This whole, do you understand how it is against Russia's security interests? I understand how NATO wants this. I understand how Ukraine wants this. But do you understand why NATO would why Russia would disagree? Do you know what's missing from this argument? Morality. If you reduce this conflict down to, hey, all these different countries all want a thing, and they all want that thing, and they're different things, and that's just how it is, then you leave aside any moral considerations. In reality, of course, Nick Fuentes' positions here are informed by a moral bias towards fascism. A moral assessment would indicate that NATO's desire to expand and Ukraine's desire to prevent itself from being invaded are both more moral than Russia's desire to invade neighboring countries. But this is why what Mearsheimer does is essentially fascist apologism, because in a situation where one side is wrong and the other side is right, where one is the invader and the other is the victim of invasion, flattening everything down to geopolitical interests in which we've arbitrarily decided that respecting Russia's like territorial and geopolitical sovereignty and interests is the best way to prevent future violence. Well, what you're essentially doing there is allowing the oppressor to avoid a moral question.
To say, let's give Russia the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it is legitimate security concern to erode mutually assured destruction, which has been in place for 40 years. Maybe this is antagonistic towards Russia to put surface-to-surface missiles, reintroduce where they were not in 19, reintroduce theater support missiles as the backbone of American military doctrine. Like, there's no willingness to say, like, Russia maybe has legitimate opposition to that. It's like, oh, no. That's just all an excuse because Russia's evil and Russia wants to invade everybody. And it's like, that's belied by the fact that Russia is outspent more than 10 to 1 by the anti-Russian alliance.
We can keep bringing up the 10 to 1 spending. I don't think it's doing anything to building your argument. I can acknowledge that Russia, that Putin might perceive there to be a security interest. I can acknowledge that. Yeah, I can acknowledge that perception exists. And I say might because we both agree here that NATO has never made an aggressive move towards Russia. If there are
Russia's
conflicts,
never made an aggressive move towards NATO.
which is a good reason for Ukraine to join NATO so that they stop being fucked with by Russia. That's an argument for Ukraine joining NATO. But the fact that NATO can expand to include Ukraine, when we both agree that NATO doesn't attack Russia, I mean, like, we have special phone lines installed so when there's conflict in the Middle East, the US will literally call Russia and say, hey, you have any guys there? We don't want to blow your own people up accidentally. Like, we go out of our way right now to ensure that there isn't conflict between NATO and Russia. And even if I can acknowledge that there might be a perception on the Russian side that there might be a security interest here, that perception doesn't supersede Ukraine's right to self-determination. And if you want to take the boring realist analysis of this, that's fine, but you're not getting any normativity from that. You're not telling me whether Russia's decision is right or wrong or whether it's morally or whatever justified. You're just telling me that Russia will seek to basically annex whatever neighbor it can if it perceives there to be a security threat, which again is just a stronger argument for a more aggressive expansion of NATO. When you use a realist perspective on Russia's dealings with its neighbor, all you're doing is revitalizing the arguments for a NATO alliance. And that's really all that's happened. Returning to the beginning of my argument, you've got countries like Sweden and Finland that are looking to join NATO. Since 2014 and Russia's invasions of Crimea, you started to see active NATO military forces being deployed to places like Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. I feel like all the realist perspective does here is give us an even stronger argument for why NATO needs to expand to include these Central Asian and Eastern European countries, because if they don't, then Russia's just going to seek to invade them.
Okay, but again, this belies the fact that NATO expanded first. I mean, so NATO expands to 13 countries over 20 years, to former Warsaw Pact countries, to former Russian states, to former Russian sphere of influence. Russia draws a red line and says you can't take Ukraine. Ukraine is so vitally strategically important, you can't take it. NATO says, well, yeah, we're expanding there anyway. Boo-hoo, that's too bad. And then Russia responds, and then you go, see?
Russia shouldn't get to dictate whether other countries enter a defensive alliance. Like, The language they use is just so telling, time and time again, this realist language, which, to his credit, Nick Fuentes is adopting, you know, pretty effortlessly. They didn't take anything. They asked to join.
That justifies why we've been expanding for 20 years.
There's
You
two
see?
huge...
That
No.
just proves...
Yeah,
hang on, I'll let you...
Oh, yeah,
I'll
yeah,
let
you're
you
right. Go
finish.
ahead, go ahead.
That just proves... It's like... But NATO expanded first. The United States pulled out of the ABM Treaty in 01. They pulled out of the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty in 19. They expanded to 13 countries before 2009. And then when Russia finally responds in 2014, a red line was crossed. And then NATO goes, see, that's why we're expanding. See, that just goes to show why you need NATO. It's like, and the point is, on the realist perspective, what is our foreign policy? What are we trying to do? Because, I mean, and to the point, getting back to the conflict which is ongoing in Ukraine, I don't like conflict. I don't like when people die in Ukraine. I don't like when Ukraine's destroyed. This is not in anybody's interest. This is not good for Ukraine, obviously. This is not good for America. This is not good for Russia. But what led us to this point? You know, I fail to see why, because there was no imminent threat of a Russian invasion in Ukraine. The problem was that Zelensky was unwilling, or Poroshenko too, unwilling to give up Donbass, unwilling to give up Crimea, unwilling to give up their aspirations to NATO. And the reason that Ukraine was so emboldened is because NATO said, we got your back. Ukraine would never dare to stand up to Russia and poke them like they do, but they think that they've got NATO. They get to go to Congress and demand a no-fly zone. And it's like, so what is in realist terms, in terms of how states actually behave, not normatively, not how they ought to behave, but in terms of how we know states act, and in terms of how we can expect states to act, expanding NATO to Ukraine, or even talking about that, is a provocative action. But we have done that ever since 2008. And that is what has led to the current crisis. And you could argue in a hypothetical timeline, does Russia invade Ukraine without the NATO aspirations? We can't know that. But we also can't, arrive at the situation without analyzing our own behavior and saying, how have our actions provoked Russia? Because, at the end of the day, we have to talk in terms of the tangible and the real. This is the real outcome, and it's really bad. And this is a failure, ultimately, of American policy. And you could point the blame at Russia and, fold your arms and say, well, Russia's just evil, and, they're just doing evil things, and you have to blame Russia because they're evil, and so on. And, we have no culpability. But of course, in great power politics, yes, we have culpability. We're a global and a regional hegemon. So we do have to have some introspection and analyze how did our collective policy, how did our policy of collective security, Russian containment, did that play a role in provoking Russia to engage in a conflict where nobody wins? We have to look at it like that. And I think you'll find that these policies we're undertaking, it's naive to say that they're just so...
So this is another thing to pick up on with the realist language that's employed here. Nick Fuentes will insist that he's not making any normative claims, but the way he frames the conflict betrays a normative bias. That we're the one who provoked Russia into invasion instead of NATO being provoked to have Ukraine join, or Ukraine being provoked to join NATO by Russia's military aggression, and that's a much stronger case. If we're to talk about what countries should do to avoid creating conflict worldwide, the answer is pretty clear. Russia, stop doing fucking invasions. Also, chat, why the fuck are you guys so quiet? There are 5,000 people watching. Anyway, the normative bias is portrayed.
They're just so goody two-shoes in nature. Oh, Ukraine joining NATO, it's totally innocuous. It's totally above board. Don't criticize it. Like, oh, countries want sovereignty and security. Who can blame them for that? It's like, well, look at the other side. It's a negotiation. Everybody's security interest is being paid attention to except for Russia. But Russia has guns too. And in a realist world order, you have to pay attention to these things. Otherwise, you get a crisis.
I guess we are 9 hours in.
And then I want to say one thing. And then here's the other thing. Let's entertain a scenario where Ukraine joins NATO. Because they're still pushing for it, even after the crisis in 2014. Let's say today, what's that?
Of course, yeah.
Yes. Let's say Ukraine becomes a NATO member state. Okay, whoop-de-doo. Well, guess what? Crimea is still formally occupied by Russia. Donbass and the civil war between Kiev and Donbass is still ongoing. So what happens then when the government in Kiev is at war with Russian-backed proxies in Donbass? as a consequence of Ukraine joining NATO, you now have a proxy war in Ukraine, a proxy civil war between Russian-backed separatists and a NATO member state. What's more, Kiev does not acknowledge the Russian annexation of Crimea. I mean, they do not accept this fact. So, you know, now we're in a really bad security spot where, and you could say, oh, well, this would never happen because people would never do this. But I mean, of course, these things can happen. What happens if there's a war between Russia and Ukraine over Crimea? What happens when there's there's this ongoing proxy war between Russian-backed separatists in Donbass and Ukraine? And I've heard the argument people say,
why are people linking an article? What? Read this article, for fuck's sake. John Mearsheimer endorses a Hitler apologist and Holocaust revisionist. Yeah, I've heard he has some pretty weird opinions about Israel as well. Okay, thank you.
Zelensky says, well, you know, NATO's defensive, so Article 5 obligations aren't invoked if we attack Russia or something. But as we know, the fog of war is thick. And as to who started which conflict, of course, it would benefit the Ukrainians to say, oh, well, Russia attacked us. Now we need to full NATO response in Crimea. The point is, you don't need to be pro-Russian or pro-American. You don't need to be an expert to say that's a really fucked up situation. It is a bad situation to have a NATO member state with disputed territory in Crimea and a proxy civil war in Donbass. Like that is probably the biggest threat to World War III in the entire world. That's probably and you know, so that American policymakers would seriously consider this in spite of what's going on. The moment that Russia invaded Crimea, the United States should have said, you know what, it's too complicated, we can't get involved. But even in 2021, they're saying, we're going to enhance our strategic partnership, Ukraine will become a part of NATO. It's like, we know that Russia's not giving up Crimea. We know that the thing in Donbass isn't going to be resolved anytime soon. So even if we achieved our aspirations, all this would do is create a situation, a powder keg, that could absolutely lead to World War III. Maybe the #1 cause of World War III if that were to happen.
Sure. So just to shoot down the last point very quickly, nations with contested territory can't join NATO. It would never be the case that we would admit Ukraine to join while there is contested territory, unless Ukraine was willing to cede that immediately to Russia. So
no,
that's completely off the table right there. In terms of Ukraine, oh man, there's so many arguments to go through. One of the very first thing, you talk about how like NATO expanded first. NATO was the aggressor first. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. When I was searching through, in post-Cold War era conflict, right? What's happening in Europe? One of the first conflicts that happened was Russia supporting the breakaway state in Moldova during the Transnistria War. So Russia had already established a pattern of you find separatists, you fund them, you export a fuck ton of Russian passports, you get these people set up and established and they're on breakaway state, you send Russian peacekeeper troops there, and that's literally right on the Ukrainian border. So we've already got a map for what would happen in the future in South Ossetia, in Georgia, and then in what's happening now in Donbass and Ukraine. The idea that NATO is forcing Russia's hands here, when I think Russia has already had the blueprint for this exact type of action, I don't agree with that. I think that Russia has already...
Damn it, Destiny, stopping, right? There's nothing wrong with it. Again, the problem with Destiny is not that he's unintelligent. That has never been my criticism of the guy. He's a very, very, very smart person. He's also a fucking retard. Sometimes that's just how it is.
Already established that pattern of behavior. In terms of, I feel like everything else is repeating over and over again. I don't even like using the realist analysis. I think it's garbage. I don't think anybody even agrees with using realism to analyze foreign policies anymore. I know that you like to talk about, I think I called him Mearsheimer. Mearsheimer's analysis of like the state of security in 1990 and onwards from Europe. He's written a lot of essays about it. He wrote a huge one, like a 50-page paper in 1990 predicting the future state of security in Europe. It was garbage. It was horrible. His prediction that Europe would descend into constant anarchy, that countries like Japan and the United States would be looking to vie for interest here, that every country would be rearming because that's what realist countries do. It just totally and completely missed the mark. I don't think that anybody takes those predictions seriously in terms of this is how countries will act. So I don't know if it's appropriate to go forward into the future when he's already failed to make successful predictions of what has really been a relatively peaceful period for 30 years in Europe, and then try to say that this frame of analysis is what we're going to use going forward when it comes to dealing with Ukraine and Russia. And then again, what's more to reiterate for the 50 millionth time, all of these realist arguments, if we are to accept them, justifies NATO including Ukraine and being aggressive towards Russia just as much as it does Russia taking over Ukraine and I guess establishing security around its own borders. But again, I mean, I can ask you again, and I know that we'll kind of dance around again, like NATO has not shown itself to be aggressive towards Russia. The most and best you can possibly say is that there are surface-to-surface missile bases in some of these NATO countries, but I mean, what? Like honestly, do you really believe that NATO countries are going to start launching missiles into Moscow? Like, do you really believe that, or is this something you're worried 20 or 30 years from now? Or do you think that the investment into ABM technology is going to become so good that, at some point we did it, guys, we beat second strike capability, time to just nuke the hell out of Russia? That sounds fantastical to me. Now, maybe we can imagine a world where that happens, but I can't use that imaginary world to justify the invasion, destruction of civilian cities, and the takeover of a sovereign nation that exists today in the real world. That would be insane to me. That sort of...
That's very good. That was good from him. That was very good framing.
Of justification can be used for Russia to invade literally any neighbor that they could perceive in 30 years to be a threat because of technology that doesn't exist yet. I just think that's absolutely insane.
Yeah, so to address the first part, I mean, to say that backing the Moldovan separatists is a precursor to NATO expanding to 13 countries is just ridiculous. And as far as realism goes, what realism does is it's a frame for how we explain how states behave. That's what international relations theory seeks to do, is let's analyze and explain how states behave. Why do they do the things that they do? And what realism says is that the decisions of states and the way that states behave is based on something called the security dilemma. That fundamentally states seek security. They want to secure their border. They want to secure, they want to create offensive and defensive capabilities that protect them from their adversaries. Certainly, this explains the Russian policy. This realist framework of security and explaining Moscow's behavior in Ukraine absolutely explains. It said nothing to do with ideology, nothing to do with ideas, nothing to do with interconnected institutions. It's about the raw military capabilities of the NATO defensive alliance. And you say, oh, well, Mearsheimer's predictive.
So, if that's the case, then why wouldn't all the countries that have joined NATO, why wouldn't they have all themselves become like Russia and been like antagonistic and engaged in like expansionist warfare on their borders? Or alternatively, why did NATO decide to be expansionist and militarily aggressive instead of just joining NATO, which was actually posed like a few decades ago? The answer to this is that just because countries seek their own security doesn't mean they always do a good job seeking their own security. I think that Russia has royally fucked up. Like, saying that all countries... Sorry, NATO joining NATO? I mean, like, Russia joined NATO. Saying that all countries optimally pursue their own security is as stupid as saying that corporations always optimally pursue their own growth. Of course not. Nations make mistakes, and the people who lead those nations also make mistakes. Now, right now, it seems like Russia has fucked up royally. It has emboldened NATO's opposition to it. It has refused to peacekeep or like meaningfully be a part of Europe in the post-Cold War world. They've refused to build the necessary trade and diplomatic alliances to secure peace in their region. They have fucked their own security. They are economically fucked. They are socially fucked. They are diplomatically fucked. They have driven themselves into a corner and are lashing out because of it. Now, this is Russia's problem, not mine. The fact that Russia does all of this while possessing the world's largest nuclear arsenal is my problem. It is not their behavior, which I consider to be my problem. It is their capacity for future bad behavior. Now, with all that being said, it could well be the case that given the fact that Russia is already pursuing aggressive and suboptimal strategies for its own security, it could well be the case that Russia is a legitimate global threat, and therefore that the opposition to Russia is in the geopolitical interest of countries all over the world. That's the kind of threat that nuclear war poses. It's of my opinion that Russia, even if they were able to invade Ukraine with no Western-backed resistance, they would then be up against Polish borders, and that would not be any safer a situation. In fact, that would actually be quite dangerous. At that point, Russia would pretty much be completely up in line against NATO countries, and Poland and Russia have a contentious history at best. That would be incredibly dangerous, unimaginably dangerous. So maybe the best thing that we can do is oppose Russia and have it break its own back in its attempt to engage in imperialism, and in so doing, sort of force them into a less destructive geopolitical strategy. Does that make sense? Now, everything that I just described is workable within a realist framework. If you genuinely believe that all countries simply pursue their own strategic interests, their own security, then the idea that the rest of the world would work together to try to break Russia's back in Ukraine so they no longer engage in the behavior they're engaging in now, yeah, sometimes you just gotta let the child touch the stove. Exactly. Precisely. Sometimes that's just the best option you can field, you know? Sometimes that's the best you can do.
Analysis didn't work in the 90s. Well, it absolutely worked in 2014. In 2014, he'd had it down to a T. He predicted the next 8 years of conflict based on the realist interpretation of how states behave. He said, you know, and he said this in 14. He said, Moscow will never accept Ukraine joining NATO. He said Moscow would sooner destroy Ukraine than have Ukraine join NATO. He said it's unacceptable, and this is true. This has been reiterated by Russia, by Putin, and this has been their policy for the past 8 years.
It's not that hard of a prediction to say that Russia is insanely anti-NATO.
Well, that's just off the table because of disputed territory. It's like, yeah, that's kind of the problem, isn't it? That's kind of the problem, that Russia came in there and said, look, I'm taking this off the table. I'm going to create disputed territory to take NATO membership off the table. And NATO persists. And NATO says, you know, no, we don't even care. It's like, okay, so what's the end game then? If there's disputed...
Wait, what? At what point has NATO said that the contested territory within Ukraine is no longer something they'll factor into making their decision? At no point has NATO said they don't care about the contested territory. That's just completely made up. Completely made up.
Disputed territory, that's not being resolved anytime soon. Russia's not going to be dislodged from Crimea, and the war in Donbass goes on. So why is NATO membership being discussed? Why is the United States strengthening its security guarantee to Ukraine in November 2021, if that's the case? I agree with you. Yes, exactly. NATO membership cannot be expanded to countries with disputed territory.
It's simply not. NATO's position on accepting Ukraine has been consistent this entire time with no deviations. That it wants to have Ukraine in NATO at some time in the future. It cannot at the moment. That's it. That's the position they've held. It hasn't changed. It is the same thing.
Territory. And yet the conversation goes on 8 years into the civil war in Donbass, 8 years after the annexation of Crimea. So exactly, why is that conversation going on? It's a horrible nightmare scenario to imagine that Ukraine would become a NATO member state with these ongoing crises that have no sign of abating, yet it does. This is a horrifying thing. And then to the point of, well, oh, come on, NATO's never going to invade Russia. You know, and this is the problem, I think, with this is where your analysis fails. It's this naive worldview where it says like, oh, well, that'll never happen. Russia has nothing to worry about. It's like, okay. And yeah, Russia would never nuke the United States, right? Russia would never nuke the United States because that would be silly. I mean, that would be crazy.
Might.
So we should just not have a nuclear arsenal. And, you know, China would never invade the United, you know, no countries will ever attack.
Retarded argument. The reason why Russia wouldn't nuke the United States is because the United States could follow it up with a second strike and it would end the world. The idea is that NATO would never attack Russia for the same reason, because it would prompt a second strike. But guys, do you guys want to know a secret? We can first strike Russia without NATO. We don't need to have Ukraine in NATO for us to be able to do a first strike. Having Ukraine be a part of NATO adds in the modern world exactly nothing to our ability to annihilate Russia without prompting the same retaliation that prevented us from doing so during the Cold War. It changes nothing. The idea that having Ukraine in NATO brings the world closer to nuclear oblivion is true only insofar as you believe Russia would use it as an excuse to end the world. Not because Russia suffers any additional threat. It just doesn't. It's not true.
back the United States because the United States, you know, we have 300 million guns among the population. We've got a big enough military. So let's just close down all our military bases. Let's totally destroy our nuclear arsenal. Let's get rid of all that. It's like that flies in the face of, again, how states pursue security. It's about risk. It's about capability. It's about potential. If the United States has the capability to do a first strike on Russia, we
already can.
Second strike with an ABM shield, that alone is an unacceptable security posture for Russia.
We already can. We can already do a first strike. We already have that power. We already possess that power. We already have it. And if we did have an ABM shield, if we did have the ability to deter nuclear retaliation, we could still first strike from our own borders. Ukraine's involvement has nothing to do with this. It's completely irrelevant. It's a complete misdirection.
I mean, how would you feel if you're a Russian citizen and it's like, well, I think the United States won't nuke me today. Like, that's just not good enough.
Can I ask a question? And then you can explain.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
sure.
let's
we
say
have
that I actually grant all of
ICBMs.
that. Let's say that an ABM shield exists and we have first strike.
Oh, he's going to say my point.
Totally nullified a second strike capability. Why does it matter if we have Ukraine then?
Yes.
Why can't all those missiles just come into the Baltics? What changes there? How far is the border from Latvia to Moscow?
Yes, we already have the Baltics. We already have Western Europe. We have nuclear submarines all over the world. Yes. Destiny.
You should ask the NATO then. I mean,
no answer. Nothing. No answer.
I'm asking you because you're telling me that we
Is he a
need
Vosh
to
fan?
keep Ukraine.
He
out of
watched
NATO
this
because
stream,
I'm a
then
real-
debate
I'm
Nick
Russia. I need
Fuentes?
to shore my security interests. Okay, well, let's say we've
We should do
eliminated.
neither of these things.
Well,
We should do-
no. You're describing how Russia acts. I'm just asking. Let's say this technology exists. Let's say the ABM, all our anti-ballistic missile platforms exist. We've eliminated second strike. Fuck, we could launch those missiles from fucking DC. Why would it matter at that point whether Ukraine is in
Because-
NATO or not? How does that security interest square up at all with Russia's invasion into Ukraine?
Because both pose a security risk to Russia. I mean, I don't understand. It's 6 of one, half
The
a dozen
same
of
risk.
the other.
It's the
But
same
both of
risk,
these things
unchanged.
are provocations because both upset the balance, and that's fundamentally what realism is about. Is about
He has
balance.
no answer.
So I'll answer your question.
He has no answer. This is very satisfying. Destiny brought this up at the right time. He brought it up at the same time that I would have. I'm gratified. Yeah, he has no answer to this. If Ukraine is a part of NATO and we armed Ukraine with nuclear weapons, we would be as capable of a first strike as we were before all that happened. It makes no change. There's no alteration whatsoever to our capacity. None. It doesn't matter if we have like fucking Jack Bauer nuke bombs planted in Moscow beforehand. All nuclear-powered countries these days, all countries with nuclear weapons, have the ability to launch a second strike even if their capital has been taken out. If America just got glassed in a nanosecond with no chance at retaliation, do you think our nuclear subs, upon hearing that, would just, like, sit there? Nope. Nope. Leaving aside the impossibility, by the way, of annihilating an entire country in no time whatsoever, those nuclear subs, if they got the sit rep, you know, if they surfaced, got the sit rep, you know, saw the smoking crater that used to be their country, yeah, they would fire. They know their job. They know what they're supposed to do. It doesn't matter. The idea that, so this may have made a little bit more sense back during the Cold War, back when the Cuban Missile Crisis, did we even have ICBMs back then, or were all missiles limited to like 2,000 or 3,000 miles? Not yet. I think at the time we didn't have ICBMs. Yeah, so no, we did have them. Here, wait, let me make sure. ICBM, so I know. When were they developed? The first ICBMs were deployed in the Soviet Union in 1958. The U.S. followed the next year, China 20 years later. I wonder what the range was of the initial missiles. 3.4 thousand miles. Early ICBMs had limited precision. Taxman's military targets. History, the Cold War. Soviet Union development, rocket development, ICBM research early on. Yeah, okay. They weren't long enough. Honest to God, I'm pretty sure that even back during the Cuban Missile Crisis, it also didn't matter back then. By the time the Cuban Missile Crisis had taken place, I'm pretty sure that having missiles in Turkey and in Cuba, like even when we took those missiles out, like we were still like we were still capable of like nuking the other side all around. I don't know. I could be off on that. The point is, nowadays it definitely doesn't matter.
Question. You know, creating an ABM shield, even though, and you don't even need to grant me that. It's that we're even working on it. You're right, because it's nowhere near completion. It's not effective, but it's that 20 years ago, we said, forget it. You know, we're going to start to build this thing that Russia cannot build. It's a provocation. It upsets the balance. It upsets the confidence that Russia has, because that's really what it's about. Is you have
insecure
two
Russia,
adversaries, which are both powerful and distrustful of one another. Is about confidence in each other. And when the United States pulls out of this treaty, it disrupts the confidence that Russia can have in mutually assured destruction. Their confidence that the United States will never do a first strike because it would get annihilated.
Because of North Korea and Iran, right?
Pursuing this tech. Okay, but that does nothing for Russia. They could say that. I mean, they could say that, but the ABM shield works equally against Russian missiles as it does against Iranian North Korea. So, I mean, they could say that all day long. But the effective capability works equally against Russia.
It doesn't work equally, though, because you can only intercept so many missiles. That's why both countries have, like, people...
But they still shoot down missiles.
This is the question that, like, every high schooler asks, right? They're like, why are so many nukes in existence, Mom? We could nuke the whole world 50 million times over. Well, it's because you want to get through any of those hypothetical shields, right? A single ICBM can have a MIRV that has, like, what, like fucking 20, 30, 40 dummy warheads on it now? There's no possible way that you're intercepting thousands of these missiles, right? It's not like shooting down Palestinian bombs being lobbed into fucking Israel, right? These are pretty sophisticated weapons launching from all over the world. Some from
space.
The Pacific, some from the Atlantic, in places we don't even know they
ICBMs
exist.
reach space, right?
But this is fundamentally misdirection because, and again, you know, that is what the United States said. They said, well, we're building this ABM shield for Iran and North Korea. Okay, but ABM agreement was signed between Russia and the United States. And that was the foundation of mutually assured destruction between Russia and the United States for 30 years.
Signed before North Korea and
by the way,
had ICBMs.
hang on.
Yeah.
Let's not interrupt each other. We had a good back and forth here. That it still disrupts Russia's confidence in the mutually assured destruction framework. Because I will grant you all of that. I agree with you. ABM is inadequate because it doesn't include China. ABM is inadequate because you do have rogue states seeking a nuclear arsenal. All of that being said, this does nothing.
Hey guys, why does the realist framework presuppose a rational self-interest for all nations, but then they're constantly making apologies for Russia's irrational beliefs? Like, if you have a realist perspective where, you know, all countries are just sort of pursuing their own security, why is, hey, Russia has an irrational fear of this, like a legitimate excuse? Like, how is that acceptable? If we're accepting irrational beliefs, like, within this purview, then we can justify fucking anything.
Nothing to reassure Russia. I mean, like, because just as Russia says that, you know, NATO promised Gorbachev that NATO wouldn't expand, it doesn't mean shit if it's not on paper. So
that is true.
States say we're doing this for Iran and China and North Korea, but effectively they're still building an ABM shield, and it still does disrupt the confidence that Russia has. And so it upsets the confidence and the balance as far as the nuclear question is concerned. And the same is true of Ukraine. You know, you're right. Do I think that NATO's going to invade Russia anytime soon? I mean, probably not. I don't think that would make much sense. But it disrupts the balance, and it destroys Russia's confidence that something like that could not happen. Again, it relies on NATO's good faith. And good faith is not enough because regimes change, circumstances change, crises flare up. You know, things happen in the world. And so what underlies a nation's security is its capability, its confidence, and those things come from offensive and defensive capability. They come from buffer states. They come from treaties and agreements. And so it's not enough to say, well, NATO's never invaded us before. They probably won't, you know, launch those missiles at us from Ukraine forever into the future. It's not an adequate guarantee. And that's the argument from the Russian side is if, you know, it's just not good enough for Russian security. No one's listening to that.
If we go through the realist perspective, I'm curious. If NATO membership was never floated directly on the table to Ukraine, would not Ukraine fall victim to Russia's sphere of influence anyway? Isn't that what realism would tell us? That irrespective of NATO expansion, we would expect a country to exercise authority, if it can, onto weaker powers surrounding their borders, meaning that none of this NATO shit even really matters anyway to Russia?
Well, that's really the crux of it, isn't it? Yes.
It kind of is, right? Yeah.
Yes, well, but here, yes, Russia would exert influence over Ukraine, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, okay. So then why talk about all the NATO bullshit, right? Obviously, they're going to do it anyway. And even security in the Black Sea, does it really matter if they have access to the Black Sea? They're not getting to the Mediterranean through fucking Turkey anyway, right? Where there are also like nuclear missiles as well. Like, it seems like all of the NATO shit is just like a smokescreen anyway, right?
No, but it's not. It's
no,
not. That's exactly
no, it's
the
not.
point.
No.
You know, you're saying like, oh, well, Ukraine would just be a buffer state. It's like, yeah, exactly. Ukraine should. NATO membership makes it a pro-Western country. Yes, it should, because the worst case scenario of Ukraine being a buffer state is that Russia will influence it. You know, who cares? Yes,
people of Ukraine care, obviously.
Powerful states influence weaker states. This is how states behave. And that is,
this is not how all states behave. That's not true.
That is how great powers behave.
Why don't we invade Mexico?
You think the United States doesn't do this?
No,
because
the United States
don't
doesn't.
need to.
But we absolutely
We could. Are you seriously arguing that the United States doesn't influence Western Hemisphere countries?
Influence is way different than right now. We have drug issues. We've got cartel issues that exist on our southern border. If we wanted to, dude, we could bomb the fuck out of it.
Hold
on, no. If we're taking the realist perspective,
He's
if a
back
country
on the
like
bombing
Mexico
Mexico
existed
memes.
on Russian borders, do you think that Russian would say, yeah, we understand a lot of illegal immigrants coming here. Yeah, we know a lot of it is ran by cartels, but, you know, we're going to respect your sovereignty. We're going to let you guys forget. Do you think that Russia would take the same position towards Mexico as the United States would? Absolutely not.
Let me just get this clear. Your position is that in an analogous way, you know, in the sense that Russia influences Belarus and Ukraine, you're saying that the United States in that same way does not influence
Canada and Mexico?
Absolutely
not even close.
I mean, like in South America, especially through the Cold War, yeah, you could probably make arguments for that.
I'm talking about today.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Will we recognize and support? Well, here, I'm curious. Like, what? Educate me. I don't know much about South American history. What are like breakaway states that the United States has recognized and sent paramilitary groups to?
Wait, how the fuck? Wait, hold on. Russia did a full fucking military invasion of Ukraine, and Belarus is a direct puppet state. How the fuck is that analogous to our relationship with Mexico and Canada? That's how do you line that up exactly? Like, of course, the United States influences countries all over the world, and we use a lot of economic coercion to do it. But we very rarely resort, these days, to direct military aggression or influence. Most of the time. Of course, we still do that broadly. But I do think there is a categorical difference between the type of imperialist aggression we've affected in the past few decades and what Russia is doing now.
In order to defend these states, we've shipped off tons of U.S. passports, we've shipped off U.S. citizens in order to Americanize these places. Like, where has this happened in South America since the year, 1991 that's comparable to what Russia has done in Georgia, in Transnistria, in Ukraine? Like, where are these things happening?
I mean, listen, if you're arguing that there's no Western influence in the Western Hemisphere...
I didn't argue that there's no
Western
Western
influence.
Hang on, don't interrupt me. I know, see, this is what you do.
Well, you're not answering my question.
It's happening. Finally.
This is what you do.
Finally.
We're talking about a fundamental assertion here, which is how great powers act. And the fundamental assertion is, the United States influences weaker states. And then you get into, educate me about the history. You're not answering the question. You're not answering. I'm interrupting you. It's like, if your assertion, I don't need to back that up. I refuse to do it. I refuse to back it up because it's preposterous to suggest that the United States does not influence weaker states in the Western Hemisphere or elsewhere in the world. Absolutely, they do.
Of course they do. Yeah.
How about in Colombia? Were they back to coup there? How about in countries?
Hold on, Destiny said after the Cold War.
Against the interests of the Cubans. The idea that the United States does not influence states, that we bully them into the TPP, we bully them into all kinds
We abandon the TPP because of our own citizens. Like, what do you mean?
Of course, we influence.
Do you think the existence of Guantanamo Bay?
Wait. We prevent Japan from having a military. We station our troops in South Korea. We influence Saudi Arabia all the time. We influence... Western Europe.
I'm pretty sure Japan could have a military today if they wanted.
That's where you're sort of living in unreality, is where you say Russia is the only country that behaves in this way. Russia cannot have a... And I think maybe this is the crux of the disagreement, is you think that for Russia to have a sphere of influence over Ukraine, you literally say, well, we must do anything short of war to stop this Russian incursion. NATO membership must be on the table. All
Bat
to
baby.
prevent what?
Bat
Russia
baby rule.
having a reasonable sphere
All to
of
prevent what we're
influence
talking about today. Do you think that
over a
Japan,
country.
do you think that Japanese and South Korean citizens want the United States to leave in the same way that Ukrainian citizens want Russia to leave today? Do you think that's at all comparable?
Yeah, the Japanese,
Really?
yeah, absolutely. But even in Ukraine, half the population is
You think the
pro-Russian.
Japanese who are begging for greater military...
Wait, half the population of Ukraine is pro-Russian? I would love to see whatever poll he's citing there. What the fuck? Maybe like, I don't know, 20 years ago or something. Probably not right now. Oh, okay. This lava barely hurts you. Oh, wow. Okay. I thought that would tear through me. Oh! I think that's my first level 7 stone. Maybe not. Still. Japan started rebuilding military power under Shinzo Abe a number of years ago, mostly defensive and short range. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, they could probably. Why are you fat rolling? Lava.
presence when North Korea is doing crazy shit, when China is sailing ships through
The
different
Japanese
seas.
want to
That
rebuild
you
their
think
military.
you
and
really
certainly it is just as contentious in Japan as it is in Ukraine. Are you gonna? I mean, the people in
Wait, okay. Pardon me if I'm wrong. We're not the one keeping Japan from rearming, right? It's a part of their constitution, but don't they have a process for amending their constitution? Like, if Japan if Japan was like, okay, let's decide on doing this. Do we want to do this? And they pushed for it politically. It's not like America would fucking invade Japan to like keep them. Yeah, we want them to have more of a military. We're fine with them having a military. They're our ally. That we would love it if they took some of the pressure off us in the Pacific region.
that wanted to join NATO wasn't even a majority. It was a plurality, not a majority, a plurality of people. So it wasn't even more than 50% in Ukraine. You act
the clause
like,
expired?
oh, it's this
Pause.
hostile thing. It wasn't hostile. And by the way, when Yanukovych accepted the Russian deal as
10-hour
opposed to the
stream.
EU deal, you could say, oh, well, they were going to be embargoed. No, they could not replace Russian trade. They're dependent on Russian trade.
Yeah, but, like,
These are
look
the
at what you're
kinds of
talking
soft power
there.
ways that Russia influences a state. But look, and by the way, half
Actually, Japan does kind of hate the American military base because they have to pay for them. Holy shit, is that true? Does Japan have to pay for our military bases? I didn't know that. That's so fucking based. Haha. It's like reverse rent. It's like they hired us for security, except they didn't have a choice. It's like reverse slavery. Like we're like forcing them to hire us for our fucking security. That's funny. I'm sorry. Should have won World War II, bitch. Hey, let's go. You are such a State Department jerk, Lamau. Fuck you. It's funny. How is this reverse slavery? Because under slavery, you force a person to work for you, and under this, we force them to hire us. Sorry. Okay, just keep going.
Ukrainian population supports Russia. Yanukovych was the most trusted politician in 2010, and he was democratically elected, and international monitors said, you know, this was a model for a democratic
in
election.
one election,
So,
yeah, not earlier,
in
but
2010,
yeah.
in 2010
he was, yes.
And so, well, you laugh at that, but the point is to say you're creating this false, you're creating this completely distorted reality where, oh, well, Ukraine doesn't want Russian influence and Japan wants
Damn,
American
Destiny
influence.
can
It's like,
create
well, the
realities?
picture's
Holy
more
shit.
complicated than this. It's about how states behave. And, you know, Ukraine, some people in Ukraine want Russia, some people in Ukraine want the West. Russia influences Ukraine, as is how states behave. You could disagree, you know, well, that's not normative, that's not right. But Ukraine was a part of Russia for hundreds of years. Ukraine was governed by Russia for the past 100 years, even when it was administratively autonomous. And, you know, for Russia to have a sphere of influence, this is what the United States must tolerate for peace and détente with Russia. In the same way that nobody challenges America's influence in the Western Hemisphere or in Western Europe or elsewhere in the world, you know, and in these other countries. I mean,
Good to
that's
be on
just,
top.
you know, if you're going to disagree with that, I mean, you're just living in Candyland.
I mean, to try to compare Russia's activities in Ukraine with the soft power that America exerts over the world, right? There's a reason why you're trying to say, like, well, South Korea and Japan, they feel the same way, right? Like I asked you to show me that in Japan, and you could show me a few protests in Osaka because of dumb Marines on base or whatever. But like, the reality is that we know that military presence of the United States there is welcome far more than Ukrainians are welcoming military presence from Russia into Ukraine. Like, I hate to use this word, but it's self-evident, right? And to pretend that realism versus, say, like constructivism is a better way to analyze how powers in the world work, when we look at how the United States treats members on its border, and we contrast that to how Russia treats members on its border, it obviously just, it's not a good way to analyze how countries behave, right? Russia
Yeah, the difference is, okay, that Japanese people had protests about American military bases, and there are videos right now on TikTok of Ukrainian women singing along to pop songs while stuffing gasoline-soaked beer bottles with styrofoam bits. That's the difference, okay? In terms of their respective opinions towards other countries' occupations, you know, one of them has protests, and in the other one, the Ukrainian government is telling all of their farmers that any armor they pick up from Russia with their tractors doesn't have to be taxed. That slight difference, you know?
has, as a constructivist would say, an iterative pattern of behavior with countries on its border. It's continued to act in such a way. And to say that Russia's hypothetical security concerns 30 years into the future justify the shelling of Ukrainian cities today, the destruction of Ukrainian cities, the murdering and the killing of Ukrainian civilians, that all of that is okay because Russia must have a sphere of influence. And when I ask why, it's because, well, so that NATO doesn't invade. And when I ask why, it's, well, because then Russia wouldn't be able to invade. I guess if we want to use a descriptive form of analysis, we can, but morally, normatively, what's right, I absolutely don't think that we should accept that a country like Ukraine has to cuck itself to Russia and become a vassal state just because of some hypothetical security concerns that Russia has because it can't play nice with the rest of the world. Yeah, but I think we're kind of like looping back and forth now. You can
I think this is the crux of it. I really believe this is the crux of it because what underlies your whole worldview is this benign hegemon narrative. You know, you can call it constructivism, you can call it whatever you want, but it's this idea that, you know, when America exercises soft power, like, well, that's okay, and they want it. And when America exercises hard power, well, you know, it's justified or something. When Russia does it, well, you know, it's evil and they can't do it, and this is, you know, Ukraine's cucking themselves. It's like, this is how great powers behave. And let's take a look at NATO. You know, you say NATO's never been aggressive towards Russia. NATO's been aggressive towards other states, you know? You know this. I don't even have to say it. It's, as you say, self-evident. The United States invaded Afghanistan. The United States invaded Iraq. They said there were weapons of mass destruction. There weren't. Why did the United States invade Iraq? Well, some would say, well, they invaded a foreign state. They genocided their population. They sought a weapon of mass destruction, et cetera, et cetera. You could say that they invaded Iraq because Saddam Hussein was a rogue actor. You know, they found the anthrax was BS. They were not harboring al-Qaeda. They didn't have the WMDs. We invaded Iraq. In 2011, NATO did regime change in Libya because they said the elections weren't free and fair enough.
Among other reasons, but...
What were the other reasons?
Among torturing and imprisoning political prisoners, among using chemical weapons against it.
National sovereignty.
Yeah.
National sovereignty.
Well, there's some levels of national sovereignty that I guess we just don't accept. When you say that,
like,
hey,
wait
America exercises soft power, and it's okay.
Wait. Is national sovereignty absolute or is it conditional?
It's obviously conditional on things like the Geneva Convention or international agreements, but also notice everything you said. Where has NATO exerted its power against? None of the countries that you mentioned were nuclear powers.
Doesn't matter.
In your world,
we're talking about how great states act.
Sure.
We're talking about normativity.
That's the opposite of normativity. It's descriptivity. But regardless, if we were to say that NATO should no longer expand, okay, that we're not going to do that anymore, what is the next stage? The next stage is every single non-aligned state in the world getting nuclear weapons. Is that the future that we want? The whole point of things like the Budapest Memorandum was we need less states to have nuclear weapons because the more people that have them, the more fucky things kind of get. So do we just say now that, like, okay, well, every non-aligned state in, you know, in Southeastern Europe or in the Middle East or in Africa or in South America, everybody just start getting nukes because, hey, if you got them, even if we tell you to get rid of them and we won't hurt you like we did with the Budapest Memorandum, we're still going to hurt you, right? I don't think that's a stable future. I think that security situation is bad for everybody, Russia included.
Well, I'll address that in a sec, but I think that's a bit of a pivot, if you'll forgive me, because I want to explore this little. Because the crux of your argument is, well, Russia violated Ukraine's sovereignty, which is an unforgivable sin, but you just said that NATO's intervention in Libya was justified because national sovereignty is conditional. So which is it? Is sovereignty conditional or is it absolute?
I don't think that sovereignty is necessarily absolute. If it was the case that like Ukraine was gassing its own citizens or committing horrible war crimes, I mean, there are forums that you can go through to exercise power against people that do that. You've got the United Nations, you've got NATO. There are organizations that can do that.
But who decides? Who decides?
I just said the United Nations or NATO, and the United
Nations. NATO decides. Well, that's very interesting, isn't it? So the NATO alliance, which is formed counter to Russia, they can decide when sovereignty is suspended or not. Russia, when Russia says we're going to invade Ukraine for our vital strategic interests, that's not a good enough reason.
NATO's not.
Sovereignty is airtight. Oh, Libya tortured some people? Fuck sovereignty. We can intervene. We can do whatever. Oh, Saddam Hussein is doing some wonky stuff. We can invade.
Libya is your worst example, okay? Because sometimes NATO goes in at least without. Sometimes NATO will go in without UN resolution. Libya was so fucked that Russia and China abstained from the vote. They're part of the Security Council. They got a UN resolution to go into Libya. That's how fucked Gaddafi was. If you want to use an example, no, that is exactly the point. It was so fucked that even they.
Wait, hold on. Wouldn't a realist argue then that our intervention in Libya is justified if even Russia and China aren't willing to contest it? If all realists care about is avoiding conflict by deferring to geopolitical powers what they want and like allowing countries to pursue their own security concerns to the extent that it doesn't worsen world conflict, like if apparently the Western world wanted to invade Libya, and apparently, China and Russia weren't even willing to defend that point. So, okay, shouldn't we leave it to the side? It's almost like we're realist when it allows us to paint over the moral crimes of Russia, and in every other respect, we suddenly have normative concerns. Oh, whoops.
Even they wouldn't defend it. The point is to say that there might be reasons.
Sovereignty is conditional. If it's conditional,
of course it's conditional. But what is
about the terms?
But sure, it is about the terms. But the terms can't be that Russia is worried about a future hypothetical war. That's why I'm not just screaming at you over and over again. I'll get to that. I'm not screaming at you over and over and over again that Ukraine has sovereignty, and that's the only reason why they shouldn't be invaded, right? Russia doesn't have justification for invading Ukraine. The future hypothetical threats to Russian sovereignty can't be used as an invasion to another sovereign country that's not in violation of any UN resolution.
Why not?
That's not because it just doesn't, because that could be used to justify the invasion of almost any state in the world by any great power. Why not?
Because Russia wouldn't say Mexico is going to deploy surface-to-surface missiles that can hit us in 5 minutes, and a NATO base in the Black Sea displaces our Russian base. So no.
Sure, the United States could invade places in Venezuela or Brazil or Colombia.
Countries.
No, it could apply to.
The argument that Russia's making applies to exactly 2 countries.
The United States could invade Cuba right now if they wanted to, using that argument.
Yeah. Yes, and they would.
But we don't.
But we don't.
But they did. The Bay of Pigs.
We did, but we don't.
Legitimately didn't. That's why the Bay of Pigs failed. Right? The United States did not successfully invade.
Do you think because they were incompetent, but they tried?
Oh, because they were incompetent. The United States failed an invasion in Cuba because they were incompetent.
Fails,
because they lacked.
Say, oh, they didn't.
We didn't. The reason we didn't do a full invasion of Cuba, I'm pretty sure, is because Kennedy didn't want to frame it as an imperialist invasion. Kennedy wanted it framed as like liberated Cubans coming back to save their brothers in arms when they went back. Like we armed and trained Cuban exiles and then just went off to send them to die. It's like an optical thing. Like, literally, it was an optics thing. Militarily, if America wanted to invade Cuba would not exist right now, okay? Holy shit. It's right on our fucking doorstep. We wouldn't even need to deploy, like... We could literally just send planes out from, like, air bases in Florida. Like, we wouldn't even need staging grounds. We could just... We could go to our own pilots in Florida, and we could be like, all right, boys... Long day of work today. Here you go. Load them up. All right. Go. And they would just have to take an extra long sortie that day. And that would be it. Like that. And then they would come back and like half of Cuba would be like fucking ash. Okay. So it has nothing to do with competence. Okay. America didn't do... Hey guys, do you know why America didn't do a full-on invasion of Cuba? The reason why is because they took into consideration the moral objection that people around the world would have to such an action. AKA, the reason they didn't do it was because we factor in ethics into our consideration for what countries can and can't do. Which defeats completely the entire realist worldview. The fact that a country like the United States would deliberately engage in a militarily inferior strategy because they were concerned with optics, which means they were concerned with ethical denunciation, that's clear as day right there. So, all right. The idea that, like, ethics shouldn't be put on the table in part of these deliberations is just not true. Optics Andes win again.
Invade. If Russia fails in this Ukraine war, are you going to say, "Oh, well, that just didn't happen because it
if
didn't
the
work"?
United States played by Russia's rules, we would invade Cuba right now. We already have, I think, Guantanamo Bay isn't.
No, because there's no
go
Russian
there now.
defensive alliance in Cuba, and there's no surface.
Wait, hold on.
missiles
That
in
doesn't
Cuba.
matter from your
Cuba's
realist.
not talking about
Yeah, from a realist perspective, we could do it anyway.
War, we would invade
That
because we did
that-
in Bay of Pigs, and we almost went to nuclear war over the Cuban Missile Crisis.
That doesn't fit your
Wait, that's
realist
not-
perspective, Nick. Whether or
Wait, the Cuban Missile Crisis was about missile range capabilities, not about invading and occupying Cuba. The Bay of Pigs invasion wasn't a full invasion because of ethical considerations. So, yeah, it's very stupid.
not Cuba has those
So
arms, I would just
now.
repeat back to you that strong nations seek to exert their influence over weak nations. Cuba
Yes.
is a weak nation next to the United States. Why don't we just invade them and take them over? That's what Russia would do.
Because they're not putting surface-to-surface missiles there.
Wait,
There's
why
not
does
a
that matter?
defensive
Who
alliance
cares?
there.
Who
Cuba
cares?
is
Yeah.
pacified because Cuba
You
is
already
pacified.
No, you already admitted
Cuba
to me.
poses no.
You already admitted to me that
Cuba
even if
poses
NATO
no
was
threat.
off the table, Russia would still seek to exert influence over Ukraine. It might
They
even
would
still take over
influence. They would
Sevastopol. It might
influence.
still, which
They
might
would
be taking
influence.
Crimea, right?
In the same way that we influence Cuba. And
That's
we-
not the same way.
We don't take- we
militaries
didn't-
down there to take over.
We're not
ports in
invading Cuba.
We don't
Okay,
send.
but now you're just trying to confuse here. Which is it? I mean, we're talking about Russia influencing Ukraine absent the military alliance. And now, I'm saying, well, they influence Cuba, and you're saying, well, they're not invading. It's like, okay, well, Russia didn't invade until the defensive alliance was on the table, and
The
Crimea
defensive alliance
and
was on the
Donbass
table
were
until Crimea was taken over.
Because NATO membership was on the table after the Maidan. Hello? And 13 countries joined NATO in 10 years. So, once again, this argument falls apart because it rests on all these, just convoluted assumptions, like
They're not
a
convoluted.
security guarantee. Like, Russia can count on our good faith. The United States doesn't influence weaker states. The Western Hemisphere isn't secured by the Monroe Doctrine. Like, if Cuba became part of a Russian defense alliance, we wouldn't do anything. I mean, these are all just a series of self-evidently ridiculous conclusions, and it's like
Oh,
you
no,
will not
Nick.
acknowledge that you have the moral standard that Russia's judged by
There we
is
go.
up
Uh-huh.
here, and the moral standard that the United States is judged on is down here. We can invade, we can influence, we can do whatever. It's no big deal. We decide what sovereignty is. Russia invaded a sovereign nation. Hitler.
Remember when Nick Fuentes pretended to be America first? And now he's, like, complaining that America gets away with stuff that other countries don't?
Hitler, he's a revanchist.
I've never
he
said that.
would
I'm not
invade
saying
any
that at
country in
all.
the
Wait,
world.
we were having such a good conversation. Why are you strumming?
I'm being hyperbolic, of
little
course,
bit.
for the
Okay.
rhetorical device, but
Damn.
Come on,
You would have
Steve.
bet that
Come on,
you would have been the one
Steven.
calling
Come
me
on,
Hitler in this
Steven.
argument,
You
huh?
gotta work with me here. You gotta work with me. Your native Cuba. America would crush your native Cuba. What would the Cuban people think if the Americans crushed your native Cuba for trying to join a defensive alliance with Russia? They would do it. The Council on Foreign Relations would
What the
crush
fuck
your
is he
native
talking-
country, Cuba.
First of all,
If
my
Cuba tried to
native
develop
country is the
missiles.
United States.
Wait. This happened. The Cold War happened. And even with Cuba being a Soviet ally, we still didn't invade them. We still didn't commit as hard as we could have. We still tried to make it out to be like a friendly coup. Actually, the funny thing is, what we did in Cuba is actually a really close parallel to what Russia did in the Donbass region, right? When Russia wanted to exert influence over Ukraine, they didn't jump right to invasion. Instead, what they did was they funded a bunch of separatists in the region. Now, that wasn't workable in Cuba for a few reasons. Language, cultural differences, ocean, blah, blah, blah. So instead, we sent our Cuban exiles back, who all immediately died. But, the underlying principle is about the same. We didn't invade, though.
States. I was born in Omaha, Nebraska. Okay, cute. So regardless, I guess just to center closing. So your position is that the current Russian invasion of Ukraine is justified, and Russia has carte blanche to do whatever they need to bring that nation to heel because of hypothetical security threats in the future.
Is there anything more in this
may
region?
Exist if Ukraine joins NATO?
Well, no, we're not
Like
talking
any other
about
major
carte
paths
blanche.
I'm missing?
Well, so would you like condemn them for what's going on in like Mariupol today or in any of the?
Yes. Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Nonsense.
Yo, you don't believe any of it's real? There's like reporting, there's photo. You think all of it is
There
fake?
was reporting, hey, what happened to that nuclear power plant that was, do you remember when you said that 2 weeks ago? You said, they're attacking a nuclear power plant. It turned out that was total bullshit. Yeah,
I don't think it was total
it's called
bullshit. They were
lies.
like,
Western media lies.
So just to be clear, what's on the table right now? So Mariupol.
Western media lies. He's so snaky. He has effortlessly adopted the tanky talking points. Effortlessly. It's such a perfect demonstration of how ideologically synchronous tankies and Nazis are. Before it was Jewish media, now it's Western media. It doesn't make a difference to him from his perspective because because none of it ever mattered, you know? It's so direct. I appreciate the bluntness of it all.
Is not cut off from like electricity, water, food, not cut off from humanitarian aid with hundreds of thousands. You don't think any of that is?
It's a war. This is the conduct of war.
Sure. So they have carte blanche to shell the city, to bomb theaters, to bomb hospitals, whatever. That's what they did in Aleppo, right? That's what they did in Aleppo. Every single hospital and every single FSA occupied area was bombed. So those people had nowhere to go except back to Assad. This is Russian strategy
you're
101.
Saying blank check. You're saying it's not a blank check.
It's what they did in Grozny. That city is more destroyed than any other city in the world because they were frustrated that their military wasn't advancing fast enough. We're seeing the same thing happen today in Ukraine.
Such a sad pivot. See, I mean, you lose on the fundamental
I'm
point.
talking on the actual. I'm just asking you if like they have the right to go in and conduct war and destroy as much of Ukraine as they need to bring them to heel because of potential hypothetical security threats.
If they wanted to destroy as much of Ukraine as they needed to, the war would look very different than it does right now. And you know that.
But it's taken a different turn, a darker turn over the past week.
It's a limited military engagement, and as far as
limited to one-fifth their military.
It is limited. They're not attacking Poland. They're not attacking the Baltics. They're not.
Wait, limited.
Wait. What? Russia's holding back because they're not launching a simultaneous 5-strike capability on Ukraine and 4 NATO countries? What? Yeah. You see, they're holding it back. You see, they haven't simultaneously invaded every country on Earth. You fool, you moron. This whip snake is very dangerous. Jesus Christ.
They're not,
military engagement means they're not attacking
See why?
every country
You
on
need to
their
interrupt.
border.
You need to interrupt because I tell the
Okay.
truth here.
Okay.
They're conducting a war. It's a war. Destiny, you know this. And yes, I support the war. Absolutely. I support
+6,
the
Tristan.
president, the new czar, Vladimir Putin. I support Russia. Absolutely. I support what's going on. And I think that it's defensible. I think that this is the most reasonable European war that is.
Also, okay, so leaving aside the czar comment, obviously, you know, fascist, blah blah. Leaving that aside, I do think it's remarkable how this entire time he's been desperately trying to adopt Mearsheimer's like restraint by pretending that he's avoiding normative claims and this is only about what countries can do and what they will do. And then at the end he's like, yeah, I support them and I support their war. So it's not just like descriptively this is what will happen and we have to recognize it, but normatively I think it's happening and it's a good thing, which even Mearsheimer doesn't do. Mearsheimer will do this, you know, this hand-waving about how, well, it's the West's fault this is happening, but it's ultimately bad that it's happening. Even Nick Fuentes earlier in this convo was like, I don't like this. I don't like this situation, you know? I don't like anything that's going on here. But of course, you know, that's a lie. He's fine with bloodshed because it's Nick Fuentes. Any update in the Mearsheimer debate? Guys, I haven't even sent Mearsheimer an email yet. I don't know why people in my community thought when I said I got to get a debate with this guy, that meant I would send him an email right away. I don't do anything right away. I'm lazy as fuck. I don't know why people assume that.
Has happened in the past 100 years. I think this is the most reasonable war in the 21st century. Absolutely. I think, and to give you a comparison, I think this is more justifiable than the American war in Iraq. I think this is more justifiable than the NATO intervention in Libya. I think it's more justifiable than the American war in Afghanistan, frankly. I think this is a completely reasonable conflict. And, you know, the argument seems to be like, well, war is always wrong, and like national sovereignty is the sacred thing, except for when it isn't, except for when war is justified, and except for when sovereignty is conditional. It's just that you arbitrarily decide the terms based on.
They're not arbitrary. They're international courts, the UN.
The Western world system, right? I mean, when you talk about, they're international norms or something, invading Iraq wasn't based on international norms. The world
Who's
opposed that.
defending
France
Iraq?
didn't even support that, okay? France didn't even support the war in Iraq. But the United States pursued it and more people died in Iraq than have died in Ukraine.
So far.
And we occupied Iraq for 20 years. And, there wasn't this boycott. There wasn't I stand with fucking Iraq, and nobody talked about Saddam Hussein's sovereignty.
Wait, what? When we invaded Iraq, the global protests that broke out because of that, I think, were some of the largest in all of human history. Am I wrong on that one? The anti-war protests, even though they weren't given much media coverage for fairly obvious reasons, I think were, they were some of the largest to have ever taken place. They were enormous.
So, I mean, just give it a rest. I mean, America's a global hegemon. We project power globally, soft and hard power. Russia is
well, we're projecting our power now.
Regional power, and they're exerting influence in their region. Ukraine's not a part of NATO. There's no defensive alliance yet. I think it's reasonable. I think it's totally reasonable based on the things I laid out, between the missiles, between NATO being a counter-Russian alliance, NATO outspending Russia like 12-1, more than, I don't know the math right off the top of my head, but more than 10-1, 1.2 trillion to 65 billion. Russia has a right to be concerned about all these things. The confidence in mutually assured destruction, the theater support missiles becoming part of the U.S. military doctrine, NATO base in Crimea has a right to be concerned. So limited engagement, and I'm glad that this argument wasn't about Russia rebuilding the empire, because it's not happening. Notice how quickly the goal, it started out with Russia's rebuilding a collapsed empire to Russia does nothing to worry about that the ABM shields being built. Russia has not, invading Iraq's totally legit.
What the fuck is he talking about? At this point, he's just this is like spazzing out at this point. Has Destiny said anything even neutral about the Iraq war? At this point, it's just completely unhinged rattling. Yeah. It is funny though. Oh, hello, Patches. I do have to say though, it is pretty funny how here, we'll go to this place. It is pretty funny how long has Nick Fuentes' main talking point been the defense of the West, Western civilization, European powers? Instantly it switches. Let this be a reminder to all of you, okay? The only thing that Nick Fuentes genuinely cares about, or I should say things, because there are a few things. The only things that he genuinely cares about in the face of it all is killing Jews and black people and power. Those are the only actual things that he cares about. Literally any other political positions he holds are fully secondary to those. They are completely subservient to those points. That's it. Those are it. And things that lead to that, that's where it gets you. It's like how TERFs will try to convince you that there are a million legitimate concerns they have for trans people and the threat they may pose to cis women. But we know the truth, don't we? The truth is that they hate trans women because they hate trans women. There isn't a reason. Have you ever argued with a racist who hated black people because of crime, and then you disproved their crime arguments, and they were like, oh, okay, and they were no longer racist? It's a disease of the mind. It's a pathology. It's an illness of the thoughts. So for Nick Fuentes, there's nothing unnatural or strange at all about effortlessly switching from pro-European supremacy talking points to anti-Western government talking points. There's no contradiction there, because his point was never really about Europe. His point was always about, well, like I said, his real values.
Invading Libya, it's international conventions, because it would be preposterous to suggest anything like what the NATO Western media suggests, which is that Russia's rebuilding an empire. We know they can't do that. We know they don't have the capability. He's been in power for 22 years, and what does he have? Abkhazia, South Ossetia, Donbass, Crimea, it's peanuts. He lost Kazakhstan. He lost Ukraine. He lost all these countries. And people go, Abkhazia, South Ossetia, Donbass. He lost all of Central Asia. And they've got and they spent 67 billion. We spent 820. And we go, they're the empire. They're the empire. They're the aggressors. They're the military hawks. There's just, it's insane. I don't understand it, Destiny. Steven, help me understand this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who half your points are even addressing at this point. You haven't really demonstrated that there is a legitimate security concern by Russia with Ukraine. You've admitted yourself that even if Ukraine didn't join NATO, they still might have the, from the realist perspective, good enough reason to invade Ukraine, take over Crimea, take over as much of Ukraine as they want, because that's just what big nations do. And if that is going to be the argument that you use, then by God, just like we've done with every other former Warsaw Pact state, or a lot of them, and just like we've done with other Eastern European countries, you know what? We should just draft Ukraine into NATO then, just for, if no other reason, to ensure Ukraine's sovereignty. This idea that NATO is an empire just like Russia, that the United States is hegemonic just like Russia, I mean, the difference is, and we've seen this clearly, is that at least people want to join the United States hegemony, as opposed to Russia that has to force itself with shelling civilian cities and invading places and cutting off oil if you don't agree with them and trying to poison your elected officials with uranium and whatever other crazy shit Russia has to do to countries around it. I don't think that the pressure that NATO exerts on other countries to join them, when that pressure is, we'll protect you from Russia that will actually invade you and destroy you, I don't think that's legitimately at all comparable to the type of pressure that Russia exerts on other nations around it. And I certainly don't think that the realist analysis of Russia just wants to control countries is a good enough reason to allow Russia to invade any country they want. But
well, yeah, I mean, I think that's really the debate, is like, they want freedom. The Iraqis want freedom. America, the world wants.
No one is saying that. No
one keeps bringing up Iraq.
The Iraqi people didn't vote for the United States to come to that country. Why would you? Wait, do you think? Hold on, wait. I'm curious. Do you think I would defend the war? Do you think I would defend the war in Iraq? Or are you arguing against a straw man now because you know that you kind of run out of steam?
You said the difference is that the world wants American hegemony.
I'm saying that Ukraine and states that joined NATO were begging to get into NATO. Initially, we didn't even know. Absolutely, they were. And look at what's happening now.
In Ukraine?
In Ukraine?
Yes.
Not until they took over Crimea. That's when public opinion shifted, when it was on the table for them to seriously consider joining. And you know what? When you've got a superpower that decides to take over a huge peninsula in your country and then decide to start funding separatist civil wars in the eastern part of your country, would you agree both these things have happened? Yes, that's not only did opinion shift, but also you have to keep in mind, Nick, logically, right? Most of the opposition to NATO came from Crimea. So of course, when you capture that part and then you recognize breakaway states in the east that are all like majority, like
come from
Russians,
Eastern Ukraine,
no shit, they're going to be massively pro-NATO when Russia starts invading the places that are the most opposed to it, and then
now
starts
you just have to distort the facts. I mean,
I'm not distorting any fact. Wait, hold on. Are you saying that Eastern Ukraine was more pro-NATO than Western Ukraine?
Are you saying? But you say, well, the difference is that the world beckons for, because you said America's not a hegemon like Russia.
I never.
The difference
I said that.
What the fuck is he talking? Okay, unironically, I think like Nick has ADHD or something. He was able to keep it coherent for a little bit early on, but at this point, like he's just full on soying out. Feel like he could. I feel like he could push the Nazi agenda much better if he would get on like Ritalin or something, because he's getting lost in the sauce right there. Like, for real, though, right? Like, oh, shit. Don't follow me. He was holding it together for a bit, but at this point, like, he's actually just like a wheel, like a broken wheel running. What? No, thank you.
Joining NATO. I said literally joining NATO is not the same as Russia invading you.
Hang on, let me explain. Earlier you said, well, America's not a hegemon like Russia, and the difference is that, this is like an exact quote, you said they're not a hegemon like Russia because the difference is that these states want America. You said that they're begging for NATO. But they weren't begging for NATO since 2008.
All right, so, like, to be clear, again, the countries that are in NATO want to be in NATO. There's not like a coercive element there. The only coercive element being provided is the Russian coercive element. Apart from that, like, these countries are doing so of their own free will. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, like, do you think, like, East Germany protested? Like, no, of course not. These countries want to be in NATO. Because we're based in red-pilled, and Russia is soy and cuck-pilled.
2008, that's when the conversation starts. And Germany and France oppose it.
That's why they were only given the membership as path to membership.
Yes,
they weren't actually given. Yeah, of course.
Yes, but Germany and France, they agree with me. Germany and France in 2008 say this is too aggressive. For the same reason, they said this is going to provoke Russia. This is going to cause a crisis on the continent.
And so all they can say, as you say, at Bucharest is, well, we recognize their aspirations. In 2008, Ukraine's not begging to join NATO, but they're acknowledging their aspirations.
Sure.
In 2010, Yanukovych is elected. It moves forward in spite of this. In 2014, it's not an election, it's a coup. It's a coup, which is not supported by the majority of the population.
Absolutely,
the majority,
the opposition leader was the one that rose to power afterwards.
No, it was not.
Yanukovych ran from the country because
not.
he ordered his police to shoot at his citizens.
Hang on. See, now you're interrupting because the majority of Ukrainian people did not support NATO membership.
No,
the majority
correct.
in 24. No, you're wrong.
That's
on
correct.
That.
No, I'm agreeing with you. Not until Crimea was removed, which was where your most anti-NATO population
was. Hang on. So in 14. They're not begging for it. Not even a majority supports it. And not even a majority supports Maidan. Not even a majority of Ukrainians support Maidan.
I don't know what point he's trying to make here exactly when he's like, when like Destiny is like, the Ukrainian people wanted to be in NATO. And Nick Fuentes is like, no, they didn't. Destiny's like, yeah, they did. And Nick Fuentes is like, okay, well, no, they didn't. As long as you go back in time to before Russia did the really bad thing 8 years ago. Like, no, they didn't. As long as you, it's like, it's like saying like, hey, listen, you fucking punched me and that was fucked up. And you're like, no, I didn't. As long as we go back 2 years to before that didn't, when that hadn't happened yet, okay? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm sorry, I'm so tired.
Nevertheless, a pro-Western leader is installed. And they begin moving
Wait, what do you mean installed? He was the opposition leader. He was the next guy that was coming up. What do you mean? He didn't just come from nowhere.
When a coup happens, yeah, okay, it's a coup, Destiny. It's not like somebody ran on a platform of let's join NATO. They overthrew the government.
Overthrew. He fled the country after he did because he was worried that he was going to be tried for fucking war crimes when his cops.
Yeah, guys, remember the reason Yanukovych fled Ukraine was because the prosecutors did not promise to give him special protections when the coup took place. He literally fled there. And then, because the leader fled, the opposition leader was the one who took charge. Like, that makes sense, doesn't it? Like, yeah, your leader fled, so the opposition leader takes charge. He didn't have to flee. He could have just stayed and you know, been arrested. Is that not a coup? The issue is that coup as a term describes such a huge range of behavior, and what Nick Fuentes, as a lot of tankies do, what he's trying to do right now is use the broadness of the term to paint a picture as though a Western-backed insurrectionist movement deposed the leader and replaced them with their own guy, which is not what happened at all. Instead, there were protests against his insane fucking pro-Russia bullshit. He started killing protesters, and then when the protesters finally won, he fled the country because he knew he would be locked up for the rest of his life if he was tried for what he had done. And then, with no leader in charge of the country, obviously the next, like, biggest political figure is going to take charge. The opposition leader held power for, like, a year, and then they had elections. And the elections, as far as international courts have ruled, were free and fair. And the Ukrainian people came together and they made a decision on this.
Is it democratic to have a coup, to have a violent revolution?
Why are you saying democratic when part of the reasons why he was protesting so heavily is because he literally tried to pass like 10 anti-protest laws? That's not democratic either.
I do think it's democratic to protest.
When you overthrow the government,
an authoritarian.
When the government makes it illegal to protest and starts killing protesters, that's not very democratic either.
So what are our standards now? So what are our standards? If some people don't like something the government does, then elections. Now democracy is when the people overthrow the government because the government passed an anti-protest law.
Again, elections did happen. Yanukovych chose to flee the country. He literally could have stayed. He could have remained leader. And then he could have been arrested. And then he could have spent the rest of his life in jail. Like, yeah. Supporting a revolt against an authoritarian is a pro-democracy move. It's a pro-gamer move and a pro-democracy move. Wasn't Nick Fuentes literally at the insurrection? I don't know. I don't remember. Good memes, though.
So which is it? Is it about what the people want?
I don't know
is it about sovereignty, or are all these things conditional? It's apparently it's conditional.
Of course, everything is conditional, Nick. Why are you acting like Destiny? Are you saying that committing crimes against humanity will forfeit your sovereignty? Of course, Nick. What do you mean? Like nothing is unraveling at all right now.
Here it is.
Mega cope from Nick.
Okay, tell me why. Tell me why.
Because you're the crux of your argument is you say like, well, you know, when the U.S. exerts influence on Ukraine, that's okay.
There
Wait,
was no.
Ukraine
You're reminded it
influence
was
did
not
we
a
exert?
U.S.-driven protest.
Okay, but the point, we're not talking about Maidan right now. We're talking about NATO membership.
No,
What-
we were
what
just talking
influence?
about Maidan and the coup.
No, we're going back.
Okay,
we're
let's
taking
go
it a
back
step
to
back
NATO
because
membership. Okay.
You said the difference between American and Russian power is
Fuck
that
this guy.
the Ukrainian people want American power and the Russian people do not. You said America hegemony, they don't have hegemony because the Ukrainian people consent to it, they want it, they don't want Russia. But the conversation about NATO membership begins in 2008 when that is not the majority position.
And they don't join because they don't want to.
Okay, hang on. Hang on.
Yeah.
Okay.
And in 2014, it's still not the majority position.
And they still don't join because they don't
Hang
want.
on, hang on. Why are you jumping the gun here? It's because you know what's coming. You know
What's coming?
You know what's coming.
Were their minds change when Russia invades them? They're like, okay, we change.
Give it a second. Give it a second. Yeah, Russia attacked my my internet connection. All right, we're back. Yeah. I like the, I don't know what you call it, the like implication here. Like, ha! You said that Ukraine wanted to join NATO, but they only wanted to join NATO after Russia invaded their territory. Like, okay. All right.
So sad for you. It's so over for you.
I'm losing
Here's
so
why.
high right now. Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, you are. You
Okay.
are. Because you said they're begging for it. They're begging for it. They're not begging for it. NATO is moving across Eastern Europe, and they're not begging for it. The majority doesn't support it. They're talking about it in 2008. In 2008, they're saying they're going to make Ukraine a NATO member state, and the majority don't support it. In
You can't
2014, they're
make
talking
them.
about, hang on, why do you keep interrupting me?
Wait, can you
In
acknowledge
14,
you
I
can't just
even
make
complete-
you can't
Ethan,
make somebody.
I can't even complete a
You
thought.
can't just
I
make them a
even-
NATO state, right? They have to consent to join, right?
Guys have been good the whole time.
When they say they acknowledge the aspirations of Ukraine, I mean, they're saying they have designs on Ukraine.
What does that mean? Ukraine has to consent to join, right?
Okay, so in 2008, if the majority don't support, why is the United States, against the wishes of Germany and France, talking about Ukraine being a NATO member?
Wait, what? Wait. The United States can't even talk with Ukrainian leaders about potentially joining. Wait, I didn't realize that a country not wanting to do something meant that the leadership of another country can't even talk to them about how it's open to them in the future. What the fuck does that even mean?
I'm saying in Ukraine.
No, in 2008. In 2008, why is the United States saying we recognize their aspirations if the majority don't support it?
What?
Because they can recognize their aspirations. Ultimately, it still has to be approved by every NATO member. Come on, what?
Obviously.
No, I'm
But
asking you.
But why would they say that? They're not begging for it in 2008, so why is the United States saying
How is that
we're recognizing
relevant?
their
It doesn't
aspirations?
change the fact.
What?
Nick, will Ukraine join NATO against Ukraine's will?
No.
Okay, will Ukraine be taken over by Russia against Ukraine's will?
No.
That's the difference. Yes, of course, Nick.
No.
What do you mean no? Then why is there a war right now? What are we fighting over?
What you're arguing is that there's a principal moral difference, a normative difference in how the United States exercises influence between as compared to Russia. But this is not the case. Because in 2000, Israel, and by the way,
Hey.
and you yourself said,
Oh, God.
the United States was pushing more strongly about Ukrainian NATO membership. They watered down what they said at Bucharest in 2008 at the behest of the Germans and the French. They watered it down for NATO to say, we recognize their aspirations. They weren't begging.
I do love how stupid Nick's point is, that he has to pretend Russia wouldn't try to conquer Ukraine when it's literally the thing they're debating. And earlier he said he believed it was right for Russia to do so. Earlier he was literally saying, I think Russia is in the right. I think Russia's in the right to do this. I think it's epic and based and red-pilled and anti-Jew pilled for them to invade Ukraine. It's so epic. And now, like, he was talking, I support the new SAR, Z. and then Destiny's like, okay, so you recognize that, like, Russia will invade Ukraine against their will, right? And he has to be like, no? What? Who? That'd be horrible. Who would do that?
For it in 2008, but yet this was the conversation. That was a diluted proposition, was we recognize the aspirations. And then in 2014, the government is overthrown by a coup that is not, in 2014, the majority does not support NATO membership, and in 2014, the majority does not support the Maidan. So your argument rests on this idea on two things, that Russia violated sovereignty and Ukraine has a right to self-determination. But both of these things are in doubt now, because now you're saying, well, The coup, it doesn't matter that the coup wasn't a democratic election.
Z, Destiny.
Because,
Z.
well, Yanukovych did an anti-democratic thing, and even though the coup that wasn't popularly supported by half the population, it wasn't an election, overthrew him and installed the pro-Western leader, it doesn't matter at all. It's like, okay, so which is it then?
All of the elections,
self-determination and national sovereignty both appear to be completely conditional.
I don't know
because it's a coup-backed government that creates the crisis in Crimea. And it is, national sovereignty, which you say is conditional and apparently determined by NATO. So, that's where the argument falls apart here.
He sounds like
so to
Moppin.
put it
You
simply-
keep saying
they're
that
both
it's a
fash.
coup-backed government. The
Also,
government
they're both
had
very
popular
nasally.
support post-revolution. Or do you?
Was it elected? Was this a?
They held
is this
elections
the
afterwards, and
normative-
who kept winning?
But
Pro-Western
that's
leaders.
not the constitutional process, is it?
So now the constitutional process. I mean, wasn't it voted on by every member of parliament afterwards? Didn't they take a vote in parliament after Yanukovych left? Did they not? Was that not the constitutional process?
No, there's no constitutional provision for a revolution. Obviously, I mean, would you say that if on January 6th,
Wait, what the fuck you supposed to do if your leader just flees the country because he's committed crimes and doesn't want to face the music? What do you do then? What the fuck do you do? Law? Yeah, Nick is such a liberal.
If the Republicans overthrew the government and then the Congress voted for Trump, would you say, oh yeah, that checks out? Yeah, that's legitimate. Of course not.
If it seemed like the majority of the United.
Okay, a better comparison to this, one that would actually make Nick's point, would be if there was a popular protest that Biden had his officers start killing protesters, and then when it looks like the protests might overwhelm the police, Biden fled the country to avoid prosecution for his crimes. After all of that, if then as an interim president fucking the next leader came in, the only question is Ukraine has a parliamentary system, right? So for them, the next they have a different chain of succession. What is the chain of succession for Ukraine chain of succession? Their VP? What did the VP do? Because they do have prime ministers. The line of succession 2014. I'll look more into it later. I'm very tired. I'm just waiting for this debate to be over.
United States supported it. If Trump held an election afterwards and he won the election, then yeah, I mean, probably it seems it's still a form of coup or revolution, but to pretend that it would be a more apt comparison is you're trying to make it sound like Trump at the very least, like him or hate him, had massive popularity in the United States, right? It's not like Trump was an installed leader. Let's say that Trump did win that after a quote unquote coup. Would you call Trump an installed leader after a coup? Probably not. You would probably be here making the argument, well, Trump enjoys wide support from the majority of the United States. Yeah, but you're realist and nobody uses realism. Nobody cares about realism. Nobody uses these arguments. It doesn't matter.
But you believe? Oh no, it does matter.
It absolutely doesn't.
I would say advantage. Is good. Whatever is good for America is good. You would say, as the liberal, well, it wasn't.
Hold on, wait. I haven't even finished responding. You cannot.
Wait, now he's for America when before he was well, Western governments always lie. See, again, it doesn't matter. The actual point doesn't matter.
Call it a coup, okay? When they formed a temporary government, when they had elections later that year, and they allowed all the elections to play out. That's exactly what happened, and they had it with the support of the parliament and the support of the people the entire time. You can try to cry and say it was installed or CIA led or whatever, but the reality is that Ukraine had democratic processes working throughout the entire time. Does it suck that Yanukovych left after having police assassinate people in the street? Yeah, I guess that does suck. So maybe there was some.
It was a coup. So your argument goes something. Let me just paraphrase your argument so far. America does not influence weaker states. Maidan was not a coup.
Oh man, dude, why
and
you
there's
have to
no
straw man the
security
fuck out
threat
of
to
me?
Russia posed by surface-to-surface missiles in Ukraine. Oh, okay, yeah, that sounds legit to me. Yeah, that checks out.
All right,
Maidan
Ralph, can we go to
revolution.
because now we're in the
hegemon,
make up what other people say phase. So I think we've hit rock bottom on this argument now.
People can discern for themselves.
Sure.
People can discern. I mean, that seems to be the argument. You know, Russia has no legitimate security threat by
Never said anything.
shield and the surface.
You even admitted that even sans NATO, they would still invade Ukraine. So it seems like you agree with that as well. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Uh-huh.
All right, now
it's just ridiculous.
You know, we could. So I'm gonna look through here and see if we have some questions from Super Chat and stuff like that. I guess if you guys want to put
Destiny,
like a capstone,
why are
on
you
each of
so
your,
Jewish?
Presentations here first before maybe I go to that might work too. I don't know. It's up to you guys. Or do you want me to just look for questions?
I think a closing statement would be in order.
Yeah, and then I'll do questions after, right? So you guys can have
Probably
your,
not funny rhetoric.
your presentation down pat. Yeah, okay. So go ahead. I think I don't recall fully, but I think it was Destiny that led off, right?
The real funny thing, by the way, the really funny meme that Destiny could pull right here is that the realist position with regards to Israel is one of massive support for America. There's no getting around that. If you just believe that like geopolitical hegemons should act like their own security and other countries have to back off when they have a better claim, there is no other power in the region besides Israel that has a stronger claim to that region in terms of defensive military capabilities, because of course we back Israel up. And if you actually cared about like protecting American interests, you have to back that up. So pointing that out would be pretty fucking funny, you know, like, oh, we're a realist. Okay, so you agree that like America should do everything that it can to promote its security interests in the Middle East, which we have massive security interests in the Middle East, by the way. Obviously, there are a number of reasons why geopolitically we find it useful to maintain Israel as the world's most expensive military base. Yeah, I deserve that. Okay, let me alt tab. No. Let me do it. I have to wait for the death screen to pop up because I can't hit pause when I die. No. Okay, Stake of America. Stake of America. Let's go.
So, okay, so that would be you leading off here then, and then.
No, let Nick lead off here. I led off with the opening.
No,
you lead off.
No,
I'm not going to give you the final word on the opening statement and the last word. Are you serious?
Well,
it usually rotates.
Hey,
or we could do how we've been doing it and talk at the same time, maybe.
Says, the normative law. You're invading this debate.
Yeah,
Why can't I get off the horse?
Ralph, you have the sovereignty in this conversation, so you have to decide which hegemonic influence is going to prevail here. And talk about the last word.
Sovereign Ralph.
Stack the deck either way.
Ralph.
I just thought that was the normative rules, kind of that you should have the first on the closing.
Okay.
First debate. I mean, if you really want to close, I mean, it's fine.
I really want to close, but he does too. So now we have a conflict here that you have to resolve, Ralph.
Remember you were doing a debate with Stryker? Remember you were doing a debate with Stryker and Allsup? They didn't understand the concept of like the person who closes first opens. Yeah, I remember that. Do you guys remember that behind the scenes shit from that debate when like Destiny and I, like everyone is chilling in the back room, like waiting for everything to get started, and like Stryker is struggling with the concept of like one person going first and then the next person going next. Like he's actually like mentally, he's reaching his limit, you know. Hate to admit, but D is funny when he's fighting fascists. Guys, the problems with Destiny aren't that he's stupid or that he's not funny. He's smart and funny. Okay, I think it's important to understand why you dislike people, you know. Because if you don't understand why you dislike people, you'll be positively surprised by them when they engage in behavior they always have, and you'll think it contests your previous negative assertions. The problem with him was never intelligence or humor. Wait, hold on. We're about to fucking get this guy. Dude, this axe is OP. Holy shit. I attack so quickly. Stop standing in the lava pool. Oh shit. We're dancing. It's the default speedrun weapon. Is that true? Did I, like, just stumble into the default speedrun weapon? Not anymore. I guess this is just my my natural game sense, you know? I think you'd enjoy the dual blades. I have not found a single dual blade yet. Just let me hit your... Thank you.
Being first is a privilege and being last is a privilege. Usually the person that goes first in the opening goes first in the end.
I'm looking for. I don't actually.
He's looking for a UN Security Council resolution on.
Pull up Robert's rules. Robert's rules of order. Let's go. Let's check them. Let's check them.
I have a coin around here somewhere. Surely.
Let's post E to support Ethan Ralph's war.
You would think I would go downstairs and flip a coin. You know what? I'll go downstairs and get a quarter.
Ethan's campaign to Richmond. E.
That's so fucking. I don't have any coin here. Like
Tristed, I don't want help.
Okay, can you guys argue for a couple more seconds while I go get a coin?
I'll just go first. I mean, it's not even appropriate, but I'll go first. I mean,
I hope that Ukrainian citizens have the same resiliency that I had to withstand that kind of stuff.
You repelled the attack. You repelled.
Yeah, okay. If you're willing to see.
My generals have been killed. I'm encountering Steve, the ghost of Cuba, the ghost of Havana.
Thank God, he flies over the sky, shooting down cozy TV streams one at a time.
Damn it! This ghost of Omaha is destroying my capabilities. Ugh.
All right, go ahead then.
I'm so mad. Okay, all right. So in closing, I think that was basically a nice summary enough. Just at the end there.
Quit spewing.
And I don't want to go too long, but the crux of the argument is this. America is not a benign hegemon. America is the world's superpower. And with NATO is a hyperpower still. $1.2 trillion in military spending, more sophisticated capability than anybody can recognize. And all it takes is to put yourselves in the shoes of the Russians and in Moscow to understand where Russia is coming from. The suspension of the ABM Treaty in 2001, the suspension of the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty in 2019, these in themselves
is to go even further beyond.
The reintroduction of theater support missiles into Europe destabilizes the balance of power. And that is, of course, notwithstanding the largest concern, which is the continued expansion of NATO since 1999. NATO is an explicitly anti-Russian alliance. It's formed to contain Russia and principally to contain Russian influence and power. After the Soviet Union dissolved and Russia became weaker, NATO remained and expanded. And now it's expanding on Russia's borders, compromising its vital strategic interests, its naval base in Crimea, its Black Sea Fleet, and the territory of Ukraine. You know, what NATO membership for Ukraine entails is surface-to-surface missiles, which can strike Russia in 5 minutes. It entails a tripwire in Ukraine that is right on Russia's border. It entails NATO domination of the Black Sea. And ultimately, this is about NATO and American domination of its adversaries and no concession given to its adversaries that they might have legitimate security interests. They might have legitimate interests as powerful states at all, and recognizing that and negotiating with them and working with them towards an equitable security arrangement. That's what we're talking about here, is an equitable and fair security arrangement. Destiny has talked about sovereignty, which, of course, we know the United States considers conditional. When Russia invades Ukraine, it's a gross violation of sovereignty. But when we invade Libya, Iraq, and bomb other countries, of course, these exceptions are valid. It's called right to protect. We can fabricate this out of thin air. We say that Ukraine has a right to self-determination, but it is true that the United States backed the Maidan Revolution. That can be disputed, but nevertheless, we support that government. We've given billions of dollars in assistance to that coup government, and we've supported that coup government's aspirations to join NATO. So once again, self-determination appears to be somewhat conditional. And then what's more fundamentally about all of this, this is a bad outcome. This is a bad outcome that nobody wanted. How did we arrive here? What were the root causes and the precipitating causes? Let's even just be fair and say, at the minimum, we have to recognize that the United States has played a role in this. To say that it is all Russian revanchism belies the military imbalance, which is very real. It belies Russia's capabilities and the fact that in 22 years of rule, Vladimir Putin has not taken over any countries, invaded any sovereign countries. It was in response to the 2014 crisis and in response to the suggestion that Ukraine might go nuclear and join NATO, that Russia invaded Ukraine. How did we arrive here? We have to look at our own role. We have to look at our own role in disrupting the mutually assured destruction confidence with the ABM and the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty withdrawal. We have to recognize our role destabilizing other countries around the world with NATO aggression. We have to recognize our role in expanding NATO in a way that Russia's repeatedly said makes them uncomfortable, and even where they've drawn red lines. And so, if my victory condition in the debate is merely for people to say NATO played a part and Russia has some valid interest here, I think we covered that. I think I won on those grounds.
So, first of all, NATO played a part. This is like that thing. Like, well, can you admit that NATO was involved? Yeah, it's involved in everything. It's a fucking. It's a treaty alliance between some of the most powerful countries on Earth. Of course, it's involved in fucking everything ever. Okay, so yeah, that's one. And then for two, Nick was never able to indicate that they were legitimate security concerns. Not once. Destiny said multiple times, like, hey, like this isn't real, like this is fantasy, you know? Nick had no counter when Destiny pointed out that putting missiles in Ukraine would not change the mutually assured destruction capabilities of the Western powers to engage in a first strike. None of the math changes at all. Nick was never able to indicate how Ukraine being a part of NATO would have actually exacerbated any geopolitical concerns that Russia has. Unless that concern they have is we want to be able to invade nearby countries. Fuck you guys, I haven't even beaten the first tree sentinel yet. I just want the map. Map, men, map, men, map, 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 men, 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 men.
The other side has to say that America is a benign hegemon. The world wants American power. The world invites American power. American power is innocuous. Russia has nothing to fear. Russia has no valid concerns. It's just run by a corrupt despot who's only using security concerns as a pretext for territorial ambitions. I think throughout the debate that was made, I think from the outset, that was conceded not to be true. So that's my closing statement. America is not a benign hegemon. This is a limited, reasonable military engagement, certainly more reasonable than the things NATO has done in this century. And I support Russia. Go Russia! We salute the brave soldiers, the Moscow's finest, the Tsar's finest, as they liberate Ukraine from the Western dogs. So that's my closing statement. Z.
I will concede the entire debate to Nick of whether or not America is a benign hegemon. Unfortunately, that is not at all what we came here to talk about today. I understand that when Russia is in the process of invading another country, they very much want to center the conversation about Russian-American relationships or about the sovereignty of the United States or the sovereignty of Russia or the way that these two superpowers act, but that is not what the discussion is about today. It's whether or not Russia's invasion into Ukraine can be justified. We can bring up as many defeated talking points as we want. I'm used to people doing it over and over and over again. We can talk about how the suspension of some ABM treaty magically destroys second strike capabilities, even though when Nick was pushed, he admitted that an ABM silo cannot become an ICBM silo. He admitted that Putin was allowed access to these silos by Biden if he wanted to investigate. He admitted that this technology that Putin is so worried about doesn't even exist yet. It might not be here for 10, 20, or 30 years. And he admitted that if this technology was so threatening, who cares? We could install it just as easily in Poland, Romania, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, down in Turkey. If we wanted to nuke Russia from anywhere, if we wanted to encircle Russia from anywhere, if we wanted to have ABM silos around the world that could intercept and
just a reminder for how stupid this talking point is, that like Russia needs to make sure Ukraine isn't in NATO to protect itself against first strike capabilities, okay? Like, look at a fucking map, okay? Hold on. Let me just pull up a map of Europe. No! No! We have to invade Ukraine. We have to invade Ukraine so they can't engage in first strike capabilities of these missiles with thousands of miles of range against us. And then you have Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Turkey. You know, like, okay, yeah, sure. Yes, that would make the critical difference. See, a salvo of thousands of nuclear ICBMs from these countries, well, that's survivable, but Ukraine, not so much. That's EU, not NATO. Don't pay attention to this or the colors. I'm pointing out the countries. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Turkey. The map, I just Googled map of Europe. We're not looking at EU countries. Inshallah, soon Ukraine will be on this map.
Infinite amount of MIRVs, then infinite amount of ICBMs, we could already do it. We don't need Ukraine to do that. Just like Nick already admitted that even if Ukraine never even had an accession plan to NATO, Russia, in the realist perspective, would just invade them anyway. They have a right to it. Why? Because of strategic interest in the Black Sea that Turkey is constantly threatening anyway. Controlling Sevastopol doesn't get them through Istanbul, doesn't get them into the Mediterranean. There isn't even a good strategic reason around the world why Russia would have access to these ports, how it would help them. And the idea that capturing Ukraine, the idea that Russia invading Ukraine as representing the same threat to their sovereignty as Ukraine democratically choosing to join the NATO alliance, the idea that America is this benign hegemony and they've never done anything and blah, 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 that's absolutely not true. I've never said it. But there is the fact that there is an old Eastern European saying that if you call for America, America will come. If you call for Russia, Russia will come. And if you call for no one, Russia will come. There is something to be said for the fact that these countries, whether we're talking the Baltics, whether we're talking Poland, Romania, any Southeastern Europe, there is the fact that these countries are looking towards NATO and they want to join NATO. Their citizens are voting to join NATO. We can't even accept just one or two at a time. It always have to be in batches of 3, 4, or 5 because we don't want to accept only one because it'll cause conflict in the countries because people are so desperate to get into our military alliance. And the only thing that Russia has done with their continued aggression into Ukraine has proven today more than ever a good reason why that alliance still exists. And that's to ensure the security of your country if you are not willing to pursue a nuclear arms program of your own. So I would prefer a world where NATO expands to include more countries than the world that Nick advocates for, where Russia has justification to invade anybody they want, and the only successful path forward if you are a smaller country is to acquire nuclear weapons of your own.
All right, now there are several questions here. Thank you both gentlemen here for participating. I didn't have to do much. I just kind of let two old fellows go at it, right? And that's how I prefer it, honestly. I feel like too many times the moderator kind of gets too involved here. It's best to just let the two participants go at it. But I saw this last question just popped up actually, and I don't know how many more I'll ask. Since both you've been generous with your time, but do either of you think we are actually in?
Oh, no Q&A here. Thank God. Let me free. Whew. Editors, are you there? Don't put this on the main channel. I barely said shit. I feel like I'm leeching content right now. I'm doing what Destiny does to me. The Q&A is a separate video. It was a big debate. Destiny did a lot of research. I'm not surprised that he would want to double dip on the monetization. That makes sense. Can we watch the Q&A? No! Christ! The Q&A was good. I don't care! I've been streaming for 11 hours. And half of it has been listening to Destiny and Nick Fuentes, okay? Destiny was pretty darn good. Yes, he was. That was very good performance from Destiny, I would say. Seriously, he did his research there. You know, which one should be expected to, but all the same, it's good that he did. And he came across quite good. I guess the only thing that I wish he'd said, there are two things that I wish he'd done. I don't know if there would have been room for it, but A, the fact that the United States attempted a, you know, popular uprising against Cuba via exiles rather than invading it directly is an indication that even geopolitical superpowers' interests can be affected by the perceived ethics of a situation. And if that's the case, you can make a strong argument that denunciation and, you know, moral outrage against behavior like this can, like, actually curtail the borders of what geopolitical power can do, especially in a democracy. And two, I really wish that Destiny had tried to bring up, like, Israel and, like, the realist perspective just to see how far he could push Fuentes, you know? It might come up in the Q&A. I don't know if I want to watch that, though, because, again, yeah. Nick mentions your name at the end. Yeah, of course. He's been trying to debate me for 2.5 years, except he doesn't want to debate me because he won't just, like, talk to me. Yeah, obviously. I'm important and special? You don't say. All right, people. All right, people. I love you all very much. Take care. I'm never going to stream again. This was too long of a stream. Take care. Who are we raiding? Nobody. Eat shit.